Distant mountains loomed in hazy outlines, their shapes vague and indistinct. Layers of verdant peaks overlapped one another, while a faint trail of dust rose entwined with curling mist. For 1,000 miles along the Qishui River, waves of mist billowed forth, stretching on and veiling the land for tens of thousands of miles. On the Qishui River, waves surged and rolled, turbulent and mighty. By its banks stood an academy known as the Qishui Academy. This place was shrouded in unfathomable mystery and dense Taoist aura, so profound that even the heavenly Tao could not penetrate within. Amidst the clouds and fog, another vast manor stood concealed. Ponds and pavilions, waterside kiosks, grotesque rockeries, flower beds, and bonsai all were interspersed with climbing vines and verdant bamboo, forming a scene of refined elegance. Lu Changsheng was the master of both the academy and the manor. He had transmigrated from Earth, and ever since the dawn of heaven and earth had dwelled here. Relying on a system and signing in day after day, year after year, he had gradually cultivated to the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Golden. Within the manor, all manner of magic treasures and immortal artifacts could be seen everywhere. Yet all of them were concealed by Lu Changsheng's mana, appearing outwardly as nothing more than mundane objects. After his transmigration, Lu Changsheng had lived a peaceful, untroubled life, content and carefree, like a salted fish basking in leisure. Through befriending Zhao Gongming, he married Zhao's younger sister Yunxiao Fairy, and together they had 5 innocent and adorably sweet daughters. Each day he enjoyed the warmth of his wife and children at his side, a life of comfort and calm. In the courtyard, the 5 little dumpling-like girls were each absorbed in their own play. Twin little topknots were tied on their heads, perfectly symmetrical, and their chubby pink faces were tender and full of innocent purity. Suddenly, the void outside the manor split open as the Taoist runes guarding it were torn apart, revealing a rift. From the swirling clouds and mist stepped a man in white robes, immortal bearing and unyielding bones, striding forth high-spirited and confident. The 5 little dumplings lifted their heads and immediately rushed toward the man, their milky voices calling out, "Uncle." This man was none other than Zhao Gongming. Hearing the commotion outside, Yunxiao Fairy came walking over, her slender waist swaying under a veil of light, gauze every frown and smile enough to steal the colors from heaven and earth. "Elder brother," she called. Zhao Gongming crouched down and affectionately patted the heads of his 5 nieces, who could barely walk steadily before straightening and walking toward Yunxiao Fairy, his expression turning grave. "What has happened?" Yunxiao Fairy sensed something amiss. Zhao Gongming glanced toward the inner room. "Where is Changsheng?" Lu Changsheng emerged from the back courtyard, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried. "He, my esteemed brother-in-law, has come." Lu Changsheng brushed the dust from his clothes and explained, "I just caught a chicken. Tonight I'll make a beggar's chicken for you to try." Zhao Gongming drew in a heavy breath. The 3 realms were on the verge of a great upheaval and the shattering of chaos, yet this family was living as though playing at being carefree mortals. Alas, the investiture of the gods' tribulation is about to begin. When it erupts, the 3 realms will fall into chaos, and even chaos itself will shatter. I came here especially for this. Changsheng, right now you are merely a lowly earth immortal. Once the tribulation of the investiture of the gods begins, even saints will find it hard to escape unscathed. You must quickly come with me to seclude yourself in cultivation. I will go and beg our master Tongtian, and for Yunxiao's and my sake, ask him to take you as a disciple." Zhao Gongming was filled with anxiety. He greatly admired Lu Changsheng's literary grace and excellence, and had by chance become the matchmaker who brought him and Yunxiao together. Yet with the investiture of the gods' tribulation about to unfold, he feared that Lu Changsheng would be hard-pressed to escape catastrophe. Lu Changsheng looked at his deeply worried brother-in-law, walked over with a smile, and patted Zhao Gongming lightly. "Brother-in-law, you worry too much. Given my roots and cultivation talent, shutting myself away now would already be far too late." Lu Changsheng had always kept a low profile. Ever since he met Zhao Gongming, he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of an earth immortal. Yet as long as they did not leave the Qishui region, the tribulation of the investiture of the gods would be helpless against them. Unaware of the truth, Zhao Gongming's anger surged. "Changsheng, how can you be so lacking in ambition? Do you intend for my 5 nieces to lose their father and their mother? If you do not increase your cultivation, how will you protect your wife and daughters? Do you expect Yunxiao to protect both you and your children?" Zhao Gongming's emotions ran high at this moment. He was utterly disappointed in Lu Changsheng's attitude. He even began to feel that Yunxiao had entrusted herself to the wrong man. The 5 little dumplings looked up, half understanding, half confused, listening to their argument, their 5 pairs of dark, glistening eyes open wide. "No father, no mother." The 5 little dumplings only grasped these few key words and stood there in a daze. Lu Changsheng continued from Zhao Gongming's words, saying, "Brother-in-law, there is no need to worry. As long as we do not meddle in the investiture of the gods, and do not entangle ourselves in karmic cause and effect hiding here in these deep mountains by the river, nothing will befall us. Though his words were not without reason, who could know how terrifying the investiture of the gods would ultimately become? Zhao Gongming still could not set his mind at ease, but seeing that Changsheng could not be persuaded, he could only flick his sleeve and leave in a storm of anger. Yunxiao immediately hurried after him. Elder brother. But Zhao Gongming had already gone. Changsheng, however, did not mind. He slipped an arm around Yunxiao's shoulders and said, "Gently, my lady, I'll go catch a few more chickens for us." Yunxiao nodded and crouched down to look at the 5 little ones who were still in a daze. "How may you girls play here in the courtyard by yourselves, and do not run about recklessly? Mother will go and make something delicious for you." The 5 little ones nodded, then looked around again, only to find that Changsheng had already disappeared. Several key phrases surfaced simultaneously in their minds. No father. Were they going to lose their father? Where was father? When the eldest daughter Lu Aomei saw that their mother had already gone into the inner room, her mischievous eyes flashed as she turned to her 4 bewildered younger sisters. "We cannot be without father," she declared. The others echoed in their milky voices, "Big sister, take us to find father." Lu Aomei's chubby little face became extremely serious. Her eyes rolled once as she gave orders. "Ling Yue Sanyan, you two come with me. Chon'er and Eloy, you two are responsible for keeping mother occupied." As the eldest sister Lu Aomei laid out her plan flawlessly. Second sister Lu Lingwei and third sister Lu Sanyan looked at the toys scattered all over the courtyard, the ones they usually played with, and said in milky voices, "Take the things with us. We're going to find father." The little group casually grabbed their usual toys. A spear, a sword, a gourd, chufa, chufa. They cried, mispronouncing, set off in unison. The 3 little ones set out in grand fashion, stepping beyond the gates of the manor. In Dongxing Shenzhou Buzhou mountain stands. The mountain resounds with the harmonious calls of colorful phoenixes, is enveloped in celestial mists, and soars into the clouds, proudly dominating heaven, earth, and the 3 realms. Beneath a dense shroud of spiritual energy, exotic beasts leap about. As Changsheng, an uninvited guest, appears on Buzhou mountain, the nearby creatures, startled by his presence, scurry away in fright. Changsheng surveys his surroundings, his gaze falling on the exotic beasts in Buzhou mountain. With a subtle nod, he seems to have entered a grand menagerie, a wondrous animal world. Yet he remains uncertain which creatures would be best to capture for domestication. The gentle and benevolent Qilin appears acceptable, but the prideful, ever-flitting, colorful phoenix seems too much trouble. Changsheng shakes his head in mild disdain. Even the white tiger, though equally proud and fiercely spirited, might be tamed with effort. Changsheng roams throughout Buzhou mountain meticulously and patiently, making his selections. For each divine beast, a pair, a male and a female, is required to reproduce in abundance, thereby justifying their capture. Changsheng calculates this, his gaze now filled with a more scrutinizing appraisal. The divine beasts endowed with keen spirit sense Changsheng's ill intention and hastily depart. Meanwhile, 3 little ones play and frolic along the Qishui River until they reach the bank of the Jiuwan River. "Big sister," calls Lu Sanyan, who lurches forward from behind. "Big sister, why hasn't Dad been found yet? Has Dad truly abandoned us?" exclaims Lu Sanyan in his babyish tone, his chubby little face flushed pink from hurrying along. His large round eyes well up with tears, and upon hearing Lu Sanyan's plaintive tone, the other 2 children break into tears. Lu Lingwei has lost her dad. Lu Sanyan has lost his dad. Wah! The cries of the little ones pierce the heavens, and suddenly the Jiuwan River surges with wild roaring waves as they crash upon the banks. Suddenly a barefoot boy clad in red cloth with a steel collar around his neck bursts forth from the water. His emergence stirs a colossal wave rising 100 zhang high. Beneath him, he rides a massive dragon covered entirely in white scales. The towering waves relentlessly batter Lu Aomei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Sanyan. The 3 little ones who had been crying moments before now fixed their sharp, accusatory gazes upon the boy. This boy is none other than Nezha, the son of Li Jing of Shintangwen. "What mischief is this, you pesky child? Disturbing my challenge and muddling my focus." Nezha exclaims, gripping the dragon's reins with both hands, his demeanor arrogant and disdainful. The massive dragon strains to shake him off, but fails to dislodge Nezha. "Qianquan ring." Nezha bellows, immediately using the Qianquan ring to bind the white dragon's body, swiftly ending the confrontation. Then Nezha lands before the 3, casting a disdainful look at their waterlogged, disheveled forms. With raised brows and hands on his hips, he demands in a commanding tone, "Were you the ones crying just now?" Having just plunged Ao Bing into the depths, the subsequent cries nearly unsettled Nezha's spirit, almost allowing Ao Bing to break free. Now, upon seeing that the 3 are girls, Nezha's combative nature flares with envy. Fury wells up within him. You insolent wretch, having drenched us in water, you'd better apologize. And how dare you remain so arrogant? Lu Aomei's chubby, baby-fleshed face trembles with anger. Nezha, noting that these girls are merely ordinary mortals whose cries could unsettle him, so finds his murderous intent suddenly welling up. In an instant before any response can be given, Nezha flings the Hunyuan Ling toward them, its oppressive aura swiftly enveloping the three girls. Instantly, Lu Lingyue furrows her brows, draws her sword, and strikes with a single blow. A rift in the void is pierced, releasing a sharp radiance that tears through the firmament and soars into the heavens. In that very moment, the Jiuwan River appears, halved as colossal, turbulent waves surge on either side. The sword energy plunges straight into the realm of the Donghai Dragon King, cleaving half of the Crystal Palace and making the entire Dragon Palace tremble violently. Above in the heavenly court, that piercing, dazzling sword energy catches the attention of the Jade Emperor. Such formidable sword energy, he exclaims, Taiyi, hurry and find out what is unfolding in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the Jiuwan River's surging waves, as if triggered by an earthquake, cause the Crystal Palace of the Dragon Realm to collapse entirely. The old Dragon King staggers out in a desperate escape. What has happened? The Crystal Palace. How can it collapse? The Dragon King, bewildered and enraged, exclaims, while across the river, sword energies crisscross and radiant blades erupt. The Hunyuan Ling transforms into nothing more than a tattered scrap of cloth, falling lifelessly to the ground. Nearby, Nezha, still reeling from the earlier fearsome sword energy, is visibly shaken. Curses! They have ruined my Hunyuan Ling. Nezha's eyes blaze blood-red, his entire body emanating a demonic aura as he stands atop the windfire wheels and brandishes his fire-tipped spear. I will kill you. You insolent child, how can you harbor so much murderous intent? Lu Sanyan, with a haughty expression, glares at Nezha in clear disdain. Unable to contain herself, she shakes the small gourd in her hand, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. Just as Nezha gathers the energy for a fatal move, Lu Sanyan simultaneously hurls the gourd towards him. Bang! Before Nezha can react, his flesh is shattered by the impact of the gourd, and his primordial spirit dashes swiftly toward the underworld. The waters of the Jiuwan River soar to 1,000 zhang in shock. Boom, boom, the entire Dragon Palace is utterly destroyed and flattened. The old Dragon King mutters, Xinyuan Mountain Jingguan Cave. Taiyi Jinren suddenly opens his eyes, his pupils contracting in shock, and exclaims, Is Nezha dead? The expression of Taiyi Jinren changed drastically as he extended his finger to deduce. Strangely, he was unable to predict any information regarding Nezha. The heavenly secrets were shrouded in chaos. With the sealing of the gods imminent, Nezha was a key figure. At this moment, before the sealing officially began, how could the crucial figure already be dead? Taiyi Jinren hurriedly flew towards Changsheng Pass. The sky above the Jiuwan River finally returned to calm, yet numerous sword energies still enveloped the water's surface. The Dragon Palace was shaken by the residual sword energy and dared not reveal itself for a long time. The old Dragon King felt like crying without tears. Lu Sanyan retracted the gourd, a smile revealing on her chubby little face, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's quiet. That person just now was so fierce, so annoying. Lu Lingyue and Lu Aomei nodded in agreement. Nearby, Ao Bing's eyes suddenly shrank to pinprick size upon seeing the gourd in Lu Sanyan's hand. This red gourd looks so familiar. Nezha is a disciple of Taiyi Jinren. His movement technique is remarkable, and his magical powers are boundless. The Hunyuan Silk and the Qianquan Circle are the treasured artifacts of the Golden Light Cave. How could they be shattered by a mere gourd? Could this possibly be the Jiujiu Sanhun Red Gourd? Is this the Crimson Gourd, one of the 7 gourds forged from the primordial spiritual roots born from chaos? This Crimson Gourd, also known as the Jiujiu Sanhun Red Gourd, can lead to one's demise. It is the very first red cloud in the universe after the creation of heaven and earth, the signature artifact of the Red Cloud ancestor. How could it be in the hands of a little girl? Ao Bing felt his head buzzing tightly, curling into a ball, already scared out of his wits by these 3 little girls. This girl is definitely not simple. The Dragon Palace is much safer. Ao Bing wanted to sneak away. However, the 3 little meat buns had already surrounded him. The 3 stood with their hands on their hips, looking down at the shrunken dragon lying on the ground with expressions of confusion. Sister, what is this? Little Lu Lingyue asked in a baby voice, poking Ao Bing with her hand. Ao Bing, don't come over. Ao Bing's heart was on the verge of collapse. Little Lu Sanyan directly reached out and grabbed Ao Bing's dragon tail. It should be a fish. Lu Aomei nodded in agreement. Let's take it home and have mother cook us sweet and sour fish. The 3 little ones vigorously nodded. Ao Bing trembled in fear, desperately trying to cast spells to escape immediately. Yet strangely, he couldn't unleash any of his magical powers. Upon looking again, he discovered several ropes had been added to his body. These ropes were none other than the dragon binding ropes. Ao Bing. How could these little girls have dragon binding ropes? Sanyan, use your bag to put this fish in, Lu Aomei instructed. Lu Sanyan then stuffed Ao Bing into a cloth bag, completely concealing his presence. Let's continue looking for father, Lu Lingwei urged. Rough hair, rough hair. Over Chintang Pass, Taiyi Zhenren was filled with thunderous rage. He could sense a trace of Nezha's residual aura nearby the Jiuwan River. Who on earth dared to disrupt the grand plan of sealing the gods? Moreover, Nezha was the one he had chosen to block the deadly tribulations for him. With the sealing of the gods yet to commence, if Nezha had died, Taiyi Zhenren would not escape the fatal calamity. At this moment, Taiyi was filled with rage. A powerful aura of authority slowly descended from the sky. Finally, Taiyi fixed his gaze on the three little girls near the Jiuwan River. The Jiuwan River was in disarray, clearly having just experienced a great battle. How could there be three little girls here? It was strange. Taiyi Zhenren, filled with anger, swiftly flew to the side of these three little girls. Could it be that they were transformed by demons? No. Taiyi suddenly spotted the Qianquan circle in Lu Sanyan's hand and the wind and fire wheel beneath Lu Aomei's feet. Taiyi was enraged. Nezha's death was undoubtedly related to them. He decided to take them down first. Without further ado, Taiyi directly offered the 9 dragons divine fire cover. 9 golden dragons coiled atop a small cauldron covered in dense runes, and upon striking they expanded to 100 zhang flames bursting forth. The flying dragons breathed fire. The flames surged high. The 9 fire dragons soared into the sky from the cauldron, unleashing the true fire of Samadhi. Lu Lingwei frowned, turning around instantly, her tender voice bursting with anger. Be careful. Someone is attacking again. Lu Lingwei reacted quickly, swinging her sword in a slash. The sword light erupted, and the surrounding void seemed to be instantly shattered by the sword light. A blade of incomparably powerful sword energy was released from the sword blade, sweeping out for thousands of miles, effortlessly cleaving apart everything in its path. On the other side of Mount Buzhou, Lu Changsheng had originally been wondering about selecting a few good spirit beasts to raise. Suddenly a loud rumble echoed. Boom. After the tremendous sound, Lu Changsheng felt a chill up his back. Turning around, he saw a corner of Mount Buzhou had been sliced away. Lu Changsheng. Isn't this the grass-extinguishing sword technique? Upon deduction, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched. These 3 little ones actually snuck out and killed Nezha. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng swiftly made his way there. Jiuwan River. The river water surged again, and the riverbed directly cracked open, a huge fissure stretching for thousands of miles directly leading into the East Sea. The seawater continuously poured into the fissure, forming an incredibly powerful underwater vortex. Some fish and shrimp demons were even directly sucked into it. The Dragon Palace was in chaos. On the bank of Jiuwan River, the overwhelming battle intent suppressed the numerous demons for miles around. Lu Lingwei had not put down her sword yet, and another sword flew up. So it's an old man. Dare to bully us. We'll kill you. Lu Lingwei jumped up, her sword energy sweeping across the miles, unstoppable. Taiyi Zhenren's pupils trembled as he helplessly watched the flying 9 dragons' divine fire cover being cleaved into a pile of scrap iron. The sword energy rushed toward his divine body, carrying the force to tear apart chaos. Taiyi Zhenren sensed that something was wrong, drenched in cold sweat. Boom. The sword energy rapidly approached. Taiyi Zhenren's physical body was destroyed, and his primordial spirit shattered. Before dissipating, he looked in disbelief at the 3 exceptionally tender little girls before him, especially the sword in Lu Lingyu's hand. Damn, is this a wooden sword? Yet in Taiyi Zhenren's eyes, this sword was indeed an ordinary wooden sword. No way. The terrifying aura released by this sword energy was clearly the Dao Slaying Sword. It was one of the 4 swords formed by 3 of the 38 strands of primordial purple energy, after Pangu opened up the heavens mixed with the chaos sword essence. It was unparalleled in attack, capable of breaking through the existence of the Linglong Pagoda and the Eastern Emperor Bell. This killing intent broke through the sky and pierced into the underworld. It was indeed the slaying immortal's sword. Taiyi Zhenren fell into the underworld with resentment. An immortal perished. On Hunyuan Mountain in the golden light cave, the golden cloud boy suddenly opened his eyes, his expression sorrowful, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Master is actually dead. Just a moment ago, how could such a huge change occur? The golden cloud boy did not have time to ponder and quickly headed for Yushu Palace. By the banks of Jiuwan River, Lu Lingyue picked up the 9-dragon divine fire veil from the ground and examined it closely. Elder sister, this seems incredibly powerful. Let's put it in the bag too, Lu Sanyi added, leaning in eagerly. And so they gathered Nezha's tattered heaven-confounding ribbon, the Qinquan ring, the fiery-tipped spear, and Taiyi Zhenren's 9-dragon divine fire veil, and placed them all into the sack. The little ones continued onward. I never imagined the outside world would be so much fun. Lu Senani, he chirped, swinging the sack merrily. But people out here are so mean. They're always scowling and shouting. Lu Linghua frowned. Lu Aomei, holding her two younger sisters' soft little hands, replied warily. Then we must be even more cautious. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng soared from Buzhou Mountain toward Chintang Pass, each step spanning 1,000 li. Hovering amid the clouds, he instantly spotted the three girls below. His expression was grave, his face deeply troubled. He descended swiftly. Aomei, Linghua, Sanani. The three turned at once, eyes lighting up, arms flung wide, upon recognizing him. Father! It's Father! We found Father! Still unsteady on their feet, they dashed toward him, stumbling with joyful haste. Lu Changsheng's heart softened instantly, his reproach dissolved before it could escape his lips. How did you slip out? He asked, unable to suppress a furrowed brow. Lu Senai wore an air of solemn maturity as she declared sweetly, Don't worry about us, Father. We're big girls now. We can protect ourselves. Yes, Father. All three nodded proudly in unison. Lu Changsheng fell silent, speechless, utterly undone. Indeed, these three had an uncanny self-awareness. No one could possibly harm them. Yet what truly haunted Lu Changsheng was the fear that they might harm others. But it was already too late. Lu Changsheng swept them all into his arms and declared at once, You've caused trouble. This place is no longer safe. In the blink of an eye, he whisked them back to the manor. Smoke curled gently from the kitchen chimneys. His fourth daughter, Lu Chan, sat on the ground, rolling a luminous pearl in her palm. His youngest, Lu Yi, dangled a tiny pagoda-shaped pendant from her neck, turning it over curiously. Both girls played quietly in the courtyard, until the commotion drew their gaze, and their faces lit up with delight. Father's home. Both toddlers sprinted toward him. From now on, none of you may ever sneak out again. Do you understand? Lu Changsheng fixed his 5 daughters with a stern gaze. They nodded dutifully, though the promise would vanish from their minds before long. Lu Senai unslung the sack and upended it onto the ground with a cascade of soft clinks, revealing the scattered treasures within. Look, these are our spoils of today. And this, we caught a fish, she announced, beaming with pride. Lu Changsheng, standing nearby, felt a sharp throb behind his temples. A fish, is that? Ao Bing, third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Oblivious, the girls clamored, Father, we want to eat the fish. Lu Changsheng sighed helplessly. Since he's already here, let's just keep him. A mere dragon, hardly worth troubling over. Yet, Nezha had been slain, and Taiyi too. The Jade Void Palace, the Yusu Palace, Nuwa Palace, and even the Celestial Court would take notice. This was no minor transgression. It was a cataclysmic breach. Lu Changsheng peered closer. Was that truly the 9-dragon divine fire veil? Had Taiyi really betrayed them? He covered his face with one hand. In just a brief foray beyond the gates, these 3 little ones had eliminated 2 pivotal figures. With the investiture of the gods, imminent chaos across the 3 realms loomed inevitable. Lu Changsheng looked down at his 5 innocent daughters, gleefully absorbed in play, and felt a fresh wave of despair. Have you all remembered Father's words? No more sneaking out. Do you understand? They mumbled incoherently. Yes, Father. Lu Changsheng shook his head, resigned. Then silently, and without fanfare, he reinforced the manor's protective barrier with countless layers of esoteric Taoist arts, and wove in intricate mechanical wards, to ensure they could never slip away again. Once complete, he lifted the fish by its tail and strode toward the rear courtyard. Yusu Palace. Atop Kunlun Mountain upon the Qilan Cliff, spiritual energy thick as mist, radiant auroras flooding the sky. Blossoms bloomed luxuriantly along the cliff's edge, ancient pines stood tall and serene, exuding timeless grace. Yunxiao Tongzi knelt before the palace gates, grief-stricken, pleading repeatedly, Disciple of Taiyi, I beg audience with Yuanshi Tianzuan. Golden Taoist sigils shimmered over the palace entrance. Yuanshi Tianzuan was in deep seclusion. Moments later, the golden radiance dissolved entirely and Yuanshi Tianzuan emerged, his countenance, severe, eyes blazing with wrath. I am aware of Taiyi's demise. Go swiftly to Laozi's palace of supreme clarity and request 2 9-fold transmutation golden elixirs. His voice resonated low and heavy. Your disciple obeys. Yunxiao Tongzi departed immediately for the palace of supreme clarity. Only after he vanished did Yuanshi Tianzuan's stern visage falter, astonishment breaking through, shattering his composure entirely. Who dares interfere with the investiture of the gods? In a single day, Nezha and Taiyi both fallen. Before emerging, Yuanshi Tianzuan had attempted divination, but the celestial mechanism had dissolved into utter obscurity, yielding no answers. This event defied reason, sudden, inexplicable, staggering. It left all 3 teachings reeling, utterly unprepared. Meanwhile, at the Palace of Supreme Clarity, upon Yunxiao Tongzi's arrival, Laozi, still in meditation, immediately since the calamity. Nezha is dead. Taiyi Jinren followed soon after. Word reached Tongtian Jiaozhu in Bo Palace where he too sat in seclusion. Receiving Laozi's transmission, Tongtian Jiaozhu snapped open his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Who dared strike during the investiture? Was this not sheer audacity, brazenly crashing the divine order? At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, 3 streaks of flowing light cut through the air, exuding a heavy aura unmatched in sharpness. One had silver hair and youthful features holding a 90-year pagoda, while another had black hair like a waterfall appearing middle-aged with a stern expression. The last was cloaked in a long sword radiating an air of arrogance. These 3 were none other than Yuan Shi Tianzun Taishang Lao Jun and Tongtian Jiaozhu. At this moment their faces were as solemn as water. Taishang Lao Jun's expression was grave as he produced 2 9-turn golden cores. I have gone to resurrect Nezha and Taiyi Jinren. Yuan Shi Tianzun took a deep breath, his aura flowing between his brows, nodding and saying, Tong Tian, you must send disciples to quickly investigate the truth. I will first report to the palace of Nuwa. After the 3 pure ones made all arrangements, they vanished into the horizon carrying miles of purple clouds. In the Underworld, a place that governs the lives of all beings. On the road to the Yellow Springs, countless souls drifted expressionlessly, slowly flowing in one direction under the urging of the ghostly messengers. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? The ghostly messenger shouted harshly, swinging the soul-restraining chain at those souls. In an instant, a cacophony of wails filled the air. Suddenly, a blinding light rushed towards the Yellow Springs. The numerous ghosts and ghostly messengers were all shaken by this golden light, which was filled with the essence of the Tao and possessed formidable power. Upon arriving in the Underworld, Taishang Lao Jun's saintly pressure instantly enveloped the 18 layers of hell. Each layer's king, Yin, was already aware of Taishang Lao Jun's presence and was trembling in fear. On Mengpa Bridge, an elderly figure who was serving Mengpa soup to the souls slowly slowed down his actions. Mengpa was one of the incarnations of the goddess Ping Xian. The goddess Ping Xian had long sensed it, and suddenly raised her eyes to look in the direction of Taishang Lao Jun. I did not know that Taishang Lao Jun has come here. What is the purpose of your visit? The sealing of the gods is imminent, and 2 key figures have been killed. I have come specifically to ask the goddess Ping Xian to hand over Nezha and Taiyi Jinren. In the Underworld, the souls all trembled due to the endless Tao essence radiating from Taishang Lao Jun. The terrifying majesty of the saint caused the Underworld to tremble. The goddess Ping Xian naturally knew about the sealing of the gods and did not wish to get involved. Do not worry, old Jun. Nezha and Taiyi Jinren have not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation. Before the goddess Ping Xian even showed herself, she had already sent the souls of Nezha and Taiyi Jinren before Taishang Lao Jun. Thank you. After Taishang Lao Jun expressed his gratitude, he swiftly left the Underworld with the souls. In a rush, he returned to the skies above Chintang Pass. Taishang Lao Jun inserted the 9-turn golden core into Nezha's body, and ultimately, he had to reinsert it into Yunfu's body. To synchronize the timeline, he had to shorten Yunfu's pregnancy period. Meanwhile, near the Jiuwan River by Chintang Pass, Tongtian Jiaozhu sent disciple Zhao Gongming to investigate the incident of Nezha and Taiyi Jinren's fall. Zhao Gongming searched for clues around Jiuwan River, but found no information whatsoever. How strange. Which powerful being seeks to thwart the sealing of the gods? This was the result agreed upon by Hongjun Laozu and the 3 teachings. As Zhao Gongming wandered near Jiuwan River, he had not a single clue. Even the 3 pure ones could not deduce it, so how could he uncover it? Just as Zhao Gongming was frowning in distress, the waters of Jiuwan River suddenly surged. The Dragon King of the East Sea emerged from the water accompanied by a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals looking thoroughly vexed. Once the waters calmed, the old Dragon King finally emerged, having been stifled for quite some time. He watched helplessly as Nezha and Taiyi Jinren were successively killed. Afterward, the entire Dragon Palace was shaken to pieces, and the 3rd Prince Ao Bing was nowhere to be found. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea felt very wronged, very scared. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming, the Dragon King wore a bitter expression and clasped his hands, saying, Zhao Daolang, do you know that a shocking tragedy has just occurred in Jiuwan River? My son has disappeared, and the Dragon Palace has collapsed. Is there no one to take charge? The Dragon King nearly cried. Being a Dragon King was truly too stifling. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming immediately asked, I am ordered by Tongtian Jiaozhu to investigate this case. Can you see the appearance of the culprit? The Dragon King shook his head helplessly. I only heard the voices of several girls and did not see their appearances. Zhao Gongming momentarily fell into a trance. Girls, who in the 3 realms could possibly kill Taiyi Jinren and slay Nezha in an instant? The Dragon King also felt confused. By rights, there should be no such formidable figures in the three realms. Could you make out what they said? The Dragon King shook his head again. Jiuwan River is the estuary of the East. See, it's hard to hear clearly. I truly did not catch what they said. Zhao Gongming sighed, and could only return to Baiyu Palace to report. With no leads, they could only leave it unsettled. A few days later, Nezha was reborn once again. Taishang Lao Jun used elixirs to help Nezha grow rapidly in order to adhere to the timeline. However, Ao Bing was missing. At the banks of the Qishui River, within a manor protected by Dao techniques, Lu Changsheng stared thoughtfully at Ao Bing, who was desperately pleading for help from within the water tank. Great power, spare my life. I am the third Prince Ao Bing of the East, see not some fish. Lu Changsheng could easily see through Ao Bing's true form. Spare your life. You are already doomed to die. Even if my daughter does not capture you, Nezha will flay your skin and strip your muscles. Ao Bing trembled in fear, repeatedly begging for mercy. As long as the great power spares my life, I can agree to any condition. Ao Bing was completely frightened by this family losing the dignity of the Dragon Clan's third prince. Lu Changsheng glanced at Ao Bing indifferently. Really, any condition? Ao Bing nodded earnestly. Lu Changsheng focused his mind and slowly spoke. Our family really enjoys seafood. From now on, you will be responsible for supplying seafood. Ao Bing was immediately petrified. He, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, was actually expected to become a fisherman. However, being a fisherman in this manor might not be such a bad choice. Since Ao Bing arrived at this manor, he has been astounded by the endless principles of Tao contained within. His dragon heart was nearly frightened out of him. In this primordial world, there actually existed such a realm that was completely undetected by the heavenly Tao. Especially thinking about those three girls who brought him back. Just the thought of it made him tremble. Ao Bing accepted. A fisherman it is. Ao Bing immediately adjusted his attitude and respectfully found his place. Yes, master. Lu Changsheng nodded and gently pointed at the water tank. A golden light appeared, and Ao Bing in the water tank transformed back into human form. Ao Bing quickly bowed and clasped his hands humbly, saying, "Thank you, master. Since you have become a servant of this manor, you are now mine. I bestow upon you a treasure to aid you in fishing at sea." Lu Changsheng casually conjured a radiant pearl bracelet in his palm. The bracelet consisted of 24 pearls strung together, each plump and crystal clear, a deep red translucence. Each pearl was engraved with golden runes exuding a profound aura. Vaguely boundless magical power flowed, and the spiritual energy intertwined between each pearl. "Take it." Lu Changsheng casually tossed the bracelet towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing hurriedly caught it. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the sea-stabilizing pearl? Ao Bing was somewhat in disbelief. This single pearl could dazzle the enemy's spiritual senses, its power immense, comparable to the might of the four seas. And now with 24 of them strung together, how formidable would that be? This was a congenital spiritual treasure, just given away so casually. Ao Bing's divine sense probed its mysteries, wanting to refine it. But as soon as he probed, he sensed something very unusual about the pearl. A vast chaotic power was concealed within 3,000 principles, continuously evolving, with laws changing within each translucent pearl. The energy it emitted far exceeded that of a congenital spiritual treasure. This was not the sea-stabilizing pearl. This was a chaotic spiritual treasure. Ao Bing was stunned. A chaotic spiritual treasure. Even the current saints have never possessed such a thing. Ao Bing was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Master, what kind of treasure is this pearl? Why does it resemble the sea-stabilizing pearl so much?" Lu Changsheng replied indifferently, "How could I possibly use trash like the sea-stabilizing pearl? This is the chaotic destruction pearl. One can enter the world and deal with saints. You have 24 of them, so take your time refining them." Ao Bing's heart was in turmoil. How on earth did the master obtain such a powerful treasure? Lu Changsheng didn't elaborate further, and Ao Bing had no choice but to carefully store it. After all, everything in this manor appeared to be mundane, but each item, when taken out, could shock the heavens and the earth. He personally witnessed a girl wielding a wooden sword directly smashing apart the 9 dragons' divine fire cover of Taiyi, turning it into scrap metal. It seemed that wooden sword was not as simple as it appeared. Everything happened too quickly at that moment, and he didn't have the time or courage to probe with his divine sense. Ao Bing thought to himself, staying here was not bad. Following a mysterious master and latching onto such a powerful benefactor, why not enjoy it? At the Yushu Palace, Yuan Tianzuan had finally managed to reconstruct Taiyi Zhenren's physical body and resurrect him. A thick cocoon broke open and Taiyi Zhenren walked out from the celestial mist. "Master." Taiyi Zhenren looked ashamed. "I was careless." Yuan Tianzuan's expression darkened as he waved his hand, saying, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Even I cannot deduce the cause and effect of this." Taiyi Zhenren couldn't help but frowned, recalling how he met his tragic end at the hands of 3 girls. His anger erupted, and killing intent surged. Master, have those 3 girls been found? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned, thinking he had misheard. Girls. You were killed by 3 girls. Yuanshi Tianzan's eye twitched as he looked at Taiyi Zhenren's expression as if he were looking at a fool. Taiyi Zhenren felt ashamed, stating solemnly, Master, those 3 girls are not simple. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned and said, Tongtian has already sent disciples to search, but I do not trust Zhejiao. You go investigate yourself. Understood. Taiyi Zhenren quickly responded. Before that, you should make a trip to Bo Palace and see how their investigation is going. Yes. Taiyi Zhenren's expression was serious as he quickly departed. At Bo Palace, Zhao Gongming was explaining the situation to Tongtian. At that moment, Taiyi Zhenren rushed in. Disciple pays respects to the little master uncle. Taiyi Zhenren's expression was filled with indignation. Tongtian nodded, slightly frowning, and asking Taiyi, do you remember what the person who killed you looked like? Taiyi Zhenren would naturally not forget and nodded seriously. Then he conjured brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, quickly sketching 3 pictures on a large piece of rice paper. Master uncle, it is these 3 girls. The rice paper floated in the air, and the images of the 3 girls vividly appeared. Zhao Gongming squinted and leaned closer to look. These. How do these 3 girls look so much like my 3 nieces? Zhao Gongming's head buzzed. Those little braids, that style? Especially the things they were holding. A wooden sword. A spear. A gourd. Aren't these the toys of those 3 little nieces? At this moment, Zhao Gongming's expression suddenly changed, cold sweat pouring down. Taiyi Zhenren was furious. He, the dignified Kunlun 12 Golden Immortals, was defeated by a few girls. He had to regain his face. Master uncle, as long as we find these 3 girls, we can completely eliminate them. Taiyi Zhenren was ruthless, showing no hesitation. Zhao Gongming had long since drifted off and thought his expression tense, a head full of questions. Tongtian, however, shook his head, saying, our 3 pure ones have already calculated. There are no such powerful girls within the primordial world as you described. Moreover, with the opening of the function, the heavenly secrets have been obscured, and I cannot deduce any information. Tongtian naturally did not take the matter of the Chan teaching disciples seriously. It was just a formality. Upon hearing this news, Taiyi Zhenren was extremely unwilling. Even so, those 3 girls are disrupting the function. Please, master uncle, send out disciples. Help me out. The Taoist master Taiyi sensed the indifference of the Tongtian patriarch and felt it was inappropriate to request anything further. After being in a daze for a long time, Zhao Gongming finally regained his composure and said with a complex expression, Master, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will definitely find these 3 individuals. The Tongtian patriarch's expression remained calm as he waved his hand, signaling them to leave. If someone were truly to impede the sealing of the gods, it would naturally be the best scenario for Tongtian. On that day, he was forced to sign the list of gods by the joint efforts of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, the Primordial Lord, and the 2 saints from the West. Almost all of his disciples from the Jie sect were listed. Tongtian had been plotted against by them. How could he not harbor resentment? Although he was supposed to follow the instructions of Hongjun Laozu and cooperate with the sealing of the gods, it was clear that someone was deliberately causing trouble, and Tongtian naturally did not mind adding fuel to the fire. Dark waves surged in Tongshan's eyes. At that moment, Zhao Gongming and the Taoist master Taiyi had already exited the Bo Palace. Zhao Gongming wore a dry smile and cupped his hand, saying, Taoist master Taiyi, finding 3 young girls is no easy task. Nezha has already been revived, and the sealing of the gods is on the agenda. For finding these 3 young girls, we should split up and take action. The Taoist master Taiyi helplessly nodded, saying, then I shall trouble you. After speaking, he transformed into a beam of white light and swiftly flew toward the Jiuwan River. The Jie sect and the Chan sect had always been archenemies, and usually the disciples were merely putting on a facade of harmony. Moreover, the image depicted clearly showed Zhao Gongming's 3 nieces. Zhao Gongming naturally favored his family. However, the urgent matter was to immediately return to the banks of the Qishui River and clarify the situation. In the garden, Lu Changsheng and the fairy Yunxiao were in a passionate moment. 5 young girls sat in the front yard playing with the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk that they snatched from Nezha. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the front yard. Bang! The entire garden shook 3 times. Lu Changsheng hurried to the front yard and saw that the little ones had blown 2 large holes in the courtyard. The cracks on the ground stretched for miles. Lu Ao and Lu Lingwei were clapping their hands in delight, excitement written all over their faces as they cheered in childish voices. Hooray! 3rd sister is amazing. Lu Changsheng frowned. These 5 little ones were simply born to be troublemakers. At the same time, as soon as Zhao Gongming arrived at the banks of the Qishui River, he felt the ground shake violently. Soon after, a wide fissure at least 2 feet across rapidly opened up beneath his feet. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming broke into a sweat, and his unease grew stronger. He quickened his pace, swiftly breaking through the magical barrier outside the garden and stepping inside. Just as he reached the entrance of the garden, Zhao Gongming heard the sounds of chasing and scuffling from within. Chon'er, Sanyan, Iluo, stop messing around. Quickly put those things away. Lu Changsheng was at his wits' end. It was becoming increasingly difficult to manage the 5 little ones. The little ones were tossing around Nezha's Hunyuan circle, the repaired courtyard walls, potted plants, rockeries, fruit trees, and even the roof beams were all completely destroyed. Bang! Boom! Huh! So amazing! The third daughter Lu Xinyin waved the Hunyuan circle, having the time of her life. The fourth daughter Lu Chan swung the Hunyuan silk back and forth, her magical power radiating, displaying immense power. The youngest Lu Iluo flew around on the wind and fire wheels. The front yard had completely turned into a disaster zone. Lu Changsheng. Zhao Gongming pushed the door open and saw the chaos within the courtyard. Dust flying, stones scattered in gaping holes, and was left speechless. Especially when he saw the magical treasures in the hands of the little girls, he still couldn't accept the reality. Uncle! Uncle! As soon as the 5 young girls saw Zhao Gongming, they immediately dropped the magical treasures in their hands and rushed towards him, their innocent laughter ringing like silver bells. At this moment, Zhao Gongming was filled with tears of frustration. He forced a smile to comfort his several nieces before turning to Lu Changsheng, his expression changing. Changsheng, come here. I have something to ask you. Lu Changsheng smiled knowingly and replied, why the serious expression, my brother-in-law? Although Nezha and the Taoist master Taiyi were killed, they have already been revived, haven't they? Moreover, this is a good thing for the Jia sect. Zhao Gongming, seeing that Lu Changsheng was not taking it seriously at all, was even more enraged. You can still laugh? How can you be a father like this? Now the Chan sect, the Ren sect, the heavenly court, and various forces are all looking for them. Having committed such a grave mistake and touched the karma of the sealing of the gods, Zhao Gongming was so furious that he couldn't complete a coherent sentence. Lu Changsheng naturally understood that Zhao Gongming was worried about his nieces and reassured him, saying, this matter is indeed wrong. Rest assured, I won't let them run out again. As long as they don't go out, nothing will happen. Moreover, even if they did go out, the ones who would be in trouble would be others. On this point, Lu Changsheng was still not to be worried about. The ones to worry about should be the people outside. Zhao Gongming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. Tell me, how did they manage to do this? Lu Changsheng chuckled awkwardly and had no choice but to come clean. Actually, your 5 nieces are quasi-saints. Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming's legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse. What kind of joke was this? These little girls who could barely walk are quasi-saints. This was too much of an exaggeration. Zhao Gongming watched the few innocent little ones playing with the Qiankuan circle, the mysterious tapestry, and the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. At this moment, his expression gradually turned to stone. He instinctively took a step back, scrutinizing Lu Changsheng closely. Ever since he met Lu Changsheng, although this fellow spoke incessantly about philosophical principles, poetry, ideals, and life, he had never uttered a falsehood. Combined with the innocent and harmless appearance of these little meatballs, they had turned the entire estate into a disaster scene. Moreover, the fire spear in hand, the wind fire wheel beneath his feet, and the 9 dragons' divine fire cover all revealed an undeniable truth to Zhao Gongming. Nezha and Taiyi were killed by these little meatballs. If they weren't of quasi-saint cultivation, how could they achieve this? Zhao Gongming. But how could Lu Changsheng, whose cultivation was only that of an earth immortal, produce 5 daughters of quasi-saint level? This is too outrageous. Could it be? After a moment of petrification, Zhao Gongming looked at Lu Changsheng with a complex expression. Lu Changsheng, feeling the intense gaze from Zhao Gongming, he felt a chill in his heart. What kind of gaze is this? Sympathy? Pity? He must be mistaken. Changsheng, you. Zhao Gongming stepped forward and patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder to offer comfort. What nonsense. Lu Changsheng pushed Zhao Gongming's hand away and said seriously, I won't hide it from you anymore. I am actually a primordial chaos grand immortal. Zhao Gongming. It was clear that he did not believe him. I had sealed the quasi-saint cultivation of these little ones, but now that it has been exposed, there is no need to hide it any longer. After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, unleashing his magical power, and golden light filled the sky. 5 seals appeared within the little ones' bodies, which Lu Changsheng then absorbed back. With the seals lifted, the quasi-saint cultivation erupted from within. The entire estate seemed to be struck by a surging wave of power. Zhao Gongming lost his balance and was knocked to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, sustaining internal injuries. He hurriedly got up, wiped away the blood, and felt somewhat incredulous. His niece is a quasi-saint. 5 quasi-saints in one family. And this overwhelming power is even that of peak quasi-saint level. If this gets out, it would be an unbelievable boast. At that moment, Yunxiao fairy sensed the commotion and immediately ran out of the house looking flustered. What happened? She thought it was her 5 daughters causing trouble and a croissant coming to hunt them down. But when she reached the front yard and saw the 5 little ones radiating an incomparably vast croissant peak aura, this pressure made Yunxiao fairy as their mother tremble involuntarily. Yunxiao fairy was stunned. What on earth is happening? She had only taken a nap inside, and when she woke up her daughters had all become croissants. Changsheng approached with a smile, ready to confess to Yunxiao fairy. You are a primordial chaos, grand immortal. Our daughters are croissants. Yunxiao fairy couldn't accept it for a moment. Changsheng nodded with a smile. The current situation left no room for disbelief. But Zhao Gongming remained worried. The 3 pure ones are all saints. They had just killed Nezha and Taiyi, causing chaos across the 3 realms, with many factions pursuing and blocking them, searching the vast wilderness for the culprits. If the 3 pure ones insist on pursuing this, the consequences would surely be dire. Even if Changsheng is a saint, can he handle so many saints at once? Zhao Gongming was thoroughly disoriented. Changsheng beside him patted Zhao Gongming's shoulder, comforting him. Big brother-in-law, there's no need to worry. As long as they don't go out, everything will be fine. Zhao Gongming took a deep breath, his thoughts complex, as he said, in that case, return the mysterious tapestry, the fire spear, the Qiankuan circle, and the wind fire wheel. And the 9 dragons, divine fire cover from Taiyi. I need to explain this too. Changsheng quickly looked at his daughters and said helplessly, you better talk to them. Zhao Gongming. As he took a deep breath and looked at his 5 nieces again, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. These are croissants. Zhao Gongming couldn't help but squat down, waving at them. Almei, Lingyue, and Sanyan. Come here for a moment. The 3 little ones, having a grand time, looked up with puzzled faces. Uncle, what's the matter? Seeing them approach, Zhao Gongming felt the weight of the croissant authority and pressure, breaking into a cold sweat. Uncle would like to ask you for a favor. Return the things you took from outside, all right? The 3 little ones pouted, their faces full of dissatisfaction. Why? No way. Yeah, this is our loot. Zhao Gongming smiled bitterly. These 3 really are domineering. What will happen when they grow up? Zhao Gongming explained, if you don't return them, the trouble you've caused will probably not be so easily resolved. Lu Aomei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Sanyan exchanged glances, their round eyes expressing discontent. Their little brows furrowed even tighter. Lu Aomei was the first to lose her temper, her voice sweet, yet filled with grievance. We were just looking for Daddy, and they attacked us first. Exactly. Are we supposed to just let others bully us without fighting back? Who knew they were so weak? Zhao Gongming felt even more embarrassed hearing this. Lu Sanyan pouted and said, big sister and second sister only exchanged a few blows, and they died. We didn't expect them to be so fragile. Lu Sanyan let out a long sigh, wrapping her chubby arms around herself with a helpless expression utterly adorable. Zhao Gongming inhaled sharply. How could he blame the other party for being too weak after inadvertently causing a death? He truly could not believe that such words came from the mouths of these 3-year-old girls. No matter what, you have expressed your anger, but you must return these magical artifacts. Zhao Gongming was still trying to persuade them. However, Lu Aomei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Sanyan stubbornly refused to hand them over, no matter how he pleaded. They were the ones who bullied us first. Why should we return them? Exactly. We won't return them. We are not to be trifled with. Seeing this situation, Zhao Gongming could only adopt a stern demeanor, furrowing his brow as he sternly said, you are being unreasonable. You have already committed an unforgivable crime by causing someone's death. These few girls were, after all, still children at heart. Zhao Gongming's words on behalf of outsiders instantly displeased them. Moreover, he had never scolded them before. He had always pampered them. Suddenly speaking up for outsiders, especially those who bullied them, made them feel angry and despondent, with tears streaming down their faces. Lu Aomei was the first to get angry, crying loudly with her baby teeth, showing, I hate Uncle. Lu Lingyue and the others immediately began to cry as well. Uncle doesn't like Lingyue anymore. Uncle is helping the bad guys. Walk. The cries of these little ones were heart-wrenching. Zhao Gongming found himself at a loss. Watching them busy wiping their tears, he could not take the time to comfort them, and could only pick up the mixed heavenly silk and fire spear from the ground to take away. Seeing this, the little ones immediately picked up their weapons. Uncle is the bad guy. Lu Aomai's face was still dripping with tears, her eyes red with anger. She raised a simple spear, unleashing a terrifying power. Boom! A dense array of magical runes rapidly spread through the air, instantly engulfing the entire mountain range. The power released from that shot caused massive waves in the nearby Jiuwan River. Zhao Gongming, caught off guard, felt his pupils shrink to the size of pinpricks, filled with terror. Almate! Lu Changsheng shouted coldly, quickly pulling Zhao Gongming away. However, even so, Lu Aomei acted too quickly, and it was already too late. The razor-sharp edge still cut open Zhao Gongming's chest instantly, soaking him in blood. It took him a moment to react, his face turning pale, his brow furrowing tightly. He awkwardly pointed at the ordinary long spear in Lu Aomai's hand, his lips trembling as he asked, "Is this the god-slaying spear?" A 3-year-old girl with incomplete baby teeth actually wielded the god-slaying spear from the chaos. Had he not witnessed the spear's power with his own eyes, Zhao Gongming would never have imagined that this little wooden stick casually played with by Lu Aomai was the very weapon that made even immortals wary. The god-slaying spear was formed from the root of the chaos blue lotus, gathering the most ferocious energy of chaos. It was an innate first-grade attack, spiritual treasure capable of directly killing saints. If it were not for Lu Changsheng's timely intervention, he would have already drifted into the underworld at this moment. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming remained in shock. Why did his niece possess such a spiritual treasure as the god-slaying spear? Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Fairy were equally furious. "Aomate, have I spoiled you too much? How dare you lay hands on your uncle?" Yunxiao Fairy scolded. The little ones immediately lowered their heads, still unconvinced. It was uncle who attacked first to steal things. Mother is biased. Father is biased too. Oomph. The little ones were rather aggrieved as they turned and ran into the inner room. Lu Changsheng sighed, planning to teach them a proper lesson later. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming hurriedly circulated his internal energy to begin healing his wounds. But the injuries caused by the god-slaying spear were not so easily healed. "Brother-in-law, the children don't understand. You mustn't hold it against them." "Brother, are you okay?" Zhao Gongming. He painfully lifted his head, feeling a deep sense of fear amid his weakness. Even though he was also a Quasi Saint, he still found himself powerless against the attack of his niece, who was at the peak of the Quasi Saint realm. At that moment, Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Fairy's concerned gazes sent chills down his spine. He had just been injured by the god-slaying spear, which could directly kill saints. He had narrowly escaped death, and yet these two were telling him not to hold it against them. Zhao Gongming, furious, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother-in-law." Lu Changsheng hurriedly stepped forward to support him, conjuring a golden core in his hand. "Brother-in-law, quickly swallow this. Your injuries will heal immediately." Zhao Gongming at that moment had no idea how to express his complex feelings. Lu Changsheng had hidden too much, too deeply. "Brother-in-law." Lu Changsheng once again held the golden core up to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, lost in thought, casually glanced at the golden core, and the emotions he had just managed to organize surged up again. His pupils suddenly constricted as he weakly grabbed Lu Changsheng's hand. The 9-turn golden core. How incredibly precious. This was the most treasured pill of the Supreme Lord, and the complexity of its refinement along with the materials required. It would take a century to produce just a few. How could Lu Changsheng have this? Could it be that he could refine immortal pills? What kind of husband did he find for his sister Yunxiao Fairy? Zhao Gongming did not know whether to be happy or worried. "Brother-in-law, are you saying one is too few?" Lu Changsheng immediately conjured 5 more. Seeing Zhao Gongming still not moving, Lu Changsheng simply produced a small porcelain bowl filled to the brim with 9-turn golden cores. They shone with golden light, rich in spiritual energy, the Tao laws perfectly intertwined. Each one contained boundless Tao laws adorned with golden stripes, swirling with dense immortal mist. Just smelling them was enough to improve his injuries. At this moment, Zhao Gongming was completely dazed. Lu Changsheng, eager to apologize to the 5 daughters, enthusiastically brought the bowl to Zhao Gongming's mouth. "Brother-in-law, don't be polite. There are plenty of these golden cores. Hurry and eat, and your injuries will be fine." Zhao Gongming was now completely stiff, allowing Lu Changsheng to pour the entire bowl of 9-turn golden cores into his mouth. As the golden core entered, it felt like a warm spring being absorbed directly by his body. In an instant, his whole body felt like it was on fire. Every meridian was wildly expanding, and blood was flowing rapidly. He could even hear faint explosions within his body, as if streams of spiritual energy were bursting open, filling every cell. Moments later, Zhao Gongming slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sudden clarity throughout his body. The spiritual energy surged, as if his meridians and bones had undergone a gentle yet powerful Tao law cleansing. His injuries were also healing at the fastest speed. In his excitement, the vast energy within him erupted, propelling his original Quasi Saint early-stage cultivation directly into the mid-stage. Zhao Gongming not only healed his injuries, but also jumped a significant realm in cultivation. The difference between the Quasi Saint early and mid-stage was as vast as $1 billion. He suddenly reached this level. Lu Changsheng immediately congratulated, "Brother-in-law, it seems you have gained fortune from this disaster." "Congratulations, congratulations." Yunxiao Fairy also excitedly approached. "Brother, you are now in the mid-stage of the Quasi Saint." Zhao Gongming remained in a daze. This kind of experience was something he had never encountered before. If that's the case, then let's overlook the matter of your nieces. Naturally, Lu Changsheng did not want to attract too much attention. As their uncle, just pretend you didn't see anything and do not know. Yunxiao Fairy, of course, was also worried about her daughter's safety. Brother, they are your nieces. Zhao Gongming recalled the killing intent that Lu Aomei had suddenly released, and his expression changed slightly. I regard them as nieces, but they do not see me as an uncle. After saying this, Zhao Gongming immediately left. Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Fairy exchanged glances. The atmosphere in the air became subtly tense. Suddenly, Yunxiao Fairy made a move, grabbing Lu Changsheng's ear and questioning, "Are you a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Fairy? Speak honestly with me, what is going on?" Lu Changsheng immediately bent down. "Wife, be gentle." Kunlun Mountain Chilling Cliff. Mist of immortality swirls with pine trees and spiritual herbs growing within, exuding abundant spiritual energy. A tall figure, ethereal and majestic, stands upon Chilling Cliff. Yet this figure's back appears slightly stiff, his complexion as pale as paper, brows furrowed, and his gaze sharp. "Master." Behind him, Taiyi approaches unsteadily, his face equally grim. Yuan Tianzun turns rigidly, his gaze fixed upon the suddenly diminished corner of Yusu Palace. The majestic aura with dragons and phoenixes intertwined causes the illusionary Yusu Palace to abruptly extinguish its golden light, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. Yuan Tianzun's anger surged from within, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Just moments ago, everything was fine, when suddenly a force of primal chaos, imbued with the power to slay gods, penetrated the 300 formations he had set up on Kunlun Mountain and struck directly toward him. With a resounding boom, the Yusu Palace was struck. Yuan Tianzun felt as if he had received a slap from someone. Beneath his Dao robe, Yuan Tianzun clenched his fist tightly, asking each word with intensity. "Can we ascertain where this terrifying power originates from?" Taiyi immediately replied. Disciple just sensed an unusual aura from the diminished corner. He swallowed nervously, cautiously adding, "It comes from the lower realm near the banks of the Jiuwan River. Moreover, this aura seems to be the god-slaying spear." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianzun's clenched fist hidden beneath his Dao robe suddenly relaxed. The god-slaying spear? Yuan Tianzun's eyes twitched. Indeed, only the god-slaying spear could directly destroy the formations he had set up, carrying such fierce malevolence and killing intent. Since the fall of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the god-slaying spear had long since vanished. He had searched the entire primal chaos in his early years without finding it. How could it suddenly reappear? Yuan Tianzun's expression darkened to the color of a blackened pot. With the impending consecration, first Taiyi had perished, and now Yusu Palace had been suddenly subjected to such great humiliation. Could it be that someone is intentionally acting against the Chan teaching? I must uncover the truth. I will avenge this grievance. You must go to the banks of the Jiuwan River swiftly. See if there is anything unusual there. Yuan Tianzun's expression was stern as he swiftly issued the order. On Jinao Island at Bo Palace, Zhao Gongming returned, his heart heavy as he reported. "Master, disciple has searched all 4 continents, but has not found the 3 girls mentioned by Taiyi Zhenren." Tongtian Jiao's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Let this matter rest for now, do not continue the search." Zhao Gongming thought he must have misheard. Master actually told him to stop searching. However, it was for the best. He certainly could not personally send his 3 nieces away. Just as Zhao Gongming was about to leave, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly opened his eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Gongming for a moment, and asked, "Have you broken through to the mid-stage of Kwasa Saint?" Zhao Gongming's heart sank, feeling a bit flustered. "Master, while searching for these 3 girls, I encountered some fortuitous encounters." Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded, not noticing anything amiss, only expressing his satisfaction, saying, "You have good talent, continue your cultivation. As the consecration approaches, you should not venture out anymore." Disciple obeys. Zhao Gongming was drenched in cold sweat and hurried out from Bo Palace, racing back to Sanxian Island. However, on his way back, he unexpectedly encountered the anxious Dragon King of the East Sea. Zhao Daolong. Wait, the Dragon King of the East Sea rode the clouds, managing to catch up with Zhao Gongming. East Sea Dragon King, what brings you here? The East Sea Dragon King, looking extremely anxious, said, "Zhao Daolong, my son, the 3rd Prince Ao Bing, has been missing since that day when Nezha was killed. I have searched the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, and even searched all around Chaoga. But there is no trace of my son in the 3 realms." Zhao Gongming frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be that his 3 nieces had inadvertently killed Ao Bing as well? Zhao Gongming's expression darkened several shades as he looked at the Dragon King with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Zhao Gongming didn't know how to broach the subject, so he merely tactfully reminded, "I wonder if the Dragon King has searched the Underworld." Upon hearing the word Underworld, the old Dragon King's face turned pale with fright. Are you suggesting that my son is also dead? The old Dragon King, filled with righteous indignation, let out a series of roars. Boom. The sky changed instantaneously. Thunder rumbled, deafening. Zhao Gongming. My son, I will personally avenge you. Crack. Thunderbolts shot down from the dark clouds. Torrential rain fell in torrents. The Dragon King of the East Sea, overwhelmed with grief and anger, transformed into a true dragon, rolling amidst the dark clouds, attracting even more lightning. Zhao Gongming. Seeing the nearly distraught Dragon King, Zhao Gongming could only silently depart. At the banks of the Qishui River within a manor, Lu Changsheng had finally found a reason for encountering a secret realm to gain some fortune, thus deceiving Yunxiao Xianzi. Yet Yunxiao Xianzi's anger still had not dissipated. With no choice, Lu Changsheng could only continue to placate her. During this time, 5 little ones hid in the study, long having forgotten about Zhao Gongming. So boring. The fourth daughter, Lu Chan, rested her chin on her 2 little arms, pouting. Elder sister, second sister, and third sister have all gone out. We should go out too. Lu Iloa looked thoughtful. Thus the 2 little dumplings seized the opportunity while the other 3 sisters were seriously reading and dashed out from the study. The 2 little short legs, feeling bored, arrived at the backyard, preparing to sneak out. At that moment, the surrounding array radiated boundless Tao rhythms, transforming into hundreds and thousands of formations. Taiyi Jinren approached the banks of the Qishui River, getting close to the vicinity of the manor. Suddenly, a terrifying force directly ejected Taiyi Jinren, causing him to explode on the spot. Taiyi Jinren. Before he could react, his soul drifted once more into the underworld. Within the underworld, countless ghosts howled, enveloped in pervasive energy with gusts of chilling winds. The ghost-whipping rod swung continuously and fierce winds howled. Taiyi Jinren once again queued up and arrived at Mengpa Bridge. Mengpa looked up and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Taiyi Jinren. Mengpa. Taiyi Jinren. You died again. Mengpa's hoarse-aged voice carried a hint of disdain. It seems that Yuan Shitianzun's disciple isn't very impressive after all. Taiyi Jinren, wanting to cry, without tears, had no words to say. Soon Yuan Shitianzun arrived once more in the underworld. Mengpa couldn't help but tease. Yuan Shitianzun, do you remember that you owe me 2 favors? And they must be repaid. After speaking, Mengpa let out a shrill, mocking laugh. Yuan Shitianzun's expression darkened as he waved his Dao robe, gathering Taiyi Jinren's soul and rapidly taking it back to Kunlun Mountain. Within Yusu Palace, Taiyi Jinren's soul floated in the air, feeling too embarrassed to face his master again. Master. Disciple discovered something unusual at the banks of the Qishui River. Disciple was caught off guard and exploded suddenly. This time he died, even more helplessly. Taiyi Jinren lowered his head, feeling somewhat withdrawn. Yuan Shitianzun remained silent, merely reconstructing Taiyi Jinren's physical body to revive him. At this moment he was even more certain. Someone must be deliberately acting against the Chan teaching. If this grievance is not avenged, how can he live up to the title of Yuan Shitianzun? Disciples of the Chan teaching, heed my command. Yuan Shitianzun shouted angrily, his voice echoing for thousands of miles. You all shall follow Guang Qingzi as the lead and head to the banks of the Qishui River. Gather quickly. Once this order was issued, not only the Chan teaching, but also the Jie teaching, Ren teaching, Taishang Laojuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu all received the news. For Yuan Shitianzun to personally lead the disciples of the Chan teaching to confront them, could it be that they have found the true culprit? And those 3 girls, Taishang Laojun and Tongtian Jiaozhu, also dispatched their disciples to head there. By the banks of the Qishui River, waves crashed violently. The teachings of the Ren Chan and Jie sects, each accompanied by their own disciples, surrounded the mansion above. Zhao Gongming stood behind his senior brothers, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Are we really going to be discovered? Just as Zhao Gongming contemplated how to rescue himself, Guang Qingzi, the eldest disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable, acted without hesitation. Guang Qingzi's face darkened as he held the turning heaven seal and struck directly towards the mansion above. A violent sound of vibration echoed, shaking the entire mountain range and riverbank. The previously invisible void gradually revealed itself after being attacked by the turning heaven seal. Within the mountains, a highly secretive place was shrouded by a world of Tao. Countless Tao symbols transformed into myriad strange phenomena, overlapping and intertwining, giving rise to profound rhythms. This discovery left the disciples of the 3 teachings utterly shocked. In such an unremarkable place, how could there exist a being that transcended the 3 realms? Could it be that the 3 young girls emerged from here? The disciples wore various expressions. Guang Qingzi glanced at his junior brothers and the disciples of the various teachings before saying solemnly, "This world is independent of the mundane. It is difficult to breach it with my strength alone. Would you all lend a hand?" However, the disciples of the Jie sect found this inappropriate. Daobao Daoist furrowed his brow and analyzed, there is indeed a world of Dao here. The beings within must be comparable to Hongjun Daozu. If we forcibly break in, won't we risk provoking them? The Jie and Chan sects have always been at odds, and Guang Chengzi's face darkened further upon hearing the Jie disciples' reluctance to assist. The disciples of the Rin sect were also quite cautious, suggesting, why don't we first treat them with respect? If we act rashly, we might both suffer. Guang Chengzi's suppressed anger finally erupted. So these two fellows came just to watch the show. The one who dies will be a disciple of the Chan sect. You naturally wouldn't care? Fine, I'll handle this myself. Guang Chengzi shouted in anger and once again offered the turning heaven seal. At the same time, he directly offered a yellow flag. This yellow flag, the Wujixing Huang flag, was crafted from 5 lotus leaves of the creation blue lotus. It could not be broken by anything, and all methods would not invade. This was a special gift from the primordial heavenly venerable before departure, to be used only in dire situations. Unexpectedly, before he even began, he had to offer such a powerful treasure. The disciples of the various teachings also grew solemn. At this moment, the treasure clashed with the Tao laws that concealed heavenly secrets, creating a commotion akin to the battle of several saints. In an instant, the entire mountain range began to crumble and disintegrate. Streams of golden light swept across the world, engulfing all living beings. Countless symbols rained down upon the mansion above. The air boiled as the void was instantly torn apart, and the stars beyond the Tao shattered. Yet despite this fierce offering of treasures, the Tao laws that concealed heavenly secrets remained unmoved. Outside there was chaos, while inside time flowed peacefully. Inside the mansion, Changsheng was coaxing the Yunxiao fairy. Don't be angry, my dear. How about I make you something delicious? In a few days I'll let Ao Bing go fishing in the East Sea so that you can have seafood every day. Changsheng gently pinched the delicately carved little nose of the Yunxiao fairy with tenderness. Tell me, is there anything else you're hiding from me? Just then, as they were playfully arguing, a sound from above the mansion made the Yunxiao fairy frown. Did you hear that? What strange noise? Changsheng glanced upwards, his originally cheerful expression growing slightly serious before he added softly, it's probably just some wild beasts. The Yunxiao fairy came back to her senses and pressed, what else are you hiding from me? It's not too late to tell me now. Changsheng repeatedly begged for mercy, though a hint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. That's for you to guess. After all, everything that belongs to me is yours. Everything that belongs to me is yours. The Yunxiao fairy couldn't help but roll her eyes at Changsheng with affection. Smooth talker. Meanwhile, the two little ones Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo were trying to sneak out. Lu Chan gestured with the small tower in her hand, while Lu Yiluo held up a round translucent pearl. The two little chubby girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with encouragement for each other. Then they raised their items and smashed them towards the barrier. We did it. Lu Chan bounced with joy. Lu Yiluo immediately grabbed Lu Chan's hand, and the two sisters quietly slipped out through the opened rift in the void. We're finally out. Lu Yiluo was ecstatic. Let's go out and fight bad guys. Just like the eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. Lu Chan nodded, hanging the small tower back around her neck, smiling. Whoever bullies us will fight back. Exactly. The two girls clicked in agreement, holding hands as they walked out. Guang Chengzi, who had just withdrawn, quickly noticed the sudden appearance of the two girls. His keen eyes immediately turned towards them. At the same time, Zhao Gongming, who had been standing behind the senior brothers, also spotted his two nieces. He saw that the two little ones were holding hands, swaying cutely as they walked, completely unaware of the surrounding dangers. Wait. Zhao Gongming took a deep breath. He almost forgot that these two little ones were Quasi-Saints. Below Quasi-Saint, everyone else is but an ant. At this moment, Zhao Gongming felt quite conflicted. He didn't know whether to worry about these little nieces or the disciples of the various teachings. Just as the two girls continued forward, Guang Chengzi and Taiyi Zhenren had already come before them. Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo looked up to see the two old men. Lu Yiluo frowned. You two old grandpas, why are you blocking our way? Guang Chengzi fixed his gaze on the two girls, only to find he could not see their past or future. He turned to Taiyi Zhenren and asked sternly, are they the ones? Taiyi Zhenren furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, no. It was indeed not these two girls who had harmed Taiyi Zhenren. Yet the sudden appearance of these two girls was quite strange. The only explanation for this strangeness was that these two girls had emerged from that world. Guang Chengzi squinted, formulating a plan in his mind. Lu Chan warily stared at the two odd men, frowning and fiercely shouting at them. My daddy said, good dogs don't block the road. Get out of the way, otherwise we'll hit you. After Lu Chan finished speaking, she raised her fist. Zhao Gongming, who witnessed this scene from the clouds, gasped, drenched in sweat. Did she just call the eldest disciple of the Chan sect a dog and threatened to hit him? Zhao Gongming quickly rolled up his robe and wiped his sweat. Surprisingly, Guangqingzi did not get angry, but instead changed his expression to one of kindness. Little girl, we are not bad people. We are just passing by, perhaps friends of your daddy. Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo frowned. We don't know you. But now you do right. Guangqingzi said amiably. Taiyi Jinren immediately understood Guangqingzi's intention and stepped forward to flatter. Little girl, would you take us to your home to play? Lu Yilu. Lu Chan. The two little chubby girls looked at the two strange old men, their hostility growing stronger. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Old man. Trying to trick us. Fifth sister hit them. As Lu Chan finished speaking, both children simultaneously grasped their respective artifacts. In that very instant, the air seemed to congeal. Time itself stretched into an interminable silence. Guangqingzi and Taiyi Jinren sensed nothing amiss. They watched the two toddlers with the indulgent amusement one reserves for playful infants. Yet high above, within the roiling clouds, Zhao Gongming's expression underwent a seismic shift. The moment the children released their artifacts, a torrential river of time surged toward Guangqingzi and Taiyi Jinren. Boom. Spanning time-space void and the primordial chaos of the ancient world, countless arcane arts morphed through the 30,000 Tao principles, triggering violent reverberations across reality. The entire mountain range groaned with a thunderous roar. In an instant, heaven and earth convulsed. Clouds churned black and furious. An overwhelming aura of dread descended from all directions, converging to form the 300 focal points of a supreme formation. Guangqingzi, overconfident and dismissive, was violently hurled 100 li away. Taiyi Jinren fared even worse. He was swept headlong into the Qishui River by the temporal deluge. His body shattered, his breath faint and faltering. Seeing the two elders driven off, Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo immediately retracted their artifacts. Above the clouds, the assembled cultivators who had witnessed the clash stood utterly dumbfounded. Two little girls. Had they truly repelled the senior disciple of the Changjiao sect 100 li? Were their sudden unleashed cultivations those of quasi-sages? What a duo Bao Dao Run. Tong Xianjinren. These two girls appeared no older than 3. How impossibly transcendent. Such talent and origin were unheard of. Who then could be the sovereign of this realm? Duo Bao Dao Ren's gaze fell upon the artifacts the girls had just wielded, and he drew a sharp, involuntary breath. The artifacts those girls wielded appeared to be the Chaos Pearl and the 90-year Chaos Pagoda. No sooner had Duo Bao Dao Ren spoken than countless disciples turned their attention to the artifacts cradled in the girls' small hands. Though their quasi-sage cultivation alone was astonishing enough, these two artifacts ignited envy in every onlooker. The Chaos Pearl is a supreme treasure born from the primordial essence of Hunyuan itself. Imbued with the 30,000 Tao principles, it is a celestial marvel of the heavenly Tao. It was the first entity to emerge from the cosmos, enigmatic, omnipotent, and never before claimed by any being. To possess it would be tantamount to holding the entire universe in one's palm. Such a being could not fail to inspire profound terror. The 90-year Chaos Pagoda II was born at the dawn of creation. Having absorbed cosmic energy across countless eons, it contains boundless primordial power capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder. Its ferocity rivals that of the Chaos Pearl without measure. With both artifacts now revealed, dominion over the 3 realms is no longer mere speculation. Even the normally serene disciples of the Ren Jiao sect felt covetous stirrings upon beholding these Hunyuan supreme treasures. As for the others, well, even a quasi-sage wielding either artifact could send a sage fleeing in disarray. Their terrifying might left every witness gasping in stunned awe. And when they next looked upon the two girls, their expressions had irrevocably changed. 100 li away, Guangqingzi returned, disheveled robes tattered, carrying the battered Taiyi Jinren whom he retrieved from the Qishui River. Yet upon returning, they dared not approach the girls again. Had he not sacrificed numerous artifacts in that split second, he would have perished outright. It was humiliating, beyond words. Ascending back to the 9th heaven, Guangqingzi wore a grimace more bitter than swallowing a fly. Meanwhile, Duo Bao Dao Ran, the eldest of Tongtian Jiaozhu's 4 direct disciples, felt a surge of eagerness, yet hesitated. He thus asked aloud, who else wishes to test their mettle? Silence followed his words, absolute and heavy. Even his own Jie Jiao disciples shrank back. Duo Bao Dao Ren turned toward Zhao Gongming and exchanged a meaningful glance. Zhao Gongming. You go. Zhao Gongming. He froze instantly, not out of fear, but because stepping forward would instantly expose his secret. Though fierce, these girls bear no murderous intent. A respectful approach should allow for peaceful negotiation, Duo Bao Dao Ren assured him. As the senior disciple among Tongtian Jiaozhu's 4 closest apprentices, Duo Bao Dao Ren's word carried unassailable authority. Zhao Gongming, drenched in cold sweat, reluctantly flew toward his 2 nieces. The moment he landed, the girls spotted him. Lu Yilua sprang forward, sweetly calling out, "Uncle." The disciples of all sects, watching intently from the clouds above, nearly tumbled from the ninth heaven in shock. "Uncle." Had they heard correctly? Guangqingzi shot a piercing, venomous glare toward the Jiujiao disciples. "So these two girls are connected to your Jiujiao sect after all." Duo Bao Daoren narrowed his eyes, thoughts inscrutable. Upon sensing the icy scrutiny of the assembled immortals, he merely offered a faint, measured nod. They'd only just learned of it themselves. How deeply Zhao Gongming had concealed this truth, possessing such formidable quasi-sage nieces, yet never once mentioning them. Yet, for the Jiujiao sect, this was undeniably auspicious news. Its disciples now wore smug, unapologetic grins, openly meeting the hostile stares of the other two sects. Below the ninth heaven, Lu Yilua lunged toward her uncle, only to be gently restrained by Lu Chan, who eyed Zhao Gongming warily, still nursing grievances from earlier. Zhao Gongming wiped his brow, offering a wry smile. "How did you two manage to slip out? We don't need Uncle to watch us. Uncle is bad." Lu Chan's two baby teeth had yet to fully emerge, her voice soft, sweet, and endearingly childish. Zhao Gongming instinctively rolled up his sleeve to wipe away another bead of sweat. Now he was truly caught between two fires. Still, Zhao Gongming had no time to placate his nieces. Under the burning gazes of disciples from all three sects, he felt as though thorns pierced his back. With his identity exposed, refusing to escort the Changjiao disciples into the estate would leave matters unresolved. With no choice, he said, "Return home first, and tell your father that Uncle will bring several senior brothers as honored guests." Lu Chan and Lu Yilua exchanged glances, frowning in shared disappointment. They planned to go out and play, but now, having encountered their uncle, their parents would surely discover their escapade soon. Reluctantly, Lu Chan took Lu Yilua's hand and sighed. "Fifth sister, it seems we cannot go out to play today. Then let's hurry back before father and mother notice." Having reached an agreement, the two girls retreated through the main gate. Zhao Gongming, meanwhile, transformed into a streak of white light and respectfully approached Duo Bao Daoren, bowing low. "Senior brother, please follow this disciple." Zhao Gongming expected a stern rebuke from his Jiujiao seniors. Instead, Duo Bao Daoren nodded, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. He then turned toward Guangqingzi and Tong Xianzhenren. "You both shall accompany us as well. The rest remain here." With that, the group fell into step behind Zhao Gongming. As they neared the Grand Tao principle veiling celestial fate, the surrounding space trembled violently, and a colossal oppressive force began to emanate silently. Instantly, the cultivators struggled to draw breath, their feet rooted to the ground, unable to take even a single step. Had Zhao Gongming not been guiding them, so close to the barrier, they would long since have suffered the same fate as Taiyi Zhenren, obliterated outright by the crushing pressure. In contrast, Zhao Gongming moved with ease, walking forward effortlessly. He noticed the lack of movement behind him and turned to see the three still standing in place. Their faces were flushed, veins bulging, using all their power, yet unable to move an inch. Zhao Gongming, puzzled, stepped forward immediately. "Why aren't you coming along, senior brothers?" Tong Xianzhenren exclaimed, while Duo Bao Daoren and Guangqingzi shared puzzled looks, their expressions showing the embarrassment of their predicament. Helpless, Guangqingzi sighed. "This place has a barrier set, our powers are suppressed, and we cannot move an inch." Zhao Gongming, confused, joyfully bounced a few times, saying, "But I can move." Upon hearing this, the three's faces turned even uglier. Zhao Gongming realized his words were inappropriate and quickly lowered his head. "Please don't blame me, senior brothers." Guangqingzi and Duo Bao Daoren's expressions darkened. During the conversation, Guangqingzi noticed that when Zhao Gongming approached them, the suppression of their powers seemed to ease slightly. "Wait." Guangqingzi immediately reached out to hold Zhao Gongming's shoulder. With that touch, Guangqingzi finally managed to take a step, though his movements remained heavy. It was a vast improvement over being unable to move at all. Duo Bao Daoren and Tong Xianzhenren quickly understood, reaching out to place their hands on Zhao Gongming's shoulders as well. The four of them walked slowly on the dark stone steps, each step being exceedingly slow. Guangqingzi suddenly squinted, recognizing the familiar appearance of the dark stone steps beneath them. This pattern, this aura. Is it chaos mystic iron? He abruptly stopped, crouched down, and reached out to touch the steps. It was unmistakable. This was not stone at all. It was mystic iron. Tong Xianzhenren and Duo Bao Daoren also sensed something unusual, realizing the significance. This chaos mystic iron was born from the chaos, consolidating chaotic spiritual energy and suppressing ancient fierce energies, making it the best material for crafting treasured weapons. Any weapon forged from this chaos mystic iron would possess the power to slay a saint. It was a miracle for it to be born in a size as small as a fist amidst the chaos. At present, these long steps were actually made of chaos mystic iron. Such a waste of resources. The three were immensely shocked, unable to fathom the existence of the master of this realm. Unavoidably, their hearts felt a strange sense of unease. Continuing forward, the sides of the steps blossomed with exotic flowers and herbs. Even more astonishing was that these flowers and herbs released a faint purple mist. The purple mist enveloped them, causing the flowers and plants to bloom vibrantly. Tong Xianjinren couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, only to reopen them, asking, "Is this purple aura? Could it be the primordial purple qi?" In an instant, the three were left speechless. Primordial purple qi. There was actually primordial purple qi here. Primordial purple qi is the foundation of the Tao. There are a total of 6 paths associated with the opportunity to become a saint, accompanying 6 heavenly Tao saint positions, all belonging to the Hongjun Laozu. After becoming a saint, Hongjun distributed them to his 3 great disciples and their followers. Could it be that Hongjun Laozu resides here? The 3 were now completely bewildered, nearing a mental breakdown. The repeated impossibilities occurring in the 3 realms utterly shattered their understanding. Even more overwhelmed was Zhao Gongming. Walking in front, he dared not speak. Although he had visited the Qi Shui Academy many times and had seen the Chaos Mystic Iron and Primordial Purple Qi, he had never considered this aspect at the time. How could it possibly be? But now he couldn't help but doubt it. Meanwhile, in the manor, Lu Chan and Lu Yi rushed into the academy, knocking on the door of Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xianzi. Bang! Bang! Daddy! Mommy! The 2 little ones called out in their baby voices, loud and clear. Moments later, Lu Changsheng's tall and handsome figure appeared before the 2. Lu Changsheng stared at the 2 little ones and asked, "Did you sneak out just now? Have you caused trouble for me?" Lu Chan and Lu Yi exchanged nervous glances, their chubby little faces turning red. "If I hadn't had to coax your mother just now, I would have already brought you back." Lu Changsheng picked up one little one in each hand, lifting them off the ground. "You 2 are usually the most well-behaved, yet you've learned to misbehave from your 3 older sisters, haven't you?" Lu Yi kicked her little feet in the air, saying, "Daddy, it was Uncle. Uncle said he was bringing some senior brothers to visit." Lu Chan also struggled and quickly redirected Lu Changsheng's attention, saying, "Daddy, Uncle is here." Lu Changsheng paused, glancing down towards the manor. He then took the 2 little ones to the study. "You 5 little ones behave and study well. No coming out without my permission, understood?" The 5 raised their heads in unison, saying in their baby voices, "Got it, Daddy." Lu Changsheng had just returned from the academy when he saw Zhao Gongming push open the manor's grand door, followed by 3 drenched disciples of the 3 teachings. These 50-odd steps of Chaos Mystic Iron, though only a distance of over 20 meters, had left them exhausted, panting, and flushed. Fortunately, upon entering the manor, the shackles disappeared, and they felt completely relaxed. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng's youthful appearance, the 3 were momentarily stunned. Zhao Gongming had to introduce, "Changsheng, this is." Lu Changsheng raised his hand to stop him, a hint of a smile on his face. "No need. I have heard of you, please come in." The 3 exchanged glances and then scanned the entire courtyard of the manor. Lying casually on the ground were Nezha's mystic silk and the universe circle. Also the fire point spear, the wind and fire wheel, and Taiyi Zinren's 9 dragons divine fire shield. These magical treasures are just casually discarded on the ground. At this moment, they were certain inside. The ones who killed Nezha and Taiyi Zinren were those 3 girls. It was the people from this manor. However, after witnessing so much, they did not dare to act recklessly. Glancing over again, the manor's rockeries and streams were arranged exquisitely. Exotic flowers and herbs flourished among them, surrounded by mist. Among these were many precious life forms that had been born since the chaos began, accompanying demon flowers, Xian bloodgrass, heavenly thunderfruit, snow rock grass. Each of these plants and life forms, if taken out, would be worth more than even the 9,000-year peach. Yet such precious primordial-grade spirit herbs and fruits were merely decorations in the courtyard of this manor. Truly a waste of resources. At this moment, the 3's worldview was completely shattered. Once inside the manor, Lu Changsheng waved his hand, conjuring a small square table, a pot of tea, and a few exquisite small cups. Lu Changsheng skillfully and gracefully lifted the teapot, pouring steaming tea into the cups. "Please enjoy the tea, everyone." The 3 exchanged glances, inexplicably stiffening with restraint. Zhao Gongming stood nearby, utterly astonished. He had never before seen this eldest disciple, most cherished among all the Taoist masters and senior elders, display such cautious deference. "This is bitter lotus seed tea. Pray does it suit your taste?" Lu Changsheng spoke calmly. After taking a single sip, Guangchengzi Duo Bao Doran and Tongxian Jinren abruptly widened their eyes, so overwhelmed with emotion that they sprang to their feet. Zhao Gongming recoiled in shock at his senior brother's sudden reaction. What revelation had just occurred? Tongxian Jinren scrutinized the pale yellow infusion in his cup, his voice trembling with disbelief. "You call this what tea?" Lu Changsheng replied serenely, "Bitter lotus seed tea." Guangchengzi and Duo Bao Doran staggered, knees buckling, as if on the verge of prostration. Bitter lotus seeds. These were none other than the seeds of the primordial azure lotus, the very lotus born of chaos itself. This aura was unmistakable. The primordial azure lotus was the chaos azure lotus, a supreme treasure of primordial chaos. It was the sacred vessel that bore Pangu, the cosmic creator. Later unable to withstand the cataclysmic pressure of cosmic creation, it shattered. Its 3 immature seeds transformed into the 12-petal meritorious golden lotus, the 12-petal karmic flame red lotus, and the 12-petal world-annihilating black lotus. One fully matured seed became the 36-petal pure land azure lotus. Yet these seeds had long since been distributed. How then had one reappeared here? And, furthermore, had this enigmatic young man brooded into tea? At that moment the 3 trembled inwardly. This was profoundly terrifying. To verify, Guangchengzi offered a wry pained smile. "Young sir, might we examine the teapot?" Lu Changsheng nodded indifferently. Lifting the lid, Guangchengzi beheld the tea steeped with genuine lotus seeds, seeds of the primordial azure lotus. "Do you find it disagreeable?" Lu Changsheng suddenly asked. They hastily shook their heads, faces earnest and reverent. "Not at all. Rather, this tea is so exquisitely precious. We feel utterly unworthy to partake. These are seeds of the primordial azure lotus. May we ask, from where did the estate's master acquire them?" Lu Changsheng could not suppress a quiet laugh. "There's an entire pile of them in the backyard." Zhao Gongming collapsed onto the floor with a muffled thud. Having visited many times, he knew well the lotus pond in the rear courtyard. He had never imagined it contained nothing but primordial azure lotuses. The trio stared, stunned beyond words. What did this mean? Lu Changsheng explained. "Behind the estate lies a small pond densely planted with azure lotuses. So many seeds we can scarcely drink them all." Tongxianjinren, Guangchengzi, Duo Baodoran. The 3 were thoroughly unnerved. The primordial azure lotus was unique to chaos. Its existence singular, its form long since dispersed. Yet this youth claimed the entire pond held only primordial azure lotuses. It took them long moments to absorb this revelation. Once composed, they exchanged silent glances. This estate's master was not to be trifled with. Thereupon Tongxianjinren stepped forward respectfully and smiled. "Young sir, when might we have the honor of meeting your master?" It is thus, a minor misunderstanding occurred several days past. The estate's young ladies inadvertently disturbed the investiture of the god's calamity. They did not disturb it, the children simply lacked understanding. They deserve leniency. We merely wish to reclaim Nezha's and Taiyi Jinren's artifacts. We humbly beg your indulgence. At that moment the 3 swallowed even their grudge against Nezha and Taiyi Jinren. Moreover, their speech grew ever more guarded. Lu Changsheng paused, then said, "I am the master of this estate." Their expressions turned complex. Words faltered on their lips. "You do not believe me." Tongxianjinren sighed bitterly. "But you possess only the cultivation of an earth immortal." Did he truly take the 3 sex disciples for fools? Could it be that despite their stature, they were still unworthy of meeting the estate's true master? A deep sense of grievance swelled within them. Seeing their disbelief, Lu Changsheng deemed explanation unnecessary. He simply waved his hand. "The artifacts you seek cannot be reclaimed." This. Their faces darkened at his refusal. Meanwhile, in the study, 5 little ones, sensing guests had arrived, quietly cracked open the door. Upon hearing these visitors sought to reclaim artifacts, Lu Aomei's youthful face hardened with an uncanny gravity far beyond her years. "Chan Luo, were these truly brought by Uncle?" Lu Chan and Lu Luo obediently nodded, their speech still halting. "Uncle brought them." Lu Lingyue, fiery-tempered by nature, could bear it no longer. Hands on hips, she fumed, pouting, "Uncle is a traitor. Lingyue will never love Uncle again." Lu Xinyan closely observed the hall's proceedings and whispered, "Shall we drive them away?" All 5 plump little figures nodded vigorously. Lu Aomei swiftly shut the door and led them to sit cross-legged on the study floor, already devising their strategy with urgent precision. "Fifth sister, you circle silently behind the front courtyard's rockery. Fourth sister, you conceal yourself atop the estate's roof. Third sister, you draw their attention. Second sister, you swiftly array a sword formation. I shall strike from ambush." Each child wore solemn, tightly drawn expressions, their soft cheeks taut with fierce resolve, as they prepared for battle. Thus they slipped stealthily from the academy and scattered to their posts. Lu Chan floated effortlessly onto the roof, gripping the 9-fold chaos pagoda, ready to strike at any moment. The other 4 little ones swiftly reached their designated positions, following Lu Aomei's precise instructions. All preparations complete, the 3 remained utterly unaware, still negotiating with Lu Changsheng. "Young sir, the investiture of the god's calamity approaches. It concerns the fate of all 3 realms. We beseech you to surrender the artifacts." Now they were abjectly humble. Zhao Gongming standing nearby stood petrified, stunned by the sheer magnitude of their subservience. Lu Changsheng observing this suddenly cast his gaze toward various directions in the front courtyard. Suddenly Lu Changsheng raised his voice, "You five, come forth now." The three stared bewildered. Then Lu Chan leapt down from the roof. Guang Qingzi recoiled, as if confronting a mortal foe, terror still etched upon his face. Immediately thereafter Lu Lingyue, Lu Sanyan, and Lu Yiluo emerged from different corners. Finally Lu Aomei entered through the rear gate. Duo Bao Daoren gazed upon the five suddenly appeared tender-faced girls, and his expression turned deeply complex. He had not expected the estate's master to possess 5 extraordinarily gifted daughters, each already approaching the realm of quasi-sages. These 5 little ones formed a tight encirclement advancing upon the trio with palpable unyielding force. What did they intend? Instinctively the three drew closer together. Duo Bao Daoren, Guang Qingzi, Tong Xianzhenren. Gazing upon the 5 girls brimming with lethal intent, they felt an inexplicable surge of panic. Just as the 5 closed in, Lu Changsheng finally spoke. "Enough, show respect." His tone was stern and commanding. The 5 girls reluctantly shot the trio one last fierce glare before returning to Lu Changsheng's side. Lu Changsheng saw that the 5 little ones had obediently gathered, so he stood up and said to the 3, "If you must take it back, you must discuss it with them first." Guang Qingzi showed a difficult expression. These little bundles of flesh were so fierce and exuded an overwhelming dominance. Facing these girls who were only 3 or 4 years old, he couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. "Daddy, we won't give it back to them. Daddy chased these people away." Upon hearing these formidable girls call this young man, who was merely a celestial being, daddy, the 3 wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Since they approached this estate, the shock in their hearts had never dissipated. It seemed that Lu Changsheng had indeed not lied. He was the master of this estate. However, how could such a mere celestial being achieve this? Exhausted. It was truly too exhausting. What kind of people were they, this entire family? Earlier, when pleading for mercy, Guang Qingzi had spoken until his mouth was dry, with only Tong Xianzhenren helping him out with a few words. Meanwhile, Taoist Duo Bao had not spoken a single word throughout. At this moment, to continue pleasing these little girls, Guang Qingzi felt truly worn out. There was no choice. He had to lower himself, squatting down, his smile on his face looking worse than crying. "Little ones, these magical treasures are very important to us, but for you, they must be of little value. Why not return them to us?" Lu Aomei and the others thought for a while, and it indeed seemed so. Therefore Lu Aomei gathered the little bundles of flesh, and a few of them whispered something softly. Then Lu Aomei stepped forward looking like the leader. "These magical treasures are truly of little value to us. Besides, we are already tired of playing with them." Guang Qingzi nodded repeatedly, smilingly saying, "Exactly. Exactly." Seeing an opportunity, Guang Qingzi breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Aomei then said, "If you want those things back, then bring other magical treasures to exchange." Guang Qingzi hadn't even had the chance to be happy before he felt as if he were being robbed. He instinctively looked at Tong Xianzhenren. Tong Xianzhenren had an awkward smile on his face, shaking his head. Clearly this person was unwilling to take out his own treasures for the exchange. Moreover, the Chan sect and the Jie sect had sent their senior disciples, but the Rin sect had only sent a few second and third generation disciples. It seemed they had no plans to spend significantly. Guang Qingzi then looked at Taoist Duo Bao. Taoist Duo Bao had simply turned his head away. Guang Qingzi's heart was filled with resentment. "What? Unwilling?" Seeing this, Lu Aomei raised her chin, looking disdainful. Guang Qingzi felt his face turn red under the gaze of this little one. At his age, he had never endured such humiliation. Lu Lingyue stepped forward and whispered something to Lu Aomei. Lu Aomei nodded and looked at Guang Qingzi again. "How about this? We are currently practicing our skills and are in need of a sparring partner. Since your cultivation level is decent, if you agree to accompany us in training, we will return these treasures to you." Guang Qingzi's face turned ashen at this moment. Tong Xianzhenren and Taoist Duo Bao both looked at him with sympathetic expressions. Guang Qingzi, as the favored disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the first disciple of the Chan sect, was actually going to serve as a sparring partner for a few girls. Saying to accompany them in training, wasn't he just going to be beaten up? Guang Qingzi's mouth twitched. This was simply an insult. At that moment, Lu Changsheng intervened, saying, "Please forgive me, the children don't understand. This request is indeed a bit excessive." Guang Qingzi felt he had regained some face upon hearing Lu Changsheng speak. But soon Lu Changsheng continued, "How about sending another disciple from the Chan sect instead? Let's both take a step back." Lu Changsheng had a negotiable expression with a smile at the corner of his eyes. However, Guang Qingzi felt a chill run down his spine when he saw that smile. What a step back! This family was simply a band of robbers. But at this moment, Guang Qingzi had no choice but to agree, Since it's like this, then it's settled. Guang Qingzi darkened his face and waved his hand, just about to retrieve the treasures when he was struck aside by Lu Aomei with a spear. The power of the god-slaying spear directly severed the magical power Guang Qingzi had just released. With a loud bang, a crack several thousand miles long extended from the estate straight to the mountains. Guang Qingzi, feeling the power of the god-slaying spear, Guang Qingzi hurriedly withdrew his hand, his face filled with terror. The moment he saw the god-slaying spear, he understood. It was this spear that had sliced off a corner of the Yushu palace. And it was this seemingly innocent little girl. At this moment, Guang Qingzi truly wanted to cover his face and cry. It was too unjust. Too unjust. Please stop tormenting him. Wasn't it agreed upon to exchange? Lu Aomei cautiously retracted the spear and said, please let this esteemed elder send the person I want first. If you go back on your word, where am I supposed to find someone? Guang Qingzi couldn't help but laugh and cry. He never expected that at such an old age he would still be played by a little girl. Just wait. I will go find someone. Guang Qingzi turned around, and the moment he stepped out of the estate his back appeared so pitiful. Tong Xianjunren and Daoist Duo Bao both looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Since it's like this, we shall take our leave. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, watching them leave one by one. Zhao Gongming took a deep look at Lu Changsheng before also leaving the estate with Guang Qingzi. The few of them returned to the 9 heavens one after another. Guang Qingzi looked at Daoist Duo Bao and said, Junior brother, please leave a disciple from the Jie sect behind to assist me. Daoist Duo Bao nodded. Then Guang Qingzi walked up to the disciples, took a deep breath, and said with great frustration, among you who is willing to be a sparring partner for these little girls? All the disciples wore confused expressions. Wasn't the senior brother going to seek revenge? Why had it turned into being a sparring partner? Seeing the expressions in the eyes of the disciples, Guang Qingzi sighed. The masters of this world are not something we can provoke. Being a sparring partner is a condition for the exchange. Who among you is willing to go before the calamity of sealing the gods? The disciples looked at each other, their expressions varied. They had all witnessed the power of these little girls. If they went, wouldn't that be seeking death? Even if they didn't die, they would still shed a layer of skin. At this moment, Qi Jingzi stepped forward respectfully, saying, Senior brother, let me go. Qi Jingzi was one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun under the primordial heavenly sovereign. Seeing that the other disciples were too afraid to go, Qi Jingzi had no choice but to stand up. After all, this was also an opportunity to show himself. Guang Qingzi was quite pleased. After all, having someone placed in this estate would not be entirely without benefits for the Chan sect. Thus, Zhao Gongming brought Qi Jingzi and Guang Qingzi back into the estate. Qi Jingzi was also shocked by everything in this estate, finally understanding why the 3 senior brothers had suffered setbacks. As soon as Qi Jingzi was brought in, the 5 little ones quickly surrounded him. The way they looked at Qi Jingzi was as if they were gazing at a lifeless object. That gaze truly made him shiver with fear. Lu Aomei mimicked the demeanor of an adult with her 2 small hands clasped in front of her chest. Lu Lingyu rested one hand on her chin. Lu Xinyan circled around Qi Jingzi, inspecting him from head to toe. Qi Jingzi suddenly felt inexplicably nervous in the presence of these girls. Had he entered a den of wolves? Why did he feel such a terrifying sensation of being devoured? On the side, Guang Chengzi watched his junior brother being scrutinized like an object, feeling exceedingly frustrated. But there was nothing he could do. In order for the divine calamity to proceed normally, he had to endure. Little ones, this is Qi Jingzi, one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun. His cultivation and talent are the highest among my many junior brothers. Are you all satisfied? Guang Chengzi nearly bit his teeth while asking the last question. Lu Aomei's frown relaxed as she nodded, saying, then he's the one. Lu Lingyu picked up the assorted magical artifacts scattered on the ground and casually tossed them to Guang Chengzi. Take back this junk. Guang Chengzi. He received the Mixian silk, the Qian Kuan circle, and the wind fire wheel, among other treasures. His expression pained to the extent that it was hard to conceal. These treasures, which could awe the world, were actually described as junk. How could Guang Chengzi not be angry? If not for his relatively good temperament, he would have likely spat blood from rage. However, after all these twists and turns, they finally obtained the treasures. Since it's like this, we'll take our leave. Guang Chengzi felt somewhat guilty towards his junior brother. Qi Jingzi glanced at him deeply and then left with Zhao Gongming. Qi Jingzi. He looked at the 5 little girls resembling little demons and suddenly felt a bit regretful. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have stepped forward. At this moment, he was abandoned by his senior brother without a word. Lu Aomei stepped forward first, still maintaining her commanding demeanor, tilting her head with a fierce yet cute expression. You? Crouch down. Qi Jingzi. Crouch down. You're too tall. Only then did Qi Jingzi react, quickly crouching down to meet Lu Aomei's gaze. Lu Aomei continued, from now on you will be our sparring partner. Do you understand? Qi Jingzi nodded, but still looked quite bewildered. Do you know what your task is? Lu Lingyu stepped forward, each one more imposing than the last. Qi Jingzi felt completely overwhelmed and cautiously replied, to accompany you. Practice. Exactly. You have to accompany us 5 in practice every day. After breakfast starting from noon. At noon you practice with the eldest sister. At the hour of the rat you practice with me. At the hour of the monkey you practice with the third sister. And so on. Do you understand? Qi Jingzi was completely dumbfounded at this moment. If this continued starting from noon, he would have to accompany the 5 girls in practice until the hour of the pig every day. He would be exhausted to death. Lu Aomei noticed that Qi Jingzi's expression was not looking good and immediately stepped forward. Her youthful face bore a pair of calm and deep eyes like tranquil pools. We certainly won't practice every day. Moreover, as long as you perform, well, we will reward you with some treasures. Got it. Qi Jingzi had nothing more to say. He could only nod obediently. After Lu Aomei finished speaking, she immediately conjured a golden silkworm pupa from her hand. Since that's the case, eat this. Qi Jingzi looked at the wriggling live silkworm pupa in Lu Aomei's palm, feeling a strange power emanating from it. Hurry up and eat. Qi Jingzi wanted to refuse, but given the circumstances it seemed impossible. Thus he could only obediently eat it. After swallowing the silkworm pupa, Qi Jingzi did not feel any unusual changes. Lu Aomei explained, by eating this we will be able to contact you at any time. You can also come when called. This formation won't harm you anymore. Qi Jingzi nodded and couldn't help but ask, what if? I can't arrive immediately when something happens. Lu Aomei and the little girl simultaneously revealed mischievous smiles. Then every meridian in your body will endure the pain of being burned by fierce flames. This silkworm pupa was gifted by my father, and there's no antidote in the 3 realms. Since you are already our 5 sisters' sparring partner, just obediently accept your fate. Qi Jingzi. His expression was extremely unpleasant at this moment. After Lu Aomei and the others finished speaking, they waved at Qi Jingzi saying, all right. You may leave now. We will contact you immediately when we need you. Qi Jingzi stood in front of the large courtyard watching as the 5 little girls suddenly abandoned him, feeling inexplicably frightened. Could he really leave now? Not suffer harm from the formation? Was it for real? Could it be some sort of test? Would it be like what Taiyi Zhenren experienced, directly causing him to explode? Qi Jingzi struggled to move his feet carefully, making his way towards the gate of the courtyard. The distance of just a few dozen meters felt like a century. It wasn't until he took the first step that Qi Jingzi truly felt no abnormalities, and he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly transformed into a flash of white light and flew towards Yisu Palace. Kunlun Mountain Shilin Cliff. Yuan Tianzun was surprised to see Guangchengzi and the others return so quickly. Master. Guangchengzi briefly recounted the circumstances in the courtyard. Yuan Tianzun pondered for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared on his face. So Qi Jingzi can freely enter and exit that courtyard. Guangchengzi nodded. Yuan Tianzun said sternly, the owner of that courtyard has an unknown origin and a mysterious identity. If Qi Jingzi can make an effort to ingratiate himself, perhaps he can help the Chan sect become prosperous in the 3 realms in the future. Guangchengzi was taken aback, then immediately reacted. Rest assured, Master. Qi Jingzi has already successfully infiltrated that world and will not let everyone down. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island at Bio Palace, the disciples of Jiuwan also returned one after another to report everything and returned to their own caves. Only Zhao Gongming knelt on a mat for over an incense stick's time. Yet Tong Tian Jiaozhu remained with his eyes closed, not uttering a word. The tense atmosphere made it hard for Zhao Gongming to endure. His master was clearly punishing him on purpose. After a long time, Zhao Gongming finally gathered his courage. Master. Tong Tian Jiaozhu slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm. Zhao Gongming immediately said, Master, please forgive me actually. I just found out about this. Oh. Tong Tian Jiaozhu obviously did not believe him. Zhao Gongming quickly explained, Master, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I only learned the truth when the 3 nieces caused trouble and Taiyi Zhenren drew their portraits. Tong Tian Jiaozhu looked deeply at Zhao Gongming, took a deep breath. Get up. Only then did Zhao Gongming dare to stand, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. To think the owner of that courtyard would call you brother-in-law and the 3 potential saint girls would call you uncle. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Jiuwan. Zhao Gongming naturally understood Tong Tian Jiaozhu's meaning. However, Master, these 5 nieces currently have quite a strong opinion of me. Tong Tian Jiaozhu immediately interrupted him, sighing, it's time for Yunxiao to come back. The Lord of Heaven felt exceptionally wronged. Ever since he was forced to sign the divine list and was thoroughly manipulated by the Chan sect, the human sect, and the 2 saints from the west, he had been in a constant state of gloom. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Now, apart from trying to keep his disciples from leaving their caves easily, he had no solutions at hand. However, a heavenly opportunity had presented itself. Zhao Gongming turned out to be the brother-in-law of the independent master of the three realms. Perhaps he could reverse the situation. After all, according to the report from Daobao Daoist upon his return, there were mentions of chaos mystic iron primordial purple chi and the creation azure lotus. Such things were truly unheard of. Even the incarnation of Panga the Lord of Heaven was shaken by this. With such a powerful being, reversing the situation of the GS sect was not beyond possibility. One could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Zhao Gongming received the command and flew once more to Qishui, entering the estate. However, his state of mind was vastly different from before. Sister. Zhao Gongming stood in the front yard, even hesitating to enter the house. Fairy Yunxiao emerged from inside a room, after a moment dressed in green gauze, her slender figure captivating with a waist that one could grasp with a hand. Brother, you came at just the right time. Stay for a meal. Zhao Gongming waved his hand, saying, No, you must come with me to Bo Palace. Master wants to see you. Fairy Yunxiao looked somewhat dejected. Since Master commanded her to enter seclusion, the three fairies had been quietly cultivating on the Three Immortals Island. Later, through an accidental introduction by her senior brother, Zhao Gongming, Fairy Yunxiao met Lu Changsheng, and thereafter, she never returned to the Three Immortals Island. Could it be that Master found out about this and was upset? Fairy Yunxiao was filled with worry. Brother, wait a moment, I will talk to Changsheng. Zhao Gongming nodded, standing in the front yard awaiting her. In the study, Fairy Yunxiao quietly approached Lu Changsheng, her tone gentle. Husband, it has been a long time since I returned to the sect. Master's order is something I cannot ignore. You take care of the 5 of them at home, and remember, do not let them go out and cause trouble. Lu Changsheng set down the book in his hand, frowning. The divine calamity has already begun. Are you going out? As Lu Changsheng knew, after the divine sealing, nearly all disciples of the GS sect had perished. It was truly tragic. He had already learned of his wife's fate, and the 3 fairies, along with brother-in-law Zhao Gongming, could not escape this calamity. Upon hearing that Yunxiao was leaving, Lu Changsheng became anxious. Fairy Yunxiao was unaware of the situation and did not know her fate, merely smiling to comfort him. I will return soon. Why are you so anxious? Lu Changsheng casually conjured a small bell, transforming it into an ordinary pendant. Wear this. He personally placed it on Yunxiao, instructing, if you encounter danger, use it. Do you understand? Fairy Yunxiao nodded, and then left the estate with Zhao Gongming. Lu Changsheng gazed towards the direction they departed. His deep eyes, resembling a dark pool, exuded a faint, yet captivating power. With the divine calamity commencing, if this path dared to harm his loved ones, he would undoubtedly tear through the heavens. Tear through this path. At that time on Kunlun Mountain at Qilan Cliff. After rushing back to Yushu Palace, Qi Jingzi appeared, as if frightened, his expression weary, his eyes devoid of spirit. Master, your disciple has returned. Yuan Shitianzun looked at Qi Jingzi, instructing, the GS sect will certainly not miss the opportunity to contact the master of this estate. You must remember to please those 5 girls. They might bring great fortune to the Chan sect. Qi Jingzi received the master's command, bearing the hopes of many, and swept away his previous despondency. Disciple obeys. At Qishui estate, just as Fairy Yunxiao left, 5 little ones rushed into the study. Daddy, Daddy. Lu Changsheng looked at his adorable and innocent 5 daughters indulgently, saying, What's wrong? Are you all going to be mischievous again? Daddy, take us out to play. Yes, Daddy. You haven't taken us out in a long time. Lu Changsheng set down the book, lost in thought. It had been several months since he took them to Chaoga, where they had demolished an entire inn. One could assume that the inn had been rebuilt by now. All right. Since Mother isn't here, let's take you 5 out for hot pot. The 5 daughters immediately jumped for joy, bursting into cheerful laughter. Daddy is the best. We can eat hot pot again. After leaving the estate, they soared through the clouds and finally arrived at Chaoga. Within Chaoga, the common folk lived in peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, this prosperity would not last long. Lu Changsheng brought his 5 daughters to the entrance of an inn. The gold-embellished sign above read, Gathering Immortals Inn. At the entrance stood 2 impressive stone lions, intricately carved with beams adorned with phoenixes and dragons, supporting a welcoming platform. The materials used for the inn's construction were all purple cloud redwood, sturdy and heavy, exuding an ancient charm, indeed reminiscent of a celestial abode. The entire inn stood 3 stories tall, towering and filled to capacity. As Lu Changsheng and his 5 daughters approached, they noticed a group of soldiers surrounding the entrance of the Gathering Immortals Inn. At the forefront was a young man who was exceptionally arrogant and foul-mouthed. You filthy scoundrels, get out of the Gathering Immortals Inn. This young master is hosting guests here. Who dares to disrespect this young master? This young master will smash this Gathering Immortals Inn. At this moment, at the entrance of the gathering immortals, and two imposing figures who faintly exuded the aura of Earth immortals looked at the young man as if he were a clown. The gathering immortals requires prior reservation. You did not reserve, hence you are naturally not allowed to enter. The attendants maintained a cold demeanor. This young master is the son of the Grand Controller Yuhan. Bring out the owner of the gathering immortals in. This loud and foolish young man was Yubilan. Currently, he had surrounded the inn, deliberately preventing guests from entering. Unfortunately, the reserved seats at the gathering immortals inn were already fully booked today, and no one was entering. Yubilan was merely seeking attention and causing trouble, and his actions were utterly redundant. The attendants could no longer tolerate his behavior, yet their tone remained calm. If you continue to cause a ruckus, do not blame us for taking action. Yubilan, relying on the crowd, quickly surrounded the two attendants, intending to barge in. Just as both sides were about to clash, Changsheng coldly declared, "Stand aside." The two attendants immediately bowed, respectfully tossing the soldiers aside, as if they were dumplings, directly throwing them down the steps. They instantly cleared a path for Changsheng and his daughters. Yubilan looked at Changsheng, furious beyond measure. Where did this person come from? So brazen. He had just threatened and coerced these two attendants, yet their attitude remained cold throughout. Suddenly, this man arrived, and the attendants turned hostile towards his subordinates. How could Yubilan endure this? He watched as his subordinates were so easily defeated, lying on the ground wailing, and in an instant he was filled with rage. How outrageous! Yubilan rushed forward, feeling utterly humiliated. As the son of Yuhan, who in Xiao would dare to disrespect him? Now a mere nameless individual appeared, causing the attendant to directly throw out his subordinates. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Did you not say they weren't allowed in?" The two attendants completely ignored Yubilan, still bowing respectfully, as they invited Changsheng and the five little ones inside. Yubilan ignored. He was now fuming with rage, his anger boiling over. When had he ever faced such humiliation? "Stop!" Yubilan stepped forward to block Changsheng. As his arm reached out, Lu Aomei reacted swiftly, clenching her small fist and delivering a blow to Yubilan's abdomen. Bang! The force of that punch was soft, yet powerfully overwhelming. Yubilan, his eyes bulging, was sent flying 10 meters away, bones fractured all over, unable to move. Lu Aomei glanced at her fist, furrowing her brows as she muttered to herself, "I didn't use any strength just now." Changsheng cast a glance at the fallen Yubilan, choosing not to pay him any mind. Shortly after, they were led by the attendants to a private room in Jiuxian building, the best one. This room was specially prepared for Changsheng, never accommodating outsiders. The interior was decorated in a simple yet elegant style, filled with an ethereal essence. Pine and cypress trees adorned the space with intricately carved beams. The attendants respectfully asked, "Master, shall we prepare the spicy beef hot pot base?" Lu Lingyue and the others eagerly urged, "Yes, yes. Hurry and bring it. We want tender beef rolls. I want thinly sliced beef tongue. And layered beef tripe. Don't forget the fatty lamb. Bring all the fruit snacks too." Throughout the process, it was the little ones who were ordering. The attendants hurriedly took notes and moments later pushed in a small cart. The cart was laden with various fresh ingredients. "Take your time, masters." After the attendants retreated, the little ones began piling meat into the various spicy compartments. Changsheng looked at his 5 meat-loving daughters, his eyes filled with affection. While eating, Lu Lingyue suddenly stood up saying, "Daddy, I'm going to get 2 more plates of meat." Lu Sanyan also jumped down from her chair, declaring, "I'll go with second sister." Changsheng frowned and said, "Let the attendants go get it. Just sit tight. Don't think I don't know what you two are up to." Lu Lingyue and Lu Sanyan exchanged glances and said, "They're too busy. We'll get it ourselves. We won't cause trouble. Don't worry, Daddy." The two hurriedly ran out. Changsheng sighed, ultimately choosing to indulge them. After all, this was their own restaurant. They could stir up whatever chaos they liked. As Lu Lingyue and Lu Sanyan dashed out of the private room, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soon the other 3 little ones followed them out. The 5 gathered together, with Lu Aomei taking the lead. "After we finish eating, our game begins. As usual, 2 will seek, while 3 will hide." After explaining the rules, the 5 began to form teams. Whiteboard, blackboard pairing. Whiteboard, blackboard pairing. This restaurant had 3 floors, each with 20 private rooms and a total of 108 outside seats. Moreover, every table and every private room was filled with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. For them, it was the perfect venue. Thus, the 5 little ones began to play hide and seek within the 3 floors of the restaurant. The eldest, the third, and the youngest were responsible for hiding. The second, Lu Lingyue, and the 4th, Lu Chan, took on the role of seekers. After counting to 100, they began searching each floor. The 2 little ones barreled through, their momentum fierce, as they directly pushed open the doors of the private rooms, causing patrons to shout in anger. Only after offending all the guests on the first floor did they finally head to the second floor to search. Lu Lingyue, being hot-tempered, grew increasingly noisy after searching for a while, without success. Lu Chan followed behind with an aloof expression equally difficult to provoke. The two swept their way to the third floor, suddenly pushing open one of the private rooms. Both Lu Lingyue and Lu Chan were hit by a strong stench of fox, causing them to turn away with pained expressions. What is that smell? It's so foul. Inside the room stood over 20 guards dressed as commoners, while only one man and one woman sat at a round table eating hot pot. The man had broad brows and a strong physique exuding an aura of dominance. The woman was exquisitely beautiful with an air of seduction about her. They were none other than King Zhou and Daji. Lu Lingyue and Lu Chan paid them no mind and walked straight in. Bold. King Zhou suddenly shouted coldly, his anger uncontrollable. Where did these girls come from? Daring to disturb this humble man and my beloved concubine. With a command, the 20 or so attendants rushed toward Lu Lingyue and Lu Chan. Lu Lingyue, already anxious, seeing someone blocking her path, directly swept her hand, knocking all 20 of them to the ground. Immediately after, Lu Lingyue and Lu Chan ignored the man and woman eating and began rummaging through the room. The entire private room looked like a disaster zone. King Zhou, Daji. Seeing his elite guards being taken down by a mere child, King Zhou was furious. Daji, noticing this, comforted King Zhou with a smile, saying, "My king, don't worry, leave it to Daji. I will teach these two unruly little thieves a good lesson." King Zhou nodded, maintaining a serious demeanor as he sat down. Daji immediately approached Lu Lingyue, her eyes filled with a hint of malice, reaching out to grab Lu Lingyue's neck. Lu Lingyue shot an angry glare at her, seeing through Daji's intentions. "No wonder there's a smell, but turns out it's coming from you. This fox stench is too pungent. Stay away from me, Daji." Daji's expression changed immediately. How could this girl smell it? Could it be that this girl can see through her true form? Daji realized she could not leave any witnesses. Just as she was about to strike, Lu Lingyue suddenly took the initiative and kicked Daji in the abdomen. "You're a sly fox. Dare to attack me." Hearing the commotion, Lu Chan quickly returned to her second sister's side. "Sly fox, why are you bullying my second sister?" Lu Chan glared with hostility, her eyes fierce. Daji clutched her stomach, her face pale at this moment. If not for her own strength, Lu Lingyue's kick might have taken half her life. Currently, who was bullying whom? Daji squinted her eyes, looking menacingly at the two little girls in front of her. She never imagined that she would be bullied by two 3-year-old girls today. King Zhou instantly rose from his throne upon seeing his beloved consort humiliated, standing protectively beside her. "You two mischievous child thieves. How dare you bully my cherished consort?" Lu Lingyue and Lu Chan exchanged glances and burst into unrestrained laughter. King Zhou, sovereign of the Shang dynasty, had never before been mocked so brazenly. Humiliation burned across his face, fury surged, extinguishing all mercy in his heart. Before he could even shout for guards, Lu Lingyue pointed directly at Su Daji behind him and jeered, "Is this your beloved consort? So you fancy the scent of fox musk?" "Ha ha." Lu Chan too burst into laughter. King Zhou's countenance turned ashen. "You wretched thieves. How dare you insult my beloved consort? What? You truly don't know she's a demon." Lu Lingyue sensed something amiss, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. King Zhou immediately drew a treasured sword from his waist and lunged without hesitation toward Lu Lingyue and Lu Chan. They shifted their stances with effortless grace and evaded the strike. "Hey, your beloved consort is a fox spirit. We're merely speaking truth. Why resort to violence?" Utterly incorrigible. Enraged beyond reason, King Zhou radiated murderous intent from every pore. Su Daji, observing this, covertly unleashed her cultivation, her hands weaving arcane spells that lashed out swiftly toward the two girls. The void itself bristled with lethal intent. Lu Lingyue's fury flared anew. Without uttering a word, her form blurred, and she appeared instantly beside Su Daji. Su Daji stared in disbelief. Before she could react, her entire being locked in place. The very air trembled violently around her. Lu Lingyue raised the sword of immortal slaying, poised to strike. Su Daji. The moment the sword of immortal slaying emerged, time seemed to freeze. The surrounding air solidified into stillness. A bone-deep chill pierced Su Daji, as she felt herself teetering on the precipice of utter annihilation. But Lu Chan's voice halted her. "Second elder sister, father said we mustn't cause trouble." Lu Lingyue paused and cast Su Daji a sly, wicked smile. "Very well, then I shall revert you to your true form." Swinging the sword of immortal slaying, Lu Lingyue struck Su Daji's leg. Her cultivation shattered instantly, and she transformed into a snow-white fox. A flicker of triumph gleamed in Lu Lingyue's eyes. She crouched down, seized the fox's tail, and hoisted it upside down, fluffy and adorable. Yes, but far too wicked. Nearby King Zhou, still immobilized by Lu Chan, had witnessed Su Daji's transformation firsthand. The shock was cataclysmic, his mind reeled, and he collapsed unconscious. Lu Lingwei turned to Lu Chan. Let's go. Lu Chan nodded. As they stepped out of the private chamber, they met Lu Aomei, Lu Senyin, and Lu Yiluo, who had come searching for them. Where have you been? We found our way out before you even located us. Why are you holding a fox? It's quite a tale, but consider this our trophy. Third sister, did you bring the sack? Lu Senyin nodded and produced the sack. Lu Lingwei promptly tossed the fox inside and declared done. Mission accomplished. Don't let father find out. We'll deal with it at home. The 5 girls nodded and returned to their original chamber. Lu Changsheng, surprised to see all 5 daughters back so soon, asked gently, have you finished playing? Lu Aomei nodded yes, but second and third sisters never even found us. Would you like more to eat? The little gluttons nodded again. After all that running about, the meat they'd eaten had long since vanished from their stomachs. Meanwhile, on Golden Turtle Island, Yunxiao Xianzi followed Zhao Gongming back to the Verdant Wanderer Palace to meet Tontian Jiaozhu. Disciple Yunxiao pays homage to master. Head bowed low, her demeanor was reverent. Tontian Jiaozhu nodded once and commanded, rise. Yunxiao lifted her gaze cautiously. May this disciple inquire, what purpose brings me before master today? I hear you've borne 5 daughters. Yunxiao Xianzi fell silent, flustered. Since the 5 girls had already caused a stir, concealment was futile. She acknowledged quietly, master, during this divine investiture calamity they indeed erred, though. Tontian Jiaozhu interjected firmly, this master does not reproach them. Yunxiao Xianzi froze, bewildered anew. Tontian Jiaozhu spoke slowly, his tone grave. Your 5 daughters possess extraordinary roots and prodigious talent. Would you consent to having them join the Jie sect as my disciples? As my innermost disciples, my final direct heirs. Yunxiao Xianzi could scarcely believe her ears. Zhao Gongming, standing nearby, beamed with elation, his eyes alight with joy as he gazed at Yunxiao. Tontian Jiaozhu, the embodiment of Pangu himself, a sage of the highest rank and the most prolific master among the 3 sects. If the 5 girls were placed under his tutelage, attaining sagehood would become inevitable. Yet, would such an arrangement blur the generational line between Yunxiao and her own daughters? Still, the honor of becoming Tontian Jiaozhu's innermost disciples was worth any complication. What precisely is an innermost disciple? It signifies the last direct heir he will ever accept, after whom he shall close his doors forever. Such disciples hold unparalleled favor, second only to the eldest. Moreover, they enter as quasi-sages, immediately surpassing all senior and junior peers alike. Naturally, Yunxiao Xianzi assented, yet requested time to consult Lu Changsheng first. Master, may this disciple beg a few days to discuss this matter with my husband. At the mention of Lu Changsheng, her cheeks flushed faintly. Tontian Jiaozhu nodded approvingly. Very well, go forth. Leaving the Verdant Wanderer Palace, Yunxiao Xianzi's spirit soared. So she journeyed next to the 3 Immortals Island, where she hadn't seen Bixiao and Xiao in ages, eager to learn how far their cultivation had advanced. The 3 Immortals Island bloomed with avian song and floral fragrance. Ethereal mist curled around jagged ancient rocks, every corner pulsing with vibrant celestial life. No sooner had Yunxiao Xianzi set foot upon the island than Xiao and Bixiao emerged to greet her. Xiao Xianzi wore a soft pink robe, graceful and poised, her raven tresses cascading freely. Her delicate features outshone blossoms, her jade-like complexion rivaled spring's rosiest petals. Bixiao Xianzi's beauty was arresting, her starlit eyes shimmering with cool, distant brilliance. Her ink-dark hair flowed like clouds over her shoulders and pooled at her waist, her bearing elegant, transcendent, otherworldly. Elder sister, elder sister. They dashed toward her, breathless and urgent. Elder sister, brother says 3 of our nieces caused great havoc, slaying Nezha and Taiyi. Is this true? Just days ago, disciples from all sects besieged the banks of the Qi River. Are you unharmed? By the way, I heard from senior brother that these 5 little nieces of ours have all attained the cultivation realm of quasi-sages. Is this truly so? Is your husband really a Hunyuan Daluo Golden? Yunxiao Xianzi let out a long sigh, her expression wry and resigned. What if I told you I only learned of it myself not long ago? Would you believe me? Xiao Xianzi, Bixiao Xianzi. It's a long story. It'll take you into the manor. In single file the 3 entered, only to discover the 5 children had vanished. Worse still, Lu Changsheng himself had disappeared without a trace. Yunxiao Xianzi sighed again and said, he must have taken them out to play. All the better, rare is such peaceful quiet. Xiao and Bixiao Xianzi burst into laughter. Elder sister, now that you've found your ideal consort and are blessed with 5 adorable little ones, we can only envy you. At the thought of those 5 innocent cherubic faces, Yunxiao Xianzi smiled tenderly. Sister, you still haven't explained. Why has your husband suddenly become a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, and why have our 5 daughters suddenly reached the quasi-sage realm? The 2 immortals pressed eagerly for answers. Yunxiao Xianzi repeated, word for word, the explanation Lu Changsheng had given her. It was precisely that hidden realm which enabled my husband to attain the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian cultivation realm. And our daughters, upon birth they were already quasi-sages, though ordinarily they suppressed their true cultivation level. Xiao and Xiao Xianzi frowned deeply. A hidden realm. Could such a mysterious hidden realm truly exist within the primordial chaos? Otherwise, what would make it a hidden realm? Yunxiao replied, her eyes alight with yearning. Can this hidden realm be found again? Yunxiao shook her head. My husband says that ever since he attained the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian realm and emerged from that hidden realm, it has vanished utterly, beyond all search. Hearing this, Xiao and Xiao felt a pang of deep regret. Just as the 3 immortals chatted idly, Lu Changsheng finally returned, with his 5 daughters in tow. Pushing open the manor's great gate, a clamor erupted instantly. The 5 children immediately spotted Xiao and Xiao Xianzi. Second auntie. Third auntie. You're here. In an instant, the 5 little ones darted forward, flinging themselves into their aunt's arms. Xiao and Xiao Xianzi felt their hearts melt, immediately lifting all 5 into warm, loving embraces. Lu Changsheng followed behind, smiling gently. So, you must be Xianzi Xiao and Xianzi Xiao, the younger aunts-in-law. Xiao and Xiao were distinctly uncomfortable with Lu Changsheng addressing them thus. Younger aunts-in-law. It sounded oddly rustic. Lu Changsheng, please address us by name. Xiao Xianzi sighed helplessly. Lu Changsheng bowed respectfully. Very well. Since you've come, do stay for dinner. I'll go fishing myself. How about fresh seafood tonight? Xiao and Yunxiao exchanged a glance. Their cultivation realms had long transcended earthly sustenance. They no longer partook of mundane food. Yunxiao smiled and explained, my husband believes sharing 3 daily meals like ordinary mortals adds warmth, the very essence of human life. Still, his culinary skill is exceptional. You won't be disappointed. Only then did Xiao and Xiao agree. Then we thank you kindly. Thereupon Lu Changsheng strode straight toward the rear courtyard. Within the lotus pond, Ao Bing had transformed into a dragon carp, greedily devouring the creation-born lotus blossoms growing there. For several days no one had restrained him. Unknowingly, he had consumed countless seeds of the creation-born lotus. Now spiritual energy surged through his body, his meridians were fully unblocked, and breakthrough loomed imminent. With a sweep of Lu Changsheng's hand, Ao Bing leapt from the pond and resumed human form. Greetings, master. Vibrant and radiant, Ao Bing bowed deeply, utterly devoted. Come with me, to the east sea to fish. Ao Bing immediately clasped his hands and replied, yes, master. Master and servant strode side by side, through the rear courtyard, across the grand hall, and into the front courtyard, as if no one else existed. Xiao and Xiao Xianzi froze in place. This is Ao Bing, the 3rd prince of the East Sea. Indeed, it is Ao Bing. How on earth did he end up here? Lu Ao Mei, standing nearby, beamed with pride. He's our family fisherman. Exactly. We captured him together. My elder sister, my 3rd sister, and I. Now, he belongs to our family. Xiao and Xiao Xianzi stood speechless, unable to muster even a single coherent expression. The sheer magnitude of this revelation was staggering. The illustrious 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, now reduced to a fisherman for this household, and judging by Ao Bing's demeanor moments earlier, he served willingly, even, dare one say, with delight. At that moment, Xiao and Xiao Xianzi were utterly convinced their 5 little nieces were indeed quasi-sages. Though Lu Changsheng outwardly manifested only the cultivation level of an earth immortal, he was unquestionably a genuine Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. How else could he have earned Ao Bing's willing, unwavering allegiance? Xiao and Xiao Xianzi watched master and servant depart the manor, still trembling inwardly. They glanced at each other. Having a saint who has attained the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian realm cook and fish for us, is that quite proper? I feel the same. This is utterly surreal. Shall we leave then? Yunxiao Xianzi, watching their flustered expressions, chuckled softly. We're all family. What is there to fear? Xiao and Xiao Xianzi paused, then nodded. Indeed, she was right. Thus they settled in, completely at ease. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng and Ao Bing soared upon clouds and mist, finally arriving above the East Sea's shimmering surface. You handle the fishing. I'll simply watch you fish, Lu Changsheng declared, then dissolved into a streak of white light, vanishing toward a grove along the eastern coastline to sit and rest. He could easily have delegated the entire task to Ao Bing. Yet facing so many women at once left Lu Changsheng flustered, almost overwhelmed. Especially those two younger aunts-in-law. Seeing Lu Changsheng depart, Ao Bing lowered his gaze to the calm sea surface and emitted a low, resonant dragon's hum. All aquatic beings of the East Sea appear before me at once. Instantly, concentric ripples spread from the sea's center. Foaming white waves surged upward, rising high to form two towering curtains of water. Within those watery veils appeared the myriad fish clans of the East Sea. Hail, third prince. Ao Bing nodded solemnly, his voice low, commanding, heavy with imperial authority. Each clan shall deliver one unawakened fish to the shore, immediately. The fish clans dared not disobey, vanishing back into the boundless ocean depths. Meanwhile, deep within the East Sea's crystal palace, the third prince has returned. Turtle Prime Minister rushed in, overjoyed. The Dragon King jolted awake, gaunt, haggard, his exhaustion heart-wrenching. What did you say? Turtle Prime Minister wept openly. It's the third prince. The third prince has returned. He is summoning the underwater fish clans. The Dragon King sprang to his feet and hastened forth without delay. Upon reaching the surface, the Dragon King indeed saw Ao Bing, standing alone on the shore holding an exquisitely woven basket, carefully placing fish inside with meticulous care. The Dragon King, stunned, he faltered, disoriented. My son. Ao Bing looked up sharply, dropped the basket, and cried, Father. The Dragon King wept tears of overwhelming joy. My son, your father has searched for you endlessly. Ao Bing was filled with guilt. Ever since he was captured in the manor, leaving was not a matter of choice. I have worried, father. It is my fault. The old Dragon King finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, Then let us return to the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing halted, his expression complex. Father, I still have some matters. I cannot return to the Dragon Palace. The old Dragon King squinted, his gaze slowly shifting to the fish in the basket, and only then did he realize something was amiss. Old Dragon King, how could the third prince of the Dragon Palace be catching fish? The old Dragon King immediately asked, What are you doing here? Ao Bing scratched his head, unsure how to respond, and could only say, Father, don't worry about it. Anyway, I have obtained an opportunity, and as long as I follow this person and do my work, well, I will surely revitalize our Sea Dragon clan in the future. As Ao Bing spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his emotions heightened. Old Dragon King. The old Dragon King frowned, clearly displeased. The dignified third prince of the Dragon Palace is actually doing something only a lowly person would do. How absurd. Will catching fish here really revitalize the Dragon clan? This is nonsense. The old Dragon King was furious. He tried to pull Ao Bing back to the Dragon Palace with just a few words. Ao Bing broke free, looking anxious. Father, just trust me. This person has a mysterious identity, and I do not know his origins. But his manor is simply filled with magical treasures. Even just one or two items could significantly enhance my cultivation. Seeing Ao Bing so agitated, the old Dragon King paused. Could there really be some extraordinary master? Then what are you doing following him? The old Dragon King asked again. Ao Bing's face was full of pride, his tone low yet smiling. I am the fisherman of the master of this manor. Uff, the old Dragon King's face turned dark, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. A fisherman? You, the third prince of the Dragon clan, are going to be a fisherman. This is an insult. I will never allow you to do this again. The old Dragon King became agitated again, vehemently opposing it. Finally, the commotion on the shore woke up Lu Changsheng, who was sleeping nearby. He emerged from the woods, swiftly reaching Ao Bing's side. What is going on? What is all this noise? Upon seeing Lu Changsheng, Ao Bing quickly lowered his head, showing great respect. Master, this is my father. Lu Changsheng looked up. Oh, so this is the unfortunate Ao Guan. The East Sea Dragon King was instantly furious, especially upon realizing that Lu Changsheng was merely a mere earth immortal, yet dared to act so arrogantly. Ao Bing, you are being foolish. This person is just an earth immortal. How could you call him master? This is an affront to the Dragon clan. Hurry back. At this moment, Ao Guang was filled with exasperation. Ao Bing did not know how to explain, he simply would not return. Lu Changsheng smiled indifferently. Ao Guang, if you insist on making Ao Bing return to the East Sea, he will surely die at the hands of Nezha, and his death will be a tragic one, skinned and flayed. Ao Guang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and his anger surged. You brat, how dare you speak such wild words? How dare you curse my son? Lu Changsheng smiled slightly. I haven't lied, but if you don't believe it, just try it. In any case, Lu Changsheng did not wish to touch this matter of the investiture of the gods. It was also time to send Ao Guang back. But at that moment, Ao Guang believed Lu Changsheng's words without a doubt, and a chill spread through his body as the words skinned and flayed replayed in his mind. Master, no, I want go. I want return to the Dragon Palace. Ao Guang looked at his useless son with disdain and shouted angrily, "What are you crying about? What can a mere Nezha do to you? At worst, you just stay in the Crystal Palace, focus on your cultivation, and don't go out." After saying this, Ao Guang dragged Ao Bing and disappeared over the calm sea. Lu Changsheng saw that everything had returned to normal and finally breathed a sigh of relief, grabbing the basket filled with seafood and quickly flying towards the Qishui. Upon returning to the manor, Lu Changsheng dove into the separate kitchen within the manor. At that time, the 5 little ones gathered around looking at these cute and oddly shaped seafood they had never seen before with great interest. "Father, why didn't our fisherman come back with you?" Lu Aomei, as the oldest and most composed of the 5 little ones, observed carefully. Ao Bing was the hard-won prize of her and her sisters, so she naturally kept a close eye. Lu Changxing was taken aback and replied, "He has gone home." "How has he gone home? Who told him to go home?" Lu Changxing put down what he was doing. "I told him to go home. During this time, you must not sneak out again. It's dangerous outside. Do you understand?" The 5 little ones nodded dejectedly. After coming out of the kitchen, Lu Aomei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Sanyin all had unhappy expressions. "Our fisherman actually ran away. How despicable. We must find him. If he is gone, won't we have fewer delicious things to eat in the future?" The 3 exchanged glances, each with a plan in mind. Thus Lu Aomei immediately said to the 4th and youngest siblings, "You two take that fox and hide in the study until we come back." Lu Chan and Lu Ilua nodded, taking Lu Sanyan's bag and running quickly towards the study. Lu Aomei saw her mother chatting with her 2 aunts. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng was busy cooking seafood in the kitchen, which was just the right opportunity. The 3 quickly ran to the backyard, looking at the array that Lu Changsheng had reinforced, lost in thought. "Third sister, you are the best at formations. Can this be broken?" Lu Aomei looked at the 3rd sister, Lu Sanyin. Lu Sanyin carefully studied the formation for a while, her baby-faced little face serious. "Father has rearranged 300 formations that can be broken, but it will take some time." After saying this, a force from the void of time surged within Lu Sanyin, emanating between her hands. The moment it touched the formation, countless lines of latitude and longitude revealed themselves. These lines were complexly intertwined with numerous runes moving within them in a rhythmic manner. Although it looked complicated, it was actually following some kind of pattern. Lu Sanyan's eyes quickly searched and her hands moved rapidly to dismantle the formation. Finally, she whispered, "Break." Immediately, a small crack appeared in the formation. "Hurry, there's only a little time." Lu Sanyin supported the crack, and just as Lu Aomei and Lu Lingyue quickly went out, Lu Sanyin followed swiftly. The moment they flew out, the formation closed again. "Phew, that was close. I almost got caught by father. Let's hurry. We need to find the fisherman," Lu Lingyue urged. The 3 little figures made their way back to the Jiuwan River. This time the area around the Jiuwan River was calm and nothing happened. Lu Sanyin furrowed her brows, looking at her 2 older sisters. "How do we find the fisherman? Is he in the water?" Lu Aomei pondered, and then said to the 3rd sister, "Third sister, why don't you use the gourd to drain this river?" Lu Sanyin nodded in agreement. "Go!" A low shout echoed. The crimson gourd flew from Lu Sanyin's hand to the sky above the Jiuwan River, continuously expanding. As the crimson gourd reached its normal size, it began to draw in the waters of the Jiuwan River. The 3 sisters sat bored on the riverbank, playing a game of wooden soldiers. Lu Aomei turned her back and with a childish voice recited, 1, 2, 3 wooden soldier. As soon as her voice fell, she turned around. Her 2 younger sisters remained completely still. 1, 2, 3 wooden soldier. 3rd sister moved. Haha, it's 3rd sister's turn. The little ones burst into sweet, innocent laughter. After playing a few rounds, they realized that the waters of the Jiuwan River were finally being drained. However, at the riverbed, apart from some fish and shrimp, there were no fishermen from their family. At that time, the powerful force of the crimson gourd continued to absorb the waters of the Jiuwan River, showing no signs of stopping. The Jiuwan River connects to the estuary of the East Sea. Meanwhile, the waters of the East Sea, under the powerful magic of the crimson gourd, were rapidly flowing towards the Jiuwan River, ultimately being drawn in. Lu Aomei insisted, "We will definitely find him. Just wait a bit longer." The little ones continued to stand by the riverbank watching. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals noticed the unusual movement of the East Sea waters and quickly reported to Minister Turtle. "Not good, Minister Turtle. The waters of the East Sea are continuously flowing out. The seawater is rapidly decreasing." Minister Turtle also sensed the change in the direction of the water, and his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly reported to the old Dragon King. "Dragon King, it's bad." Ao Guang had just found Ao Bing and hadn't had the chance to catch up properly, but now his mood was once again lifted. Ao Guang's heart raced. In these days, the 3 realms were chaotic, and the Dragon Clan was not at peace either. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. "What is it? Why the panic? This is no way to behave," Ao Guang said, slightly annoyed. Minister Turtle's face was extremely pale, reporting to the Dragon King the East Sea. The seawater is about to dry up. This seawater is the source of life for the Dragon Clan and the beings of the sea. Once the seawater dries up, all these beings will perish. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang was utterly distressed. What was happening? At that moment, Ao Bing also showed a startled expression, frowning. What on earth is going on? Minister Turtle was equally puzzled. This old minister really doesn't know. Ao Guang forced himself to stay calm, his expression darkening. I will go see for myself. Father, I will go too. Ao Bing followed. The father and son rose above the surface of the East Sea, hovering high in the air. Indeed, the water level had already dropped by 1/3. It was drying up at a visibly alarming speed. How could this be? The Dragon King was completely overwhelmed at this moment. This was truly a disaster. Ao Bing tried to calm himself and observed the surface of the sea, carefully noticing that the water was flowing out in a single direction. Father, let's go check over there. Ao Guang nodded and followed Ao Bing, ultimately arriving at the Jiuwan River. The old Dragon King quickly spotted the 3 figures. 1, 2, 3 wooden soldier. Especially when the old Dragon King heard the familiar voices of the 3 little girls, his pupils dilated sharply and he trembled uncontrollably. It's them. They are the ones who killed Nezha and Taiyi. The old Dragon King recalled the battle that day, the collapse of the Crystal Palace, which took him hundreds of years of magical power to rebuild, and he felt a deep fear towards these 3 little girls. That is, the old Dragon King saw the red gourd floating in the sky above the Jiuwan River and almost lost his voice. Crimson gourd. Goodness. The crimson gourd formed from the innate spiritual root, gourd vine born from chaos. Ao Bing on the side had a complex expression. Why are these 3 little masters here? Are they here to cause trouble again? Father. Just as Ao Bing was about to explain, the 3 little ones had already spotted him. Lu Aomei shouted directly at Ao Bing, fisherman, come back quickly. Ao Bing. Ao Guang. At this moment, Ao Guang was being stared at by the 3 little girls, not daring to move, quietly asking she. Who is she calling? Ao Bing forced a smile. Father, these are the 3 little masters of the manor. Ao Guang. Ao Bing quickly flew towards the 3 little masters, smiling wryly. Little masters, why are you here? Lu Aomei looked at Ao Bing with dissatisfaction and scolded in a baby voice. Why did you run away? You are now one of us at the manor. We won't allow you to leave. You can't leave. Ao Bing. Ao Bing explained, it's your father. Actually, I didn't want to leave either. Since that is the case, come back with us. After Lu Lingwe finished speaking, she finally retracted the gourd. Ao Bing glanced at his father, who hesitated to approach, and said to the 3 little masters, wait for me. Hurry up. Lu Sanyan urged. Ao Bing flew to Ao Guang's side, a hint of anticipation in his expression. Father, you must know how powerful they are, so you should understand what kind of terrifying existence the master of that manor is. Let me go to the manor, and in the future I will come out and revive the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Ao Guang was also shaken. He glanced at the 3 fierce little girls, and it seemed that he had no say in the matter. If you are willing, then go. Ao Guang finally relented. Thank you, father. Ao Bing bowed in gratitude. After Ao Guang left, Ao Bing said to the 3 little masters, then shall we go back? However, Lu Lingwe suddenly turned her eyes and said to her 2 sisters, it's hard to come out, we can't go back so soon, that would be too unwise. Lu Sanyan said with some concern, but Dad and Mom will find out. With 4th sister and 5th sister covering for us, what do we have to fear? Lu Lingwe comforted. Ao Bing was speechless. These 3 little masters were indeed too bold. Let's go. We are heading to Zhao Gu. Lu Aomei walked ahead and said to Ao Bing, you follow us, understand? Ao Bing could only nod, becoming the attendant of these 3 little masters. They set off and finally entered Zhao Gu. Among the crowd, the citizens of Zhao Gu were gossiping. King Zhou has put up a notice offering a reward for a doctor. King Zhou is ill. Could it be due to excessive indulgence? I've heard that Su Daji has also disappeared. Could it be that Su Daji harmed King Zhou? I've heard rumors in the palace that King Zhou mutters something about a vixen every day. It's quite frightening. Lu Lingwe couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing these words. That day, she and 4th sister Lu Chan had barged into the private room of King Zhou and Su Daji. Now, combined with the words of the citizens, Lu Lingwe realized their identities. However, she was quite interested in seeing what kind of illness King Zhou had. Big sister, 3rd sister, how about we take a trip to the palace? Lu Lingwe suddenly had an idea. Lu Aomei looked puzzled. What's so fun in the palace? Lu Lingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. It's very fun. So they made their way to the place where the notice was posted, where a crowd had already gathered 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The 3 little ones finally squeezed their way to the front. Without a word, Lu Lingyue jumped up and tore down the piece of cowhide paper while everyone was in a heated discussion. This action caught all the commoners and soldiers off guard. Torn it. Who tore it? The people in the back couldn't see clearly, they only knew that the cowhide paper had suddenly disappeared. Until everyone looked down at a girl about 3 years old. Everyone felt embarrassed. The soldiers, however, rushed over with fierce expressions, angrily saying, "Where did this troublesome girl come from? Hand over that notice quickly." The soldier was about to snatch it when Lu Lingyue cleverly dodged with a swift turn. She gave Ao Bing a knowing glance. Ao Bing. After a moment, Ao Bing reacted, lifting Lu Lingyue high on his shoulders. The soldier was even more furious, bold. Lu Lingyue held up the notice and shouted, "I will reveal the notice today, and I can cure King Zhou's illness." Then she urged the soldier, "Aren't you going to take us into the palace soon?" The soldiers looked troubled, but it was clearly written on the notice that revealing it would be considered as being able to cure King Zhou. With no other choice, the soldiers had to lead the three little ones along with Ao Bing into the palace. As Lu Aomei arrived at the palace, she was immediately captivated by its magnificent and grand palaces. Second sister, this palace is indeed quite fun. Lu Lingyue's eyes were filled with smiles. There will be even more fun things later. Lu Aomei couldn't help but say, "Although this palace isn't as lively and warm as our manor, the high walls, stone halls, and long stone steps have their own charm. Why don't we have father move this palace into our manor?" Lu Sanyan pointed to the Xianxing Hall as she happily said, "I like this palace. Then I want this palace." Ao Bing, hearing the innocent remarks of the little ones behind him, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He absolutely believed they could pull it off. Soon the soldiers brought the three little ones to the bedroom where King Zhou resided. The room was surrounded by a group of maidservants, and there were constant sounds of crashing and King Zhou's ramblings. "Fox spirit. It's a fox spirit. My beloved concubine. Where is my beloved concubine?" Lu Aomei looked towards the bedroom and disdainfully said, "Has this King Zhou gone mad?" Lu Lingyue shrugged and said, "I don't know, let's go take a look." So the three little ones followed the soldiers to the entrance of the bedroom. The maidservants opened the bedroom door, and once they all entered, they quickly closed it behind them. Lu Aomei and the others didn't mind their gazes searching, and soon they spotted King Zhou going crazy by the bedside. Lu Lingyue, quick as lightning, saw the mad King Zhou about to pounce on them, and immediately formed a seal with her hands, sending a golden light into King Zhou's brow. King Zhou. After a moment, King Zhou became like a puppet, his expression returning to normal, standing still in place. Lu Sanyan reacted, clapping her hands in delight, saying, "Second sister, you cast a puppet technique on King Zhou." Lu Lingyue nodded. "I saw this in a book from father's study. After my improvement, this puppet technique won't be detected by anyone below the saint level." The three little ones looked at the puppet like King Zhou and finally found something interesting. "So what do we do now?" Lu Sanyan asked. Lu Lingyue smiled and said, "King Zhou is the ruler of the entire Shang dynasty. Why don't we also try being kings? Let's take turns. Fisherman, you come too." Ao Bing. At this moment, Ao Bing was sweating profusely. Wasn't this prank on King Zhou a bit too much? At that moment, Lu Lingyue stood in front of King Zhou and immediately commanded, "From now on you will obey our commands. Whatever we tell you to do, you will do it. Do you understand?" King Zhou's face was expressionless as he replied, "Yes." "Good then." Lu Lingyue thought for a moment and turned to Lu Aomei and Lu Sanyan. "Father's study mentioned that a king of a country has thousands of beautiful concubines in the harem. Right? I remember now, that book was called Zhen Huanzhuan." Lu Sanyan jumped up excitedly. "That's right, I've read it too. The struggles within the harem are simply too tragic. The women in the harem are not happy at all. How about we just dismantle the harem?" Lu Aomei and Lu Sanyan both agreed wholeheartedly. "Ao Bing. What about you?" Lu Lingyue raised an eyebrow at Ao Bing, her gaze sharp. Ao Bing took a deep breath, not expecting his opinion to be so important. "I think he'll go along with whatever you all decide." Ao Bing smiled sheepishly. Lu Lingyue nodded in satisfaction and told King Zhou, "You go and dismantle the harem. Send all those concubines back." King Zhou immediately replied yes. Thus King Zhou exited the bedroom. The maidservants and soldiers, seeing King Zhou had returned to normal and was not going mad, all knelt down. But King Zhou completely ignored them and went straight to the harem. The lecherous and indulgent King Zhou truly ordered the dismissal of all the concubines from the harem. He even ordered the soldiers to dismantle the harem. This news quickly spread from the palace to the streets and alleys of Chaoge. In a moment, the once despised King Zhou suddenly received unanimous praise from the people. Has King Zhou finally stopped coveting beauty? He actually ordered the dismantling of the harem. This has never been heard of in any dynasty. It's true the concubines from the harem have all been sent back. The commoners discussed animatedly. Inside the palace, after King Zhou ordered according to Lu Lingyue's instructions, he returned to the bedroom. Lu Lingyue was quite satisfied with this decision. Lu Aomei pondered again. Now the lives of the commoners are too poor. Although the people in Xiaogu are relatively well off elsewhere, there are still people who struggle to have enough to eat and wear. Why don't we have King Zhou send benefits to the commoners? The three sisters came to a consensus. Ao Bing. This was not going to end until they had completely pranked King Zhou. Ao Bing couldn't imagine that once King Zhou regained his senses he would find out that all the silver and treasures in the national treasury had been distributed, leaving him a pauper, and how he would feel about it. Ao Bing gasped again, unable to help but feel cold sweat for King Zhou. Soon King Zhou ordered that all the silver and wealth from the treasury be donated to the commoners. This news turned around King Zhou's reputation among the commoners. Who doesn't like money? At that time Yunxiao, who came to exorcise the demons, finally arrived in Xiaogu. He had calculated months ago that the fortunes of the Shang dynasty were declining with the nine-tailed fox spirit by King Zhou's side, causing turmoil in the court, and King Zhou being indistinguishable between black and white, tyrannical and indulgent, resulting in the commoners' grievances. However, when he entered Xiaogu, he was completely stunned. In a single day, King Zhou became the benevolent ruler who refrained from indulgence and cared for his people in the eyes of the common folk. Yunxiao walked along the streets of Xiaogu, his steps unusually heavy. What on earth is happening? On the street, all the common people were rushing in one direction, their faces adorned with radiant and excited smiles. Yunxiao immediately stopped a young man, his face filled with confusion. Young man, where are you all headed? Why are you so excited? The young man replied anxiously, King Zhou has finally awakened. He wants to care for the people and has taken the treasures from the national treasury to distribute to the common folk. If you go late, there will be none left. After saying that, the young man immediately blended into the crowd. At this moment, Yunxiao was completely bewildered. The only words in his mind were, what a day. He had come through hardships only to find that King Zhou had turned back to the right path. How could this be possible? Yunxiao quickly followed along, and indeed saw that nearly half of the citizens of Xiaogu were gathered in a huge square. It was a sea of people bustling with noise. Yunxiao was completely overwhelmed by the crowd. It seems to be true. He couldn't help but frown, always feeling something was off about the situation. He immediately began to calculate. With each calculation, his expression changed dramatically. I can't predict anything at all. Yunxiao's face grew more solemn, and he became even more convinced of the strangeness of this matter. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Lu Ao Mei and the others were having a great time. Big sister, we've been out for too long. Lu Xinyan expressed some concern. Lu Lingyu nodded. Well, we've had our fun, let's go back. What about King Zhou? Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Lingyu thought for a moment and said, let's leave it like this, we can control him remotely. Thus the sisters took Ao Bing and flew back to the manor. They quietly tore apart the array in the backyard and stealthily returned to the study. Ao Bing, on the other hand, transformed into a dragon carp and dove into the pond filled with Genesis Blue Lotus, happily wagging his tail. In the study, Lu Chan and Lu Iluo sighed in relief when they saw the sisters finally return. Just now mother came by and asked where you went. Fortunately, I said we were playing hide and seek. That got us off the hook. Lu Iluo asked curiously, sisters, what did you do outside? Did you bring back any spoils? Lu Lingyu proudly replied, her chubby little face unable to contain her excitement. We went to the palace. The palace was so much fun. The little ones huddled together and began to tell stories animatedly. Just then a knock on the study door interrupted them. It was Fairy Yunxiao. You little rascals, come out for dinner. Fairy Yunxiao looked affectionately at her 5 adorable daughters. The moment the 5 little ones heard about dinner, they rushed outside in a flurry. The aroma of seafood wafted throughout the manor, and merely inhaling it gave a sense of subtle enlightenment. Lu Changsheng brought out a large bowl of seafood, smiling, slightly sorry to keep you waiting. Fairy Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao noticed the colorful and rich seafood feast, their senses stimulated by the enticing fragrance. What's this on top? Fairy Xiao pointed to a portion of seafood in the large bowl. Lu Changsheng explained, I made 3 flavors of this seafood. One is garlic, which is spread on top. Another is the original flavor, and the last is spicy. Try it. Fairy Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao had never seen such a cooking method before. They exchanged glances and unceremoniously picked a large shrimp each. As soon as the shrimp entered their mouths, their taste buds exploded with flavor. This stimulating yet satisfying sensation surged from their mouths to their minds, causing them to involuntarily vocalize. So delicious. So fragrant. Lu Ao Mei and the others were already accustomed to the seafood feasts prepared by Lu Changsheng and found it no longer surprising. Auntie, everything my father makes is delicious. You all should eat more. Fairy Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao were surprised by how considerate the little ones were. At such a young age, they understood humility, which made them feel gratified. At that moment, Lu Iluo looked at them again and reminded, Auntie, you all should eat more. Fairy Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, the 5 little ones acted like little tyrants, diving in and eating voraciously. Xiao, Bai Xiao, what happened to the humility? Are they playing with us? Xiao and Bai Xiao were left dumbfounded. The 5 little ones did not care for such matters, scrambling to fill their cheeks to bursting. Fairy Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao immediately grew anxious and unceremoniously joined in competing with their 5 nieces. Such delicious food, they hadn't had enough yet. In no time, the plate of seafood was completely devoured. It was only then that Fairy Xiao and Fairy Yunxiao realized that Changsheng and Fairy Yunxiao had not eaten, yet feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sorry for causing you to laugh. It's just too delicious. Fairy Yunxiao chuckled. No worries, it was originally prepared for you all. It's just that these little ones eat too much. Fairy Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao expressed their gratitude again. After finishing the seafood, the group sat down to have tea. The 5 little ones went to the study to continue sharing their adventures outside. In the front hall, a faint, slightly bitter, yet sweet lotus seed tea gradually boiled, creating an aromatic haze. Changsheng poured a cup for everyone. Fairy Xiao turned to Fairy Yunxiao and said solemnly, now that the investiture of the gods has begun, our master has said that we must enter seclusion for cultivation and not go outside. Sister, you must also remember, do not go out easily. Fairy Yunxiao nodded, but was thinking of something else at that moment. Just as Fairy Xiao lifted her teacup to drink, she noticed a lotus seed settled at the bottom of the cup. This lotus seed had distinct Dao patterns and emitted a faint golden glow. Fairy Xiao immediately probed with her divine sense. Buzz. Upon probing, her head buzzed with noise. What kind of people are they? To her surprise, this seemingly ordinary cup of tea was actually brewed from the Genesis Blue Lotus. Fairy Xiao looked at the calm-faced Changsheng and Fairy Yunxiao, unable to speak from excitement. Fairy Yunxiao, what's wrong with you, sister? Fairy Xiao pointed at the tea, and after a long pause finally spoke, unable to believe, did you use the Genesis Blue Lotus to brew tea? Fairy Bai Xiao, who had not noticed before, immediately probed the cup with her divine sense upon Fairy Xiao's reminder. Fairy Yunxiao did the same. The 3 of them were instantly astonished. 3 pairs of shocked eyes all turned towards the calm and composed Changsheng. Changsheng, why are you all looking at me like that? Fairy Yunxiao was the first to stand up, more excited than the other 2 husbands. We've always been drinking tea that's made from the Genesis Blue Lotus. Changsheng calmly nodded yes. The Fairy of Cloud Sky wore an angry expression, yet her voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Why have you never mentioned this before? Changsheng smiled wryly. My dear, we have plenty of this kind of lotus seed at home. It's truly nothing to be astonished about. Beside them, Xiao and Bai Xiao were taken aback. Plenty of it. In this chaos, only one Genesis Blue Lotus was born, and it had long been divided into lotus flower seeds, and even leaves and roots transformed into a chaotic treasure. Any one of them, when taken out, would be an existence that could shock the 3 realms. Now Changsheng actually said there was plenty. Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged glances, swallowing nervously. Changsheng was becoming ever more mysterious. Given this, Xiao and Bai Xiao no longer held back. They finished their cups of tea in one gulp, then immediately picked up the teapot and poured several more cups. Cloud Sky, Changsheng. Such a fine treasure, they clearly couldn't afford to waste it. Finally, after they continuously drank over a dozen cups, their stomachs feeling painfully full, Xiao and Bai Xiao finally stopped. The 2 suddenly felt a warm current slowly flowing into their meridians. Streams of golden liquid containing Dao patterns continuously merged into their bodies, cleansing their bones and meridians. Surrounded by spiritual energy, Xiao and Bai Xiao formed invisible whirlwinds. The spiritual energy within the estate surged towards them, all of it being absorbed. Only after a moment did they come to a halt. I never expected that after drinking just a few cups of tea there would be such a surge of spiritual power. Cloud Sky couldn't help but feel embarrassed at this moment. This was no mere few cups. They had clearly finished an entire pot of tea. Sister, after drinking those few cups, the spiritual power within me is surging. I sense a breakthrough is near. We shouldn't linger. Let's return to Sanxian Island for seclusion. After saying this, the 2 flew out of the estate. Cloud Sky, seeing her younger sisters leave, stared blankly at the tea set. She usually disliked this bitter tea, but Changsheng enjoyed it. If I had known it was the lotus seeds of the Genesis Blue Lotus, I would have drunk it no matter how bitter it was. Seeing Cloud Sky's dejected face, Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, what are you thinking about? Cloud Sky shook her head and said, seriously, right? Master summoned me to Bo Palace regarding those 5 little ones. I need to discuss it with you. Upon hearing that it was about the unfortunate Tongtian patriarch, Changsheng frowned. What is it? Cloud Sky felt a twinge of pride at the thought of her 5 daughters soon becoming disciples of the Tongtian patriarch. Indeed, they are the best of the best. With a joyful expression, Cloud Sky said, Master wants to take the 5 little ones as his disciples. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Changsheng immediately declined without a second thought. No, it's unnecessary. Cloud Sky didn't understand. Master is the incarnation of Pangu, a sage with countless disciples. Why not? Changsheng stepped forward, his expression revealing a hint of certainty and disdain. He simply replied with 3 words, he isn't worthy. Cloud Sky. Cloud Sky was momentarily speechless. Husband, how can you say such things about Master? Seeing Cloud Sky unhappy, Changsheng consoled her. I'm just speaking the truth. Your master is the least insightful. Cloud Sky. You dare say that? Cloud Sky frowned. Changsheng reached out to stroke Cloud Sky's hair, his expression unchanged. Just refuse Tontian. Our daughters are not ones he can teach. Although Cloud Sky also felt proud of the 5 little ones, she couldn't bring herself to say such arrogant words. Since Changsheng did not agree, Cloud Sky could only think of how to refuse her master. Meanwhile, in the study, the 5 little ones, after chatting for a while, finally remembered that fox spirit. Sanyan opened the bag. A pure white fox jumped out, baring its sharp teeth and lunging at Aomei. Aomei remained calm, quick on her feet, and slapped the fox spirit away. You want to bite me, eh? How dare? Aomei immediately countered. Sanyan also quickly formed an array around the 9-tailed fox, binding its cultivation. Lingwei felt furious as well. The 9-tailed fox, disoriented from the slap, crashed to the ground, questioning its fox life. First, it lost 100 years of cultivation from being stabbed, forced to reveal its original form. Then it was knocked unconscious by a slap. It was simply a disgrace for a spirit. The 9-tailed fox, once proud and arrogant, was now filled with rage. After cultivating for 1,000 years, how could it be unable to deal with these few little girls? This fox is unruly and hard to tame. Lingyue, looking at the fox lying on the ground with anger, grabbed it back. Just hit it a few more times. Aomei said blandly. The little ones all nodded in agreement. But upon hearing this, the 9-tailed fox's pupils widened in fear. Woo-woo. The 9-tailed fox let out a pitiful whimper, seemingly begging for mercy. However, the little ones were not swayed. Lingyue immediately warned. If you dare bite anyone again, we will completely disperse your cultivation. The 9-tailed fox, seeing how fierce these little girls were, finally wilted. Seeing the fox was behaving a bit more obediently, Lingyue said to her sisters, let's give her a bath to wash off the stench. Great. We have never bathed a small animal before. The little ones were all excited. At this moment, the 9-tailed fox could only cry without tears. As a proud 9-tailed fox spirit, the leader of Xuanyuan's grave, being referred to as a small animal by these little girls. Small animal. At this moment, the little ones tossed the 9-tailed fox back into the bag and took it to the backyard. The backyard of the estate featured 9 long corridors, each leading to a breathtaking realm of Tao, transcending the void, filled with misty, celestial energy. The space was vast beyond measure. Even though the little ones had lived in the estate for so long, they had never fully explored it. Between these corridors, there were ponds, fruit trees, and rocky brooks laid out in an intricate pattern. Also, there was a boundless sea of purple flowers. Simply being in this backyard brought a sense of peace and joy. Within the 3 realms, one would be hard-pressed to find a place as extraordinary as this. The little one stood in the backyard, choosing which corridor to take. Eldest sister, before we only went down the middle corridor and nearly got lost, almost not making it out. It was father who found us. Chan and Aloa were somewhat worried. It was precisely because of the earlier lesson that they had not ventured down any other corridors since. But Aomei said in a deep voice, today is different from the past. If we don't go further, both father and mother will notice. The little ones felt this made sense. How about we go down the middle corridor again? It's more familiar. After discussing, they ultimately chose the central corridor. The little ones ventured deep into the corridor, and after walking nearly 500 meters, they encountered a mist of celestial essence. This mist seemed like a barrier isolating the world within. Inside the mist, the soothing sound of bubbling springs could be heard, along with various crisp bird calls. As the little ones passed through the mist, they beheld a breathtakingly beautiful realm hidden within. Endless mountains, waterfalls cascading with a thunderous flow, pine and maple forests with phoenixes soaring together. Colorful phoenixes danced among the birds and divine beasts, while kingluans flitted through the mountain ranges. Various divine beasts leaped and frolicked in the jungle. Upon closer inspection, some of these beasts appeared to be ancient, ferocious creatures from the primordial chaos. Deep within the mountains, Chongqi lay hidden. Meanwhile, Taotai rested here amidst a tranquil passage of time. The air was infused with spiritual energy, condensed into dew droplets, settling on every vibrant green leaf. Under the sunlight, they emitted a spectrum of dazzling colors. This place was even more wondrous than a celestial realm. The 5 had long known of this stunning environment, thinking it was an illusion crafted by celestial arts, and thus paid it no mind. They even regarded it merely as a maze. Under Lu Aomai's guidance, they arrived at the waterfall. The clear water cascaded down, exuding a brilliance reminiscent of the Milky Way. Standing before the thundering waterfall, they looked up, and it seemed as if the waterfall descended from the heavens. Lu Aomai said to Lu Sanyan, third sister, release the fox. As soon as the nine-tailed fox was released, its ears perked up and its pupils dilated. This place, the spiritual energy was so rich. The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but greedily take a deep breath. To its surprise, the moment this breath entered its body, it felt an unbearable heat. Every meridian trembled violently, and its blood boiled in an instant. The nine-tailed fox was in unbearable pain, feeling as if it might explode. It struggled continuously, its expression one of agony, emitting whimpers. Unexpectedly, the density of the spiritual energy here was so intense that even a single breath was too much for its true form to bear. Woo! The nine-tailed fox dared not breathe anymore, holding its breath and letting out a painful whimper. The little ones watched as the nine-tailed fox jumped and bounced on the ground, finally lying down, its limbs flailing in the air, looking utterly confused. What's wrong with her? Lu Lingyue raised an eyebrow. Lu Aomai remained calm, directly lifting the nine-tailed fox and tossing it into the spring water beneath the waterfall. The nine-tailed fox felt dizzy and gradually suffocated, struggling to breathe. Gulp! Gulp! With its head down, it accidentally drank a mouthful of spring water, and the chaotic spiritual energy within it immediately calmed. Not only that, it felt the 100 years of cultivation that had previously dissipated slowly beginning to restore. This water. The nine-tailed fox's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this water be the innate Ren water? Innate Ren water gathers the essence of all things and condenses the vitality of heaven and earth. It takes millennia to produce a single drop. A drop, yet here it gathered into an endless waterfall. The nine-tailed fox was stunned. What kind of place is this? Who are these little girls? Puff! The nine-tailed fox was lifted again. The five little ones reached out their little claws towards the nine-tailed fox, rubbing it all over its snow-white fur. Nine-tailed fox, it hurts. I'm in so much pain. The five little ones immediately stopped. Lu Ilua said in a baby voice, "Oh, you can talk now." Lu Lingyue explained, "She's a demon and can speak. Before she was weakened and injured by my sword, but now she must have recovered." The little ones nodded. They completely ignored what the nine-tailed fox had just said and eagerly reached out their little claws again. "Let's wash her ears. Make them nice and clean. Let's also wash the tail." They worked together, with Lu Aomai washing the nine-tailed fox's pointy ears while Lu Lingyue held its front legs. Lu Sanyan took care of the hind legs. Lu Chan scratched its belly. Lu Ilua was responsible for giving the nine-tailed fox a back rub. The nine-tailed fox. At this moment, its body was completely stretched into a large character. There was no choice. Unable to fight back, it could only grit its teeth and endure. Rinse a bit. Nine-tailed fox. Turn it around. Nine-tailed fox. Flip it over. Nine-tailed fox. We're done washing. Nine-tailed fox was on the verge of tears. Finally finished washing. The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but complain. Just as it finished speaking, it noticed the five little ones staring at her. The nine-tailed fox's heart sank. How did I let my thoughts slip out? What? Are you not satisfied with our bath for you? Lu Chan immediately stepped forward, clearly displeased. That's right. We've never bathed anyone before. Ungrateful fox. The nine-tailed fox wore a troubled expression, its eyes darting around. Its attitude changed dramatically. Dear little masters, it was my folly. Please don't be angry. Thank you for helping me bathe you. I no longer smell bad. The nine-tailed fox's eyes turned into crescent moons. It had just bathed with innate Ren water. This drop is extremely precious and the innate Ren water that has long since ceased to exist. If I returned to Xuanyuan's grave, I could boast about it. Surely even Yuan Yangyang has never seen innate Ren water. The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but feel gleeful. Thus it became even more affectionate towards these little masters. It immediately wagged its fox tail, nuzzling its fluffy head against them. With such good masters and so much innate Ren water, why would it still heed Nuwa's call to seduce King Zhou? Staying here would be just fine. Upon seeing the change in the nine-tailed fox's attitude, Lu Aomai kicked it aside in disdain. You are now our toy. Do you understand? You just need to listen to us, no need to get too familiar. The nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox felt embarrassed as it was met with cold shoulders after being treated with affection. Weren't they just very fond of her? Why did this suddenly change? Was it because she wasn't cute enough? The nine-tailed fox felt very wronged. All right, let's go out. Lu Aomai led the way once again, placing the nine-tailed fox into the third sister's bag. As they exited the corridor, they ran into Lu Changsheng. What are you all up to again? Lu Ilua approached Lu Changsheng, tugging at his white robe with her small hand, speaking in a sweet voice. Daddy, we went inside to play. You didn't break anything like last time, did you? The destructive power of these little ones was enough to frighten Lu Changsheng. The little ones shook their heads, saying, Daddy, we just went in for a casual stroll. Go play then. Lu Changsheng affectionately ruffled the heads of his daughters, and after watching them leave he headed toward the center of the corridor. Although Lu Changsheng had attained the status of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, should the day come when these 5 little ones caused a great calamity, he as their father would be unable to contend against Hong Jun, who had merged with the Heavenly Tao. He couldn't possibly deal with the myriad paths outside of the Heavenly Tao. Only by breaking through to the primordial Golden Immortal and reaching the infinite Tao can one be on the same level as Hong Jun, who embodies the Heavenly Tao. At that time, even if Hong Jun Daozu were to arrive, he would have no choice. Lu Changsheng's expression was resolute as he strode deeper into the corridor. Meanwhile, the little ones chattering noisily headed straight for the study. Fortunately, Father didn't notice. Father has gone to that beautiful realm. I wonder how long he will be in seclusion this time. I remember last time he took half a year to come out. Lu Lingyue, however, was brimming with excitement. Does that mean we can do whatever we want? Lu Sanyin also agreed. Without Father to oversee us, we are free. Just as they were planning where to go play, Fairy Yunxiao entered from outside. Ao Mei Lingyue. The 5 turned around. Mother. Mother is going out for a while. Your father is in seclusion, so you must remember to stay obediently in the study and not run outside lest you anger him. Ao Mei and Lingyue, you are the eldest, and the second, you must watch over your little sister. Lu Ao Mei and Lu Lingyue nodded in agreement. Once they confirmed that Fairy Yunxiao had left the estate, the little ones immediately erupted into joyful cheers in the study. Ha ha ha. Mother is out too. Just as the little ones were planning a marvelous journey in the study, great changes had already taken place in Chaoge. Since King Zhou underwent a drastic change in character, transforming from a cruel and indulgent tyrant into a self-disciplined and benevolent ruler, Chao Gu has been enveloped in peace. In no time, King Zhou's good name spread far and wide. Yun Zhongzi was unable to complete his mission to assassinate the fox demon and had to return to Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, Shilin Cliff. Pine and cypress trees hung perilously over the cliff, enveloped in auspicious clouds and celestial mist. Golden sunlight bathed Shilin Cliff, shining brilliantly. Yun Zhongzi knelt before the mountain gate, his expression somewhat dejected. Disciple, Yun Zhongzi pays respects to master. As soon as Yun Zhongzi's voice fell, the mountain gate slowly opened. Yun Zhongzi, why have you returned to Kunlun Mountain? A mighty and deep voice seemed to descend from the heavens. Yun Zhongzi did not see anyone, but heard the voice. Disciple is dull. I hurried to Chaoge and discovered that King Zhou has found his way back, showing concern for the common people and even dismantling the harem, remaining only devoted to the queen. There is no trace of the fox demon. As soon as Yun Zhongzi said this, the gilded doors of Yushu Palace finally opened slowly. The primordial lord wore flowing robes, his expression serious, and his deep-set eyes seemed to comprehend the laws of the cosmos, as if he could explore all things in the 3 realms with a single glance. Yun Zhongzi respectfully knelt before the palace gate, his face full of gloom. The King Zhou has reformed. Oh, what need is there to eliminate any demons? The primordial lord took a deep breath, trying to control his shocked emotions, unable to believe it. King Zhou has found his way back. Yun Zhongzi confirmed. Master, at present, there is unanimous praise for King Zhou throughout the Shang dynasty. The primordial lord. At this moment, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How could this tyrant, known for his cruelty and lechery, suddenly find his way back? The plot isn't supposed to be like this. What about the fox demon? The primordial lord asked again. Yun Zhongzi shook his head. Disciple used spells to probe in Chaoge, but did not find any trace of the fox demon. The fox demon has left Chaoge. The primordial lord's face turned ashen. He could no longer remain calm. Even the fox demon has left. What in the world? The primordial lord suppressed the urge to curse, quickly extending his hand from his sleeve. After a quick calculation, his expression grew increasingly grim. How could this be? The heavenly secrets are obscured. I can't calculate anything. Strange. The primordial lord once again infused his cultivation, gathering the power of the sage, combining the spiritual power of the 3 realms to recalculate. After exerting himself to the utmost, he finally concluded that the fox demon had been kidnapped by someone. But who could it be? And for what purpose? Yet he could not deduce anything at all. The primordial lord had no choice but to sigh deeply, speaking in a heavy tone. This 9-tailed fox has been deliberately kidnapped by someone. Yun Zhongzi frowned. That fox demon has a millennium of cultivation. If it's not an extraordinary person, they likely cannot stand against her. The primordial lord narrowed his eyes, thinking of the Jiuxiao. He took a deep breath. His expression darkened even further. Could it be that Jiuxiao is doing this intentionally to disrupt the grand plan of canonization? The Supreme Lord cannot possibly be involved, but the disciples of Jiuxiao possess formidable powers. You should return to Chaoge first. I will make arrangements. Once Yunxiao departed, the primordial lord moved, stepping through the void for thousands of miles, purple clouds cascading auspicious signs, emerging, and soon arrived at Bo Palace. Inside Bo Palace, Fairy Yunxiao had not arrived long before. As soon as Tongtian, the master of the way, saw Fairy Yunxiao come, he asked, "How is it? Has your husband agreed?" Fairy Yunxiao showed a troubled expression, kneeling on the mat respectfully, saying, "Master, forgive me. My husband did not agree." Tongtian had never expected this outcome, his shocked pupils involuntarily widening. "Did not agree?" Tongtian awkwardly grimaced. Could it be that he has more conditions to propose? Tongtian awkwardly laughed a couple of times and asked again, "Did your husband propose any conditions?" "You should tell me quickly. No matter the conditions, I will agree." After all, he had taken 5 Quasi-saints as his disciples. His Jiao disciples could easily crush the other 2 sects. Moreover, with the help of the estate's owner, he could also help Jiao disciples avoid the calamity of canonization. Tongtian had already decided to spare no expense. Whatever the cost, he was willing to pay. But soon after, Fairy Yunxiao shook her head with a guilty expression. "Master, my husband did not propose any conditions, but rather firmly rejected the offer." Tongtian. Upon hearing Fairy Yunxiao's words, Tongshan's expression darkened completely. Firmly rejected? How much disdain could he have for Jiao? This truly hurts. Tongtian felt a pang in his heart, but had no way to change it. After a long pause, Tongtian fell into deep thought. It seems that the estate's owner looks down on Jiao. Could it be that Jiao cannot escape this calamity? Tongtian felt greatly saddened. Fairy Yunxiao immediately comforted him. "Master, no need to say more. I understand. I will personally visit another day." Tongtian sighed. No matter what, he must fight for his disciples. Fairy Yunxiao, however, was shocked. "Master intends to visit personally? Wouldn't that be too grand?" Just then, Tongshan's expression shifted slightly as he looked towards the outside of Bo Palace. "Senior brother?" Tongtian furrowed his brow. The primordial lord had not come to Bo Palace for 800 years, yet today he personally came. As soon as the primordial lord entered, his face was solemn. Tongshan's expression was similarly grim. The two exchanged glances like enemies. "Yunxiao, then I shall take my leave first." Fairy Yunxiao sensed the atmosphere was off and quickly retreated. The moment the immortal lady Yunxiao departed, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened further. "The nine-tailed fox has left Chaoga. Do you know this?" Yuanshi Tianzuan cut straight to the point, scrutinizing Tongtian Zhaozhu's reaction. Tongtian Zhaozhu immediately replied coldly, "I do not know. You traveled here in person solely to deliver this news." Yuanshi Tianzuan, seeing no flaw in Tongtian Zhaozhu's composure, flared with anger. "Was it your Jiao disciples who abducted this fox spirit?" Tongtian Zhaozhu. At these words, Tongtian Zhaozhu erupted in thunderous fury. Though he indeed harbored intentions to impede the investiture of the gods' tribulation, he would never stoop to such underhanded petty deeds. He had never imagined Yuanshi Tianzuan would arrive to level accusations. "Brother Senior implies I have defied our master's decree and obstructed the investiture of the gods." His tone grew markedly sharper. Yuanshi Tianzuan faltered. If Tongtian had truly intervened, Hongjun Daozu would surely have perceived it. To interfere with the investiture of the gods, a cosmic calamity ordained by heaven, was a sin that invited eternal damnation. How could Hongjun Daozu possibly turn a blind eye? Thus it could not have been Tongtian Zhaozhu. Yuanshi Tianzuan fell silent, his face flushing with awkwardness. He had rushed here impulsively, fueled by long-simmering discord. Now, having wrongly accused Tongtian, he found his dignity deeply wounded. "Then let us 3 sects swiftly dispatch disciples to search for the nine-tailed fox." Having spoken, Yuanshi Tianzuan departed without delay. Tongtian Zhaozhu stood seething, outraged and grievously wronged. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, King Zhou was remotely controlled at all times by the 5 little ones from the manor, transforming him for the first time in history into an exceptionally virtuous and diligent sovereign. From dawn till dusk, he sat immersed in reviewing bamboo slips brought by court ministers tirelessly attending to state affairs across the Shang dynasty. Late at night, as King Zhou reviewed documents in his private chamber, a voice echoed from outside. "Your Majesty, Minister Yu requests an audience." King Zhou lifted his gaze, his voice stern. "Enter." Moments later, Minister Yu entered with eager deference, followed closely by 2 exquisitely beautiful women. Their figures were slender and graceful, waists so delicate they seemed fit for a single grasp, each movement suffused with beguiling charm. "We pay homage to your Majesty." Their voices behind him flowed like the song of larks, melodious and enchanting. King Zhou remained impassive, refusing even to glance directly at the 2 women. "Minister Yu, what urgent matter brings you to the palace at this hour?" Yu Han paused, then smiled obsequiously. "Your Majesty has lately labored tirelessly for the realm. This humble minister has specially brought 2 peerless beauties to ease your majesty's fatigue." With that, Yuan ushered the two women forward. Well trained by him, their every gesture was designed to ensnare the soul. "Your Majesty." They lunged toward King Zhou, eyes brimming with amorous intent. "King Zhou, this minister shall now take his leave." Yuan, witnessing the scene, secretly rejoiced. Indeed, the king remained the king. Though he might abstain for a time, could he truly maintain such restraint for life? Inside the chamber, the two women began shedding their robes, revealing flawless, luminous skin as they advanced to entice him. "King Zhou, what are you doing?" His expression was one of pure bewildered incomprehension. They pressed close, clinging to his frame, their eyes heavy with seduction. "We wish only to serve your majesty." "King Zhou, why are you undressing?" Suddenly his voice rang out with righteous indignation. He rose abruptly and shoved them aside. A young woman stripping before a man. What kind of decorum is this? Utterly shameless. A disgrace to scholarly virtue. King Zhou roared, his voice thunderous. The two women froze, then shrank back, trembling, and huddled together. Still frowning fiercely, King Zhou rebuked them. "For a woman, chastity and reputation are paramount. Your conduct is wanton, bringing dishonor upon your entire family. A woman must guard her purity with utmost vigilance. Such frivolous behavior invites universal scorn. I have long renounced all carnal desire. Save for the queen, I shall approach no other woman." King Zhou delivered this scathing, morally outraged lecture until dawn broke. When the two women emerged from his chamber, they were pale, hollow-eyed, tear-streaked, and utterly spent. Never before had they endured such harsh reprimand. Yet last night, subjected to relentless verbal censure for hours on end, they could bear it no longer. Outside the palace, Yuan, who had waited patiently, immediately approached them, his face alight with anticipation. Seeing their wretched state, he assumed King Zhou had indulged most vigorously the previous night. Truly a sovereign among men. So thinking, Yuan eagerly asked, "How is it? Was His Majesty satisfied with you?" The two women instantly collapsed before him, weeping bitterly. "Lord, please never again send us into the palace. Last night His Majesty berated us mercilessly, accusing us of violating wifely virtue. Yes, Lord, we repent. We dare never again behave so frivolously before His Majesty." Yuan, he stood utterly stunned. "What? Frivolous? Violating wifely virtue? Did His Majesty truly say this to you?" Yuan could scarcely believe it. After all, he was one of King Zhou's closest confidants. No one knew King Zhou's nature better than he did. Wives and daughters of ministers, even palace maids of modest beauty. If King Zhou set his eyes upon them, no moral code, no rights or virtues, no sense of shame could restrain him. He would claim them all. Yet now, how utterly transformed he seemed. Clearly this strategy of feminine allure had failed. Yuan sank into deep, anxious contemplation. "Very well, go now." Yuan waved dismissively, climbing into his carriage with profound bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the streets of Chaoga, Yunxiao continued searching for traces of the fox spirit. So long as the fox spirit remained unvanquished, the Shang dynasty's celestial fortune would wane. Yet, as Yunxiao walked the streets, observing the people living in peace and prosperity, a serene, flourishing realm, he felt overwhelming doubt. Where then was any sign of decline? On the contrary, the realm appeared ever more prosperous. Might the fox spirit's capture then actually be a blessing? Should he continue the search? Yunxiao faced the greatest dilemma of his life. Meanwhile, far away in the Nuwa palace, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes. Her phoenix eyes, so awe-inspiring they shook the three realms, tilted upward with divine grace, golden pupils blazed forth a radiant beam of golden light. Her crescent brows and star-like eyes carried a faint, chilling aloofness. The Shang dynasty's celestial fortune is rising. Nuwa's bright teeth gleamed as her phoenix eyes flared with sovereign authority. Beside her, the color-drobed page stood astonished, too awestruck to utter a word. Nuwa gazed across the three realms, her divine sense sweeping over the entire Shang territory, locking onto King Zhou. Then her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. King Zhou is being controlled. Moreover, Nuwa swiftly perceived the full sequence of events through him. The nine-tailed fox had been seized, and King Zhou had discovered Su Daji's true fox form. Who then was the perpetrator? Even she could not discern their presence. Nuwa steadied her mind, raised her hand towards King Zhou, and a five-point formation covered with countless intricate talismans flew towards him. Far away in the palace, King Zhou felt as if he had been electrocuted. He then fainted, collapsing onto the desk. Lu Sanyan suddenly furrowed her brows, expressing her dissatisfaction. "This is bad. The puppet technique has been broken." Lu Linghua turned her head and asked, "Does that mean we can no longer control King Zhou? What a pity. I think I still have a way to govern the country." Lu Ao raised her brows, her expression solemn. "Indeed, in recent days under the governance of us few, the Shang dynasty has prospered and the court is in harmony. How wonderful." Lu Chan looked excited. Lu Law was lying on the floor of the study, her innocent face, saying, "I'm tired of this game. If it's broken, then so be it. Sisters, when are we going out to play?" Lu Law was the most eager to go out as the older sisters looked at the youngest Lu Law with fondness. Then Lu Ao stood up and said, "Yes, we have already made our plans. It's time to go out. Let's bring the fox along too." Upon hearing Lu Ao's words, Lu Law perked up instantly. "Yay, yay. Fourth sister, can you go see where mother is?" Lu Ao instructed. Lu Chan nodded, then stealthily made her way from the study to the front courtyard where she saw fairy Yunxiao watering the flowers. She quickly returned to the study and said, "Mother is in the front courtyard. Then let's climb out of the study window and head straight to the backyard." Lu Ao arranged everything in an orderly manner. It took them a while to reach the backyard where the task of breaking the formation fell to the third sister, Lu Sanyan. Lu Sanyan had read many books about formations in the study, such as the Dragon Shaking Classic, Dragon Doubt Classic, and Burial Technique Reversal, which deepened her understanding of formations. Soon she safely tore a gap in the formation, quickly using her magical power to hold it open, urging, "Hurry up and get out." Lu Chan and Lu Iloa were the first to be sent out. Just as the other sisters were about to exit, a powerful force suddenly surged from the gap in the formation. The original exit instantly closed. Lu Yo, Lu Lingyue, Lu Sanyan. The three of them stared at the already closed formation, momentarily frozen. Lu Sanyan felt a bit awkward and immediately said, "Let me try again." Soon she activated the method to unlock the formation once more. She focused her cultivation flowing from her fingertips, and the runes continuously alternated between the lines. Finally, the gap reopened. Quick go. After a struggle, they finally made it through the gap and regrouped with the fourth and fifth sisters. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo let out a long sigh of relief. "You finally made it. Let's hurry." The group sang joyfully, their spirits high. They floated along the banks of the Qishui River, passing by the Jiuwan River with their final destination at Chintang Pass. "It's so lively down there." Lu Chan and Lu Iluo were visiting such a far place for the first time, their little faces flushed with excitement. They slowly landed on a secluded path and walked hand in hand towards the streets of Chintang Pass. "Sisters, there are so many people here. Meat buns and sugar figurines." Just as they were wandering the streets with curiosity and delight, they suddenly spotted a red figure. It was a young boy appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. With 2 sky-high braids and dressed in a red short shirt, he was barefoot. The boy also noticed the 5 little girls, immediately freezing in place, his pupils dilating. This boy was none other than Nezha, who had been fatally struck near the Jiuwan River that day. At this moment, Nezha stood rigid. Since his resurrection, the terrifying memory of that day had lingered in his mind, casting a considerable shadow over him. Nezha had become a disciple of Taiyi Jinren, wielding impressive powers. Coupled with the magical treasures granted by his master, he had become arrogant and dismissive of others. Yet it was precisely because of this that he had been directly killed by 3 young girls. This had dealt him a heavy blow. Thus, the revived Nezha no longer possessed his former arrogance. Lu Ao and her 2 companions also recognized Nezha, immediately frowning. "So it's you." Nezha was startled and immediately turned to run. Previously, he had faced 3 girls, this time 5 had come. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. As soon as Lu Ao and her companions saw Nezha attempting to flee, they immediately chased after him. "Don't run." Nezha felt a surge of panic, but was quickly surrounded by the 5 girls. Lu Ao stood at the front, angrily questioning, "Why are you running?" Seeing these 5 girls, Nezha, despite his inner fury, dared not express it. "I didn't run. I was going home." At the same time, a voice rang out, "Young master." "Third young master." Nezha's eyes brightened, and he immediately ran to the servant, venting his grievances and anger upon him. "Why did it take you so long to arrive? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Nezha punched and kicked the servant angrily, saying, "Hurry up and take me home." The servant nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Lu Chan and Lu Iluo saw this and rushed forward to block their path. "Nezha, what are you doing? Are you going to lay hands on me? This time, I didn't offend you." Nezha felt a bit guilty. Lu Chan immediately pointed at Nezha angrily, saying, "How can you treat your family like this?" Quickly apologized to him. "Nezha, do I have to mind this too?" At that moment, Nezha's expression turned ugly, the anger in his chest stirring. "What does it have to do with you? He is just a servant." Lu Iluo, hands on her hips, could not stand Nezha's high and mighty attitude. "Isn't a servant still a person? Why do you have to beat and scold him? That servant hasn't done anything wrong." Nezha took a deep breath and slowly looked at the servant, yet he remained silent. Without saying a word, Lu Chan and Lu Iluo directly started punching and kicking Nezha. Bang! Boom! Clang! Nezha was pressed down to the ground and rubbed around by the 4th and 5th sisters. The servant's face changed dramatically. "Stop hitting! Stop hitting!" Lu Chan and Lu Ilua lifted Nezha up again, questioning angrily, "Will you apologize or not?" Nezha, having been beaten black and blue, nodded, I apologize. At that moment, Nezha didn't even dare to fight back. These girls were too fierce. He feared being killed again. Thus, Nezha could only tearfully say to the servant, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please take me home. At that moment, the servant was astonished to see the usually arrogant third young master being bullied by these girls without daring to say a word. However, the servant quickly dragged Nezha hurriedly back to the estate. Only then did Lu Chan and Lu Ilua look satisfied and turned to their three older sisters. Did I do the right thing? Did Ilua go a bit too easy on him just now? The two little ones sought praise. Several elder sisters gathered around affectionately, gently ruffling the two children's hair. As they continued playing along the street, a serene, auspicious cloud suddenly drifted down from the skies above Changsheng Pass. Upon that cloud stood a familiar figure swiftly gliding toward a distant direction. Lu Aomei instantly recognized him, the Taoist master Taiyi whom she had encountered days earlier on Jiuwan River. He had revived too. Frowning deeply, Lu Aomei turned to her younger sisters. It's him again. Sisters, let's follow him at once. They gazed upward and trailed Master Taiyi all the way to the Li residence. Inside the courtyard, Li Jing and his wife were away. Only Nezha sat alone, listless and lost in gloomy reverie. Nezha. Master Taiyi appeared abruptly. Master. Nezha's eyes lit up, only for that brightness to fade just as swiftly. Master Taiyi. Perplexed, he furrowed his brow. Nezha, why have you lingered so long in Changsheng Pass these past days? I entrusted you with divine arts and celestial techniques, yet I've never once seen you wield them. Nezha grew even more dejected and muttered under his breath, those techniques are utterly useless. I was defeated outright by a few little girls. Master Taiyi. He heard every word clearly and was instantly mortified, utterly speechless. After all, even he, their master, had been effortlessly obliterated by those very girls. Too many tears to recount, but this time Master Taiyi had come with urgent purpose to urge Nezha to storm the Dragon Palace without delay and slay Ao Bing. By celestial reckoning, the moment had arrived. Yet Nezha remained inert, unmoved. Nezha, have you not always loved playing by Jiuwan River? Have you not always dreamed of becoming a hero? Ao Bing is inherently cruel and tyrannical. Only you can subdue him. Still, Nezha remained motionless, sinking deeper into self-doubt. Master Taiyi. He stood awkwardly beside Nezha, baffled. Why had Nezha's temperament changed so drastically after revival? At that very moment, the five girls vaulted over the courtyard wall and burst inside. Lu Aomei strode forward, hands on hips, her expression stern. No wonder. He's grown so arrogant with you as his master. When the beam above is crooked, the one below bends too. You, his master, dare command your disciple to kill another. Worse still, you slander our fisherman with baseless accusations of brutality. Utterly despicable. Shameful. All five sisters bristled with righteous fury. Master Taiyi stared stunned. When did you slip in? Help. Someone help. Lu Lingwei stepped forward, smirking triumphantly. Calling for help is futile. The soldiers and servants of the Li residence have all been rendered unconscious by our artful sorcery. Lu Senyin then turned sharply toward Nezha. You're Nezha. Nezha nodded, utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming aura radiating from the five girls. From this moment forth you shall take us as your masters. We shall teach you sacred arts and bestow upon you divine treasures. What say you? Nezha stood frozen for a long moment, then rose instinctively and approached the five girls. Though fearful of them, Nezha held profound reverence for their cultivation and spiritual power, far surpassing his own, even beyond Master Taiyi's ability to counter. To become their disciple would surely be superior to remaining under Master Taiyi's tutelage. Disciple Nezha pays homage to his masters, he declared without hesitation. Master Taiyi's face turned ashen. His painstakingly groomed disciple had defected so easily. Nezha, he roared in fury. Lu Senyin immediately stepped before Nezha, shielding him. You old man are unworthy of the title master. And besides, those treasures you bestowed upon Nezha are pitifully fragile. She reached into her pouch and casually withdrew a delicate object resembling a tiny bell, then tossed it carelessly to Nezha. Here, take it. This was a gift from my father. I now present it to you as your sacred treasure. Master Taiyi narrowed his eyes and probed it instantly with his divine sense, only to find the unassuming bell shimmering with the full majesty of suns, moons, stars, and swirling galaxies. Ancient murals etched upon its surface pulsed with infinite Taoist principles and cosmic laws. This is the Dongwang Bell. Master Taiyi nearly fainted from shock. The Dongwang Bell ranked first among the 10 divine artifacts, its power capable of shattering heavens and earth, devouring all realms. Yet it had vanished eons ago. How then could it possibly reside in the hands of these five girls? And yet their expressions remained utterly serene, as if the Dongwang bell were but a trinket of no consequence. Master Taiyi at last surrendered completely. Nezha too had heard legends of the Dongwang bell, its might said to be capable of annihilating creation itself. And now, astonishingly, he held it in his hands. Truly, he had chosen the right masters. His resolve to follow these 5 mentors solidified beyond doubt. Lu Aomei smiled and beckoned come. Let's go home. Instantly, they soared on clouds and mist vanishing across 1,000 miles. Soon they slipped quietly back into their manor, tiptoeing through the grand gate only to find Yunxiao Xianzi seated serenely in the hall. So, you 5 have sneaked out again to cause trouble. Lu Aomei and her sisters offered sweet innocent smiles. Mother, no. We've brought home a new friend. Nezha emerged shyly from behind them. Yunxiao Xianzi paused, then asked calmly, Who is he? Lu Lingyue replied, This is Nezha, now our disciple. Yunxiao Xianzi waved dismissively. Mere child's play, she thought, and paid no further heed. Then play well, and don't cause mischief. Delighted, the girls whisked Nezha straight to the study. The moment he entered, Nezha dropped to his knees, bowing deeply and solemnly. Masters, accept your disciple's most reverent kowtow. Lu Aomei nodded approvingly and patted Nezha's shoulder. Rise. Our third sister has already presented your initiation gift. It's our turn now. This too was gifted to me by father, a suit of armor. With a subtle gesture of her hand, Lu Aomei summoned a gleaming golden suit of armor radiant with divine luster. Forged from primordial chaos black iron and infused with the 3,000 great Tao principles, even a sage could not shatter it. With a light tap of her finger, the armor settled onto Nezha's frame, perfectly fitted as if born for him. The instant it enveloped him, an overwhelming surge of invincible strength wrapped around his body. Absolute security, absolute certainty. Nezha beamed, Thank you, master. Next, Lu Lingyue stepped forward. Nezha, present your fiery spear. Obediently, Nezha handed it over. Lu Lingyue traced her fingers lightly over its shaft, and a stream of violet chi surged into the weapon. The spear trembled violently, emitting a resonant humming vibration. Then brilliant golden radiance blazed forth from its surface. Transformed by that violet essence, the once crafted spirit treasure ascended, becoming a primordial spirit treasure, a primordial supreme artifact. Its rank had leapt several tiers, not mere improvement, but total rebirth. Its surface darkened to a deep, lustrous black inscribed densely with sacred Taoist runes. There, you may take it. Nezha accepted the reborn fiery spear awestruck. Its newfound power now rivaled even the heaven and earth profound yellow Linglong pagoda, the peerless treasure of the supreme elder Lord Taishang, Lao Jun himself. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo had no choice but to give Nezha 2 chaos spirit fruits. This is the Tao pattern immortal apricot. This is the white jade loquat. Nezha had only heard of the extinct chaos spirit fruit, but had never seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, looking at the fruits in Lu Chan and Lu Iluo's hands, which emitted a glossy light surrounded by spiritual energy and containing endless laws, Nezha could not wait and simply took a bite. As soon as it entered his mouth, the crispy and sweet taste along with the endless laws erupting from his mouth enlightened Nezha immensely. His comprehension seemed to open up in an instant, connecting the upper, middle, and lower dantians, and his 206 bones were all washed clean and reborn, becoming supreme bones. Thank you, 5 masters. Nezha will surely stay by your sides and protect you. Nezha was overjoyed and naturally wanted to repay them. Lu Aomei nodded and said solemnly, Since that's the case, you will work as a servant in the manor. On ordinary days, water the flowers and sweep the floors. Do you understand? Nezha had no complaints and replied respectfully, Yes, master. At that moment, after taking Nezha away, the Taiyi Jinren quickly sent a message to the 12 Golden Immortals. 12 Golden Immortals, is there anyone who will go to the manor to rescue Nezha? The voice spread throughout the various residences of the 12 Golden Immortals. Dao de Tianzun was having a pleasant conversation with Huanglong Zhenren when he suddenly heard the transmission from Taiyi Jinren, and both frowned. Could it be that Nezha has been captured by the owner of that manor? Dao de Tianzun frowned and said it shouldn't be. That day, the senior brother mentioned that the manor owner did not intend to interfere with the function plan. However, the intentions of those girls are uncertain. Huanglong Zhenren hesitated and said, Why don't we go together? All right. Dao de Tianzun agreed. Nezha is a key figure in this function event. How could there be any mistakes? The two soared through the clouds and in one step arrived above the manor. Taiyi Jinren was already waiting there. Is it just the two of you? Taiyi Jinren frowned and said, It will be difficult to bring Nezha back. Dao de Tianzun said in a deep voice, Why not discuss terms with them? Those girls in the manor are simply too much. Do they think my teaching is easy to bully? Taiyi Jinren was quite angry. Nezha is my disciple. How could they snatch him away? Then Taiyi Jinren shouted towards the sky above the manor, Nezha? Is Nezha there? At that time, Nezha was sweeping the front yard with a broom. Suddenly hearing someone calling him, he looked up and asked, "Who are you?" Upon hearing that it was indeed Nezha, Taiyi Jinren breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Nezha, we have come to rescue you back to Chintang Pass." Nezha frowned and was quite impatient. Rescue him? He wished to stay here forever. Wasn't this causing trouble? Who wants your help? Go away. If you keep bothering me and disturb my master's rest, don't blame me for being rude. Nezha pointed the broom at the group in the sky. The three above immediately changed their expressions, especially Taiyi Jinren, who felt utterly humiliated. Nezha didn't want to go back. How could that be? Nezha, do you know your identity is tied to the great fortune of the Shang dynasty? You have an important responsibility. How could you act willfully? Quickly return with us to Chintang Pass. Nezha felt extremely annoyed by the noise from above. At that moment, Lu Ao Mei and the others came out of the study looking up at the group above. What are you arguing about? Didn't you hear Nezha say he doesn't want to go back? Lu Lingyue, who had a fiery temper, saw that the three still wouldn't leave and ordered Nezha. Nezha, teach them a lesson. Nezha complied, quickly using his divine spirit to activate his power, donning his armor, and with the fire spear in hand, he charged into the sky. Nezha had already become a member of the manor, and with Lu Sanyin present, this formation could no longer restrain him. Nezha stood majestically before the three disciples of the Chan sect, stepping on the wind fire wheels, and angrily said, "Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to knock your teeth out?" They couldn't stand such provocation and immediately erupted in fury. Taiyi Jinren was the first to attack, directly sacrificing the river map to try to capture Nezha. The river map was a supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon Taiyi Jinren by Yuan Shitian Zun, originally a treasure of Nuwa. As the river map was thrown out, golden light burst forth and a massive rune spread out to form a giant net that continuously expanded, enveloping Nezha with an invisible pressure. Nezha raised his fire spear and shot out a burst of flames towards the river map. Whooshed! The flames instantly burned miles away, engulfing the river map. At that moment, the power of the fire spear in Nezha's hand soared directly to the level of an innate supreme treasure. The power completely overshadowed the supreme innate treasure, the river map. Taiyi Jinren looked at the fire spear in Nezha's hand in disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine. How did your fire spear become an innate supreme treasure? Not only that, but Taiyi Jinren also noticed that the armor Nezha wore emitted an even more terrifying power. As he probed with his divine sense, he was shocked by the vast power of that chaos supreme treasure. Although this armor only had defensive capabilities and could not attack, it still made Taiyi Jinren sweat in embarrassment. Was this the treasure given by the manor owner? Taiyi Jinren did not have time to think more. "Junior brother, let's attack together." He had to discipline the unruly Nezha harshly. If he didn't subdue him now, it would be even harder later. If they both sacrificed their treasures, perhaps they could still contend with him. After all, although the magical tool in Nezha's hand was powerful with his cultivation, he could not unleash the full power of the innate supreme treasure fire spear. At that moment, numerous magical tools were sacrificed, and the sky became dazzling with golden light, with laws converging into a great river overwhelming Nezha. The void was torn apart by the magical tools, and the air was filled with thunderous sounds. The creatures of the entire mountain range were suppressed by this overwhelming pressure, fleeing in all directions. In an instant, the sky darkened, dark clouds rolled, and purple thunder surged within. Nezha looked at the ominous signs and endless killing intent, and his anger surged. The fire spear surged towards them, his wrist turning, and a sea of flames swept forth, creating a massive inferno. Boom! Bang! The sea of fire collided with the golden river formed by the magical tools, and at the moment of intersection, a tremendous collision occurred, shattering the myriad stars. The three realms trembled uneasily. The mountains outside the manor were obliterated, and all living beings and plants turned to ashes. Nezha was also struck by that force, being pushed back thousands of miles. Fortunately, he had the Chaos Supreme Treasure's black iron armor on him, allowing him to remain unscathed without a scratch. In contrast, Dao Detian, Zun Huang Long Jinren, and Taiyi Jinren appeared particularly disheveled, all suffering heavy injuries. Taiyi Jinren could not believe it. Could it be that we can't win? Within the manor, upon hearing the commotion, Yunxiao, Xianzi ran to the front yard. What happened? Why are they fighting again? Lu Ao Mei said calmly. Mother, it's nothing, you can just rest. Lu Lingyue, who had just seen their battle, felt very pleased and smiled. Mother, it's just them coming to our door. Nezha is just teaching them a lesson. Upon seeing this, Lu Lingyue felt a pang of anxiety and pouted. Mother, these people just want to capture Nezha to use him. Yes, mother. They have ulterior motives. It's only right for Nezha to teach them a lesson. Yunxiao Fairy, noticing her daughters becoming increasingly disobedient, felt a surge of anger. Now are you no longer listening to your mother? Is it because you think your mother's cultivation is not as high as yours, and therefore she can't discipline you? The girls immediately rushed to Yunxiao Fairy's side, showering her with affection. Of course not, mother. Yunxiao Fairy looked at her adorable, yet mischievous little ones and sighed. Then why aren't you obeying your mother's words? Hurry up and bring Nezha back. At that moment the battle above the manor intensified. Nezha remained unscathed, his fighting spirit soaring. He thrust his fire-tipped spear at the three opponents, casually tossing one into the sky. It flew several thousand miles away, disappearing from sight. Then it was Taiyi Xinren's turn. Nezha, I am your master. Nezha paused, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Master. You just harbored murderous intent. Such a master is of no value to me. With a swift motion the spear's tip whirled rapidly, the fiery blades hurtling toward Taiyi Xinren. Taiyi Xinren's expression changed dramatically as he once again summoned the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. Two streams of flames shot forth, shaking the surroundings for thousands of miles. Just then Lu Linghua finally shouted into the sky above the manor. Nezha, that's enough. Come back. Nezha glanced down, quickly retracting his fire-tipped spear and flying back to the manor. Upon returning to the front yard of the manor, Nezha picked up the broom on the ground again, very respectfully saying, Master. Lu Linghua nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. With these magical treasures backing you, you are progressing rapidly. You sweep the floor first. Call for you if needed. Yes. Nezha complied obediently. Yunxiao Fairy shook her head, feeling a headache coming on. How long will Lu Changsheng remain in seclusion? These little ones have once again offended the Chan sect. At that moment a deep, calm voice echoed. Wife. Lu Changsheng appeared, exuding an even more ethereal aura than before, with his eyes resembling a galaxy beyond the Tao, filled with mysterious fluctuations of laws. With just one glance, he could perceive the river of time and the grand paths of the primordial chaos. Yunxiao Fairy hurriedly approached, her eyes lighting up. Husband, your cultivation has increased. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile. Yunxiao Fairy looked up at him, sighing. It's your daughters who caused this trouble. The moment Lu Changsheng saw Nezha, he already understood the situation. At that moment Lu Changsheng's gaze fell upon his 5 daughters, and he angrily shouted, You are simply making a mess. He reached out towards Nezha, stripping him of all his magical treasures. Then he lifted Nezha and flew out of the manor, hovering above. The 3 opponents were battered, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, their robes in tatters, with several large holes burned into them. Lu Changsheng handed Nezha over to them, slowly speaking. These 5 daughters are willful and have caused you trouble. I am returning Nezha to you now. Taiyi Xinren was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Finally someone sensible has emerged. We do not wish to be involved in the affairs of the investiture of the gods. Let this matter be considered as never having happened, and everything return to normal. Lu Changsheng replied indifferently. Taiyi Xinren and the others felt a bitterness they could not express. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, they did not expect those 5 little ones to fly out again. Lu Sanyan raised an eyebrow, blocking their path, and said, You can leave, but leave the treasures behind. The little ones stood defiantly, unwilling to back down. Taiyi Xinren was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by anger. Treasures. They still wanted to ask for treasures from them. His inner fury surged, but he restrained himself and asked, What treasures do you 5 wish for? Lu Ao said solemnly, All the treasures you just sacrificed. Dao Tianzuan was immediately stunned. Huanglong Xinren exclaimed, All of them. Lu Linghua raised her delicate brows, pouting, visibly unhappy. What? Are you unwilling? If you are unwilling, you will not take Nezha away. Lu Chan and Lu Ilua also stepped forward, hands on their hips. Yes. You shall not take Nezha away. Lu Linghua directly threatened. If you don't give it, none of you can leave. Taiyi Xinren felt a chill envelop him, beads of cold sweat already forming on his back. This is simply robbery. Bandits. They were at a loss for words. These magical treasures were practically their lives. Helpless Taiyi Xinren could only look at Lu Changsheng for help. Lu Changsheng, however, appeared indifferent, showing no intention of intervening. This family was alternating between stern and gentle. In the end, they each surrendered their treasures, allowing them to take Nezha away smoothly. Dao Tianzuan transmitted. Remove all memories Nezha has of these 5 girls from his mind. Taiyi Xinren understood, quickly forming a formation with his hands and sealing it into Nezha's brow. This restored everything to its original state. At that moment, the 5 little ones could only return to the study to read out of boredom. The study contained the principles of spatial Tao. Although it appeared to be less than 200 square meters, it actually held over 3,000 square meters of space. The books in the space numbered in the tens of thousands, all written by Lu Changsheng during his boredom before meeting Yunxiao Fairy. Among them were many famous works, including various web novels and anime. The diversity of knowledge was astonishing. Lu Ilua had just finished reading an anime called Dragon Ball and was looking for another book when she stumbled upon one titled Investiture of the Gods. She picked it up and began to flip through it, reading rapidly. After only reading a few short chapters, she angrily threw the book on the ground and burst into tears. Her sisters immediately turned to her with surprise. Fifth sister, what happened? Why are you crying? Lu Yilao pointed at the investiture of the gods, on the ground both angry and sad, saying, Nezha is so pitiful. It turns out Nezha was just a pawn being used. After being instigated by Taiyi Zhenren to kill Ao Bing, he was forced to repay his mother with flesh and his father with bones. Hearing these bloody words, the sisters felt a chill run down their spines. Luo's expression darkened as she read a few chapters confirming what the fifth sister had said. This is outrageous. Lu Lingyue was the first to erupt in anger. Lu Sanyin was equally indignant, her tone laced with coldness. Taiyi Zhenren is so calculating. Not only did he use others to kill Ao Bing, but he also made Nezha suffer the agony of flesh and bone. Sisters, we must rescue Nezha. I'm heartbroken for him, Lu Chan immediately declared. But Nezha has been taken away by them. Lu Yilao felt quite disappointed and was very worried about Nezha. After all, Nezha's personality resonated well with hers. Lu Aome took a deep breath and said, seriously, we can rescue Nezha again. Lu Yilao immediately cheered up. Yay. That's great. Then there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. The group stealthily left the study again. They planned to sneak out from the backyard once more. Unexpectedly, as they reached the backyard, they saw Lu Changsheng reinforcing the formation above the manor. Father. Lu Aome stepped forward. Lu Changsheng had just finished reinforcing and turned to them, saying, it seems you have all made progress in your spells recently, even managing to break my formation with ease. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Senyin and asked, Senyin, you are the most skilled in formations. How far have you progressed in your cultivation? Lu Senyin twisted her fingers together and replied, Father, I just finished reading the Han Long Jing. Using the time-space formation, I can break through the illusion and set up the 4 seas and 8 wilderness formation. Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. His 5 daughters each possessed unique talents. Lu Sanyin excelled in formations and could set up the 4 seas and 8 wilderness formation. This formation breaks through the river of time and space, severing all causal connections. His eldest daughter Lu Aome was cultivating the path of devouring. The path of devouring could directly consume the essence of the great Tao, and its power would grow more terrifying with cultivation. His second daughter Lu Lingyue was cultivating the chaotic suppression technique, composed of billions of particles, each of which could be cultivated, forming billions of small worlds. Additionally, she wielded the great Daos extermination sword alongside the grass character sword technique, the calming chaos technique, and the immortal calamity sword technique. The fourth daughter Lu Chan was cultivating the chaotic refining sage transformation technique. The horror of this technique lies in the need to use a sage as a sacrificial offering to comprehend the 3,000 great Daos directly connecting to yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, all blending into chaos. However, given Lu Chan's current cultivation level, this technique was still at a beginner stage. The youngest Lu Yilao was cultivating the unbreakable meditation technique, which emphasized the physical body, achieving an unbreakable form, thus attaining immortality. At the highest stage of cultivation, even if the primordial chaos collapsed and the 3 realms shattered, one could stand safely amidst the great Tao. Lu Changsheng reminded them, you have been too playful lately. It has been a long time since you practiced. Remember, do not lose your ambition to play. The little ones nodded repeatedly. We understand, Father. Seeing that his adorable daughters were somewhat obedient and sensible, Lu Changsheng reiterated to Lu Senyin. Father knows your formation skills have improved, but if you break it again and sneak out, don't blame me for locking you up. Lu Senyin obediently nodded, saying, I understand, Father. With that, Lu Changsheng felt reassured and left. At this moment, Lu Aome and the others were staring at the constantly shifting formations above the manor, feeling troubled. Father, I'm sorry, but we must rescue Nezha first. Senyin, can you break through this time? Lu Senyin shook her head. It is impossible to break the formation and leave. The little ones immediately wilted again. However, Lu Senyin grinned playfully. There is another method. What method? Lu Chan leaned in, asking. Lu Senyin said seriously, use the spatial confinement laws, setting up a formation with time. Without breaking Father's formation, we can directly set up a formation to break through the river of time and space, leaving this place and arriving at Li's mansion in Shintang Pass. Lu Chan looked at her with admiration. Among her sisters, Lu Chan was the weakest. This was mainly because when she chose her technique, she happened to select the chaotic refining sage transformation technique, which requires a foundation built over time. Fifth sister, then you can start. The sisters immediately cleared space for Lu Senyin. Lu Senyin summoned her spiritual energy, channeling it into her fingertips. With her heart following her spirit, a massive spatial formation based on time and space was formed. Done. Just as Lu Senyin finished speaking, Lu Changsheng returned along the same path. What are you all planning to do? Lu Changsheng said coldly. Lu Xinyan's expression changed drastically. With no time to explain, she urged hurry into the formation. At this moment Lu Changsheng could not delay, fearing that disrupting the formation would harm his precious daughters. He saw Lu Ao Mei and Lu Lingyue reacting swiftly, immediately stepping into the formation and disappearing from sight. Lu Chan, Lu Chan and Lu Yilua exchanged glances, feeling dejected. They were left behind again. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and looked at the fourth and fifth. What are you still standing there for? Return to the study. Lu Chan and Lu Yilua then walked anxiously toward the study. Lu Changsheng stood in place expressionless. He had already broken through to the primordial golden immortal realm, his cultivation level equal to that of Hunyuan, both at the level of the great Tao. If previously he feared that his daughters would be entangled in the causal webs of the function, now he cared little. Thinking this, Lu Changsheng waved his sleeve and returned to the house, smiling dear. The celestial lady Yunxiao frowned and said, eldest, second, and third went out right under your nose. It's nothing if they want to go out and make noise, let them. Although the celestial lady Yunxiao was aware of Lu Changsheng's cultivation level, she still worried. Just don't let them go too far. Lu Changsheng nodded, yes dear. The celestial lady Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh playfully, pushing Lu Changsheng away. Meanwhile, at least Mansion Nezha felt as if something was missing after being sealed by the great master Taiyi, losing all memories of those 5 little ones. He flew near the Jiuwan River, suddenly feeling irritable for some reason. Ao Bing, come out. Nezha soared towards the Jiuwan River in the East Sea, wielding the universe ring, unleashing a barrage of magical strikes. Bang! Bang! The power of the universe ring instantly caused the East Sea to erupt with towering columns of water. The entire surface of the East Sea boiled like scalding water, and the fish and shrimp in the depths of the shaking sea were left dizzy. Oh no, Nezha is back. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurriedly reported. Upon hearing the news, the old Dragon King recalled what Lu Changsheng had said. A wave of fear washed over him. Nezha's power was formidable, and with the magical treasures capable of traversing heaven and earth, if Ao Bing truly angered Nezha and fought with him, the outcome could be. Fortunately, Ao Bing was not in the East Sea, thus avoiding disaster. Therefore, the old Dragon King said to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, do not pay attention to this child. Act as if he does not exist. This Nezha is a disciple of the great master Taiyi. The old Dragon King would naturally avoid provoking him. The consequences of involving the entire dragon clan would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the East Sea Dragon King felt a wave of frustration. How did the Sea Dragon clan fall to such a state? Above the East Sea, the great master Taiyi was hiding in the 9 heavens, quietly observing Nezha's every move. Yet Nezha had been causing a ruckus for quite a while, and the surface of the East Sea had not shown any signs of activity. What is going on? The great master Taiyi frowned. Why hasn't Ao Bing appeared yet? As soon as the words of the Taiji Jinren fell, a crisp and somewhat sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. Ao Bing has appeared, allowing you to use him to eliminate your enemies, isn't it? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Taiji Zenren's entire body tensed, his face changed drastically, and cold sweat streamed down. What are these girls doing out again? Did he not sense any aura at all just now? Taiji Jinren gasped, slowly turning around. Especially when he saw the unfriendly gazes of the 3 girls before him, he felt a deep sense of fear. How could they know his secret? Taiji Jinren quickly composed his expression and denied, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Lu Aomei stepped forward first, her calm eyes as deep as a cold pond, seemingly able to see through people. Taiji Jinren was drenched in sweat, his back soaked. He had never felt such fear, even when facing his master Yuan Shi Tianzun. Lu Aomei sneered, don't think we don't know what you're plotting. Just now, when we went to the Li residence and found that Nezha was not there, we guessed that he must have been incited by you to come to the East Sea, and sure enough. Lu Lingyue, with her fiery temper, put her small hands on her hips and angrily said, big sister, stop wasting words with him. Let's rescue Nezha first. Thus the 3 of them ignored Taiji Jinren and flew directly to the surface of the East Sea. At that time, Nezha was still wildly provoking the entire East Sea. Ao Bing, you coward. Why don't you come out and fight your grandfather to the death? Boom. Boom. A column of water shot up thousands of feet high, creating a stunning scene. Just as Nezha was in a frenzy, he suddenly saw the 3 figures on the water surface raising their fire-tipped spears, furiously asking, who are you? Lu Aomei frowned and said, Nezha, don't you remember us? Lu Lingyue was somewhat angry. I didn't expect that. It hasn't been long, and you've completely forgotten your masters. At that moment, Lu Sanian's expression slightly changed, reminding, not good, part of Nezha's memories have been sealed, so he can't remember us. Hearing this, Lu Lingyue instantly became furious. Coincidentally, Taiji Jinren also descended from the skies, his expression drastically changing, saying, Nezha, don't listen to their nonsense. I am your true master. Nezha, Nezha was already in a frenzy, now even more irritable. Lu Lingyue could no longer endure it, fuming. You old man. You're simply shameless. What qualifies you to be a teacher? Taiyi Zenrin's face turned pale from the insults. You all. As one of the 12 golden immortals under Yuan Shi Tianzun, he was actually insulted by a few 3-year-old girls like this. Taiyi Zenrin's face was changing shades of green and white, looking extremely ugly. Nezha immediately brandished his fire-tip spear, unleashing a torrent of fiery power towards Lu Lingyue. The fierce flames burned, and the surface of the East Sea was instantly engulfed in a massive water mist stretching tens of thousands of miles. I won't allow you to insult my master. Nezha shouted angrily. Lu Sanyan took out the red gourd in his hand and threw it into the air, which instantly absorbed the entire sea of flames. Nezha, you've been deceived. You've been used by this old fellow. He doesn't deserve to be your master. Nezha furrowed his brows, looking at Taiyi Zenrin, whose expression was shifting and finally stopped. Lu Aomei continued. Nezha, the reason your master took you as a disciple is merely to shield himself from his own calamity. He is not sincere towards you. You must not be used by him. Upon hearing the word calamity, Taiyi Zenrin's pupils constricted. Only he knew about this matter. Why would these girls know? Lu Sanyan added. Your master sealed your memories, and I will now unseal them for you. After finishing, Lu Sanyan quickly set up a formation directed at Nezha. Taiyi Zenrin tried to stop them, but was blocked by Lu Aomei with a spear. You must not harm Nezha any further. Taiyi Zenrin was extremely angry, but dared not show it, only anxiously saying, you cannot take Nezha away. He is a crucial part of the function. To use function as a means to shield yourself from your own calamity. It seems this function is nothing more than that. As soon as the words fell, Lu Sanyan quickly injected the formation into Nezha's brow. The two formations collided, and Nezha felt dizzy and a sharp pain. Suddenly a white light shone before his eyes, and in the next moment his vision finally cleared. Lu Aomei immediately acted, presenting the treasures she had previously given to Nezha. Nezha donned his armor, looking majestic. The fire-tip spear in his hand also instantly turned black and emitted a chilling glow. Master, second master, third master. Nezha's memories returned, and he immediately knelt respectfully. Lu Aomei nodded. Nezha, now do you understand the true nature of this old man? Nezha shot a sharp and furious gaze at Taiyi Zenrin. So, I was merely a pawn in your game. Despicable. Nezha swung his fire-tip spear towards Taiyi Zenrin, showing no mercy, his killing intent apparent. Go! The fire-tip spear flew out, engaging in combat with Taiyi Zenrin. Taiyi Zenrin immediately sacrificed the purple flame serpent tooth fire-tip spear. The two spears collided, sparking with sizzling fire. Boom! Clang! A sea of flames rose from the east, instantly resembling blooming fire lotuses, bringing an overwhelming force of destruction. The entire East Sea was stirred up, countless shrimp and crab soldiers caught in the crossfire. Taiyi Zenrin could not withstand it any longer and sacrificed all his treasures, finally escaping into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Nezha did not pursue further, but returned to his three masters. Thank you, masters. Lu Aomei was quite satisfied, saying, Nezha, your treasures are powerful now, but your cultivation is too low. You need to practice diligently. Nezha scratched his head. Compared to my masters, I feel inadequate. Lu Sanyan immediately said, no worries, let's go back to the manor, and it'll take you to a beautiful place behind the manor where you can train and make rapid progress. Nezha was overjoyed in his heart, and immediately followed the three masters back to the manor. As they left, the surface of the East Sea finally returned to calm. The East Sea Dragon King let out a long breath, finally gone. At Hunyuan Mountain in the Golden Light Cave, Taiyi Zenrin had narrowly escaped, looking disheveled. The Golden Cloud Boy immediately approached, looking astonished. Master, are you injured again? Master. The Golden Cloud Boy looked worried. Taiyi Zenrin was panting, bent over, and extended his hand, saying, quick, help me sit down. The Golden Cloud Boy quickly stepped forward and helped Taiyi Zenrin sit on the mat. Taiyi Zenrin quickly sat down to heal his wounds. After a moment, Taiyi Zenrin's expression turned serious as he slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, lost in thought. Even if those girls were at the peak of semi-saint with extraordinary talent, it was impossible for them to know his secret plan. Because within this wilderness, apart from himself, no one else knew. Taiyi Zenrin was filled with extreme regret. If Ao Bing had appeared earlier, there wouldn't have been so many complications. With this thought, a sense of unease rose within Taiyi Zenrin. Could it be that the East Sea Dragon clan has already learned of his plan? Is that why Ao Bing is deliberately hiding? Taiyi Zenrin calculated and found that Ao Bing was not in the East Sea. The entire plan was in disarray. Taiyi Zenrin wanted to cry without tears. There was no other way. He could only slightly heal his internal injuries before immediately heading to the East Sea. At that moment, Nezha had already returned to the manor with his three masters. Under Lu Sanyan's spatial formation, they directly entered the study of the manor. Lu Chan and Louis Luo were sitting on the ground reading. Upon seeing Nezha return, they were overjoyed. You saved Nezha. Louis Luo was the happiest of them all. Nezha, I will take you to seclusion first. When you advance from Taiyi Golden Immortal to Daluo Golden Immortal, you can come out. Lu Aome casually said. Nezha looked at his 5 masters with a face full of terror. The gap between Taiyi Golden Immortal and Daluo Golden Immortal was unknown even for those with good talent. It would take countless years to cultivate. Yet Lu Aome's tone earlier felt as if it was only a matter of a few days in seclusion. Was a few days truly called seclusion? What's wrong? Do you lack confidence? Lu Aome's tone carried a hint of doubt. Nezha awkwardly replied, Master, my talent is nowhere near that of the 5 masters. I'm afraid I cannot advance to Daluo Golden Immortal in a short period of time. Lu Aome ignored him and smiled. Don't worry, once you go and you'll understand. After saying this, Lu Aome directly led Nezha to the backyard, passing through the fruit grove and pond before arriving at several long corridors. Looking towards the distant corridors, they seemed boundless, stretching endlessly. Those with weaker magical power would feel dizzy after a long look, their eyes flashing with illusions, and in severe cases they could even fall into a demonic state. Nezha almost experienced an illusion, but Lu Aome quickly stopped him. Don't stare at it. Nezha withdrew his gaze and asked, Master, what is this place? My father chooses a corridor every time he enters seclusion. You should stay inside as well. I believe you will encounter opportunities. With that, Lu Aome quickened her pace. The 2 of them, one in front and the other behind, passed through the veil of celestial mist as if entering another ancient world. Nezha's pupils involuntarily widened, exclaiming, Wow, this place is simply more celestial than a celestial realm. Before him, the celestial mist, accompanied by rainbow light, emitted a dazzling array of colors. The already liquefied spiritual energy resembled translucent pearls adorning every leaf. With radiant light, shining flocks of birds soared, and the cries of phoenixes echoed continuously. Layers of mountains rose and fell seemingly without end. Occasionally, deafening roars reminiscent of ancient beasts echoed through the air, stirring one's spirit. Nezha was deeply captivated by the beauty of this place and was drawn to the rich spiritual energy. He took a deep breath and instantly felt enlightened. The surging spiritual power flowed into his dantian, which could immediately be refined into cultivation. All right, you stay here. When you advance to Daluo Golden Immortal, you can come out. Lu Aome casually instructed a few words and then turned to leave. Nezha gazed at this vast and independent ancient world, his understanding completely shattered. One could only imagine how terrifying the cultivation level of the owner of this manor was. Perhaps even Hongjun Laozu could not create such a beautiful secret realm. Once Lu Aome left, Nezha couldn't help but walk deeper into this secret realm. He passed through a grove where exotic flowers and herbs bloomed, adorned with crystalline spiritual energy that shimmered with golden light. This made the entire grove emit a faint golden radiance, mysterious and magnificent. After Nezha passed through this grove, he couldn't help but exclaim again. In the center of the grove, there was a large area glowing with gold, mesmerizing upon prolonged observation. This gold originated from dozens of trees he had never seen before. These trees were transparent, and within their trunks things resembling human veins continuously absorbed essence, transmitting it through the branches, leaves, and fruits. Whether the leaves exquisitely patterned with marvelous Tao patterns, or the fruits subtly emitting chaotic aura, all were golden. All of them were golden. Nezha could no longer hold back. He strode closer and casually plucked a fruit. This was the first time he had eaten a fruit radiating golden light. As soon as it entered his mouth, he was conquered by its soft, juicy, and sweet flavor. It felt as if this bite was not merely eating a fruit, but consuming endless fragments of the Tao. The fragments of the Tao contained within the rich and sweet juice flowed down Nezha's throat, slowly entering his abdomen. Boom! Just from this single bite, with the surging spiritual power and fragments of the Tao enhancing him, the complete realm of Taiyi Golden Immortal finally showed signs of loosening. Finally, at Three Xiaoxian, Nezha did not expect that everything would come so easily. He devoured all the fruits in his hand without wasting a drop. After all, every drop might contain a fragment of the Tao. Nezha plucked several more fruits in succession, eating them ravenously while laughing. Fragments of the Tao, ha ha. Fragments of the Tao. Boom! The few fruits swallowed into his belly caused his originally early realm of Three Xiaoxian to soar directly. Nezha suddenly felt a continuous flow of spiritual power transforming into cultivation, followed by the sensation of every blood vessel and every vein in his body feeling as if they were being electrified. Before he could react, he directly shot to the midstage of Three Xiaoxian. Three Xiaoxian perfection. Nezha touched his now round belly, feeling he could hardly eat more. At this speed, he wouldn't need to do anything daily, he could just eat. Meanwhile, Lu Ao Mei, after leaving the corridor, directly passed by the pond and glanced at Ao Bing. At this moment, Ao Bing was happily continuing to eat the leaves of the creation blue lotus. He had already advanced from the perfection of Taiyi Golden Immortal to the mid-stage of Three Xiaoxian. However, compared to Nezha, Ao Bing's talent and background were somewhat lacking. After all, Nezha was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. Lu Ao Mei looked down and called out, Ao Bing, come out. Ao Bing poked his dragon carp, head out, wagged his tail, leaped up, and landed beside Lu Ao Mei, transforming into human form. Little master, what orders do you have? Lu Ao Mei glanced at him and said, since you are also a member of the manor, your cultivation cannot be too low. Come with me. Ao Bing was delighted. This meant he was going to receive an opportunity. At that moment, Ao Bing felt that staying in this manor, even if he didn't become a fisherman, but just a servant serving tea, would still be worth it. Lu Ao Mei led Ao Bing to the study. The study adhered to the principles of yin and yang, its space immeasurable, and the number of books was countless. Moreover, each book appeared simple and unadorned. However, probing with divine sense revealed that these books emitted a wondrous radiance, and depending on the level of cultivation, some books could not even be perceived with divine sense. In the future, you can also come to this study to read books, but depending on your current cultivation level, how many books you can read and what types of books you can read will depend entirely on your own abilities. Lu Ao smiled generously. After all, there are some books that even they cannot read. Ao Bing was taken aback, glancing around, feeling a bit dizzy. These books were ones he had never seen or heard of before. Are these all techniques? Ao Bing asked. Lu Ilua read quickly, having just finished that volume of the Investiture of the Gods. She closed the book and said, these books can be considered as techniques, but they might also not be. It mainly depends on one's comprehension and opportunities. I read dozens of books before I managed to grasp one technique from one of them. Ao Bing nodded, somewhat understanding, and chose carefully. He looked towards the book in Lu Yiluo's hands and asked cautiously and respectfully, young master, have you finished this one? Can I take a look? Lu Yilua paused for a few seconds, but still handed the book to him, saying, if you want to read it, go ahead. Ao Bing took it and casually found a corner to sit down, focusing intently. However, after flipping through just a few pages, he was already drenched in sweat, trembling all over, and his face had turned significantly pale. Lu Chan, who was also engrossed in reading, was disturbed by his movements and glanced over, saying, with your current cultivation, forcing yourself to continue will only lead to injury. Hearing this, Ao Bing quickly closed the book of the Investiture of the Gods and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Is what is written in this book true? Did King Zhou truly offend the goddess Nuwa by disrespecting her statue, thus inciting her anger? Ao Bing dared not continue, immediately falling silent. What status did Nuwa hold? She was the goddess of creation, the deity who created all things. With immense powers, she was the mother of the earth. Such a noble identity being disrespected by King Zhou indeed warranted a serious punishment. However, did this directly cause the decline of the Shang dynasty's fortune, sending the three monsters of Hunyuan to stir trouble? Wasn't that a bit too much? At this moment, Ao Bing was filled with many thoughts. Lu Ao's youthful face revealed a maturity that belied her age as she disdainfully said, King Zhou and Nuwa are merely pieces on a chessboard. Isn't it strange that King Zhou suddenly became interested in the statue of Nuwa and thus disrespected the goddess? Hearing Lu Ao's analysis, Ao Bing's face turned even paler. In this primal chaos, to dare treat the goddess Nuwa as a chess piece. Ao Bing could not even think further, let alone speak. This investiture of the gods is nothing but a huge conspiracy, utterly meaningless. Lu Lingyue, feeling frustrated, lost her interest in reading. Sigh. Why don't we make this investiture of the gods interesting instead? Lu Sanyin, full of creativity, came up with another idea. The few sisters had nothing better to do anyway. Lu Changsheng spent all day with the fairy of Cloud Sky, both of them love-struck, sneaking off to date for several days before returning. These 5 little ones could only fend for themselves in this manner. It wouldn't do to not think of something interesting. The group, along with a curious and excited Ao Bing, gathered together. Lu Sanyin quickly conjured a piece of rice paper and a wolf hair brush, waving her arm to start a detailed plan. East Sea. Taiyi Zhenren stood on the clouds above the East Sea, his tone solemn as he called out, East Sea Dragon King, can you come out to meet me? Moments later, the East Sea Dragon King slowly appeared on the surface of the sea, wearing a respectful smile and slightly bowing. It is an honor to meet you, Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi Zhenren's expression was serious as he coldly glanced at the old Dragon King, suddenly asking, Ao Guang, where is Ao Bing now? The East Sea Dragon King's expression changed slightly, but he still tried to maintain a smile, asking, may I ask why the Zhenren is looking for my third prince of the East Sea? At that moment, the East Sea Dragon King felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be that what the young man with earth immortal cultivation said was true, that Ao Bing could not escape death? Why did Taiyi Jinren want to find Ao Bing in particular? Ao Guang felt a mix of emotions, his expression gradually becoming more solemn. Taiyi Jinren said sternly, "The investiture of the gods has begun, and the three realms are in a state of chaos. Ao Bing bears a heavy responsibility and must not leave the East Sea without permission." Taiyi Jinren exerted pressure, showing no regard for Ao Guang. Ao Guang had no choice but to lower his head awkwardly, saying, "I report to the Jinren, I do not know where Ao Bing is." At this moment, Taiyi Jinren was extremely frustrated. Each and every incident seemed to be going off plan. Could it be that the investiture of the gods' calamity was about to change? Taiyi Jinren was feeling quite disturbed. As soon as Ao Bing returns to the East Sea, you must send someone to Hunyuan Mountain to report to the Golden Light Cave. Ao Guang bowed and said yes. At that time in the manor, the five little ones had already devised a plan. If they want to disrupt the three realms and shatter the primal chaos, we simply cannot let them succeed. Lu Lingyue looked determined, as if she were in a battle against the heavens. Lu Ao nodded in approval, saying, "That's right. This investiture of the gods has caused so many innocent lives to perish, leaving the people homeless, all turned into pawns. It is truly unfair." Lu Sanyan said indignantly, "The three realms should not be ruled by these deities." The five little ones were full of confidence, but Ao Bing felt a deep sense of fear. The investiture of the gods' calamity was authorized by Hongjun Laozu. These five little ones wanting to stop it was akin to fighting against the heavenly will. Little masters, stopping the investiture of the gods is far too dangerous. Are you not afraid? Ao Bing pointed towards the sky, but did not say the rest. Lu Lingyue snorted dismissively, saying, "If the heavens are wrong, they should admit their mistakes." Ao Bing, let the heavens admit their mistakes. Enough. You should focus on reading and cultivating, guarding the manor while we are away. Lu Ao took the lead. The group arrived at the backyard where Lu Sanyan set up a time-space array. Soon the five little ones directly reached Xiao. They just happened to land in a small alley not far from the Gathering Immortal's tower, where the aroma of hot pot wafted through the streets, making the five little ones' mouths water. "Sister, let's go eat hot pot first, then we can allocate tasks in detail." Lu Ilua spoiled to her five sisters. Lu Ao nodded, her eyes locking onto the Gathering Immortal's tower. "Let's go eat hot pot first." "Yay? This time we are going to eat hot pot by ourselves, not taking daddy and mommy with us. Who told them to go out to play without taking us along?" The little bundles of joy stood in a row, looking quite imposing and utterly adorable, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. Not far away, Billy was passing by with a group of guards. These five little ones were too eye-catching, quickly drawing his attention. "Is it them?" Billy's temples throbbed. He suddenly recalled that day at the Gathering Immortal's tower when he had been knocked down by a girl with a single punch, leading to months of humiliation in bed, and he was instantly consumed with rage. Billy immediately ordered his guards behind him, "Surround these girls." At his command, more than a dozen burly men with a fierce demeanor swiftly encircled Lu Ao Mei and the others. Lu Ao Mei, Lu Lingyue. However, these intimidating men did not scare away the five 3-year-old girls. On the contrary, they looked calm, gazing at Billy as if he were an idiot. Billy stepped forward, squinting, quite astonished. "You little brats, surprisingly not crying or making a fuss. I've been searching for you for months, scouring the entire Xiao without finding you, and now you've come right to me, so don't blame me." Billy thought of capturing these five children and taking them back as slaves. Seeing how fair and delicate they looked, if raised properly, they could potentially fetch a good price. Billy wickedly thought, his eyes gleaming. Just as the burly men were about to make their move, Lu Ao Mei stepped forward, her expression calm as she said, "If you want to capture us, you should see if you have the ability to do so. I was able to knock you down with a single punch the other day, and do you think you can do anything this time?" A hint of defiance appeared on Lu Ao Mei's youthful face. This aura, this gaze suddenly made Billy feel immense pressure. "Aren't you all moving quickly?" Billy inexplicably felt frightened and couldn't help but take a step back. The burly men surged forward, completely surrounding the five little ones. Suddenly there was a muffled sound. Bang! In the blink of an eye, all the burly men were sent flying. Billy, he couldn't believe it. How could these 3-year-old girls be so formidable? He suddenly shouted, "Monsters! Monsters! You are monsters!" A normal 3-year-old girl could never reach such a level. Meanwhile, the crowd watching grew larger. Among the crowd, a white-robed old Taoist appeared, exuding an aura of immortality. This person was Yun Zhongzi, who still remained in Xiao. He originally intended to leave, but upon noticing the sudden emergence of 2 demon auras in Xiao, he decided to stay. Yun Zhongzi stepped forward, holding a bronze mirror, his expression solemn as he declared, "I am Yun Zhongzi from Zhongnan Mountain. This is a demon-revealing mirror that can expose the true form of demons, and no technique can escape its gaze. After speaking, Yunxiao aimed the bronze mirror at the 5 girls in front of everyone. The mirror showed no abnormalities. Can everyone see clearly? These 5 girls possess extraordinary talent and are not demons at all. Yunxiao said to Yu Baili, and you a 6-foot man bullying 5 3-year-olds on the street, you are truly shameless. With that angry shout, Yu Baili immediately drew the scorn of the surrounding crowd. Yu Baili was in a difficult position. Clearly he was the one who got hurt. The 5 girls looked smug, completely unharmed. Helpless Yu Baili had to leave with his guards. Once everyone dispersed, Yunxiao eagerly approached Lu Ao Mei, unable to resist flattering her. Little girl, where do you live? Where are your parents? I just saw your extraordinary talent and impressive strength. Your dantian channels are connected and your meridians and bones shine brilliantly, making for an excellent body for cultivation, quite a rare sight. Moreover, there are 5 of you. Yunxiao was incredibly excited. Would you be interested in apprenticing under me? I can teach you to learn immortality techniques and enjoy longevity and blessings. How about that? Lu Ao Mei, Lu Lingyue, the other 3 little ones. After Yunxiao spoke for a while, he saw that the little ones had no reaction, feeling quite awkward. Do you not have any interest in cultivation? Yunxiao tried to flatter them. It's really fun. You can soar through the clouds, ascend to heaven, and dive into the sea. Lu Ao Mei rejected him, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa, but we won't be apprenticing. Yunxiao was flustered. He was a quasi saint with many talented individuals and famous generals' disciples wanting to seek him as a teacher. Yet these little girls actually refused. No matter, these girls were too young and probably didn't know his name. Why not let me meet your parents? If they knew, they would surely allow you to apprentice under me, Yunxiao said confidently. Lu Ao Mei said shyly, Grandpa, your cultivation level. The 5 of them were at the pinnacle of quasi saint, and in terms of cultivation, they surpassed Yunxiao, naturally not needing to take him as their master. Yunxiao looked at the 5 little ones, clearly feeling dismissed. He felt defeated. What? You don't think highly of me, Yunxiao? Lu Ao Mei didn't continue speaking, but politely said, Grandpa, thank you for helping us earlier. How about we invite you to eat hot pot? Yunxiao frowned. Hot pot, what is that? You'll know once you go. The little ones led the way. Soon they arrived at Jiuxianlu. Jiuxianlu is always full of guests. Those who can wait in line to dine here are either rich or noble, often court officials. The waiter in the restaurant brought them to a specially reserved private room and respectfully said, 5 young masters, the usual. Each one, 9 square grid. Yes, go quickly. Lu Ao Mei waved her hand. Yunxiao was very curious. Are you the owners of this Jiuxianlu? Lu Ao Mei nodded. Yes, my father opened this Jiuxianlu. Yunxiao was surprised, guessing that these 5 little ones must be either rich or noble with family fortunes in the millions. However, he had been in Chaoga for some time and had never heard of any family with 5 extraordinarily talented daughters. May I have the honor of visiting your esteemed home? Yunxiao was very eager to take these 5 little girls as disciples. Lu Lingyu blurted out, We have things to do after we finish eating hot pot. Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, Aren't you going home? The world is chaotic now, and it's not safe for you to be outside. Lu Xinyan waved her hand, saying, Grandpa, you don't need to worry about us. What are you going to do? Yunxiao curiously asked. Lu Lingyu saw that Yunxiao was not a bad person and directly said, 2 monsters have come to Chaoga. One is a 9-headed chicken spirit, and the other is a jade pipa spirit. They want to deceive King Zhou, and we specifically came to capture them. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao was shocked. He specifically stayed because he discovered that 2 monsters had come to Chaoga. But he did not know the origins of these monsters, yet these little girls seemed to know everything about them. Yunxiao was extremely excited and immediately asked, How did you know? Lu Xinyan, slightly wary, said, We just know, that's all. Yunxiao broke into a sweat. Could it be that these little girls had powerful backers? But even if they did, it wouldn't be right to let the little girls go capture monsters. Wasn't that courting death? Aren't you afraid of monsters? Yunxiao was even more fond of these 5 little girls who were only 3 years old yet possessed such courage and determination. What is there to fear about demons? Lu Chan remarked casually beside her. By then the hot pot had already been served. The sizzling 9-section beef tallow broth instantly filled the private dining room with its rich aromatic steam. Thinly sliced rosy red fatty beef lay artfully arranged upon crushed ice, tender, succulent, and irresistibly fresh. Equally delicate were the silky smooth shrimp balls, beef dumplings, crab sticks. Each dish was exquisitely tender and refreshing. Plunged into the seething beef tallow broth, they delivered pure, unadulterated delight. Yunxiao watched the 5 young girls devour their meal with such unrestrained joy that he picked up his chopsticks and dipped in a slice himself. The moment it touched his tongue, he froze, utterly motionless, tears welling unbidden at the corners of his eyes. After cultivating for countless years across this mortal realm, he had never tasted anything so profoundly exquisite. It was simply transcendent. He nearly lost composure entirely, on the verge of utter embarrassment. With no time to ponder, he hastily began adding more meat to the pot. There was no choice. He had to keep pace. Those 5 girls ate with such astonishing speed that should he hesitate even slightly, he might not get another bite. Just as the girls were savoring their meal, Lu Changsheng's voice resonated within their minds, deep, resonant, and edged with quiet authority. You've slipped away again. Return at once. The 5 girls paused mid-bite, exchanging glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Lu Yiluo frowned in protest. What do we do? Father is summoning us back. Our plan hasn't even begun yet. Beside them, Yun Zhongzi looked up startled. Father, your father has arrived? How fortunate. Shall I pay him a personal visit? Lu Aomei stepped forward and said gently, Elder Sir, you just rescued us. Should you wish to call upon him, it would be our honor. And so once the hot pot was finished, they left Juxian Lu. Emerging beyond the city of Chaoga, Lu Senyin turned to Yun Zhongzi with solemn clarity. Elder Sir, hold on tightly. We're returning now. Yun Zhongzi remained utterly bewildered. They had already left Chaoga. Did they not dwell there? As he pondered, Lu Senyin suddenly began arranging a formation. She stood at its heart, hands moving with breathtaking swiftness, one raised arm, one sweeping gesture. And within them flowed the very threads of the Tao, time and space interwove, dissolving and reforming in seamless alternation. This was the time-space binding law. Such laws could only be grasped through rare karmic fortune and profound enlightenment. Even great Luo immortals attained but fragmented shards of it. The Hongwang laws demanded at least the cultivation level of quasi-sages. The chaos laws were accessible only to true sages. Yet this time-space binding law was a celestial Tao law. A celestial Tao law, the sole being in all Hongwang capable of mastering. It was Hongjun Laozu who had merged with the celestial Tao itself. Still reeling with awe, Yun Zhongzi felt the formation activate. In the next instant, they stood together before the courtyard gate of the manor. At that very moment, Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xinzi had just returned from outside. Father, mother. The 5 little ones dashed forward without hesitation, clinging and cooing with unrestrained affection. How could Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xinzi possibly scold them? Left standing alone in the courtyard, Yun Zhongzi's mind had gone utterly blank. Where was he? What was he doing? What had just transpired? Where, exactly, was this place? Especially when Yun Zhongzi surveyed the manor's layout and probed with his divine sense, sensing boundless Tao principles woven flawlessly into heaven and earth, thick with primordial chaos chi and saturated with spiritual energy. These rockeries, winding streams, rare blossoms, and exotic herbs. Every single tree planted in this courtyard was of incomparable rarity. Even more astonishing, he realized, beyond any doubt, that he had stepped entirely outside the 3 realms into a separate, sovereign world. Yun Zhongzi was utterly stunned. It was then that Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xinzi noticed him. With a single glance, Lu Changsheng perceived the full sequence of events and offered sincere thanks. Grateful Taoist master for your timely intervention on their behalf. I have little to offer, but please accept this small pouch of golden cores as token of appreciation. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Lu Changsheng produced a tiny brocade pouch delicately embroidered with golden thread. Still dazed, Yun Zhongzi accepted it stiffly. Upon opening it, he nearly recoiled. The blinding golden radiance of the golden cores inside almost overwhelmed his vision. These are 9-fold refinement golden cores. His voice cracked hoarse and distorted from sheer shock. Only after regaining his composure did he realize that the man before him, magnificent, radiant, with immortal aura, peerless in bearing, was merely a terrestrial immortal in cultivation rank. Yet the woman standing beside him, ethereally beautiful, smiling serenely, possessed cultivation depth unfathomable even to Yun Zhongzi himself. But to casually produce so many 9-fold refinement golden cores, even Lord Taishang Lao Jun himself would struggle to assemble such a quantity at once. Yun Zhongzi drew a sharp, shuddering breath and wished desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. Had he truly moments earlier dared presume to take those 5 girls as disciples? How absurd, how utterly laughable. Such a household must be singular across all Hongwang. I am Yun Zhongzi, deeply ashamed. I knew not that beyond the 3 realms existed an independent world. My presence here is an unwarranted intrusion. He sighed heavily. Lu Changsheng smiled warmly. No harm done. To meet is fate. Why not stay for a meal before departing? Yun Zhongzi. A meal, eh? He thought he must have misheard. Then memories of the hot pot at Juxian Lu flashed vividly in his mind, and his eyes lit up. Just then Yunxiao Xinzi turned to Lu Changsheng and said softly, By the way, master sent word. He intends to pay us a personal visit. Lu Changsheng showed no surprise, only nodded calmly. Then prepare accordingly. Having spoken, he turned and strode toward the kitchen. Once he was gone, Yunxiao, unable to contain his curiosity, bowed respectfully and asked, "Might I inquire, venerable lady, who you are?" "I am Yunxiao, a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu." Yunxiao. His pupils contracted violently. Was she that Yunxiao, the revered third of the Sanshao sisters of Jiejiao? Though Yunxiao was nominally a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, he was but an outer sect cultivator, secluded for ages in Zhongnan Mountain, detached from worldly affairs. Only when the Shang dynasty's celestial mandate began to wane did he calculate through divination that demons were wreaking havoc, and thus descended the mountain to subdue them. "Greetings, honored master," he murmured, mortified. The Changjiao and Jiejiao had long been at odds. His earlier presumption to claim discipleship over those 5 girls now struck him as nothing short of catastrophic folly. Yunxiao Xianzi's cultivation surpassed his own. No wonder those girls had dismissed him so effortlessly. Yunxiao gave a rueful smile and quickly excused himself. "Since Tongtian Jiaozhu himself is coming, I dare not overstay my welcome. I shall take my leave now. Master, there is no need for such formality. You aided those 5 children. Staying for a meal is only fitting." Yunxiao could not refuse and reluctantly remained. Yet his mind churned with one burning question: why did this manor radiate such overwhelming, ineffable power? Soon Tongtian Jiaozhu arrived at the manor. Lu Changsheng personally lifted the spatial restrictions, granting him complete freedom of movement. Yunxiao Xianzi hurried forward, bowing deeply. "Master, you've come." Changsheng has gone to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded, his expression strangely tense. At that moment, Yunxiao stepped forward and bowed reverently. Yunxiao pays homage to elder uncle. Tongtian Jiaozhu glanced at him, slightly surprised. An adherent of Changjiao here too. Could he also be courting favor with Lu Changsheng and the 5 children? Seeing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu resolved inwardly to go Alan. Thus Tongtian Jiaozhu immediately asked, "Where is the kitchen?" Yunxiao Xianzi fell silent, stunned. Why was master suddenly in such a hurry? At that moment, Yunxiao also felt curious. Why would Tongtian Jiaozhu come in person to visit his disciple's home? What could he possibly want? Would he truly lower himself so? Yunxiao Xianzi replied respectfully, "Master, I will take you there." Tongtian Jiaozhu followed behind Yunxiao Xianzi, with Yunxiao close at their heels. The small party passed through the front courtyard, entered the side door to the right, and reached the kitchen. Lu Changsheng was brandishing a sharp cleaver over the cutting board, chopping with astonishing speed, each stroke sure, steady, and ruthless. For some reason, this homely scene enacted by Lu Changsheng felt unexpectedly transcendent, as if touched by a solitary, otherworldly Taoist grace. It was as though the blade in his hand were not a kitchen knife, but some sort of treasure. And Lu Changsheng was not merely cutting vegetables, but quietly practicing a cultivation method. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood stunned for a long moment. When he finally came to his senses, he discovered that Lu Changsheng appeared to possess only D-Xian level cultivation. Yet Tongtian Jiaozhu believed that the D-Xian aura was merely a mask. One who could command such a manner must have cultivation comparable to the Tian Dao itself. Tongtian Jiaozhu was struck by Lu Changsheng's deliberate concealment and his modest, reserved bearing. A note of genuine admiration welled up in his heart. Yunxiao Xianzi promptly reminded him, "Changsheng master has come." Lu Changsheng glanced up the cleaver, never pausing from its work. He cast a calm look and nodded, saying, "You all go sit outside and converse for a while. The meal still needs time to prepare." Yunxiao Xianzi felt awkward. What an identity Tongtian Jiaozhu held. Tongtian Jiaozhu was one of Taoism's 3 pure ones, a transcendent being born of primordial essences. He was the youngest disciple of Hongjun Laozu, elevated to the rank of sage. His disciples spread throughout the 3 realms. Among the 3 senior brothers, he counted the most disciples and possessed the greatest power. And yet Lu Changsheng merely gave him a casual glance and no further reaction. For the first time, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt the sting of being ignored and odd embarrassment. Beside him, Yunxiao was positively incredulous, his worldview ruthlessly overturned. The manor's master truly was a hard man. Facing Tongtian Jiaozhu, a being who could eclipse heaven with a single hand and annihilate the 3 realms, there was not the slightest trace of deference. It was as if an utterly ordinary guest had come to dinner. Clearing his throat, Tongtian Jiaozhu, seeing Lu Changsheng unmoved, took the initiative to speak. "I came uninvited and have trespassed upon your home. I beg the manor owner's forgiveness for my presumptuousness," Tongtian Jiaozhu said, lowering his posture. Yunxiao was once more struck speechless. Tongtian Jiaozhu too would play the part of a companion. Had the world truly changed so? Lu Changsheng only raised his eyes and replied lightly, "It matters not. One more person is merely one more pair of chopsticks." Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded and smiled. I should not trouble the manor owner alone to prepare the meal. Allow me to help. Yunxiao Xinzi was baffled. Yun Zhongzi was utterly flabbergasted at the thought of Tongtian Jiaozhu helping in the kitchen. Yunxiao Xinzi stood with a look of consternation. The usually somber and strict master had become so solicitous. Lu Changsheng, without the least ceremony, immediately ordered, "Very well. Then stuff the dry wood into the stove and tend the fire." Heavens! Yun Zhongzi was rendered speechless. Tongtian Jiaozhu could only be a fire tender here. The thought stunned him utterly. This was outrageous. Who then was the owner of this manor? Even Hongjun Laozu himself would perhaps not insist upon treating his disciples so. At that time on Kunlun Mountain in Yushu Gong, Tongtian Jiaozhu had just departed Jinneo Dao and was observed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been closely watching this junior brother for some time. Unexpectedly, he had gone to the human realm. With the function imminent and the three realms plunged into chaos, could he have gone to seek that manor owner? Yuanshi Tianzuan naturally would not miss the chance and hastened to the scene. Beside the Qishui River, the 3,000 Dao barriers that capped the manor like inverted bowls shifted and shimmered, concealing celestial secrets. As Yuanshi drew near, he sensed a tremendous Tian Dao force enveloping the place. Even his sage-level cultivation quailed with dread. Could the manor owner's cultivation exceed that of a sage? Yuanshi's expression darkened. In this primordial age, such a great power had existed without his knowledge. Yuanshi Tianzuan restrained himself, adopting a respectful and cautious tone. "I am Yuanshi Tianzuan. May I have the honor to pay my respects to the manor owner?" At that moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu was lifting dry wood to shove into the stove when Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice reached him. He paused, his face clouding. "Yuanshi Tianzuan here as well." Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed, continuing his chopping. Seeing Tongtian dazed, he took on a sterner tone. "Are you not going to put the wood in?" Tongtian snapped back to himself and shoved the firewood into the hearth. Yet the instant it was set down, he perceived something amiss. The color of the flame. The wood itself. Tongshen's spiritual sense probed, and he grew excited and astonished, rising to his feet, eyes wide as copper bells, pointing at the hearth and staring at Lu Changsheng. His tongue seemed tied. "Your wood. The wood. That fire." Lu Changsheng said nothing for a beat, and then asked, "What are you trying to say?" Tongtian took a breath and felt ashamed of his momentary loss of composure. That unworldly astonishment had been laid bare before Lu Changsheng, and he felt abashed. He could hardly contain himself and blurted incredulously, "May I ask, manor owner, is the wood you burn Hundun Jinmu?" He stared at Lu Changsheng, awaiting an answer. Hundun Jinmu is a world tree born of chaos, condensed from the first pure essences of heaven and earth. It is the Tongtian tree, a living conduit between the celestial and mortal realms. Within the Hundun Jinmu lie countless fragments of primordial chaos. A mere small splinter, once refined, can bestow immeasurable cultivation. And yet Lu Changsheng used it as mere kindling. What a waste. Having finished his chopping, Lu Changsheng replied lightly, "You already knew, and yet you asked." Tongtian felt a sudden pang. Tongtian Jiaozhu winced as if struck. His expression betrayed pain. Then he reminded himself that the Hundun Jinmu belonged to the manor owner, not to him, and wondered why he felt sorrow. Outside the manor, Yuanshi Tianzuan remained patient in his request. Yuanshi Tianzuan humbly asked to meet the manor owner. At last Lu Changsheng glanced up once, still giving them no real attention. The Lord of the Heavenly Teachings felt a surge of joy within. Could it be that the Master was intentionally favoring him and the Jia sect? "Master, why has the primordial Heavenly Venerable not appeared?" The Lord of the Heavenly Teachings could not help but inquire. As Lu Changsheng tossed the vegetables into the pan, he said, "Someone else will be coming soon, just wait a bit." The Lord of the Heavenly Teachings. He was momentarily stunned, his expression filled with confusion. Someone else is coming. Could it be that the Master has the ability to foresee? Sure enough, moments later, another figure appeared above the estate. It was none other than the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord had long noticed that the Lord of the Heavenly Teachings had left Jinneo Island, initially not paying much attention until he realized that the primordial Heavenly Venerable had also departed from the Jade Void Palace. And they were all heading in the same direction. Thus the Supreme Lord naturally would not miss this opportunity. "Junior brother, you've come too." The primordial Heavenly Venerable was quite surprised to see the usually non-contentious Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord smiled slightly. "How could I miss such a lively gathering?" Upon finishing his words, the Supreme Lord immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I am the Supreme Lord. I hope the Master will give me some face." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Changsheng's voice casually drifted out, "Come in." The primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Supreme Lord exchanged glances, both sensing that the formation seemed to have undergone some subtle change. The shackles and pressure completely dissipated, no longer posing a threat to them. As the primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Supreme Lord descended from the sky, they arrived directly at the front yard. However, upon landing, they only saw 5 little girls. The primordial heavenly venerable could not help but be taken aback. This truly is an unparalleled talent for cultivation within the wilderness. The bones emit golden light surrounded by supreme bones and supreme blood. This is not merely a physical body, but clearly a divine body. Beside him, the Supreme Lord felt a deep sense of gratification, beginning to develop some thoughts about the 5 little girls. At that moment, Fairy Yunxiao was leading Yun Zhongzi out of the house, greeting them. Disciple greets the 2 esteemed uncles. Yun Zhongzi respectfully said, Disciple greets the master and the esteemed uncle. The primordial heavenly venerable was slightly surprised. Yun Zhongzi, you are also here. Yun Zhongzi awkwardly smiled yes. The primordial heavenly venerable immediately asked, Where is your master? The Supreme Lord was also quite curious. Why is the master not seen? Fairy Yunxiao, feeling a bit awkward, said, They are in the kitchen. I will take you 2 esteemed uncles there right away. After arriving in the kitchen, both the primordial heavenly venerable and the Supreme Lord were momentarily stunned. For the mighty Lord of the heavenly teachings to be cooking, the primordial heavenly venerable extended his divine sense and discovered that the firewood being used by the Lord of the heavenly teachings was actually the chaotic wood, which contained endless fragments of chaos. Moreover, the cutting board placed on the stove was also made of chaotic wood. The several knives hanging on the wall were all made of chaotic, mysterious iron. The pot, the spatula, the cabinets in the kitchen, the tables and chairs, the round stools, all made from chaotic wood and chaotic, mysterious iron. The primordial heavenly venerable and the Supreme Lord both gasped, remaining silent for a long time. Lu Changsheng looked up and said casually, What are you 2 doing standing there? Aren't you coming to help? The primordial heavenly venerable, the Supreme Lord, both were shocked. How could this master dare to command them? The Lord of the heavenly teachings was lowering himself to please Lu Changsheng, but they would not do so. Besides, the primordial heavenly venerable was still the leader of the 3 pure ones. Yet Lu Changsheng did not care about that much, laughing and saying, You 3 came to someone else's home without bringing gifts, and now that I kindly offer to cook for you, you want help. These words instantly made the primordial heavenly venerable and the Supreme Lord blush. As it turned out, they really felt a bit embarrassed. Before they could explain, Lu Changsheng had already made all the arrangements. I would like to ask the primordial heavenly venerable to help me pick these chili peppers, and ask the Supreme Lord to cut a few pieces of meat for me. The primordial heavenly venerable, the Supreme Lord, you 2 are unwilling. Lu Changsheng's tone was casual and indifferent. Yet these casual words immediately made them feel unprecedented pressure. You actually came here. The primordial heavenly venerable suppressed his anger. He thought as long as he achieved his goal, trying to please the master of this estate, taking the 5 little ones as disciples, and strengthening the Chan sect, it would be worth it. After all, had not the Lord of the heavenly teachings also lowered his stance? With this thought, the primordial heavenly venerable finally felt a bit better. Since the master has this request, we shall assist. The primordial heavenly venerable still held his pride, as if granting a tremendous favor to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng merely smiled and remained silent. Unable to contain himself, the primordial heavenly venerable asked, May I ask the master, where did you acquire this chaotic wood? Surely, using it as firewood is a bit wasteful. Lu Changsheng casually replied, This stuff I have plenty in my backyard. Some were used to make tables and chairs, and some that I cannot use up can only be burned as scraps. The primordial heavenly venerable, the Supreme Lord, the Lord of the heavenly teachings. All 3 were stunned by the enormous implications of Lu Changsheng's words. The backyard is filled with chaotic wood. This chaotic wood had long since been extinguished in the chaos, and even Hongjun Laozu had never had the chance to possess any. May I ask, master, could you take us to see it? The primordial heavenly venerable was genuinely curious and boldly inquired. Lu Changsheng smiled kindly, saying, You want to see just like that? The primordial heavenly venerable. At this moment, his expression slightly changed. This master truly did not give him any face. However, Lu Changsheng changed his tone and continued, You can see it, but it will cost you an entrance fee. The Supreme Lord finally spoke, confused. What is an entrance fee? Lu Changsheng smiled. If you wish to see, you must exchange your cultivation for it. Upon hearing that they had to exchange cultivation, the Lord of the heavenly teachings felt it was a bit unwise to just look for a moment and have to exchange cultivation. Lu Changsheng smiled. If you are unwilling, you need not see. This. The 3 pure ones found themselves in a dilemma. May I ask how much cultivation the master desires? The primordial heavenly venerable was truly unwilling to miss this opportunity. Even if it was just a glance, losing a few 100 years of cultivation was no big deal. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, Not much, just 100 years. 100 years was merely a blink of an eye for them. The primordial heavenly venerable laughed heartily. Just 100 years, that is no problem. Then after we finish eating, I will take the 3 of you to the backyard to admire it. Soon a table full of dishes was prepared. Fairy Yunxiao brought it to a large round table. As the three pure ones expected, this large round table, along with the ornately carved wooden chairs, were all made from chaotic wood. The expressions of the three became quite grim. This truly is a case of the droughts causing death by thirst, and the floods causing death by drowning. If they could obtain even a scrap of the leftover chaotic wood from Lu Changsheng's home, it would be enough to make the entire three realms gods and immortals covet. At that time, facing the large round table, the three pure ones were uncertain how to approach the situation. Should they sit or not? Lu Changsheng looked at the few people who were still standing and invited, "Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony, take a seat and eat." Yun Zhongzi, standing aside, dared not sit, with several masters and elders stepping back and saying, "Please, masters and elders, take your seats." Yuan Tianzun, knowing that Lu Changsheng did not care much for such formalities, waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such politeness, let us all sit together." Yun Zhongzi had no choice but to muster his courage and sit down as well. At that moment, Xinzi Yunxiao gently called out to the front yard, "Children, it's time to eat." In the front yard, as soon as Lu Ao and the others heard it was time to eat, they dropped the treasures in their hands and rushed over. The three pure ones smiled with satisfaction as they saw the five little ones. In their hearts, they had already regarded these five little ones as disciples under their wing, naturally growing fonder of them. Just as they sat down, Tongtian Jiaozhu could not help but speak first. "Zhuangzhu, these five little ones possess astonishing talents and come from extraordinary backgrounds. Their divine physical forms are excellent conditions for cultivation. May I have the honor of being their master?" Tongtian Jiaozhu had already faced a refusal once, so he was particularly cautious this time. "If you have conditions, feel free to mention them, and I will certainly accommodate them." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianzun and Taishang Laojun cast sharp glances at Tongtian Jiaozhu. Goodness, he spoke up so quickly. Meanwhile, Yun Zhongzi, who had remained silent, felt even more despondent. If the esteemed three pure ones were vying for these five girls, he would likely have no chance at all. At that moment, Yuan Tianzun seized the opportunity and immediately smiled. "Zhuangzhu, considering qualifications and strength, I am the leader of the three pure ones. If you allow them to become disciples under my Changjiao, I will devote all my efforts to teach them." Hearing this, Xinzi Yunxiao felt awkward right away. Taishang Laojun also smiled and looked at Lu Changsheng, saying, "Zhuangzhu, one is from Changjiao and the other from Jijiao. I believe that no matter which sect they join, their situation will be awkward. How about considering my Rinjiao instead?" Yuan Tianzun, Tongtian Jiaozhu. At that moment, both Yuan Tianzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu were left with one word in their hearts: despicable. Upon hearing Taishang Laojun's words, Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression darkened, and he immediately denied. "If they join my Jijiao, we are one family. Oh, what awkwardness could there be? Is Taishang Laojun spewing nonsense just to recruit these five girls into his sect?" Taishang Laojun's expression changed slightly, but he remained calm and said, "Xinzi Yunxiao is your Jijiao disciple. If you take this girl as a disciple, wouldn't that confuse the hierarchy?" This. Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu furrowed his brows. What does it matter, each to their own? Yun Zhongzi, witnessing that the three pure ones were engaged in a verbal battle over recruiting disciples, felt deeply shocked. Xinzi Yunxiao was also astonished by this unprecedented scene. Finally, Lu Changsheng spoke up, saying, "There is no need for the three of you to argue. My daughter will not take any master." The three pure ones who had been debating suddenly halted, and the atmosphere became extraordinarily awkward and silent. Yun Zhongzi could hardly believe that the Zhuangzhu would reject such a golden opportunity. This is a meeting with the three pure saints. The scene where the three pure saints personally visited eager to take disciples had probably not occurred in countless eons. Yet Lu Changsheng rejected them without any mercy. Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a bit uncomfortable after being refused again, so he took a deep breath and asked, "May I know if Zhuangzhu has found another suitable candidate for a master?" If they were not chosen, their only option would be Hongjun Laozu. Could it be that Zhuangzhu has his eyes set on Hongjun Laozu? Would these girls then have to stand on equal footing with those old fellows? As the three pure ones were lost in their thoughts, Lu Changsheng casually replied, "My daughter does not need a master, nor does anyone have that qualification." His words were delivered lightly, but carried profound weight. However, they struck a significant shock to everyone present. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, it resounded in their hearts. Lu Changsheng's arrogance was truly excessive. How dare he say that no one has the qualification? Does that mean even Hongjun Laozu has been dismissed? At that moment, the faces of the three pure ones showed signs of losing composure. They had personally come to visit and still faced rejection. Tongtian Jiaozhu, having long since decided to go all out, immediately said, "They have exceptional talents. If they do not take a master, isn't it too wasteful to rely solely on their own comprehension of the techniques?" Indeed, even if they are geniuses, they still require guidance from a teacher. Yuan Tianzun and Taishang Laojun began to persuade Lu Changsheng. At that moment, the three of them spoke in unusual unison, almost pleadingly. If Zhuangzhu is worried, you can suggest conditions, or if there's anything we can do, we will certainly comply. Lu Changsheng merely smiled in silence. Yun Zhongzi, witnessing this, felt his eyes open today. When had the three pure ones become so humble? It was astonishing. But wasn't Lu Changsheng's behavior equivalent to offending the three saints at once? Even if he was highly skilled offending the three saints, and incidentally, putting Hongjun Laozu in a bad light, how could he survive in this primordial world? After all, Hongjun Daozu merged with the heavenly Dao. Hongjun was the heavenly Dao. He had now offended the heavenly Dao. Yun Zhongzi dared not think further, and only felt that Lu Changsheng was in a precarious situation. However, he appeared calm and unbothered, showing no signs of being affected in the slightest. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer maintain his composure, and his expression changed as he could not help but say, Zhuangzhu, if you look down on even Hongjun Daozu, could it be that there is a mightier power behind you? As soon as these words were uttered, not only the three pure ones, but all the attention in the room turned toward Lu Changsheng. Even Xinzi Yunxiao wanted to know, why did Lu Changsheng refuse the requests of these three saints to take disciples? Lu Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words. It was still too early to reveal his true identity. If he did so, it might invite a lot of trouble from Hongjun. Thus, Lu Changsheng could only follow along with Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, adopting a serious expression as he said, beyond the heavenly Dao there exists a great Dao. Naturally, there are powers greater than Hongjun Daozu. This statement was not false. At that moment, everyone present was thoroughly taken aback by his words. If that were the case, then Hongjun Daozu was not the most powerful being in this primordial world. This is a cosmic secret. At that moment, the faces of the three pure ones changed dramatically in shock at this news. If so, then behind Lu Changsheng was not just the heavenly Dao, but the 3,000 great Daos. This was simply too defiant. After several exchanges, the three pure ones fell silent. Even a meal that would have been delicious now tasted like wax in their mouths. After finishing a meal, the three pure ones felt increasingly uneasy. If what Lu Changsheng said was true, that beyond the heavenly Dao there existed 3,000 paths mightier than the Hongjun Daozu, then wasn't their world of Honghuang under grave threat? Or perhaps the heavenly Dao was merely a small life form, and beyond it countless worlds like Honghuang existed. The three pure ones felt an overwhelming shock at this moment. So Lu Changsheng is a disciple of these 3,000 paths. Or perhaps he actually comes from one of them. It's no wonder he possesses countless chaotic treasures. With such thoughts, everything started to make sense. Aren't you three going to visit the backyard? Seeing Yunxiao fairy tidy up and the five little ones already rushing back to the study, Lu Changsheng got to the point. Seeing this, Yun Zongzi felt it inappropriate to intrude further and clasped his hands, saying, Master, I shall take my leave. Lu Changsheng nodded. Yun Zongzi then said to his masters and uncles, Disciple takes his leave. As soon as he finished speaking, feeling a lingering fear, he left the manor immediately. The thoughts of the three pure ones were also drawn back, and they forced a smile. Please lead the way, master. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and a crystal-clear radiant pearl appeared in his palm. This pearl emanated a chill surrounded by swirling fairy mist. Within that mist, faintly visible were the glimpses of auspicious beasts. It seemed as if this pearl concealed a small world within, showcasing chaotic scenes, a mesmerizing illusion. Even the well-informed three pure ones couldn't discern what the pearl in Lu Changsheng's hand truly was. Moreover, they couldn't perceive any aura related to this pearl. Lu Changsheng said, Please place your hands sequentially on this pearl. The three pure ones were somewhat wary. Lu Changsheng explained, Rest assured, this is merely a method to absorb your cultivation, it won't cause you any harm. To demonstrate his sincerity, Tongtian Zhao Master extended his hand towards the pearl. The moment his hand touched the icy pearl, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, and in an instant 100 years of cultivation was extracted into the pearl. A purple aura flowed within the pearl, quickly disappearing from sight. Following that, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun sequentially placed their hands on the pearl. Lu Changsheng then retrieved the pearl, a deep smile on his face. Come along. The three followed behind him, walking to a long corridor behind the front hall, pushing open an intricately carved courtyard door. As the back door swung open, it felt as if they had fallen into a heavenly realm. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and the celestial aura was vibrant. If one could cultivate here, it would be far more effective than any cave of the three pure ones. Above the backyard, it appeared as if all the spiritual energy from the three realms was swirling in a vortex, continuously converging here. Amidst the mist and spiritual energy, a vast orchard was visible. At that moment, the three pure ones realized that everything here needed to be probed with divine sense to reveal its true nature. Indeed, as they extended their divine senses, stars sparkled in their eyes. In this orchard, there were actually peaches of immortality. Only in the West Queen Mother's Garden in all of Hongwang were there 3,600 peach trees, with the first one bearing fruit every 3,000 years. The middle one bore fruit every 6,000 years. The last group with purple veins and dense cores bore fruit every 9,000 years. Yet here all the trees bore fruit every 9,000 years. Moreover, each peach tree was laden with peaches of immortality. Tongtian Zhao Master couldn't help but stare in envy. When he approached and touched the trunk of one of the trees, he was once again astounded. Tongtian Zhao Master's astonished reaction instantly piqued the curiosity of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Taishang Laojun. They approached to take a look. They saw that the peaches had evident purple markings identical to the 9,000-year peaches from the West Queen Mother's Garden. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed faint golden runes appearing amidst the purple markings. These golden runes flickered with a soft glow, creating a dazzling display of golden light before their eyes. These are not 9,000-year peaches. Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed, "This is chaos peaches." The level of chaos peaches is simply not comparable to the 9,000-year peaches of the West Queen Mother. In comparison, one is in the heavens, the other on the ground. If an ordinary mortal were to eat one of these chaos peaches, they would immediately attain the status of a quasi-saint. The degree of terror is simply appalling. Yet looking around, every single tree was laden with chaos peaches. Lu Changsheng, observing the three pure ones' astonished expressions, continued, "There's more to come." The three pure ones were reluctant to leave. This feeling of seeing, yet not being able to partake, was truly painful. At that moment, Lu Changsheng's legs seemed to have taken on a wind-like speed, stepping out for tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The three pure ones followed, realizing that although the backyard appeared to be merely 1,000 square meters, the actual space was far beyond that. After passing by the chaos peaches, they spotted towering ginseng fruit trees. The rarity of ginseng fruit trees was such that there was only one in the entire world. Yet here they were numerous, as if they cost nothing. As they continued their tour, each fruit tree was lush and vibrant, full of spiritual energy. The veins of every leaf revealed Dao symbols, and the trunks emitted a faint golden glow. The fruits on the trees emitted an enticing aroma wrapped in Taoist magic. Eating one would likely be more potent than consuming a 9 revolutions golden pill from Taishang Laojun. Walking through this orchard and gazing at the spiritually condensed fruits, all three pure ones felt a surge of desire. Yuanshi Tianzan's gaze fell upon a white jade loquat. It was crystal clear with a white lustrous sheen, smooth and delicate like that of a young girl's skin. Even more terrifying was that the trees behind it were entwined with primordial purple qi. Nourished by this primordial purple qi, the golden and purple glows of the fruits alternated. Just a few whiffs would allow one's cultivation to surge by 1,000,000 years. The three pure ones felt it was worth it. Finally, Lu Changsheng stopped in a certain spot. "Have you three seen enough? Let's head back." Lu Changsheng smiled slightly. At that moment, the expressions on the faces of the three pure ones were indeed somewhat awkward. They lingered in place, still unwilling to leave. Lu Changsheng. Taishang Laojun stepped forward, his old face revealing a hint of pleading. "Master, could you grant me a fruit? I am willing to exchange any treasure for it." Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tongtian Zhao Master. At that moment, the other two were shocked to see Taishang Laojun actually requesting. Naturally, they were also interested in the fruits in this orchard, all of which were of the chaotic grade. However, lowering their stance for just one fruit, if this were to get out, wouldn't they be a laughingstock? How would they establish authority before their disciples in the future? Yet unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng actually agreed. Sure, he agreed so nonchalantly. The other two were once again stunned. Within Lu Changsheng's estate, nearly everything was of the highest chaotic treasure level, from the building materials to the beams and columns to the repairs of the courtyard walls, and even down to the pots and pans. Which of these was not of the finest chaotic treasure grade? Even if Taishang Laojun were to offer the Panga banner to Lu Changsheng, his outcome would likely be reduced to a mere rag. After all, for Lu Changsheng, the treasures of Taishang Laojun were simply not worth displaying. It was evident that Lu Changsheng's agreement made both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu envious. The master said, "I wonder if we..." Before they could finish, Lu Changsheng directly replied, "As long as you exchange your own cultivation, you can take as many fruits as you want. After all, with 7 people in our family, there are so many fruit trees and fruits that we can't possibly eat them all. Not eating them would be a waste." The three pure ones were embarrassed. What a prodigal! Completely devoid of humanity. After saying this, Lu Changsheng turned the pearl back into his palm. "You can pick what you want, and just come back to press your hand on this pearl afterward." Without any hesitation, the three pure ones disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they returned, each of them held 5 or 6 chaos fruits. Taishang Laojun was even more ruthless, directly conjuring a basket filled to the brim with chaos fruits. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tongtian Jiaozhu. Taishang Laojun smiled slightly, a little embarrassed. I feared that these chaos fruits would go to waste, so I picked a few more. I hope the master can forgive me. Lu Changsheng waved his hand quite casually. These fruits, if not thousands, are at least 100,000. You won't be able to pick them all. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiao's expressions changed slightly, revealing wry smiles. If that's the case, please wait a moment, master. Thus the two disappeared again, and when they reappeared, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu each carried 2 fruit baskets. They were heavy, emanating the aura of chaos. Taishang Laojuan, Taishang Laojuan's inner eye roll was almost to the heavens. These two were simply shameless. Since you have all chosen, let us begin. Lu Changsheng handed over the pearl. Taishang Laojuan was the first to place his hand on it, feeling a sensation, but suddenly lost nearly 5,000 years of cultivation. By the time Taishang Laojuan reacted, it was already too late. 5,000 years. Lu Changsheng nodded. If you consume all these chaos fruits, they are not worth 5,000 years of cultivation. Seeing this, Taishang Laojuan no longer said much. Although he did not care much for the 5,000 years of cultivation, he remained somewhat wary of Lu Changsheng's actions. But for the sake of these chaos fruits, he had no choice but to relent. Soon after, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu had each lost 10,000 years of cultivation. To them, this amount of cultivation was merely a drop in the ocean. Thank you, master. The 3 pure ones bowed in gratitude to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng waved his hand. Since you have obtained what you wanted, please take your leave. The few of them returned the way they came. However, as they exited the fruit grove and reached the corridor, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly noticed a pond. The pond was merely 100 square meters, shimmering with light and surrounded by mist. Within the pond, lotus flowers bloomed in various colors, radiating different hues. Especially the aura of chaos emitted by these lotus flowers, an immense force of spiritual power. Wasn't this the Genesis Qinglian? The Genesis Qinglian gave birth to 3 great deities, but it had already suffered severe injuries and could not withstand the rampant earth, water, wind, and fire, ultimately being destroyed. But now within this pond, how could there be more than one Genesis Qinglian? Yuanshi Tianzuan gasped, unable to help but look at Lu Changsheng, who was walking ahead. Master, is that Genesis Qinglian in the pond over there? Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu and Taishang Laojuan both looked in that direction. Not seeing it was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. My goodness. It truly was the Genesis Qinglian. A pond full of Genesis Qinglian. It was like a dream. This Genesis Qinglian, from the seeds, flowers, leaves, stems, and soil, was capable of shaking the primordial world. It is no exaggeration to say that for this pond of Genesis Qinglian, it would be enough to cause a cataclysm in the primordial world. At that moment, the 3 pure ones suddenly harbored murderous intentions toward Lu Changsheng. They wanted to claim this pond of Genesis Qinglian for themselves. But thinking about it, although Lu Changsheng only displayed earth immortal cultivation, behind him stood an existence as formidable as Hongjun Daozu, the 3,000 Dao. The 3 pure ones showed difficulty in their expressions. At that moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly spoke. Are you interested in this Genesis Qinglian? The 3 pure ones nodded eagerly. Lu Changsheng casually conjured 3 small sealed bags, each containing the seeds of the Genesis Qinglian. Each small bag held a full 100 seeds. We usually brew these things for tea. If you want them, you can trade with your cultivation. Without a second thought, Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded vigorously. At this moment, he no longer bore the solemn and oppressive demeanor he had at the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. I want them. Buy. No matter how much cultivation it takes, I want them. Yuanshi Tianzuan was almost frenzied. The other 2 exchanged glances, naturally not willing to miss such a great opportunity. This was a bag full of Qinglian seeds. The first Genesis Qinglian that was born amidst chaos had only 5 seeds in total. In comparison, no matter the cost, the 3 pure ones were determined to obtain these seeds. Thus Lu Changsheng conjured the pearl again. The 3 pure ones were like a whirlwind, their eyes bloodshot with greed. Each of them exchanged a bag of Genesis Qinglian seeds, consuming 30 million years of their respective cultivation. Lu Changsheng watched as the pearl slowly began to condense into a double-winged, 8-footed golden dragon of fortune, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He only hoped that the more they took, the better. Thus, once this golden dragon of fortune was fully formed, even if the 3,000 Dao discovered this estate and destroyed the entire heavenly Dao, it could still stand firm. The 3 pure ones had reaped substantial rewards this time, and no longer mentioned taking the 5 little fellows as disciples. Then we shall take our leave. Both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojuan wore smiles. After the 2 of them left, Lu Changsheng noticed that Tongtian Jiaozhu was still standing in place. Lu Changsheng asked in surprise, does Tongtian Jiaozhu have any matters? I indeed have some matters. At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu had completely regarded Lu Changsheng as a being above Hongjun Laozu, treating him with utmost respect. Lu Changsheng gathered his long sleeves, placing his hands behind his back. Follow me. Lu Changsheng led Tongtian Jiaozhu to the tea room of the estate. Tongtian Jiaozhu followed closely behind, like a little brother. Lu Changsheng sat comfortably in a long rattan chair taking a sip of tea. Feel free to ask any questions you have. Tongtian Jiaozhu was shocked. Could it be that Lu Changsheng could see through people's hearts? He had not even spoken yet. How did he know what he wanted to ask? At this moment, Lu Changsheng was seated while Tongtian Jiaozhu stood to his left like an eager student seeking guidance. I indeed have a question to ask the master. Not to hide anything from the master, currently, during the Fengshen calamity, all of my disciples from the Jie sect are caught in it. Is there any solution? Lu Changsheng raised his eyes and casually said, this is simple. Dare I ask, master, could you enlighten me? Lu Changsheng took another sip of tea and replied frankly, you should step forward and directly kill all the disciples of the Chan sect and the human sect, sending them straight to the list of deities. Tongtian sect leader. Tongtian sect leader looked shocked, unable to believe it. This method was indeed too simple and brutal. Moreover, doesn't this mean tearing the face with the Chan sect and the human sect? Tongtian sect leader appeared troubled. Master, such a method is truly... What? You can't do it. Lu Changsheng said expressionlessly, if Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun could slaughter your Jie sect disciples using this method, why can't you strike hard against their disciples? Mentioning this, Tongtian sect leader's face changed dramatically. Indeed, he had always listened to his master and senior brother being straightforward and honest. He never expected the final outcome to be like this. Could it be? He couldn't strike hard. But if so, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun will certainly join forces against my Jie sect. How should we deal with that? Lu Changsheng smiled and said the teachings of the Jie sect are in accordance with the Tao and the natural way, inheriting the unity of heaven and man. Seizing a glimmer of hope, the so-called Tao is 50 and heaven's changes are 49, with one escaping. The one escaping is the glimmer of hope that the Jie sect seeks, evolving into the six paths. You Jie sect have countless immortals coming to pay respects. Why fear this? Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Tongtian sect leader felt a surge of excitement, his thoughts becoming clear and his heart feeling liberated. Indeed, with countless immortals of the Jie sect, why should they fear the mere Chan sect and human sect? Tongtian sect leader felt his spirit shaken. He didn't know if it was due to absorbing too much spiritual energy in the orchard behind the manor, or because of Lu Changsheng's words. Surprisingly, the originally mid-stage Hunyuan Daluo Golden realm had become somewhat unstable. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Your words have prompted me to reflect. I will go plan things right away. Tongtian sect leader immediately left the manor. Upon returning to Jiuwan Island, the first thing he did was enter seclusion for cultivation. After Tongtian sect leader left, Lu Changsheng once again conjured the brilliantly sparkling, translucent treasure orb. The treasure orb contained abundant celestial energy with spiritual power converging within. A purple aura was hidden inside. If one looked closely, they would see a golden little dragon with double wings and 8 feet just taking shape and slowly swimming around the orb. Lu Changsheng watched the fortune golden dragon within the orb, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. Once the fortune golden dragon fully condenses and breaks out of the orb, the entire manor will have the fortune golden dragon's presence without needing Lu Changsheng to expend a shred of spiritual power. Moreover, it will be entirely reliant on the cultivation of the 3 pure ones. Ultimately, the 3 pure ones will become intertwined with the fortune golden dragon, and whether they wish or not, they must become the guardians of this manor. In the manor, in the study, 5 little ones were quietly reading books in the study. Ao Bing had cultivated in the manor for several days, and with the help of the creation Blue Lotus, his cultivation improved rapidly. He had already read 1/5 of the Fengshen Yini. Especially when he saw the scene where Nezha flayed him alive, he trembled with rage, thunderstruck. Did Nezha really kill me? Ao Bing witnessed his own tragic death and could not accept this fact. Lu Sanyan comforted him, don't worry, you are now part of my manor, we won't let you die. Indeed, your death is not Nezha's fault, but rather he was used by Taiyi Jinren, you are all merely pawns. Lu Chan explained. Ao Bing felt somewhat dazed. The East Sea Dragon clan had also become pawns. Once you break through to the Daluo Jingxian realm, you will be able to finish reading this Fengshen Yini, and then you will understand all the truths. Lu Ilua said seriously. Ao Bing nodded. In that case, I will return to the pond to cultivate. The remaining content is really beyond my current cultivation. I can't read it. Having said that, Ao Bing flew back to the backyard, transforming into a dragon carp and diving into the pond filled with gathered spiritual energy. Xian Yuan Mountain Golden Light Cave. Taiyi Jinren frowned, deeply troubled. Seeing his master worried, Jin Xia Tongzi wanted to help him resolve his worries. Master, what troubles you? At that moment, Taiyi Jinren felt a heavy cloud overhead, his mood heavier than ever before. I have decided to go to that manor by the Qishui River. This manor had become an indelible shadow for Taiyi Jinren. But if he didn't go, Nezha wouldn't come back. In any case, it would lead to death. Taiyi Jinren took a deep breath, stood up, and cautioned Jin Xiaotongzi, "If anything happens to me, remember to hurry to Kunlun Mountain." Jin Xiaotongzi. As soon as he finished speaking, Taiyi Jinren stepped out for thousands of miles, instantly appearing above the manor. At that time, Taiyi Jinren felt extremely fatigued. With no choice, he had to respectfully and humbly say to the manor master, "Taiyi Jinren requests an audience. I hope you will return, Nezha, otherwise it will interfere with the grand plan of deification, leading to endless troubles." "Master." In the study, the 5 little ones heard Taiyi Jinren's voice and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, this guy has come knocking. Daddy seems to be outside drinking tea." The few of them knew that Lu Changsheng would definitely get angry again, so they simply hid in the study and did not come out. Sure enough, Lu Changsheng saw Taiyi Jinren in the front yard. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Taiyi Jinren, please come in." Taiyi Jinren was extremely cautious, ensuring he could not sense the pressure from the formation before daring to land. "Master, may I ask if you could return, Nezha?" Taiyi Jinren knew that the people in this manor were not to be trifled with, he could only be humble. Lu Changsheng's voice became a few degrees lower as he immediately asked, "Ao, Mei Ling Yusan Yen. Where have you hidden Nezha?" Usually these 3 are the most mischievous, the most resourceful, and the best at making decisions. Although Lu Changsheng already knew Nezha was in the beautiful place at the end of the corridor, he still intentionally asked this question. Sure enough, these few little ones walked out with aggrieved expressions. "Daddy, Nezha cannot go with him." Lu Ao Mei was still somewhat calm. Lu Lingyu was filled with anger. "Daddy, this person uses Nezha as a shield. How shameless." The few of them spoke one after another, belittling Taiyi Jinren to the point of being less than anything. Taiyi Jinren. At that moment, Taiyi Jinren was filled with black lines, cold sweat streaming down. He had already witnessed the strength of these 5 little ones, but did not want to experience it again. Suffering some grievances was acceptable. As long as he could get Nezha, it was fine. Taiyi Jinren comforted himself, his heart finally becoming a bit more open. Lu Changsheng's expression was calm. He was not worried and instructed, "Just bring Nezha out." Lu Lingyu was furious, very puzzled. "Daddy, this deification is clearly a scheme. Why are you helping this old man?" The Taiyi Jinren, hearing the words of the few young girls beside him, nearly lost his composure. How dare they claim that the sealing of gods was a conspiracy? This was something agreed upon by the venerable Hong Jun. Were they not accusing Hong Jun of being the mastermind behind this conspiracy? At that moment, Taiyi Jinren was already in a state of panic internally. This place truly should not be visited frequently, nor should one listen so carelessly. These young girls spoke without restraint, and with the mysterious identity of the master of the estate, it was possible that they might anger Hong Jun. Taiyi Jinren was utterly at a loss. What had he just heard? "Daddy, he is a bad person. Why are you helping a bad person?" "The book you wrote, the tale of the sealing of gods, we have all read it, and already know the cause and effect, even the ending." "That's right, Daddy, the book mentioned that uncle and mother both made it onto the sealing of gods list. Is it true?" "No, we don't want mother and uncle to be on the sealing of gods list." The little ones began to cry as they spoke, their cries resonating like thunder, splitting the heavens and the earth. Taiyi Jinren. But Taiyi Jinren was completely frozen. A book? The tale of the sealing of gods. Was it written by this master of the estate? And they already knew the cause and effect, even the ending. The calamity of sealing gods had begun. The chaos obscured the heavenly secrets, and even the 3 pure ones could not deduce any information. Hong Jun was even more oblivious to the ending. Yet this person who only revealed the cultivation of an earth immortal had already written it into a book. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Taiyi Jinren felt overwhelmed by too much information today, his mind barely keeping up. This consciousness was gradually on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Lu Changsheng immediately comforted him. "With your father here, your mother will surely not be affected by that calamity of sealing gods." The little ones, hearing Lu Changsheng's assured response, slowly stopped their tears. Taiyi Jinren, feeling embarrassed, rolled up his sleeves and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. "Master of the estate." Taiyi Jinren reminded again. Lu Changsheng extended a hand, signaling Taiyi Jinren not to be anxious. "Wait a moment, Nezha will be out soon." Taiyi Jinren. Taiyi Jinren didn't quite understand. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Changsheng's words fell, Nezha emerged from the backyard. In just a few days, he had advanced from a golden immortal directly to the great Luo realm. Nezha exuded a powerful aura, his eyes shining coldly, his entire body enveloped in golden light, undergoing a transformation. The moment Taiyi Jinren saw Nezha, he was completely shaken by the aura of the great Luo realm emanating from him. Taiyi Jinren. The little ones, seeing Nezha, beamed with radiant smiles filled with joy. Lu Aome walked over with a pleased expression, nodding and saying, "Indeed, you have not let us down. Thank you for your teachings, masters." Nezha's expression was solemn, his gaze sharp, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. If one looked too long, it would surely unsettle the mind, as if the primordial spirit was burning like fierce flames. Taiyi Zhenren was bewildered, his face turning pale, drained of color. How many days had it been? Nezha had actually leaped directly from a golden immortal to the great Luo realm. Based on the cultivation he exhibited, he was still in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. This was a leap across an uncountable number of realms. No matter how talented or how many pills consumed, it was unlikely to reach this level. This was already monstrous. At this moment, facing such a Nezha, Taiyi Zhenren felt no sense of security, for that was definitely false. He himself was merely in the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Nezha had numerous magical treasures on him. If a fight broke out, he might well be sent directly to the ceiling of God's list. Thinking this, Taiyi Zhenren knew he could no longer act recklessly. In previous instances before the sealing of gods formally commenced, Yuan Shi Tianzun had used backdoor means to retrieve him from the underworld, which had worked. But now if he were sent to the underworld by Nezha, it would be utterly disastrous. At that point, the piece he had designed to block the calamity would become the sharpest blade. Seeing this, Changsheng once again removed the magical treasures he had given to the little ones. "All right, Nezha, let's go with your master," Changsheng beckoned. But at that moment, Nezha was filled with hatred towards Taiyi Zhenren. He had not expected that the master he had always admired, respected, and regarded as his source of pride had only seen him as a pawn. Moreover, a pawn used to block his calamity. How could such a person be worthy of being his master? Just as Nezha was about to refuse, suddenly Lu Xinyan leaned over and whispered something into Nezha's ear. Nezha's resistance finally began to wane. Yes, Nezha was extremely respectful, bowing to the 5 masters, then slowly kneeling to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Disciple will heed the teachings of the 5 masters. Lu Ao Mei immediately pulled Nezha up, saying casually, "All right, off you go." Taiyi Zhenren suddenly felt a surge of fear when he saw Nezha change his mind and agree to go back to Chintang Pass with him. What exactly had these young girls said to Nezha just now? Could it be a trap? At that moment, Nezha had already stood up and was walking towards Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi Zhenren felt an inexplicable chill as he sensed Nezha's overwhelming aura of the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. "Do you truly wish to return to Chintang Pass with me?" Taiyi Zhenren confirmed once more. Nezha's expression was emotionless, extremely cold. Seeing this, Taiyi Zhenren's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Now, with Nezha's cultivation in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, it was already hard to control him, and he could no longer easily take any action against him. This pawn meant to block the calamity had truly become a sharp blade. But now the heavenly secrets were obscured, engulfed in chaos. The development of this situation was still uncertain. Taiyi Zhenren took a deep breath to steady his mind and said to Changsheng, "Thank you for your troubles. I shall take my leave with Nezha now." With that, Taiyi Zhenren left the estate with Nezha following closely behind. Along the way, Nezha remained silently behind Taiyi Zhenren. This made Taiyi Zhenren feel as if he was being pricked by needles, a murderous intent looming behind him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Soon they arrived above Chintang Pass. Taiyi Zhenren stopped, turned to look at the cold-faced Nezha. Taiyi Zhenren. Nezha, now that you have returned to Chintang Pass, wait for your master's instructions." Taiyi Zhenren felt uneasy facing Nezha at this moment. Nezha nodded, acknowledging the response. Then he descended into the Li residence. Taiyi Zhenren stood amidst the clouds, his expression deepening with worry. He had gone through so much to bring Nezha back, but who would have thought that Nezha had become a great Luo Golden Immortal? What about this calamity? How would it be blocked? Moreover, Ao Bing's whereabouts were still unknown. However, it was not necessary to rely solely on Ao Bing. The Dragon King of the East, Ao Guang, had another son, the 5th Prince Ao Wan. In the palace of Chaoga, King Zhou was freed from the puppet technique cast upon him by Lu Sanyan, thanks to Nuwa. With the loss of the temptation from the 9-tailed fox, he gradually regained clarity, enveloped in an emperor's aura. The palace restored its domineering and majestic royal presence, with ordinary little demons unable to approach. King Zhou, now clear-headed, reviewed the memorials filled with righteousness and youthful vigor as he walked towards the rear palace. He vaguely remembered that he had not favored the concubines of the rear palace for quite some time. Though King Zhou had regained his clarity, he was unaware that he had been bewitched by the fox demon. Now he was merely no longer in a violent rage. The murderous intent and demonic energy within him had been dissipated by the aura of an emperor. As he walked along the high walls and stone steps, contemplating which concubine's palace he should stay in today, he pondered deeply. While thinking, King Zhou passed by the East Palace where the Crown Prince resided and the Central Palace where Empress Jiang lived. Just as he reached the West Palace, he suddenly stopped. The sight before him filled King Zhou with doubt. King Zhou shook his head. Could it be that he had been muddle-headed from reading memorials these past few days? What? Is it an illusion? Why has the West Palace vanished? The grand and majestic palace was now completely empty, leaving only a flat piece of land. Everything is gone. King Zhou exclaimed, turning to the palace maid behind him, his imperial might apparent as he asked, "Where is my West Palace?" The maid quickly lowered her head, feeling timid and anxious, and said, "Your Majesty, did you not order the demolition of the West Palace and send all the concubines from the West Palace out of the palace?" King Zhou was bewildered. "When did I order the demolition of the West Palace?" The maids exchanged glances, quickly kneeling on the ground, unsure of what to do. King Zhou felt extremely frustrated at this moment. In the past few days, he had indeed been in a daze, unable to remember many things. Moreover, he had just recovered from a serious illness. After that, he could not recall anything. Could it be that he inadvertently ordered the demolition while being confused by his illness? Seeing the maids trembling in fear, King Zhou softened his tone, saying, "You may rise. I am not blaming you, so why are you so scared? Do you think I would harm you?" King Zhou waved his sleeve abruptly. The maids finally stood up, closely following behind King Zhou. "Forget it, let's go to the central palace and check on the Empress." He retraced his steps and entered the central palace. The central palace was typically quiet and comparable to the brilliant and lively West Palace. At that moment, Empress Jiang was adorned in a golden brocade dress embellished with 5 phoenixes and a rosered gown with a long tail. Her attire was complemented by peony ornaments, delicate grasshopper hairpins inlaid with jewels, and an azure hairpin. A jade pendant hung from her slender neck, while her pale skin was lightly adorned with a hint of smoky purple makeup. Her crimson lips curved into a slight arc. Despite her noble and striking appearance, she possessed a gentle oval face. King Zhou had never realized that his empress was so enchanting. The moment he saw Empress Jiang, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he could not help but laugh heartily, saying, "My empress is truly beautiful today." Ha ha ha. Empress Jiang had long since lost hope in King Zhou, and now wore a blank expression. "This servant pays respects to your majesty." She delivered this line with no emotion. Yet her pair of expressive eyes betrayed her inner feelings. King Zhou had always doted on Su Daji, leaving Empress Jiang as little more than a nominal figure. When she heard that King Zhou suddenly changed his temperament and ordered the demolition of the West Palace, she could hardly believe it. Now seeing King Zhou enter the central palace and praise her, it stirred up all her grievances and pains from the past months. Empress Jiang still controlled her emotions, striving to appear neither sad nor happy. King Zhou noticed the emotions in her eyes and felt a pang of heartache, asking, "Is the Empress angry with me?" This gentle tone and domineering concern instantly caused the defenses in Empress Jiang's heart to collapse completely. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she quickly turned away, silently sobbing. King Zhou felt even more distressed. "Empress, did I cause you any grievances?" Empress Jiang smiled, faintly feeling relieved that King Zhou had improved. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, and when she turned back, her face was adorned with a gentle smile, like spring water. "Your Majesty, I am touched. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs, yet you still come to the central palace. I am so happy that I am moved to tears." King Zhou felt even more affection for Empress Jiang, appreciating her understanding. He immediately ordered, "Quickly prepare dinner. I wish to dine with the Empress." The maids, seeing this scene, were also filled with joy. Soon they brought the dinner to the table. However, when King Zhou saw the dinner spread before him, his expression darkened completely. There was 1 plate of greens and another plate of greens. Although there were 6 dishes in total, only 1 was a meat dish, and it contained only a few pieces of fatty meat. King Zhou instantly became furious. "Is this what you prepared for the Empress and me?" The maids, frightened by King Zhou, weakened and directly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Empress Jiang quickly intervened. "Your Majesty, the treasury is currently tight, and they have done their best." King Zhou exclaimed. King Zhou was again bewildered. "Nonsense. Why is the treasury tight when it was perfectly fine?" Empress Jiang looked at King Zhou, who had suddenly changed his temperament, though improved, and felt something was off. Empress Jiang gently explained, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten?" King Zhou was puzzled. As he looked at Empress Jiang's expression, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. His heart sank, his face turning pale. What on earth is going on? Seeing King Zhou's demeanor, Empress Jiang was certain that he had indeed forgotten. "Your Majesty, you ordered that all the treasury's wealth be distributed to the people." Empress Jiang slowly spoke. King Zhou exclaimed. King Zhou felt his head buzzing, unable to hear any other sounds around him. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." After a moment, King Zhou finally regained his composure. Empress Jiang let out a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, are you I?" King Zhou waved his hand, his face pale. If the entire treasury's wealth had been distributed to the people, what would they eat? What would they wear? What would they use? This was a fatal blow. If another country were to invade, wouldn't they be utterly doomed? Empress Jiang continued, Your Majesty, although the treasury's wealth has been completely donated, the people speak highly of you, saying you are benevolent and a good king, a ruler for the ages. King Zhou was not in the least bit pleased at this moment. They were on the verge of annihilation, yet a ruler for the ages. Why on earth did he issue such a foolish command? Empress, I have matters to attend to and may not be able to join you for dinner. I will return later. With that, King Zhou hurriedly left. At that time, King Zhou immediately returned to the Longda Hall. The Longda Hall was where King Zhou and his ministers discussed important matters. Layers of Qin bricks and Han tiles, purple pillars, and golden beams. The hall's roof was covered with yellow glazed tiles bordered with green and topped with a flaming pearl in the center. On the flying eaves, 2 golden dragons with golden scales and armor looked vividly alive, as if they were about to soar into the sky. Inside the hall, it was resplendent with gold and jade, with amber wine cups, jade goblets, golden fooded vessels, and emerald plates. Every detail showcased the palace's utmost luxury. Yet at that moment, these dazzling golden objects appeared even more ironic to King Zhou. He was burning with rage, pacing back and forth in the palace, impatiently addressing a nearby guard, Fei Zhong, Master Hunyuan, why have they not arrived yet? The guard respectfully replied, Report to the king, I have already sent someone to summon them. King Zhou was anxious as fire. Finally, the middle-ranking official Fei Zhong and Master Wen hurriedly arrived. Following closely, Prime Minister Shang Rong and Close Minister Yu Han also arrived at the Longda Hall. We pay our respects to the king. King Zhou immediately descended from his throne, walked up to them, and urged impatiently, Quickly rise. Quickly rise. Master Wen spoke first. We did not know why the king summoned us so suddenly. King Zhou was feeling irritable and even angry at himself. King Zhou glanced at Master Wen, his expression complex, and said, Master Wen, you are a trusted minister of Emperor. You should assist this king. Why, when I ordered the treasury's riches to be distributed, did you not stop me? Master Wen's face darkened. Before this incident, King Zhou, influenced by Su Daji, had already gambled everything, frequently resorting to executions. As loyal ministers, how could they dare to advise against him? Seeing this, Yu Han immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Your Majesty need not worry. The wealth coming from the treasury to the people can naturally be retrieved from their pockets. King Zhou frowned. He believed this action to be unacceptable. At that moment, Yu Han suddenly had a bright idea. Report to the king, I know there is a merchant in Chaoga whose wealth rivals that of a nation. If he is willing to help the king through this crisis, then the king can symbolically grant him an official position. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? During this time, the Shang dynasty was flourishing with severe class discrimination. In the eyes of these people, merchants were at the bottom of society. No matter how much money one earned, their social status remained low. Yu Han's idea was indeed a good plan. King Zhou glanced at the Yedo-speak Fei Zhong and Master Wen along with Prime Minister Shang Rong and asked, Do you find this method feasible? The few exchanged glances. At present, it seemed this was the only solution. We have no objections. Only then did King Zhou breathe a sigh of relief and commanded Yu Han, since that is the case, I shall entrust this matter to you and Master Wen. You two shall bring that merchant into the palace. I wish to see him in person. Yu Han's face lit up with joy, knowing he had gained King Zhou's favor, and he exclaimed, We obey the command. Master Wen's expression was solemn, as he also said, We obey the command. You may leave now. King Zhou waved his hand, his frown still not dissipated. At that time, the four emerged from the Longda Hall, with Prime Minister Shang Rong and Master Wen together, while Fei Zhong walked with Yu Han. The four formed two opposing factions, naturally at odds. Master Wen was deeply worried. I did not expect that King Zhou would entrust this matter to Yu Han. Shang Rong comforted him, Master, do not be anxious. King Zhou's temperament has changed greatly. Although he has given this matter to Yu Han, you are still present, right? Master Wen nodded, and sighed. This idea came from Yu Han. Who knows what trouble he will stir up this time? Yu Han and Fei Zhong were flattery ministers in the court. Master Wen and Shang Rong had long regarded these two as thorny eyes. However, they were skilled in flattery, and Yu Han was especially adept at catering to the king's preferences, arranging songs and feasts to serve King Zhou daily, contributing nothing of value, yet winning his trust. The four exited the palace, each boarding their own horse-drawn carriages, and set off for home. As the roads diverged, Fei Zhong's carriage followed Yu Han, heading towards Yu Han's residence. Once they got off the carriages, the two exchanged smiles and entered the study, one in front and the other behind. Yu Han, in a pleased mood, leisurely sat in a red sandalwood chair and said, Lord Fei, this matter still requires your help to stall Master Wen. Fei Zhong looked at Yu Han with a worried expression. Are you sure that merchant will agree? Yu Han smiled. In Chaoga, with so many new places for fun and leisure, it almost occupies half of Chaoga's land. Do you know who I am talking about? Fei Zhong's eyes brightened, furrowing his brow. Are you referring to the owner of the Jiuxian building? Exactly. But I have already sent someone to inquire, and the owner of Jiuxian building is very mysterious. No one in Chaoga knows their true identity. The staff in the establishment are each exceptional, making it difficult to gather any information about the owner. Yet Yuhan wore a smile and said, I have made 7 reservations at Jiuxian building and noticed that it is always packed with guests, but one private room is never open to the public. I suspect this room is reserved for the owner of Jiuxian building, so as long as we make a reservation when the time comes and someone enters that room, it will surely be the owner. Fei Zhong suddenly understood and couldn't help but clasp his hands. Indeed, brother, you is quite resourceful. I admire you. Tomorrow I have a table reserved. Do I invite Lord Fei to accompany me? Fei Zhong immediately smiled broadly. Since brother Yu has invited me, I will humbly accept. The next day, Jiuxian building. Yuhan and Fei Zhong went to Jiuxian building as agreed. Inside Jiuxian building, white jade was used for construction, the floor shining with a warm glow, and in the distance there seemed to be a misty haze enveloping it, with phoenixes spreading their wings carved from sandalwood. The windows were made of blue tiles, and the walls were piled with jade stones. The magnificent tower was surrounded by the waters of the Huaqing pool, clear and green, resembling a fairyland. The two entered a private room, enjoying hot pot, while quietly waiting by the Qishui River. In the manor, several little ones ran out of the study, clinging to Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao fairy. Daddy, mommy, take us out for hot pot. Take us, please. We really want to taste hot pot. Lu Changsheng was discussing with Yunxiao fairy about their honeymoon plans to travel to the ends of the earth, enjoying their world together. At that moment, faced with the 5 little ones' requests, Lu Changsheng casually said, if you want to eat, just go and eat. I am going on a long trip with your mother. The 5 little ones immediately quieted down, unable to contain their joy. However, they put on a sad expression. Daddy is so biased, only taking mommy out to play, never taking us out. Lu Changsheng rubbed the little girls' heads affectionately and said, how about this? When daddy brings mommy back, if you have made any breakthroughs in your cultivation, I will take you out to play. The little ones immediately jumped with joy. Lu Changsheng once again instructed, remember, do not cause any trouble. The little ones obediently nodded, waving goodbye to Lu Changsheng and fairy Yunxiao, saying, rest assured, father, mother, we will wait patiently for your return. Until Lu Changsheng and fairy Yunxiao vanished in a flash of light, the little ones exchanged excited glances and could not help but dance with joy. Great. Let's hurry to Chaoga. Hot pot. Hot pot. I want to eat hot pot every day. Lu Aomei noticed her younger sister's exuberance and said seriously, eating hot pot is fine, but do not forget we still have an unfinished plan. Exactly, we must stop the canonization. Lu Lingyu's expression was sharp. Lu Sanyin grinned as she approached her older sisters, saying, yes, but let's first celebrate with a hot pot meal together. Thus, under Lu Sanyan's formation, the 5 of them swiftly entered Chaoga. The 5 of them swaggered to the entrance of the Gathering Immortals building. The attendant at the front hall immediately came out to greet them upon seeing the 5, saying, Master, I will take you to your private room right away. Lu Aomei walked in front, nodding in a manner that suggested she was quite the little adult. The 4 little ones followed obediently behind. Master, I will serve the dishes right away, the attendant said with a beaming smile, quite enthusiastic. As soon as they entered the private room, Yuhan and Fei Zhong peered through the door crack and saw this scene. Fei Zhong looked skeptical, saying, there are actually 5 little girls. Yuhan frowned. It was already rare for such young children to come out to eat. Even wealthy families would usually have several servants accompanying them. The staff and attendants of this Gathering Immortals building are typically solemn and expressionless when serving guests, so why are they treating these 5 little girls so warmly? Fei Zhong found it quite strange. Yuhan frowned and analyzed. Presumably these 5 little girls are the daughters of the owner of this Gathering Immortals building. Fei Zhong nodded in agreement. It seemed there was no other explanation. Then, should we still go over now? Fei Zhong looked at Yuhan, who appeared gloomy. It seemed talking to these clueless little girls wouldn't yield much. A sly glint appeared in Yuhan's eyes as he said, perfect. We can find the residence of the owner of this Gathering Immortals building through these little girls, achieving 2 goals at once. Fei Zhong understood Yuhan's meaning and suddenly realized. Meanwhile, inside the opposite private room, the staff and attendants continued to bring in a multitude of ingredients on small carts. Once the attendants had all left, Yuhan and Fei Zhong emerged from their private room and walked to the opposite one. The two stood outside the door and gently knocked. Lu Aomei and the others were enthusiastically enjoying their hot pot when they suddenly heard a knock at the door. Frowning, she said, come in. Yuhan and Fei Zhong pushed the door open with warm smiles on their faces. However, even so, the air around them still carried the aura of cunning individuals. The little ones frowned upon seeing the two. Who are you? Lu Aomei asked, somewhat displeased. Why are you interrupting our hot pot? Yuhan and Fei Zhong felt their hearts tighten under the sharp gazes of the 5 little girls. They silently found it strange. Despite being only 3 years old, the pressure from these girls was even more intimidating than when they faced DXIN. Truly bizarre. Yuhan steadied his mind and smiled, explaining, I sincerely apologize. I am Yuhan, the Grand Minister of the Shang Dynasty. I am Fei Zhong, a middle-ranking physician. After introducing themselves, the girls showed no reaction. They continued eating and drinking, utterly ignoring their words. Yuhan, Fei Zhong. Seeing this, Yuhan felt a bit awkward and stepped forward again, saying, May I ask if you are the daughters of the owner of this Gathering Immortals building? After Yuhan asked, Lu Lingyue became impatient, saying, So what if we are? What do you want? A sharp gaze shot over from Lu Lingyue, penetrating Yuhan's heart with a terrifying aura. He could not understand why he felt as if he saw life and death within those eyes. In an instant, cold sweat poured down his back and a chill ran through him. These little girls. How peculiar. Yuhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and directly said, It's like this. We wish to invite the owner of this Gathering Immortals building for a meeting. May I ask if you can assist us? Lu Lingyue waved her hand, saying, My father is not here. If you have matters to discuss, just speak directly to us. Yuhan and Fei Zhong both looked troubled. Could these little girls really make decisions? Are you going to say it or not? If not, hurry up and leave, Lu Lingyue said with clear impatience. Yuhan immediately replied, Actually, it is like this. King Zhou has learned that the owner of this Gathering Immortals building possesses immense wealth. Currently, King Zhou is distributing the treasury's funds to the people, and the treasury is in dire straits. He wishes to ask the owner of the Gathering Immortals building for assistance to get through this crisis. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyue was taken aback. The other little girls also paused. Wasn't the urgency of the treasury precisely their doing? At that moment, the little girls all looked awkward. You all wait outside for a moment. We need to discuss. Lu Lingyue waved her hand. Yuhan and Fei Zhong exchanged glances. They then left the private room. Inside, the little girls all wore worried expressions. Do we really have to use our money to cover the treasury's shortfall? Will father be angry if he finds out? Our money isn't free. The group began to discuss heatedly. I have thought of a solution. After a long silence, Lu Chan came up with an idea. Why don't we let King Zhou exchange something from the palace instead? Everyone agreed immediately. Thus, Lu Aomei called out to the two outside the private room, saying, You two come here. Yuhan and Fei Zhong immediately pushed the door open and entered with smiles, asking, How have you all considered it? Lu Aomei jumped down from her chair and said seriously, We will go with you to the palace to see King Zhou. Yuhan and Fei Zhong smiled upon seeing this, saying, Have you agreed? Lu Aomei continued, Of course there are conditions. We want to speak to King Zhou ourselves. Yuhan, Fei Zhong. Seeing this, Yuhan had no choice. Thus, after the five little ones finished their hot pot, they directly boarded Yuhan's carriage. Yuhan rode alongside Fei Zhong in the same vehicle. Inside the carriage, Lu Sanyan opened the bag she had brought along, and a fluffy white fox poked its head out. Master, Lu Sanyan immediately instructed, We are going to the palace. Bring the jade pipa essence and the nine-headed chicken essence here. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the nine-tailed fox quickly vanished from the carriage. The nine-tailed fox appeared in Chaoga, its aura quickly sensed by the jade pipa essence and the nine-headed chicken essence. Outside of Chaoga, in a dilapidated little thatched cottage, the nine-tailed fox hurriedly followed the aura of the two people. Sister, sister. The two saw Su Daji and looked anxious. Sister, you finally returned. We searched for you with great difficulty. The jade pipa spirit rushed forward, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that the nine-tailed fox's cultivation had actually improved. The nine-headed rooster spirit also noticed the vast immortal cultivation within the nine-tailed fox. Sister, have you now become a golden immortal? The nine-tailed fox had practiced for 1,000 years, only reaching the peak of celestial immortal after transcending the tribulation. Yet in such a short time, she had directly broken through to the peak of golden immortal. She had crossed two major realms directly. If she ascended one level further, she would reach the Taiyi golden immortal, directly achieving the three flowers gathering and cultivating the Taiyi Dao fruit. At that time, the nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade pipa spirit were merely at the early stage of celestial immortal. Upon sensing the surging and profound cultivation within the nine-tailed fox, they couldn't help but prostrate in reverence. Sister, did you not see us these days because you had a fortuitous encounter? The nine-tailed fox smiled gracefully, clearly pleased with herself. I came to find you precisely for this matter. If you leave Chaoga with me and follow the master, you can experience rapid cultivation like I did, the nine-tailed fox said plainly. Upon hearing this, the rooster spirit and the pipa spirit's expressions changed drastically. The two quickly exclaimed, Sister, have you forgotten the task given to us by the Hunyuan mother? To corrupt the king of Zhou. We cannot leave Chaoga. The nine-tailed fox waved her hand. Do you not trust me? The opportunity one received was from a master on par with Hongjun Laozu. Even Nuwa has no way to contend with him. The rooster spirit and the pipa spirit looked at each other in disbelief. After pondering for a moment, the two nodded, saying, Sister, we will follow your lead. Excellent, then I will take you to find the master. The nine-tailed fox swiftly left the thatched cottage with the rooster spirit and the peepa spirit. However, as soon as they arrived within the borders of Chaoga, the rooster spirit and the peepa spirit halted. Sister, right now the emperor's aura in Chaoga is flourishing. We cannot approach, which is why we had to hide in this external thatched cottage. The group gazed at Chaoga shrouded in a layer of imperial aura, falling into a dilemma. The nine-tailed fox now at the peak of Golden Immortal could naturally withstand it, but the early-stage celestial immortal rooster spirit and peepa spirit could not. In that case, you should wait in the thatched cottage until the master comes out, and then he'll bring you along. The rooster spirit and peepa spirit nodded. At that moment, the five little ones had already entered the palace. Longdahal, Yuan and Feizhong brought the five little ones to meet Emperor Xian. We report to King Zhou, the daughter of the owner of the Gathering Immortals Tower, has been brought here. Before Yuan could explain, Lu Aomei stepped forward saying, "Aren't you in dire need of funds? We are naturally here to help you." Emperor Xian looked at the little girls, their expressions calm and composed, exuding a sense of spiritual energy and clarity, youthful yet commanding. Such a demeanor was quite rare. This Gathering Immortals Tower belongs to my father, so we can certainly make the decisions. Emperor Xian, seeing these little girls acting like adults, frowned and asked, "So does that mean you are agreeing to this king's request?" "Rest assured, as long as you assist this king, whatever you desire, this king will reward you. This king will even grant your father an official position." Lu Aomei waved her hand saying, "My father does not care for any official position. He is just a carefree wanderer who does not enjoy the life of an official in the court." Emperor Xian was slightly surprised. "Then what do you wish for?" Lu Aomei continued, "If you wish to fill the treasury with wealth, we can help, but it requires King Zhou to exchange items from this palace." Upon hearing this, Yuan and Feizhong were instantly terrified and knelt down. "I deserve death. I deserve death." These little girls have spoken recklessly, offending the king. Yuan, looking troubled and sweating profusely, exclaimed, "You little girls are talking nonsense. How can the items within the palace be exchanged? Why are you not kneeling yet?" Lu Aomei completely ignored Yuan and simply gazed at Emperor Xian. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xian, initially surprised, soon grew angry, then gradually relaxed. These riches cannot be taken for granted. If exchanged for items, it is quite reasonable. This king agrees. Lu Aomei nodded, saying, "Great. Now let us officially begin the auction." Emperor Xian, "Auction?" Lu Aomei waved her hand. "No worries, it is just that anything within this entire palace can be exchanged." Emperor Xian nodded, though it pained him, but it was the only way at present. Soon Emperor Xian began the exchange in the palace's vast square according to the wishes of the five little ones, which was what Lu Aomei referred to as the auction event. The five little ones stood on a high platform with tables filled with exquisite hand-painted diagrams of each palace. There were also bamboo slips indicating all the items in each palace, including beds, tables, chairs, stools, and various ornaments. Meanwhile, Emperor Xian sat beneath the high platform, his face completely darkened. Lu Aomei raised a bamboo slip and announced, "First up for auction is the first palace, the Xiqing Palace." Emperor Xian nodded in agreement. Next to her, Lu Lingwei began marking down with a wolf hair brush. The second palace, the Longda Hall. Emperor Xian felt a pang of pain, but still nodded. The third palace, the Shouxin Palace. The fourth palace. At last they completed the auction of the entire palace. Lu Aomei was quite satisfied. Now the entire palace belonged to them. "All right, King Zhou, please stamp, sign, and seal the documents." Lu Lingwei presented a thick stack of bamboo slips. Emperor Xian. Behind him, Yuan and Feizhong were utterly taken aback, never imagining that these five little ones would come up with such an idea. Isn't this tantamount to Emperor Xian selling the entire palace just to exchange for a treasury? With the palace gone, where would they go for morning court in the future? The problem is, how could Emperor Xian agree to this? Is this still the Emperor Xian they once knew? Yuan and Feizhong were deeply puzzled. "King Zhou, you must think twice. This palace, how can it be sold to others?" At this moment, Emperor Zin's mood had reached rock bottom as he said in a deep voice, "Do you not believe that this king has the ability to buy this palace back? This is this king's palace. Even if it is auctioned, so what? This king will certainly buy it back." Yuan, Feizhong. Lu Aomei nodded, saying, "Of course, if you can buy it back, we will be very welcoming. Rest assured, we are not the kind of unscrupulous capitalists. This palace is so large that you can continue to stay here and do what you must. However, you must remember the owner of this palace now is us." Yuan, Feizhong. At that time, both Yuan and Feizhong were in a daze. It has changed. The world has changed. Emperor Xian has changed. Lu Aomei immediately said, "Then I thank King Zhou for his assistance. Please have King Zhou send officials and soldiers to the Juxian Lu to transport the funds needed by King Zhou to the national treasury." At this moment Xian was feeling quite gloomy and very constrained. However, he still nodded. After Luo Mei and her group of officials left, Yuhan and Fei Zhong were greatly puzzled by Dizin's actions. "My king, why do you listen to the words of a few young girls and abandon the palace?" Yuhan bravely asked. Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This lonely king is the ruler of the Shang dynasty. Caring for the common people is a virtue. When this lonely king was gravely ill and made foolish mistakes that put the common people in crisis, I must bear the consequences myself and set an example for future generations and for the people." Yuhan was utterly shocked by Dizin's words. Beside him, Fei Zhong looked at Xian with an expression as if he were a stranger staring at him in terror. Could it be that Xian was influenced by a demon, or was the person before him not Xian? This was not just a change in temperament. It was as if he were a completely different person. They could not believe that such heartfelt and impassioned words came from Dizin's mouth. Thus both Yuhan and Fei Zhong, looking as if they had seen a ghost, cupped their hands and said, "Then I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave as well." Xian looked at the terror and strangeness in the eyes of his two ministers, puzzled. Fortunately, with the crisis of the national treasury resolved, the stone in Dizin's heart finally fell. It was precisely because of Dizin's actions that the fortunes of the Shang dynasty suddenly rose. In the Taizu heaven in the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa's black hair flowed like a waterfall, calm and graceful like a swimming dragon or a startled phoenix. In her hand there was no sword, yet it seemed as if she wielded one shattering starlight that surrounded her. Suddenly Nuwa opened her phoenix eyes, gazing down with disdain upon the rising fortunes of the Shang dynasty. Nuwa's face showed anger, a majestic and cold beauty revealed a hint of crimson fury, causing all things to lose their color and the world to undergo great changes. With a slight movement of her fingertip, a surge of immense power erupted like a vast tsunami, her fingertips hiding sword chi, and with a gentle point, everything around was turned into flying blossoms and shattered jade. Kaiyun Tongzi. Nuwa's red lips parted slightly, her expression calm, emanating an aura of authority without anger. Kaiyun Tongzi replied, "Yuan Yangyang. The nine-tailed fox has disappeared. Did I not instruct you to send the other two demons from Xuanyuan's tomb to Chaoga? Why are the fortunes of the Shang dynasty still rising?" Kaiyun Tongzi's expression changed slightly as he explained, "I report to Yuan Yangyang that I did indeed follow orders and went to Xuanyuan's tomb. The two demons have also gone to Chaoga." Nuwa began to calculate the current cause and effect of the Shang dynasty. However, now that the sealing of gods had begun, even a sage could hardly deduce anything. What exactly happened, Nuwa could not know. "You personally go to Chaoga and assist the Pipa Jing and the Zhiji Jing in entering the palace, keeping them beside King Zhou," Nuwa immediately commanded. Kaiyun Tongzi nodded and transformed into a cloud, using light to rush towards Chaoga. At that time, Luo Mei and her group had already sent the funds from Juxian Lu to the national treasury, resolving this crisis of the Shang dynasty. As a few of them were returning, Lu Chan suddenly thought of something and felt a wave of fear. "Sisters, if we had not helped King Zhou just now, I fear that the Shang dynasty would have perished even faster than what is said in the sealing of gods." They all simultaneously thought of this. That's right, a key point in this sealing of God's tribulation is the fall of the Shang dynasty. We absolutely cannot let the Shang dynasty perish. We cannot allow the common people of the Shang dynasty to suffer displacement and war. This King Zhou is truly pitiful. Several little ones felt a wave of sadness. Thus we must protect King Zhou and not let him be deceived by demons making wrong decisions. As they chatted, they walked out of Chaoga. Just after exiting Chaoga, the nine-tailed fox arrived with her two sisters. The nine-tailed fox saw her five masters and immediately transformed into her true form, a fluffy white fox rubbing against the feet of her several masters. "Master, these two are my sisters from Xuanyuan's tomb." The Jade Pipa and the Zhiji Jing were dumbfounded. The nine-tailed fox transformed in front of these 5 3-year-old girls. They could hardly believe that the masters referred to by the nine-tailed fox were actually a few young girls. The two stood there in a daze, looking down at the 5 little girls who had just reached their thigh level, unsure how to react. Especially after they sensed the vast and unfathomable powers within these 5 young girls, they were even more shocked. Luo Mei, as the eldest, stepped forward first, her gaze calm, as she ordered, "Crouch down." "You sure, Pipa?" Zhiji Jing. Lu Lingwe urged from the side. "You are too tall, crouch down." Only then did the two demons react and quickly crouched down. "You are the Pipa Jing and Zhiji Jing who were instructed by Yuan Yangyang to influence King Zhou." The two demons nodded, shocked by the vast and overwhelming aura emanating from these 5 little girls, as well as the endless spiritual energy surrounding them. These 5 little girls were extraordinary. No wonder the nine-tailed fox received such fortune. At this moment the two demons immediately pleaded, "Masters, please take us in." Lu Xinyan stepped forward with a look of disdain, saying, "You two are too foolish. Our manor does not need so many hands, a few for sweeping and mopping is enough, we do not need you." "You sure, Pipa?" Ji Jing. Sweeping and mopping. Could it be that there is a mysterious expert in this manor, and one that sweeps and mops? The two demons were completely shocked, and at this moment their determination to follow these five little masters became even firmer. "Master, I have many skills." You sure, Pipa Jing eagerly introduced. Lu Chan became interested and asked, "With your low cultivation, what else can you do?" "You must know that the minimum requirement for a fisherman in our manor is a great Luo Golden Immortal." The two demons were even more enchanted by this. You sure, Pipa Jing eagerly said, "I report to my master that I am skilled in music and can play the pipa beautifully. Planting flowers and grass, removing pests, watching over the manor, or whatever is needed, I can do it all." Lu Chan. Lu Chan looked to her other sisters. "What do you think?" Lu Ao Mei, as the eldest sister, observed that the two demons were indeed sincere and said, "We will see how you perform." "Yes, master. We specifically had the nine-tailed fox find you for a certain task. Please, master, give your orders. I want you to protect King Zhou, preventing him from being harmed by treacherous ministers, and assist him in safeguarding the Shang dynasty." As soon as Lu Ao Mei's words fell, the faces of the two demons changed drastically. Ji Jing, looking troubled, said, "I report to my master that we were instructed by Nuwa Nyang to influence King Zhou. If we defy the commands of the sage Nuwa, I fear." Lu Ao Mei said in a deep voice, "You need not worry about this. With us protecting you, nothing will happen." The two demons exchanged glances and silently made up their minds. Lu Ao Mei continued, "However, your cultivation is too low. It's best to return to the manor with us. First, increase your cultivation, and then proceed to Chao Go." The two demons felt a surge of joy in their hearts. The thought of soon obtaining opportunities to enhance their cultivation like the nine-tailed fox made their faces beam with joy. Thus Lu Xinyan once again set up the formation. Before the two demons could react, they found themselves already inside the manor. However, with their level of cultivation, they could not discern any differences in the manor. To them, this was just an ordinary manor. To help you quickly improve your cultivation, here's this. Lu Ling, you directly tossed a bag of 9 turns golden pills, saying, "You all should eat these beans." The two demons caught it and were immediately stunned. Inside that brocade bag were nearly 60 dazzling golden pills, overflowing with spiritual energy and imbued with profound Tao principles. "These are beans." The Pipa spirit and the chicken spirit looked utterly shocked. Lu Ling, you explained, "Yes. These things are abundant in the manor. Feel free to eat them. Treat them as beans to chew on. However, that's still not enough. We will arrange for a trainer to help you quickly train and enhance your cultivation." The two demons were then filled with trepidation. These 5 little masters were truly extravagant. It was simply madness. These golden pills were clearly the legendary 9 turns golden pills. It was said that Taishang Laojun would expend all his efforts to refine 1, consuming his vitality and cultivation. 1 turn for cultivating, focusing on the ancestral aperture. 2 turns for forgetting both the inner and outer realms. 3 turns for cultivating, conserving qi and blood. 4 turns for refining essence into qi through the small universe. 5 turns for the interaction of heaven and earth. 6 turns for refining the spirit and returning to the void. 7 turns for the nascent soul migrating from the middle field below to the heavenly valley above. 8 turns for the nascent soul returning to the heavenly valley, returning to the sea of essence. 9 turns for achieving a state of unity with the universe naturally. Moreover, after achieving great stability, one must face the wall for 9 years. During this time, golden light bursts forth from the top of the head, penetrating the void, realizing the mysteries of the shattered void. Every turn of cultivation consumes 100 years in the heavens. The complexity of the 9 turns golden pills crafting process and the time it takes is such that even if Taishang Laojun devoted himself entirely to it from birth, he would still be unable to produce so many. Let alone the fact that these 5 little masters claimed there were plenty. One could only imagine what kind of existence it must be to treat 9 turns golden pills as mere snack beans. The Pipa spirit and the chicken spirit had only heard of these 9 turns golden pills before, but seeing so many at once filled them with excitement, wishing they could bathe and offer incense before enjoying them properly. "Hurry and eat. After you finish, I will call someone to help you train," urged Lu Aomei. The two demons cautiously picked up a pill, noticing the faint Tao symbols shimmering on its golden surface. As they swallowed a pill, an endless stream of spiritual power surged within them. This spiritual power could directly transform into cultivation, rapidly helping them enhance their mana by 1,000 years, until the two of them had consumed more than 69 turns golden pills. A vortex appeared around their bodies and a powerful spiritual force spun around them, forming a hurricane. The two demons underwent a transformation, their bodies and bones being cleansed, surrounded by the vast Tao principles transformed from the 9 turns golden pills. They immediately felt a warmth enveloping them, not just on their skin, but in their bones and blood. All were boiling with energy. Early stage, Celestial Immortal. Mid-stage, Celestial Immortal. Peak, Celestial Immortal. Mid-stage, Xian Immortal. Latest stage, Xian Immortal. Peak, Xian Immortal. Early stage, Golden Immortal. Finally, their cultivation began to stabilize after reaching the early stage of Golden Immortal. The two demons felt incredibly clear, their bones and blood remarkably pure. Thank you, masters. The two demons immediately knelt and bowed to the 5 masters. Lu Ao Mei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Senyan looked at them and said, "Get up. Soon someone will come to train with you." Meanwhile, the other two, the 4th and 5th, had gone to the back courtyard to pick fruits. They were preparing to enjoy the show later, of course, needing some refreshments. The 9-tailed fox hopped along behind them. As they entered the fruit grove in the back courtyard, a celestial mist enveloped the area, surrounded by spiritual energy, with a hint of chaotic energy nurturing the endless fruit grove. The 9-tailed fox was completely mesmerized. Never did it expect that such a treasure existed within this manor. Perhaps in the entire primal world, even in the palace of Nuwa or the heavenly court. There is no such vast chaotic fruit grove. Following the two little masters, the 9-tailed fox trod on the soft soil with its 4 paws. Looking down, it saw that the soil seemed to hide a sea of stars with specks of starlight covering the entire grove. The 9-tailed fox couldn't help but frown. Could it be 9 heavens soil? No doubt about it. It must be 9 heavens soil. The 9-tailed fox's eyes widened in shock. As it walked forward, drool dripped from its mouth. Soon the 4th Luchan and the 5th Lu Luo had picked many delicious and exquisite chaotic spiritual fruits, placing them in a basket. "Let's go. We're heading to the front yard," said Luchan, leading the basket as they walked towards the front yard. The 9-tailed fox closely followed. At this moment, Qi Zi entered through the manor's gate. Having become part of the manor, he was naturally not restricted by the outside world. However, upon seeing 3 demons inside the manor, he felt puzzled. One was a 1,000-year-old 9-tailed fox, one was a jade pipa spirit, and the other was a 9-headed chicken spirit. Could it be? Qi Jingzi furrowed his brows. "Are you the 3 demons from Hunyuan tomb?" Qi Jingzi's cultivation was at the peak of Golden Immortal, and except for the 9-tailed fox, which was at the same level, the other 2 demons felt intimidated by him. Moreover, with Qi Jingzi's righteous aura, no wicked demon or spirit could easily approach him. "How did you end up here?" Qi Jingzi looked at the 3 demons from Hunyuan tomb, feeling it was quite strange. Lu Ao Mei said lightly, "Qi Jingzi, today you are responsible for accompanying Xiao and this little Jiao for training. Let's begin." Qi Jingzi. Qi Jingzi's righteous energy surged, his brows furrowed, and eyes reddened, nearly bursting into tears. As a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, how could he train with 2 demons? But even if Qi Jingzi felt aggrieved, he had no choice but to obey. After all, he could not afford to offend these 5 little beings. "All right, let's get started," urged Lu Lingyu. Thus, Qi Jingzi had no choice but to face the 2 demons from Hunyuan tomb, unleashing his cultivation at the peak of Golden Immortal. The Jade Pipa spirit and the 9-headed chicken spirit felt somewhat intimidated. They were only at the early stage of Golden Immortal. How could they handle Qi Jingzi at his peak? Before they could prepare, Qi Jingzi charged forward, his magical energy overwhelming them. Lu Ao Mei and the others brought over tables and chairs, sitting down in the front yard. They enjoyed the chaotic spiritual fruits while watching the battle unfold between the 3, feeling quite at ease. "Fight! Hurry up and fight! What are you hesitating for?" The little ones watched with great interest. In Xiaoga, the air of imperial majesty emitted a faint, delicate glow. The common people thrived in a scene of prosperity, living in peace and contentment. The streets bustled with activity as various entertainment industries sprang up. However, most of this vibrancy belonged to Lu Changsheng. When the Kai-Cloud youth arrived in Xiaoga, he furrowed his brow slightly at the lively scene before him. At this moment, he could sense not a trace of the Jade Pipa or the 9-headed rooster's aura. These 2 monsters were no longer in Xiaoga. The Kai-Cloud youth searched around Xiaoga again, but still found nothing. Faced with this outcome, he had no choice but to return to the Nuwa Palace to report. In the Taosu heaven at the Nuwa Palace, countless golden lights rolled like red rainbows, and auspicious vapors spewed out in purple mist. The deep azure was adorned with brilliant glass, shining brightly, decorated with precious jade. Nuwa's face was icy, and her eyes like a river of stars, sharp and penetrating her brows like distant mountains, with a calmness in the depths of her eyes. "Nuwa, my disciple, hastened to Xiaoga and discovered the other 2 Xinyuan monsters have also vanished." The Kai-Cloud youth's expression was grave. Nuwa furrowed her delicate brows and slightly parted her lips. How dare the Hunyuan monsters defy the decree? Seeing this, Nuwa did not hesitate. Her slender fair wrist twisted slightly, and a surge of profound cultivation condensed at her fingertips. Immediately, that fingertip seemed to be adorned with a myriad of stars in the air. Nuwa, at the cost of her spiritual power, sought to locate the position of those Hunyuan monsters. At this moment, a crack was finally torn in the chaotic heavenly secrets. A sheen of crystalline sweat covered Nuwa's fair forehead. Finally, Nuwa retracted her hand and took a deep breath. Within the fissure she had painstakingly torn open, she finally glimpsed an image. It was a river. However, with so many rivers across the three realms, Nuwa had no way of knowing which river it was. Although the sealing of the gods had commenced, the heavenly secrets could no longer be penetrated. Yet finding the location of the three Hunyuan monsters should not be difficult. The strange thing was these three monsters seemed to have disappeared from the three realms altogether. If this continued to develop, it was feared that the calamity of sealing the gods would undergo a significant change. Nuwa frowned, waving her sleeve, and the monster summoning banner immediately manifested. It was as large as a thread, towering over 4 to 5 zhang. Above the white light, a banner hung, radiating colorful lights with auspiciousness reflecting thousands of strands. The banner fluttered, shrouded in a vague mist of black and white. Within the black and white mists, green tadpoles swam back and forth. Nuwa's primordial spirit was urged, and the radiance blossomed to an astounding degree, giving rise to an eerie spectacle. The mournful winds howled, a grim mist enveloped, and dark clouds gathered. The monster summoning banner swayed through the three realms, and countless monsters bowed in homage. The immense figure of Nuwa manifested in the heavens, her regal eyes surveying the multitude of monsters. In the end, Nuwa selected a snake spirit from among the monsters and dispatched her to Chaoga. A few days later, within the manor, under the influence of several days of training and the endless benefits of the 9-turn golden pill, the jade pipa and the 9-headed rooster spirit successfully advanced from the early stage of Golden Immortal to the peak of Golden Immortal. In the front courtyard, a group of individuals was filled with vigor, shouting slogans. Lu Aomei, as the leader, stood at the forefront. Remember, our plan is to prevent the sealing of the gods. Now I will assign you tasks. Xiao Jiao, you will return to Chaoga and find a way to stay close to King Zhou, assisting him in handling state affairs, ensuring no other monsters lead him astray. Yes. The Jade Pipa spirit and the 9-headed rooster spirit completely followed the lead of these 5 young masters. Lu Aomei then looked at the 9-tailed fox and said, "You stay behind with Ao Bing to guard the manor. As for the rest of us." A faint smile appeared on Lu Aomei's face. It's time to visit each one of them and create a grand spectacle. The other little ones were already eager to act. With the calamity of sealing the gods commencing amid chaos, they had no qualms about making the waters of the three realms even murkier. All right, everyone set off. With Lu Aomei's command, Lu Sanyan immediately formed a formation. After leaving the manor, the Hunyuan monsters headed towards Chaoga. The 5 little ones stood among the clouds, beginning to discuss tactics. Which one should we tackle first? Lu Ilua was quite excited. Finally, they were about to undertake a grand venture. Lu Aomei pondered. Previously, that old man known as Yuanshi Tianzuan was the most detestable, followed by that Taishang Laojun. These two are unscrupulous, so we will start with them. The little ones nodded, and then vanished in a flash of light. Qingfeng Mountain Xiang Cave. Lu Aomei directly swung out the god-slaying spear and shot it at the barrier of Xiang Cave. The overwhelming malice struck like a heavy blow, shattering the outer barrier of the cave completely. The entire Xiang Cave was split in two by the god-slaying spear. The Taoist deity meditating within was suddenly awakened, looking up to find the space above him empty. What had been a fine cave abode had turned to dust. The Taoist deity's expression changed dramatically as he gazed through the cave entrance, seeing 5 figures quickly flying towards him. His pupils constricted. The overwhelming aura of these 5 peak quasi-saints sealed his internal power, preventing him from releasing even a fraction of his cultivation. It was terrifying. It was those 5 little girls from the manor. The Taoist deity felt a chill of death rising from the soles of his feet. But in the next moment, he saw the 5 little ones sweep through, almost taking all the treasures, elixirs, and magical tools from his cave before departing at lightning speed. Only the Taoist deity remained behind, dazed. What just happened? Did I go into a trance and imagine things? Or was I dreaming? The Taoist deity stared at the disheveled scene before him, lost in thought. Those 5 little ones were remarkably swift in their actions. With 5 of them taking action, all at the peak quasi-saint level, their terrifying prowess could be said to crush everything. Soon they arrived at their next destination, at Jiuxian Mountain, in the Peach Garden Cave. This was the residence of Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi was meditating and cultivating when he sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching his direction. His eyes sharpened, and he became wary. However, even so, the intact Peach Garden Cave was directly cleaved in pieces by Lu Lingyu's heavenly sword of extermination turning to dust. Guang Chengzi was furious as he burst out of the cave. It's you five again. At that moment, Guang Chengzi had been oppressed repeatedly, and naturally, he could no longer endure it. I, a disciple of the Chan school, have no grievance with you. Why do you press me so hard? Lu Aomei stood at the front, disdain written across her face. That's right, you have no grievance with us, but your master is a despicable and shameless person. Guang Chengzi was even more enraged. These girls were simply talking nonsense. You are too arrogant, I will not allow you to insult my master. Guang Chengzi was furious and summoned the Fanchuan, flipping his hand mercilessly and struck towards the five little ones, causing the winds to rise and the skies to change. Dark clouds gathered in an instant, and purple lightning transformed into a flying dragon rushing towards the Fanchuan and enveloping it. The Fan Tian seal loomed massive in the sky, resembling a colossal mountain carrying purple lightning and fierce dragons descending upon the five little beings with overwhelming force. Lu Aomei's expression remained calm. Lu Lingyue, wielding the Daos Annihilation Sword, said to her four sisters, "Let me handle this fellow. A mere Fan Tian seal, just a congenital spiritual treasure, how can it compare to my Daos Annihilation Sword? Perfect, it's just in time for me to practice my Chaos Suppression Sutra." At that moment, Lu Lingyue felt all her cells bursting forth as her primordial spirit infused into them, manifesting a series of hellish arenas around her. The void trembled, and the air was thick with unsettling elements. Guang Chengzi sensed this sudden change, his expression shifting dramatically. But there was no time for regret. The hellish arena around Lu Lingyue transformed from illusion to reality, as if pulling one directly into the abyss. In the moment the Fan Tian seal attacked, the entire blazing magma opened wide like a giant mouth, effortlessly swallowing the seal akin to a mountain. Boom. Chaos Suppression Sutra. Defeat it to gain enlightenment. Refine it into my own body. Just as Lu Lingyue finished speaking, the Fan Tian seal melted entirely into the blazing magma. The magma surged and twisted, becoming even more enchanting as strange phenomena emerged. A colossal dragon made of magma spiraled upwards. Lu Lingyue's heart rejoiced. Wonderful. It worked. It can transform into a dragon. Guang Chengzi, witnessing the sudden change, turned pale. What type of technique is this? Why had he never heard of it nor seen it before? This terrifying aura was undoubtedly the work of a sage. Soon Lu Lingyue retracted the hellish magma. At that moment, Guang Chengzi appeared utterly stunned. Lu Aomei directly led the others and proceeded to rob Guang Chengzi once more. You. Guang Chengzi felt as if he had lived this life in vain, robbed empty by five little girls. Once the five little girls finally departed, Guang Chengzi sank into deep despair. They then arrived at Taiyi Mountain Yunxiao Cave. A thorough plundering occurred. Nothing was left in the cave. Afterwards, they hurried off to Ershian Mountain Magu Cave, Jiaolong Mountain Feiyun Cave, Kongtong Mountain Yuanyang Cave, Jiugong Mountain Baihe Cave, Putuo Mountain Luocha Cave, until they had raided all 12 Golden Immortals' caves, returning laden with treasures. Within the manor, Lu Sanyin undid the bag tied around her waist and turned it upside down onto the ground. These magical treasures, spiritual pills, and various books, all piled up into a small mountain. What a relief, Lu Lingyue said proudly. Lu Sanyin looked at the pile of treasures and laughed. I believe the Primordial Supreme would soon find out. The Primordial Supreme plotted against our mother's master. They are our enemies. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. The girls were filled with righteous indignation. They had to protect their mother. Kunlun Mountain Shieling Cliff. Inside the Yushu Palace, the Primordial Supreme was refining the creation lotus seeds obtained from Lu Changsheng. Although these seeds had been wasted, turned into lotus seed powder, the spiritual power and chaotic aura contained within were still incredibly dense. Refining one could elevate one's cultivation by millions of years. With a full 100 seeds, the Primordial Supreme was overjoyed at this moment. He was hopeful to break through to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Thus his teachings' fortunes would steadily rise. The influence of his sect would also immediately ascend. Busy with his seclusion, the Primordial Supreme suddenly heard a commotion from outside. Outside Yushu Palace, disciples of the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun arrived one after another. Disciple Dao Tianzuan requesting Master to take charge. Disciple Guang Chengzi with urgent matters to report to Master. Master Disciple Qi Jingzi. Whoa. Qi Jingzi could no longer endure the humiliation, tears streaming down his face. Master. Disciple Taiyi. Master. The repeated calls of Master made the Primordial Supreme feel troubled. Frowning deeply with a solemn expression, he stepped out of the Yushu Palace and saw the 12 disciples kneeling properly at the palace gate. Each of them had a dreadful expression, looking extremely disheveled. The Primordial Supreme. He had been in seclusion and naturally was unaware of what had transpired outside. At the sight of his most favored 12 golden immortals reduced to this state, he was instantly furious. What on earth happened? As the leader of the 12 golden immortals, Guang Qingzi, with an unprecedentedly serious demeanor, stepped forward and said, "Master, it was those 5 little girls from the manor. The primordial supreme." Upon hearing that it was related to those 5 little girls, he immediately froze. His own disciples had actually been beaten by 5 3-year-old girls. If this got out, the entire Hunyuan would surely burst into laughter. For some unknown reason, those 5 little girls destroyed our 12 golden immortals, caves, plundering all our magical artifacts and treasures. "Master, we have nowhere to go now." Upon hearing that his disciples had suffered such great grievances and humiliation, the primordial supreme finally could no longer endure. The manor's owner, even with 3,000 great principles behind him, could not bully others like this. "You all wait, I will certainly seek justice for you." The primordial supreme took a deep breath, his expression troubled. However, upon further thought, if he could use this to persuade the manor's owner to accept those 5 little girls as disciples, it would not be a bad thing. As the primordial supreme contemplated, heavily burdened, he said to his disciples, "You all return first. I will go to the manor now." The 12 golden immortals, crestfallen, had completely fallen into self-doubt after being beaten. Each of them resembled lost dogs. Even the eldest disciple, Guang Qingzi, who had cultivated to the level of a quasi-saint, could not escape the fate of being beaten. "Master, we have nowhere to go." Guang Qingzi spoke with pain. Finding a suitable cave dwelling for cultivation relied on opportunities. The vast Hunyuan was so big, and with that 5 little girls having destroyed this blessed land, finding another would take time. At present, they had truly become like lost dogs. The primordial supreme's expression darkened further, and he said, "Then you all stay in Yunxiao Palace. I will return shortly." The primordial supreme stepped out in a single stride, purple aura rising from the east, heralding the arrival of a saint. At that moment, just as he reached the manor, he adjusted his tone and respectfully said, "Primordial Supreme, seeking an audience with the manor owner." Inside the manor, the 5 little beings heard the voice of the primordial supreme and looked up, their tender voices laced with disdain. "You are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." The primordial supreme's expression subtly shifted. These 5 girls again. Could it be that the manor owner was not present? That's right. It was precisely because the manor owner was absent that these 5 girls were acting so unruly. At that moment, the primordial supreme's anger was steadily growing. "Why are you targeting the Chan sect?" Lu Ao Mei stood in the manor unafraid. After all, the primordial supreme could not enter this manor, which was the best protection for them. "Why are you targeting the Chan sect? Don't you know? You colluded with the Ren sect to deliberately frame the Jie sect. Despicable. Exactly, you despicable old man." The 5 girls shouted in unison, unleashing their insults at the primordial supreme. Despite the unparalleled cultivation of Yuan Shitian Zun, being insulted by 5 young children was a humiliation that could not be borne at this moment. In terms of cultivation, he stood at the pinnacle of the 3 pure ones. To be called despicable and shameless was an extraordinary disgrace. "You little brats. Do not spout nonsense. Is the dignity of a sage something you can tarnish and insult? When the master returns, I will ensure you are severely punished." Yuan Shitian Zun, unable to hold back his anger, unwittingly became embroiled in this war of words, losing control of his composure. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo, seeing their sisters enjoying the scolding so much, couldn't help but join the fray. "Don't think we don't know you want to take us as your disciples. You're dreaming. You have no self-awareness. You are unworthy to be our master." Yuan Shitian Zun's face flushed with anger at that moment, almost losing his composure and falling into the demonic path. These girls wielded their tongues with such skill, he couldn't possibly withstand them. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the thought of taking these 5 girls as disciples. If he could not have them, then he could only eliminate them. Such beings, if left to develop, what position would he hold in preaching the Tao? Even if the master learns of this, what of the 3,000 great paths behind him? With Hongjun Laozu backing him, he had nothing to fear. At this moment, Yuan Shitian Zun's heart was filled with murderous intent. "You little brats dare to come out for a fight." Lu Ao sneered disdainfully, saying, "Do you think we are fools? Are you foolish enough to think everyone else is a fool?" At that moment, Lu Senyan looked at Yuan Shitian Zun, whose face was filled with killing intent, and said solemnly, "Sisters, this Yuan Shitian Zun has murderous intentions now. We must be cautious when we go out in the future." Lu Chan and Lu Iluo nodded. "It's fine, he's just a sage, right? As long as we cultivate diligently to reach the sage realm, won't it be a piece of cake? At that time we will beat this Yuan Shitian Zun until he can't find his teeth." All the words of the girls fell into Yuan Shitian Zun's ears. Beat him until he can't find his teeth. How arrogant. The words among them were enough to instill fear in Yuan Shitian Zun. The transition from quasi-saint to saint was not just a matter of time. Yet for these girls, ascending to saint seemed as easy as drinking water. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that they were truly abnormal? At that moment, this further ignited Yuan Shitianzun's endless killing intent. However, he underestimated the situation. Although they were merely 3-year-old girls, they were exceptionally bold, clever, and perceptive. Naturally, they would not fall for Yuan Shitianzun's tricks. Forget it, let's not pay attention to him, we will play our own game. Lu Chan felt it was boring. It was better to wait until they became saints and directly subdue this annoying Yuan Shitianzun. Thus the 5 girls began to play in the courtyard. From time to time laughter echoed, further aggravating Yuan Shitianzun's already frayed nerves. Did these girls not have any sense of fear? They treated him completely as if he were air. How infuriating! How utterly disgraceful! How could Yuan Shitianzun tolerate such humiliation? Therefore Yuan Shitianzun kept vigil outside the estate, waiting for the master to return. Unfortunately, Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xianzi had been away for a long time and would not return anytime soon. 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Yuan Shitianzun still did not leave. He simply sat on a cloud and meditated. A week later, finally Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xianzi returned. As the two approached the estate, they spotted Yuan Shitianzun meditating in the clouds. Lu Changsheng, Yunxiao Xianzi. Lu Changsheng wore a puzzled expression. Why was Yuan Shitianzun not at Yusu Palace, but meditating here? Lu Changsheng first let Yunxiao Xianzi return to the estate, then approached Yuan Shitianzun, joking. Tianzun has such great interest in guarding my estate, are you hoping to be the gatekeeper? Yuan Shitianzun took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and slowly replied. I asked the master to inquire about your 5 daughters. Lu Changsheng thought they must have caused some trouble. It's fine, whatever they did as their father, I will naturally compensate. Yuan Shitianzun did not expect Lu Changsheng's nonchalant words to overshadow everything. They looted the 12 Golden Immortals' cave and left them severely injured. They took all their treasures and magical artifacts. After Yuan Shitianzun finished speaking, Lu Changsheng's expression remained unchanged, not perceiving it as a serious issue. With a wave of his hand, a 9 revolutions golden pill floated before him, shining brilliantly, reaching towards the heavens. This 9 revolutions golden pill can aid in their healing. Consuming one will not only heal their injuries, but also enhance their cultivation. There are 100 in this gourd. Each of the 12 golden immortals can eat a few without any problem. Yuan Shitianzun, even as the foremost among the 3 pure ones, upon seeing this gourd filled with 9 revolutions golden pills, he couldn't help but feel greedy, contemplating keeping it for himself. How precious are the 9 revolutions golden pills, and this quantity was enough to drive the 3 realms mad. Yet Lu Changsheng offered them without a single frown. Looking at Lu Changsheng's demeanor, it was as if he was giving away not a precious 9 revolutions golden pill, but something utterly ordinary, inconsequential, even beneath his notice. As soon as Lu Changsheng finished speaking, his long sleeves flowed again. Another gourd appeared before him. This gourd contains the Hunyuan pill that I personally refined. Yuan Shitianzun was shocked. He did not expect Lu Changsheng to be capable of refining pills himself. After all, pill refining is incredibly difficult. Imagine in the entire Honghuang, only Taishang Lao Jun refines pills. This indicates just how challenging it is to refine pills. Yuan Shitianzun could not help but feel curious. Upon opening the gourd, he was met with a vast and overwhelming chaotic aura. Yuan Shitianzun was utterly astonished. Even the body of a sage trembled with excitement. This Hunyuan pill, could it be refined using pieces of the Tao? At this moment, Yuan Shitianzun completely lost control of his expression. What accounts? What humiliation? What sage? All were cast aside. Yuan Shitianzun unconsciously tightened his grip on the gourd, his expression filled with uncontainable joy. To refine pills using pieces of the Tao, this was nearly impossible, let alone the fact that Tao pieces had already completely vanished from the Honghuang, and there was no method to refine them into pills. Yet Lu Changsheng had truly managed to do so. Yuan Shitianzun now wore a beaming smile. Does the master truly intend to give me this Hunyuan pill? Lu Changsheng, at that moment, looking at Yuan Shitianzun, who had transformed from a resentful, unjustly wronged figure to one now smiling widely, without reservation, he couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. Agreeing to give it to you means giving it to you, it's just a small compensation. Lu Changsheng finished speaking, and unwilling to continue the discussion with Yuan Shitianzun, turned and returned to the estate. Lu Changsheng returned to the manor and discovered that the 5 children had already hidden themselves in the study. He took a deep breath, stood in the front courtyard, and called out, "You 5. Come out." Inside the study, Lu Chan and Lu Ilua, the youngest, were visibly anxious. "Father seems angry. What should we do?" Lu Aomei, the eldest, remained comparatively composed. Don't worry, we'll face the consequences together. After all, we acted for mother, and for the three realms. Hearing Lu Aomei's words, the four younger sisters gradually calmed. They obediently stepped into the front courtyard. Lu Changsheng gazed upon the five children and asked sternly, "Why did you plunder the 12 Golden Immortals' possessions?" Lu Aomei stepped forward, calm and resolute. "Father, we have finished reading the Investiture of the Gods. Neither Yuanshi, Tianzuan, nor Taishang Laojun can evade accountability." Encouraged by her sister's boldness, Lu Lingwei stepped forward. "Father, mother is a disciple of the Jia sect. We will never allow them to oppress our sect." One by one, the children stepped forth, declaring their resolve. Lu Changsheng felt a sharp pang behind his temples. "Your mother is in no danger. With me standing guard, not a single hair on her head shall be harmed." Lu Sanmian added, "Father, the investiture of the gods was never anything but a grand deception." Lu Changsheng nodded slowly. Indeed, it was precisely that, a deception. Then why may these exalted sages act with such caprice? Must all sentient beings across the three realms bear the cost of their machinations? That is profoundly unjust. Lu Changsheng looked upon the five children with genuine astonishment. Never had he imagined his daughters possessed such profound compassion for all living beings. Yet, the investiture tribulation was ordained by heaven itself. Even if this tribulation were averted, another calamity would inevitably arise in its stead, perhaps far more devastating, threatening the very foundations of the primordial chaos. Such matters are beyond your concern. For the next several days you are forbidden to leave the manor. Return to your cultivation. With a sweep of his long sleeve, Lu Changsheng gestured sharply. Instantly, the five children were sealed within a confined spatial array, an esoteric formation existing beyond the five elements, unbound by the flow of time. As the children scrambled for an escape, Lu Changsheng's voice resonated gently through the void. "Cultivate diligently. When you attain sagehood, the array shall dissolve of its own accord." No sooner had his words faded than a beam of pure white light pierced the darkness, a luminous radiance descending from some unfathomable distance, imbued with ineffable mystery. With no choice, the five complied. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, the snake's spirit had successfully assumed the guise of a palace, made as instructed by Nuwa, and begun ensnaring Emperor Xen. The jade pipa spirit and the nine-headed pheasant spirit had barely entered Chaoga when they were apprehended by Kaiyun Tongzi and brought before Nuwa herself. In Nuwa, Yuan Yangyang. We pay homage to Yuan Yangyang. Overwhelmed by the sovereign's divine pressure, the two demons found themselves utterly immobilized, their bodies locked in place. Nuwa spoke without raising her voice, yet her authority was absolute. "Why did you vanish without cause?" The two exchanged a fleeting glance, then fell silent. They dared not betray their young master. Fury surged within Nuwa. Daredevil demons. Just as she raised her hand to strike, the two demons prostrated themselves, begging desperately. "Respected Yuan Yangyang, under the Shang dynasty, the common people live in peace and prosperity. King Zhou fulfills his sovereign duties faithfully. Why then would you bring ruin upon the Shang people?" The jade pipa spirit blurted it out in desperation, only to realize at once how grave her transgression was. Was this not outright defiance of a sovereign? Nuwa's expression darkened instantly. What had transpired during their disappearance? "This is heaven's decree. You are fated to enthrall King Zhou and devastate the Shang. Your destiny is sealed, inescapable." With that, she extended a fingertip and infused the two demons with boundless celestial power, erasing every memory they had formed since entering Chaoga. The technique severely depleted their cultivation. Both collapsed unconscious. Having completed this, Nuwa issued her final command: deliver them directly to the royal palace. Kaiyun Tongzi bowed and obeyed. On Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Emptiness Palace, Yuanshi, Tianzuan distributed the ninefold refinement elixirs among his disciples, but made no mention whatsoever of the Hunyuan pill. Having consumed the ninefold refinement elixirs, the 12 Golden Immortals recovered fully from their injuries, and even advanced significantly in cultivation. Yet the humiliation they endured would haunt them forever. "Master, those 5 girls from the manor have treated us with unbearable contempt." "Precisely. Are we to suffer such indignities passively? If this continues, will not the entire primordial chaos mock our sect?" A heavy silence fell over the disciples, each seething inwardly. How could Yuanshi Tianzuan himself feel anything but fury? He drew a slow, deep breath, his countenance clouded with unprecedented hesitation. "The master of that manor, and those 5 girls, openly favor the Jia sect. Our Yuhua sect's future, it seems, grows perilous indeed." Recalling the girl's incisive words, Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's contemplation, Guangchengzi ventured cautiously, "Master, I propose a solution. Might we invite uncle to intervene?" Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression shifted subtly. Was the Yuhua sect truly to bow before the Jia sect? Yet at present no alternative presented itself. His face darkened as he murmured, "For now the manor master has returned. The 5 girls are unlikely to stir further. We shall decide later. Should they persist in opposing our sect, I myself shall step forth." His tone grew colder still. "Enough. You may withdraw." The disciples departed, except Taiyi Jinren, who lingered behind. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned, his mood grim. "What else do you require?" Taiyi Jinren hesitated, visibly uneasy. "Master, the investiture tribulation has encountered unforeseen complications." Nezha. At Nezha's name, he flushed with embarrassment. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze swept over him, sharp, frigid, and unyielding. He had orchestrated the investiture tribulation with meticulous precision to eradicate the Jia sect and elevate the Yuhua sect. Now above all else no deviation could be tolerated. "What of Nezha?" Taiyi Jinren replied. "Nezha has ascended to the rank of Great Luo Immortal and harbors resentment toward me. Moreover, Ao Bing has vanished without trace. I humbly request your permission to appoint Ao Wan, the 5th prince of the East Sea Dragon King, as Ao Bing's replacement." Yuanshi Tianzuan recoiled in disbelief. Ao Bing remained unfound. Could he too have been seized by those 5 girls from the manor? At the mere thought, Yuanshi Tianzuan's temples throbbed. He waved dismissively, "Do as you wish. Whether Ao Bing or Ao Wan makes no difference." Taiyi Jinren bowed and hastened toward the East Sea. Upon arrival, however, he was bewildered by the atmosphere. Serene, harmonious, almost festive. Logically, the Dragon King should have been consumed with anguish over Ao Bing's disappearance. Yet the East Sea radiated tranquility. Laughter echoed across its waters and joy filled its depths. It was only when Taiyi Jinren arrived outside the Crystal Palace that he saw a familiar figure. It was Nezha. Taiyi Jinren's pupils constricted. Why is Nezha appearing in the East China Sea? Moreover, he seems to be getting along quite well with the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. He had schemed carefully to incite conflict between Nezha and the Dragon Clan. But the scene before him. Nezha was playing around with several children of the Dragon King of the East Sea. The little dragon girl followed Nezha with an adoring expression. "Nezha, can you teach me such powerful spells?" The 5th Prince Ao Wan looked on with envy. "Nezha, I didn't expect you to be a great Luo Golden Immortal at such a young age, and to have Taiyi Jinren as your master, gifting you so many treasures. This Hun Tian Ling Qiankuan Circle Wind Fire Wheel Fire Tip Spear, they are truly formidable." To his surprise, Nezha showed a hint of disdain on his face. The 5th Prince Ao Wan seemed to realize something, his face filled with shock as he said, "Nezha, your master Taiyi Jinren also seems to be a great Luo Golden Immortal, yet you dare to challenge your master." Nezha waved his hand, saying, "He is not my master. He is unworthy of being my master. I came here to tell you the truth." Both the 5th Prince and the little dragon girl looked on in confusion. What truth? At that moment, Taiyi Jinren rushed over, shouting angrily, "Nezha!" Nezha turned around, and upon seeing Taiyi Jinren, showed no signs of surprise, only chuckling lightly. "Master, I knew you would come. Why did you only appear now?" Taiyi Jinren felt a bit awkward. This Nezha truly was at odds with him at every turn. At that moment, Taiyi Jinren was worried that Nezha would reveal the truth, provoking the Dragon Clan's rebellion, so he had to step in to stop it. "Nezha, let's go back with your master." Nezha looked at Taiyi Jinren's anxious expression and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Is master afraid that after I reveal the truth the Dragon Clan won't be controllable anymore?" Taiyi Jinren's face changed dramatically as he shouted angrily, "Nezha, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." At that moment, the 5th Prince Ao Wan and the little dragon girl felt an ominous premonition, watching the tense situation between the master and disciple. Could it be that the Dragon Clan is also involved? Control. Who is controlling the Dragon Clan? Nezha continued leisurely. "You may not know, but the Dragon Clan is merely cannon fodder for the Fengshan calamity, set up as a major disaster for me." The 5th Prince and the little dragon girl were puzzled. Taiyi Jinren was indeed furious. "Nezha, you better not speak recklessly." Nezha chuckled coldly. "Recklessly? I am merely speaking the truth." The 5th Prince and the little dragon girl sensed that something was amiss and immediately asked, "Nezha, what exactly is going on?" Nezha replied with a smile, "The Dragon Clan has been schemed against, and Taiyi Jinren deliberately incited the conflict between me and your East Sea Dragon Clan. In the end, I will mistakenly kill Ao Bing, flaying him alive." At that moment, both the 5th Prince and the little dragon girl glared at Taiyi Jinren. "Taiyi Jinren." Taiyi Jinren hurriedly explained, "This is the heavenly mandate. What does it have to do with me?" "Nezha, don't try to sow discord." "Who is trying to sow discord?" Nezha saw through Taiyi Jinren's inner thoughts at a glance and asked, "May I ask, master, what are you doing in the East Sea?" Taiyi Jinren's expression changed slightly, and for a moment he was so unnerved by Nezha's gaze that he couldn't answer. The fifth prince and the little dragon girl saw that Taiyi Jinren seemed to be tacitly agreeing, and their anger flared. How foolish of us to respect the disciples of Changjiao only to find that they are nothing but a bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. We in the East Sea do not welcome you. Taiyi Jinren. Taiyi Jinren never expected such a conclusion. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his old face. He had to think of another plan. Nezha, seeing Taiyi Jinren leave, said to the fifth prince and the little dragon girl, disciples of Changjiao are all cunning individuals. You must not be deceived. Nezha, thank you for informing us in advance. The two expressed their gratitude. Nezha nodded, saying, I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long. Long ago, his 5 masters had instructed him to tarnish Shangjiao's reputation. Therefore, he now aimed to unearth all of Shangjiao's schemes without reservation. After leaving the East Sea, Nezha headed directly to Chaoga. His purpose here was to prevent Shangjiao's influence from expanding into Chaoga. Nezha was a great Luo Golden Immortal at that time, freely entering and exiting the 3 realms. Entering and exiting the palace was even easier. Nezha stepped onto the palace clouds, looking down at the entire palace, and finally found Yunxiao. He used his light to evade and directly entered where Yunxiao was. Yunxiao heard the noise, turned his head, and saw a 7-year-old boy standing in front of him. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the palace? Yunxiao was enraged. Nezha's expression remained calm, and as Yunxiao was about to call for help, he immediately acted using magic to bind Yunxiao. Yunxiao was unable to move and couldn't make any sound, his eyes filled with fear. Nezha then slowly spoke. I am here to save you. Yunxiao, you don't need to be afraid. I am not a monster, and I won't harm you. After hearing this, Yunxiao finally calmed down a bit. You must listen carefully to what I am about to say. You will meet a celestial being in the future named Guangchengzi. Remember this name. Yunxiao. Nezha continued, this person is a despicable and shameless individual. If he wishes to take you as a disciple, you must not agree. Yunxiao had completely calmed down by then, and looked at Nezha, his gaze signaling him to release the spell. Nezha waved his hand, lifting all restrictions. At that moment, Yunxiao looked at Nezha with doubt, asking, who exactly are you? You can consider me a celestial being. Why are you saving me? Nezha slowly replied, the Shang dynasty is being bewitched by demons, and its fortune is declining. Soon the entire Shang dynasty will perish. Yunxiao was shocked by these words, his pupils trembling, unable to believe it. You? Is this true? Of course. What should I do now? Yunxiao had completely come to believe Nezha's words and fell into a state of panic. Don't worry, someone will protect the Shang dynasty for you. You just need to remember your task and must not take Guangchengzi as your master. Yunxiao nodded, his mind now filled with the name Guangchengzi. By the time he reacted, Nezha had already vanished in a flash. Nezha found Yin Hong again, similarly warning him not to be taken as a disciple by Qi Jingzi. At that time, Dxin was being bewitched by that snake spirit, the Jade Pipa spirit, and the 9-headed rooster spirit, further obscuring the imperial aura and letting the demon aura flourish. The atmosphere in the entire palace had become gloomy. Meanwhile, the fortune of the Shang dynasty had rapidly declined after a period of gradual ascent. Soon Queen Jiang was framed and plotted against by those 2 demons, leading to her sudden death. At that moment, on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shitian Zun urgently summoned the 12 Golden Immortals. The fortune of the Shang dynasty is declining. You all must hurry to assist in the campaign against Zhou. The 12 Golden Immortals heed the summons and swiftly descend to the mortal realm. At that moment, Guangchengzi finally found Yunxiao outside of Chaoga. Yunxiao was battered and bruised, crawling on the ground with great difficulty. At this time, he was barely clothed and starving on the brink of death. He never expected that the words of the immortal that day would all come true. Is the Shang dynasty truly destined for destruction? Father, your son is useless. I cannot save you. Yunxiao was in immense pain at that time. He learned from Nezha that Dxian was manipulated by demonic sorcery, and naturally, he wouldn't blame his father, but those few monstrous beings who were sent to carry out the orders. However, Nezha was overwhelmed, and after informing him, went to Shichi, leaving no time to spare. Moreover, he believed that his young master would certainly turn the situation around. Just as Yunxiao was in profound agony, a figure clad in white robes, ethereal in stature with eyes as deep as black pools, Guangchengzi appeared before him like a savior. Yunxiao. At that moment, he could only see the feet of the person in front of him. As he was engulfed in suffering, he looked up and angrily said, who stands in my way? Such a wide road, yet you choose to block my path. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Wasn't Yunxiao usually weak? Why was he acting so differently? Having fallen to such depths, he had nothing left to fear. Good dogs do not block the way. Step aside. Yunxiao had nothing left to lose. What more could happen? Guangchengzi. This person truly had no sense of propriety. I am Guangchengzi of the 9 Immortals Mountain Peach Garden Cave. As soon as Yunxiao heard the name Guangqingzi, he immediately sat up with excitement, raising his head to look at the ethereal man before him. Guangqingzi, Guangqingzi. During this period, the name kept echoing in Yunxiao's mind, to the point where he became somewhat obsessed, completely blaming Guangqingzi for the decline of the Shang dynasty's fortunes. Even if he wasn't directly responsible, the fall of the Shang dynasty was still connected to him. Seeing Yunxiao so agitated, Guangqingzi couldn't help but smile. It seemed this young man had heard of his great name. He could be taught. Guangqingzi felt secretly pleased. Just as he was about to explain his intentions, Yunxiao interrupted him with hostility, saying, "You are Guangqingzi." Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi was startled by Yunxiao's unusual expression. "I am indeed Guangqingzi, you need not doubt. Now, with King Zhou's incompetence leading to chaos in the Shang dynasty, I have come to take you for training to join in the fight against Zhou." At this moment, hearing Guangqingzi speak of fighting against Zhou, Yunxiao's anger flared. His eyes revealed deep hostility as he shouted, "Get lost." Guangqingzi. Since becoming a saint, even his master had never spoken to him in such a manner. Not even a harsh word had been directed at him, yet today he was being told to leave by a mere mortal. Guangqingzi's eyes were now filled with anger. However, seeing Yunxiao's current state was somewhat understandable, he suppressed his anger and stated, "I am the disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign. It is a great fortune for you to be able to come under my guidance. You better get lost. I will not be your disciple." Guangqingzi. How could a mere mortal be so arrogant? Guangqingzi took a deep breath, equally infuriated, and said, "Yunxiao, you must not be stubborn. You have been abandoned by the Shang dynasty and King Zhou." Yunxiao sneered coldly, "My father has been deceived by the demonic path. Are you using this opportunity to fight against Zhou? Why don't you all unite to deal with that demonic path instead? If you truly possess the strength you claim, wouldn't it be easy to eradicate that monster?" Yunxiao's words struck home. Guangqingzi's expression changed drastically. Yunxiao's statement had no flaws. Guangqingzi was momentarily speechless, only able to respond solemnly. "Heavenly mandates have their own determinations. I act according to the heavenly mandate. Accept me as your master, do not be stubborn." At that moment, Yunxiao had clearly seen through Guangqingzi's hypocritical facade. He scoffed disdainfully and chose to ignore Guangqingzi, continuing to crawl in another direction. Guangqingzi never expected that he, a quasi-saint, would encounter a disciple he could not take on. "Yunxiao, do not be stubborn." Yunxiao, whose legs were injured, could only crawl forward with great difficulty, turning his head to say, "Can you use a different phrase?" Guangqingzi. At that moment, Guangqingzi looked at Yunxiao, who showed no regard for him, and his anger flared. How could things have developed this way? Reluctantly, Guangqingzi had to promise, "If you become my disciple, you can learn the 3 heads and 6 arms, and my master will grant you the sword of Yin and Yang, the bell of ruin." However, Guangqingzi felt quite guilty when saying this, as all those magical artifacts had been snatched away by the 5 maidens of the manor. Currently, Guangqingzi indeed possessed not a single artifact. But Yunxiao was not swayed by this. He continued crawling forward, completely ignoring Guangqingzi behind him. Guangqingzi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to cast a spell and take him away. Meanwhile, the outcome for Yinhong was likewise. Qijingzi tried every means, but could not persuade Yinhong. "I do not want to cultivate you, I do not care. Get as far away as you can. I will not be your disciple." Qijingzi was furious, angrily declaring, "You will become my disciple whether you like it or not." Qijingzi too used force and directly took Yinhong away. At the Li Manor, Li Jing was entertaining 2 esteemed guests. He had naturally heard of these 2 great names and was quite courteous. "May I ask what brings you 2 esteemed ones to my humble abode?" When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan spoke first, saying, "I am here under the command of the primordial heavenly sovereign to assist in the fight against Zhou, and wish to take Jin Jia as my disciple to aid King Wu." Puxian Jinren also spoke slowly, saying, "I wish to take Mu Jia as my disciple to assist King Wu." Upon hearing that it was the command of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Li Jing was instantly shaken and felt deeply honored. What merit and virtue did Li Jing possess for all 3 of his sons to become disciples under the teachings of the Chan sect, especially as disciples of the 12 golden immortals under the primordial heavenly sovereign? Li Jing smiled broadly, being extremely respectful. "Please wait a moment, I will call Jin Jia and Mu Jia right away." Just as Li Jing was about to summon them, he saw Nezha already bringing Jin Jia and Mu Jia over. "Jin Jia, Mu Jia, hurry. Greet your master," Li Jing immediately instructed. However, Jin Jia and Mu Jia showed no reaction at all. Nezha stepped forward and said to the 2 disciples of the Chan sect in a stern voice, "You need not waste your efforts. Jin Jia and Mu Jia will absolutely not become your disciples." Li Jing was instantly enraged. "Nezha, be quiet. How can you speak to the 2 esteemed ones like this?" Nezha glanced disdainfully at Li Jing. He felt deeply disappointed in his father who could not distinguish between the factions. They only see us as pawns with ulterior motives. Both Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhenren were taken aback, because Nezha suddenly spoke out, piercing through everything, instantly striking their faces as celestial beings. At that moment, Li Jing immediately apologized to the two celestial beings. Please do not hold it against them, esteemed celestial beings. They are just children who do not know better. Nezha has always been proud and unruly, which is why he led Jin Jia and Mu Jia astray. I believe they will surely come to bow under your teachings, esteemed celestial beings. Seeing this, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhenren had no choice but to suppress their shock. Naturally, they would not hold it against him. The priority now was to accept disciples. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Jing finished speaking, Jin Jia and Mu Jia both stepped forward, slapping Li Jing's face. Father, we do not wish to take on a master. Nezha warned that this is a conspiracy, we must not be fooled. Li Jing's face turned ashen at this moment. Bold, how dare you speak carelessly in front of the celestial beings? The two esteemed celestial beings have come personally to teach you magic and cultivate your celestial arts. Do not be presumptuous. Do not miss this opportunity. Seeing that he could not convince Li Jing, Nezha completely gave up. Esteemed celestial beings, you should leave now. Nezha spoke directly, dismissing them. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhenren both looked shocked, because just now they had discovered that Nezha's cultivation level was actually that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. This was an even greater shock than Nezha's earlier declaration to expel them from the Li residence. As 12 Golden Immortals, they had cultivated alongside Yuanshi Tianzuan and had only reached the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Yet Nezha in such a short time had ascended directly to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. This was simply impossible. Even if Nezha were the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi, such an extraordinary talent could not exist. This journey had skipped over an endless river of tedious time, for billions of years without end. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhenren exchanged glances, both recognizing the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Nezha, how did you become a great Luo Golden Immortal? Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan could not help but ask. Nezha proudly raised his head and replied, so what if I am? If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being rude. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Pu Xianzhenren both felt their pride wounded. Nezha, we are at least fellow disciples of your master. How can you be so disrespectful? Nezha let out a cold snort and disdainfully replied, Master. You mean that, Taiyi? He probably is the only one who thinks he is my master. I have never regarded him as my master. He is unworthy. Nezha's words were fierce. This statement brought great humiliation to the 12 Golden Immortals and the entire Chan teaching. Nezha, do not obstruct the greater trend. What if I do? As soon as Nezha's words fell, the surging great Luo Golden Immortal power burst forth from within him. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhenren's faces changed dramatically, angrily saying, Nezha. Li Jing was also shocked by the sudden eruption of Nezha's vast power, his face turning pale as he angrily shouted, Nezha. Stop. Nezha, uninterested in talking further, summoned the fire spear and summoned the wind fire wheels beneath his feet, soaring into the sky. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for taking action. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhenren also ascended to the sky, their battle intent rising. Nezha, you cannot stop us. Jin Jia and Mu Jia are ours to take. With the fire spear spinning rapidly in his hand, flames surrounded him like a gigantic blooming flower, igniting half the sky. The sky was entirely dyed a vivid red, changing the colors of heaven and earth. Enough with the nonsense. Boom. A massive flame surged like an immense wave, instantly crashing toward the two celestial beings. The two could only use their magic to defend, unable to produce any magical treasures, because all the treasures had been snatched away by the 5 maidens of the manor. Nezha, are you opposing the Chan teaching? Pu Xianzhenren saw that Nezha evidently held the advantage and could not help but feel embarrassed. They could only try to buy time. I am here under the orders of Yuanshi Tianzuan to follow the trend of the world and accept them as disciples. Why do you keep obstructing me? If you insist on taking them, you shall step over my dead body. With these words, Nezha took out the Qiankuan circle, infusing it with his power. As the Qiankuan circle was thrown out, it split into 2, then into 4, then into 8. The Qiankuan circle continuously divided into thousands, assaulting the two celestial beings. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan's face changed drastically, and with Nezha's fire spear and the misty silk appearing together, neither of them could withstand it. Beneath the sky, Li Jing saw this scene, and his face turned pale with anxiety. Nezha, stop. Nezha completely disregarded him, launching a fierce assault on the two. Finally, Pu Xianzhenren relented. Nezha, hold on a moment. Nezha retracted his magical treasures, feeling quite pleased. Have you decided not to take them away? The two celestial beings exchanged glances, understanding each other, and immediately fled. Nezha. Nezha looked at the two fleeing and felt a surge of disdain rise within him. Cowards. Nezha then slowly descended from the 9 heavens on the wind-fire wheels. Jinjia and Mu Jia had been watching in awe, their faces filled with admiration. Nezha, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Why not teach us your skills? Li Jing marched over, angrily glaring at Nezha. This is utterly ridiculous. Jinjia, Mu Jia, return to your rooms. Nezha, come with me. Seeing Li Jing siding with outsiders, Nezha was infuriated. Father is ignorant of the world and stubborn. Brat, I see you are getting carried away, acting recklessly. Nezha could not contain his anger and vanished. Li Jing's face turned ashen, nearly losing his footing. Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan was once again in seclusion, continuously absorbing the mixed origin pills obtained from Lu Changsheng. These mixed origin pills were even more powerful than the 9 revolutions golden pills. They were crafted from fragments of the Tao, and consuming one was akin to absorbing endless fragments condensed into chaotic cultivation. Yuanshi Tianzuan took out a pill and swallowed it. The mixed origin pill entered his body on its own, exuding a chaotic aura, as if the entire chaos was breaking apart within him. The vast cultivation was something even Yuanshi Tianzan's saintly cultivation could barely control. Yuanshi Tianzan's spirit shook, filled with surprise, but also some worry. Moreover, the chaotic aura emitted by the mixed origin pill was still rising, almost filling every drop of his blood and every pore. This is bad. Yuanshi Tianzan's face changed dramatically. This single mixed origin pill was about to burst his divine body. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately urged his primordial spirit, but he found that his primordial spirit was suppressed by the chaotic energy of the mixed origin pill and could not be fully unleashed. If this continued development, he would surely explode. Reluctantly, Yuanshi Tianzuan had no choice but to force out the primordial pill immediately. He struck a palm towards his dantian with great force. The vast chaotic aura within his body was like being subjected to a tremendous shock, tumultuously swirling. Yuanshi Tianzan's expression changed dramatically as the chaotic energy from the primordial pill injured his sacred body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, the chaotic aura burst forth from his 7 orifices. The entire Yunxiao palace was instantly enveloped by that chaotic aura, scattering into the 3 realms. This overwhelming presence immediately sparked considerable disturbance. In the Xiao palace, Hongjuan, who had not heard from the world for a long time, opened his hidden black eyes that had seen the rivers of time, his gaze filled with the cycles of the 3 realms, the convergence of the 5 elements, and yin-yang, and the twisting of the universe. Hongjuan looked towards Kunlun Mountain, unable to help, but frowned slightly. Chaotic energy. Where does such a majestic aura of chaos come from in the 3 realms? In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa opened her phoenix eyes wide, her clear and crystalline gaze revealing a hint of surprise. Is it chaotic energy? Since Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, the chaotic energy has long since dissipated. How could it suddenly reappear? At that moment, Nuwa seemed to have been moved. In the Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, the 2 saints of the West, who had been in seclusion for a long time, were also disturbed by the surging and vast chaotic energy that had suddenly appeared in the 3 realms. The 2 saints exchanged glances. That aura comes from Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Jane frowned. When has chaotic energy ever appeared in Kunlun Mountain? This is truly bizarre. Zhuanti solemnly remarked. It seems that this Fengshan calamity is likely to undergo changes. Yunxiao Palace. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan was injured by the unrefinable primordial pill, helplessly watching the surging chaotic aura dissipate, filled with regret. Damn, even the latest stage cultivation of the primordial Dao Golden Immortal cannot refine this primordial pill. Had Yuanshi Tianzuan known earlier, he would not have damaged his million years of cultivation. But upon further reflection, he felt a chill. The cultivation released by Lu Changsheng was merely that of an earth immortal. It seemed truly false. To be able to refine such a quality pill indicated that Lu Changsheng's cultivation at that time was surely above the latest stage primordial Dao Golden Immortal. He might have already reached a level on par with Hongjun Laozu. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzuan gasped in shock. What a trap! At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt as if he had taken 1,000 points of damage. Such a wonderful item, and yet his current cultivation could not refine it. Of what use was it to him? Yuanshi Tianzan's heart was filled with urgency. Moreover, with the vast chaotic aura leaking out, other saints probably already knew. It was simply making enemies on all sides. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan even suspected that Lu Changsheng had done it on purpose. Damned! If this primordial pill were to be discovered by the other saints, it would surely lead to bloodshed. Yuanshi Tianzuan had already decided that he would not allow even a fraction of the primordial pill to be leaked. Just as he was in a state of panic, several disciples of the 12 Golden Immortals rushed over to report. Master, disciples request an audience with you. Something bad has happened. Yuanshi Tianzuan steadied his mind and slowly emerged from the Yushu palace. Guangchengzi was the first to report, Master, I went to recruit Yunxiao as a disciple, but Yunxiao refused to accept me as his master. Shijingzi faced the same problem. Master, the whole three realms are spreading rumors that the disciples of the Changjiao are hypocritical and despicable, and Yinhong also refuses to accept me as his master. At that time, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianjunren also wore looks of grievance. Reporting to Master Jinzhai and Muzhai also refused to accept me as their master. Not only that, but Nezha even attacked us. We barely escaped. The disciples were all stunned by these words. How could Nezha possibly defeat you? When Shu and Pu Xian both looked embarrassed, their heads drooping. Nezha has somehow advanced to the cultivation level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Plus all our treasures were looted while Nezha possesses many treasures. That's how it came to this. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at his proud disciples, each one full of despair, trembling with anger. Is this such a trivial matter that you all come rushing to report to me? Is it that my Changjiao is now so vulnerable? Or is it that none of you have the heart to recruit disciples against the Fengshan? Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a headache looking at these disciples. Each of them was simply useless. Even his most favored disciple Guangchengzi couldn't even handle a single Yunxiao. Could it be that his Changjiao truly fell short of the Jiejiao? Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart was filled with resentment. I will retrieve your treasures, and then you can go again. Yes. With no other choice, the disciples failing to live up to expectations forced Yuanshi Tianzuan to make another trip to the estate. In Xiaoga, Lu Changsheng had been living a leisurely life these days. Without the disturbance of the five little ones, he would spend every day dining with the fairy Yunxiao at the gathering Immortal Tower, then go to the carefree forest for tea, play cards, and strum the lute. What a carefree life. This carefree forest was the second largest entertainment venue developed by Lu Changsheng in Xiaoga. The carefree forest covered an area of over 1,000 hectares, nearly occupying 1/5 of Chaozhi's land. All of this land had been transformed by Lu Changsheng into a complete entertainment venue. It had everything, simply a paradise on earth. The carefree forest viewed from afar appeared even more magnificent and splendid than the royal palace. The main gate was constructed with 160 namu trees, topped with golden glazed tiles. On both sides stood towering golden osmanthus trees, with intricately carved white marble railings and bases. Inside the carefree forest, it resembled a fairyland, grand, yet dignified. The interior was adorned with bell-shaped flowers, their petals pure white and bone china-like, emanating a semi-transparent luster. At that moment, Lu Changsheng was leading the fairy Yunxiao towards the third floor of the carefree forest. The third floor was relatively quiet and picturesque. The two arrived at a spacious and luxurious private room with a golden roof, red doors, and an antique decor that exuded a sense of solemnity. This private room also featured many games that Lu Changsheng had invented. On the large redwood table in the center, a set of mahjong was neatly arranged. Husband, what is this? Fairy Yunxiao pointed at the mahjong. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, this is called mahjong. It's very fun, but it's even better with 4 people playing. Fairy Yunxiao's eyes lit up with admiration as she looked at Lu Changsheng. Husband, did you invent this too? In this era, as the first to think of this game, it could indeed be considered his invention. Lu Changsheng nodded. Do you want to play? Fairy Yunxiao eagerly nodded. But we still need 2 more people. Lu Changsheng was pondering where to find 2 more players when suddenly he had a thought. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, wife, wait a moment, people will be here soon. By the Qishui River outside the estate, Yuanshi Tianzuan stood outside the barrier that concealed the heavenly secrets, not daring to approach. Master, Yuanshi Tianzuan requests an audience. Master. Yuanshi Tianzuan hovered above the manor, its surface veiled by the profound Tao laws, calling out again and again like a bewildered fool, until at last he confirmed the manor stood utterly empty. With a sigh heavy with grievance, he lowered his head. Meanwhile, on Janeo Island within the Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu had attained sudden enlightenment after hearing several profound words from Lu Changsheng. His cultivation realm, originally stabilized at the midstage of Supreme Immortal Sovereign, had begun to stir. After continuous seclusion over these days, he finally broke through into the late stage. Tongtian Jiaozhu felt as if his entire being had been purified, luminous, and unobstructed. Simultaneously, the fortune of the Jie sect began to rise steadily. Overjoyed, Tongtian Jiaozhu murmured, it is high time I properly express my gratitude to the manor lord. And thus he emerged from seclusion. The moment he stepped forth, he sensed the dense primordial chaos energy suffusing Kunlun Mountain. A faint frown crossed his brow. So deeply immersed in cultivation had he been that he had not extended his divine sense outward, nor had he any awareness of events unfolding beyond his chamber. Yet the sudden shrouding of Kunlun Mountain in chaos energy struck him as profoundly extraordinary, not least because true chaos energy had long since vanished from the world. Even so, such energy could never coalesce entirely upon a single mountain. Swiftly, Tongtian Jiaozhu projected his divine sense outward and detected Yuanshi Tianzuan standing beside the Qi River. He hastened there, at once meeting Yuanshi Tianzuan face to face. Their reunion was steeped in icy tension. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood radiant and exultant, his aura as a sage sweeping across 1,000 li. Purple qi surging eastward, auspicious vapors blooming in every direction. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened instantly as he scrutinized his younger brother. Brother, you have reached the late stage? Tongtian Jiaozhu could not suppress a triumphant smile. During these days of seclusion I advanced, quite unintentionally, to the late stage. Those words sent a violent surge of blood rushing to Yuanshi Tianzuan's head, igniting a fierce, searing jealousy deep within his heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan himself had only attained sagehood through the Hongming purple qi. Now seeing Tongtian Jiaozhu effortlessly usurp the very supremacy he had long claimed among the three pure ones, his frustration swelled to unbearable intensity. May I ask, elder brother, what brings you here? Tongtian Jiaozhu inquired. Yuanshi Tianzuan, his mood already frayed, had no patience to reply. He had just suffered grievous injury from a primordial pill, losing 1,000,000 years of cultivation. His disciples were all inept and useless, and now Tongtian Jiaozhu had seized the highest position among the three pure ones, his own hard-won status. All Yuanshi Tianzuan desired in that moment was silence. Tongtian Jiaozhu stared blankly, perplexed by his elder brother's sullen, storm-darkened countenance. At that very instant, both heard Lu Changsheng's voice resonate directly within their minds. I invite you both to gather at the Xiaoyao Grove in Chaoga. Startled, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu exclaimed in unison, it is the manor lord. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, and in an instant arrived at the Xiaoyao Grove. There they swiftly located Lu Changsheng. Pushing open the pavilion door, they found Lu Changsheng and Yunxiao Xianzi seated opposite each other at a broad square table carved from crimson Nama wood. Yunxiao Xianzi rose gracefully and bowed respectfully. Greetings, master and elder uncle. Lu Changsheng waved them over casually. Come in. Take your seats, each choosing a cardinal direction. Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu. Neither understood what was expected of them. Could it be that four people would sit facing one another? Tongtian Jiaozhu stepped forward first and seated himself directly across from Lu Changsheng. Manor lord, may I inquire your purpose in summoning us here? Lu Changsheng, idly arranging a set of small tiles before him, replied, I called you to play mahjong. Yuanshi Tianzuan gazed curiously at the neat array of tiny square pieces. He had never seen anything like them. What are these called? Mahjong? Lu Changsheng nodded precisely. Let me teach you. The first few rounds are for practice. And so they began arranging the tiles. Each tile was carved from flawless translucent imperial jade, pure white, luminous and perfectly uniform. This set comprises 144 tiles divided into 3 suits: characters, bamboos, and dots. Each suit contains 4 copies of numerals 1 through 9. There are also honor tiles: east, south, west, north, center, fortune, and white, 4 of each. Flower tiles: spring, summer, autumn, winter, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, each appear once. 3 identical tiles form a peng. 3 consecutive numerals in the same suit form a chao. 2 identical tiles form a pair of 4 identical tiles constitute a kong. That is a peng, a kong, a chao. After 2 rounds guided by Lu Changsheng, all 3 had mastered the game completely. Fascinating. Who would have imagined the manor lord could devise such a game? Lu Changsheng smiled, glancing between Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu. Now let the real match begin, with stakes. Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart tightened. He had come seeking the manor lord precisely to reclaim the sacred treasures of his 12 golden immortals. Hesitantly, Yuanshi Tianzuan began, Manor lord, I came here to. But Lu Changsheng raised a hand, cutting him off with a gentle laugh. I know. Should you win, I shall return all your disciples' treasures without reservation. Relief washed over Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had already memorized every rule. This game posed no challenge to his intellect or skill. And should we lose? Tongtian Jiaozhu asked. Lu Changsheng smiled and conjured a crystal-clear orb from his palm. We wager cultivation essence. Should I lose, I shall surrender my own cultivation essence as well. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded and asked, how many years of cultivation does the manor lord stake? A modest sum, 10,000 years. Lu Changsheng replied with a light smile. None objected. Yet after several rounds, neither Yuanshi Tianzuan nor Tongtian Jiaozhu managed a single victory. How can this be? Yuanshi Tianzuan's face had turned as dark as soot. Tongtian Jiaozhu sighed repeatedly. Strange, most strange. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Mahjong demands finesse and strategy. I refuse to accept defeat. Yuanshi Tianzuan declared undeterred. Round after round followed, until Yuanshi Tianzuan had lost a full 1,000,000 years of cultivation and Tongtian Jiaozhu no less had forfeited 600,000 years. Lu Changsheng smiled and produced the crystal orb. Once more the wager stands. Victory belongs to the victor. Though bitterly reluctant, Yuanshi Tianzuan accepted the outcome. As first of the three pure ones honor demanded, he uphold his word. Both placed their hands upon the orb. Yunxiao Xinzi too had lost, but his family no wager applied to her. Tongtian Jiaozhu had come today solely to express gratitude. 60,000 years meant little to him. Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, bore his loss in grim, silent anguish. He swallowed his bitterness like bitter gall. Manor Lord Mahjong proves beyond our skill. Do you offer any other pastime? For Yuanshi Tianzuan, retrieving his disciples' sacred artifacts remained his unwavering objective. Lu Changsheng smiled indeed. We have golf on the top floor. Yunxiao Xinzi rose and said, then I shall leave you to it. I will take my leave now. Lu Changsheng nodded. Once Yunxiao Xinzi departed, he led Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu to the summit of the Xiao Grove. The rooftop was a vast, dew-kissed emerald lawn stretching over thousands of hectares, its boundless expanse matching precisely the total area of the Xiao Grove itself. Lord Tongtian gazed upon the rooftop, nothing but an expanse of lawn, and frowned in bewilderment. Master Zhuang, what exactly is this golf ball? Aside from the lawn, there is truly nothing else here. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly, then conjured a basket brimming with balls. In this era, materials suitable for crafting golf balls did not exist. Thus Lu Changsheng employed extraordinarily laborious methods. He ordered servants to collect countless animal scales, boiled them into a viscous gel blended in rare substances, and poured the mixture into molds, only then cooling it into the smooth compact spheres before them. Yuanshi Tianzuan studied the tiny sphere, no larger than a peach, nestled in the basket, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why is this ball so diminutive? Lu Changsheng then produced a set of golf clubs masterfully carved from a rare resilient timber native to this age. The rules are simple, yet no cultivation energy may be employed. Having explained, Lu Changsheng demonstrated the game several times, guiding both immortals with graceful precision. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lord Tongtian exchanged confident glances. This is child's play. Tongtian seized a club without hesitation, replicating Lu Changsheng's motions with swift practiced ease. Yet each stroke sent the ball flying only a pitifully short distance. This time, Lu Changsheng declared calmly, we shall wager no cultivation foundations. Merely who fails to sink the ball into the hole loses. And the forfeit, a turtle painted upon the loser's face. Yuanshi Tianzuan fell silent. Tongtian likewise paused, his expression flickering with reluctant dismay. After all, he was one of the three pure ones. Such a mark upon his countenance would utterly shatter celestial decorum. Are you afraid to lose? Lu Changsheng's taunt struck true. Tongtian immediately retorted, afraid. Not in the least. Then pain away. Master Zhuang, beware. Having lost at Mahjong, shall you also falter at this game? And so the three raised their clubs and began the match. With the first swing, victory and defeat were laid bare in an instant. A subtle knowing curve lifted the corners of Lu Changsheng's lips. He had long awaited this spectacle. Lu Changsheng summoned a fine wolf hair brush and smiled. Gentlemen, honor your wager. Tongtian, ever unburdened by vanity, accepted without protest. Besides, no outsiders bore witness. I shall go first. Pain away. Suppressing his mirth, Lu Changsheng dipped the brush and delicately traced a tiny turtle upon Tongtian's forehead. When Yuanshi's turn arrived, his composure had visibly frayed. Swiftly and without ceremony, Lu Changsheng sketched an identical turtle upon Yuanshi's brow. That concludes today's contest. I must return home to my wife. I take my leave now. A quiet chuckle rippled through Lu Changsheng's thoughts. He dared not linger further, lest his ruse unravel. Unbeknownst to them, the turtles were drawn in primordial black ink, impervious to any divine artifice, spell, or cleansing technique. Such an indelible mark would endure for no less than 10 million years, meaning these two celestial sages would wear their turtles for at least 5 million years. Master Zhuang, please wait. Yuanshi Tianzuan urgently called out, his voice tight with mounting dread. Master Zhuang, how may I retrieve my disciples' treasures? Retrieve. Lu Changsheng feigned solemnity, knitting his brows. Were they not exchanged for the Hunyuan pill? Yuanshi Tianzuan froze, speechless. His breath hitched sharply. Ah, deceived. His pupils contracted instantly, pinpricked him as if pierced by revelation. Never had he imagined such a reversal. So overwhelmed by elation upon receiving the pill, he had entirely forgotten the humiliation inflicted by those young maidens, and the loss of his disciples' sacred artifacts. But, you never said so. Yuanshi's voice cracked, helpless as a man weeping without tears. Lu Changsheng regarded him as one might a preposterous jest. Was my Hunyuan pill offered freely? You accepted it, thus consent was given. Master Zhuang, might the treasures yet be redeemed? Yuanshi pleaded, sweat beading upon his brow as Lu Changsheng's seriousness sank in. To be candid, the Hunyuan pill resists absorption within me. It serves no purpose. Indeed, it nearly ruptured my very being. A wave of profound dismay washed over Yuanshi. Beside him, Tongtian recoiled in astonishment. Nearly ruptured. Such a pill could threaten even a latest-stage Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, an immortal sage of the highest order. What then was this pill truly made of? Intrigued, Tongtian fell silent, listening intently as Lu Changsheng shrugged indifferently. Your expression when accepting it suggested quite the opposite. Very well. If you wish to return it, do so. Yuanshi stared blankly. Such a treasure existed nowhere else in the entire Honghuang realm. How could he possibly surrender it? Naturally, he refused. With time, his cultivation would advance, and the pill would become viable. Seeing Yuanshi's crestfallen air, Lu Changsheng relented. Then exchange your cultivation for it. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Changsheng summoned the luminous pearl into his palm. Yuanshi fell silent. Though millions of years of cultivation meant little to him, losing face before Tongtian would be catastrophic. In truth, he stood at a severe disadvantage. How many years of cultivation must I yield for my disciples' artifacts? He asked gravely. Lu Changsheng smiled and raised 5 fingers. 5 million years. Yuanshi exhaled in relief. Such a span held negligible weight for one of his stature. Lu Changsheng shook his head, a serene smile playing upon his lips. 50 million years. Yuanshi's eyes widened in shock. 50 million years. A pang of visceral regret tightened his chest. Though 50 million years remained trivial in absolute terms, recent misfortunes had chipped relentlessly at his dignity, and the Xiao sect's reputation across the 3 realms had deteriorated markedly. Who, he wondered bitterly, had orchestrated this slander? For a sage like himself, 10,000 years passed as swiftly as the blink of an eye. 50 million years was but the length of a single deep slumber. Yet Tongtian had recently ascended to latest stage Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, standing now as his peer. That fact alone compelled vigilance. The prospect of surrendering 50 million years of cultivation stirred deep reluctance. Yet Lu Changsheng's demand was neither unreasonable nor arbitrary. Yuanshi silently placed his hand upon the pearl. Instantly, it surged with immense suction, drawing forth something vital from his very essence. Violet energy coalesced within the orb, shimmered intensely, then dissolved into silence. Lu Changsheng nodded in quiet satisfaction. With another elegant sweep of his sleeve, a constellation of golden-hued treasures materialized in midair. Yuanshi gazed upon the recovered artifacts, hard-won, irreplaceable, and bowed deeply. Master Zhuang, your grace is immeasurable. He retrieved the relics without delay, eager to depart. Remaining longer risked yet another cunning scheme to siphon his cultivation. Today he had lost everything, even his dignity. Tongtian, observing Yuanshi's hasty retreat, approached Lu Changsheng with warm, almost eager deference. Lu Changsheng met his gaze impassively. Speak plainly. What is it you wish to say? Lord Tongtian gazed with genuine curiosity. Master Zhuang, what exactly is this Hunyuan pill you mentioned just now? Even Yuanshi Tianzuan cannot absorb it. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly. This Hunyuan pill was refined by me using fragments of the great Tao itself. Only a cultivator at the peak of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal realm may assimilate it. Lord Tongtian's eyes lit up instantly. A pill forged from great Tao fragments. Unheard of, utterly unprecedented. Such fragments were exceedingly rare and priceless. Yet he had used them to refine pills. No wonder, upon emerging from seclusion, Lord Tongtian sensed that profound primordial chaos emanating from Yuanshi Tianzuan's domain. All due to the Hunyuan pill. A subtle thought stirred within Lord Tongtian. Master Zhuang, might it be possible to acquire one of these Hunyuan pills? He cast Lu Changsheng a knowing glance. Lu Changsheng fell silent, his gaze lingering on Lord Tongtian's animated eyebrows and the turtle painted upon his forehead, barely suppressing a smile. You wish to have one. Such a treasure was not to be missed. If the GS sect possessed it, then the GS sect must possess it too. Very well, you may have one. But payment is required cultivation years. Lu Changsheng spoke calmly. 5 million years of cultivation per pill. This exchange rate was in truth astonishingly generous. Indeed, Lu Changsheng set this price precisely to channel their cultivated energy into nourishing the fortune golden dragon. Overjoyed, Lord Tongtian declared magnanimously, Master Zhuang, I shall take 10 pills, 50 million years of cultivation. Lu Changsheng nodded and conjured a luminous sphere. Once the exchange concluded, he handed Lord Tongtian a gourd, within which rested precisely 10 Hunyuan pills. Clutching the gourd, Lord Tongtian's heart surged with exhilaration. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal realm, he would absorb all 10 pills at once. Each pill, forged from great Tao fragments, could propel its user across an entire major cultivation realm in a single ingestion. Would he not then stand equal, even rival, the venerable Hongjun Laozu? Suppressing his inner elation, Lord Tontian bowed deeply before Lu Changsheng. Master Zhuang, after hearing your words that day, I sensed my mid-stage cultivation beginning to loosen. After several months of secluded cultivation, I indeed advanced to the late stage. Though the Jie sect possesses the means to send all Yujiao disciples onto the investiture of the gods list, should Hongjun Daozu learn of it, the consequences would be unbearable. Might Master Zhuang advise another path? By now Lord Tontian held full confidence and the audacity to confront the Yujiao sect. Yet Lu Changsheng's method was brutally direct, disregarding Hongjun Daozu entirely. That was because he stood backed by the 3,000 great Dao, possessing boundless authority to do so. Lord Tongtian, however, lacked such leverage. Thus he sought a more prudent, secure alternative. Lu Changsheng picked up his golf club and swung it slowly as he spoke. Countless methods exist. If you wish to avoid bloodshed, simply block the Yujiao sect's path entirely. Lord Tontian furrowed his brow, pondering Lu Changsheng's words carefully. Block their path. Lu Changsheng drew a deep breath. No wonder Lord Tontian had been outmaneuvered. His slowness to grasp meaning, his bluntness, his simplicity, made him an easy target. In truth, he was simply too honest. Lu Changsheng sighed, exasperated. It means walking the Yujiao sect's path, so they are left with no path at all. Do you understand? Only then did enlightenment dawn upon Lord Tongtian. His face lit up with delight as he gazed at Lu Changsheng. Master Zhuang's stratagem is peerless, my deepest gratitude. Having expressed his thanks, he immediately transmitted voice-mind orders to all Jie sect disciples, summoning them to Bio Palace. At that moment, a vast assembly of Jie sect disciples gathered before Bio Palace. Their bearing was extraordinary, their bone structure auspicious. Many hailed from the demon race. Some bore horns, others feathers. For the Jie sect upheld the principle of Tao following nature, embracing harmony between heaven and humanity, and taught that the supreme Tao transcends virtue, while lesser paths cling to it. The great Tao numbers 50. 49 manifest as fixed destiny, the 50th, the sole thread of hope, vanishes, giving rise to the 6 realms. Thus Lord Tontian accepted disciples without distinction, whether furred, horned, scaled, or born from moisture or eggs. All dwelled together in unity, unburdened by origin. Now generations of disciples, first, second, third, and fourth, converged in unprecedented grandeur, resembling 10,000 immortals paying homage to a celestial sovereign. As Lord Tontian descended upon auspicious clouds, violet chi billowed behind him like an endless ocean, radiating auspicious light in all directions. Disciples prostrated in unison, voices rising in thunderous chorus. Disciples, pay homage to our master. The cry pierced the 9 heavens, echoing like rolling thunder. Satisfied, Lord Tontian descended slowly, his expression solemn, stern, and commanding. Yet the moment Lord Tontian appeared, every disciple's face paled with alarm. Lord Tongtian, utterly bewildered, he stared back. What manner of gaze was this? Why do you look upon your master thus? Yunxiao Xianzi stepped forward, whispering softly, Master, there is a turtle upon your forehead. Lord Tongtian, his countenance shifted instantly. He had lost a game to Lu Changsheng earlier, and forgotten the turtle drawn upon his brow. He swept divine energy across his forehead, attempting to erase the mark. But strangely, no matter how he tried, the turtle remained indelible. Lord Tongtian, seeing their master suddenly adorned with a mysterious turtle, disciples stared in stunned disbelief. Whispers spread among them. Could the master himself have drawn it? Surely no one else dared draw upon his forehead. What rank was the master? What mortal would dare inscribe a turtle upon his brow? Yet why could it not be erased? Amid growing unrest, Lord Tontian finally surrendered in exhaustion. His gaze hardened, his presence deepening further as he continued, The investiture of the gods' tribulation has arrived. I previously commanded you to remain within your caves, to evade this calamity. But now the tribulation has taken an unforeseen turn. I hereby order you to descend the mountain, immediately thwart every action undertaken by the Yujiao sect. Walk the Yujiao sect's path, until they have no path left to walk. With this command issued, disciples obeyed without hesitation. As they departed, Lord Tontian called Yunxiao Xinzi back. Yunxiao. She stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master, you need not go. Return to the estate. Yunxiao Xinzi hesitated, flustered. Master, serving the Jie sect is a disciple's sacred duty. All my fellow disciples have already departed. How can I remain behind? Lord Tontian understood her devotion perfectly, yet he dared not offend Master Zhuang. Yunxiao, under no circumstances entangle yourself in the karmic threads of the investiture. Return to the estate, now. Yunxiao Xinzi. She never imagined her master's first reprimand would be to send her away. If you truly wish to aid me, persuade your husband to let those 5 children join the Jie sect as disciples. Yunxiao Xinzi. Then this disciple takes her leave. Though Yunxiao Xinzi knew her master's earnest desire to accept the 5 children as disciples, Lu Changsheng had already declared plainly, my daughters, they are beneath none of you. Watching Yunxiao Xinzi depart in haste, Lord Tongtian sighed helplessly. So, it seemed utterly hopeless. The estate. Within the spatial ceiling formation. An infinite boundless void, pierced only by a slender beam of white light guiding the way. There the 5 children cultivated in serene focus, traversing an endless river of time. Yet the scenery never changed. The white light remained unwavering. Within the formation, the river of time surged relentlessly forward. Millions of years passed. Billions of years passed. At last Lu Aomei's eyes snapped open. Her eyes, ancient as primordial chaos, mysterious as stars from the age of creation, blazed with awe-inspiring radiance. The way of devouring. First ascension, shattered. The way of devouring. Second ascension, shattered. The way of devouring. Third ascension, shattered. A terrifying pitch-black aura of devouring power enveloped Lu Aomei, sinister, unfathomable. Around her swirled vortexes akin to galactic black holes, capable of consuming all things. And the overwhelming saint-level power surging within her propelled the way of devouring directly to its third ascension. At the third ascension, she devoured the 5 elements, yin and yang, heaven and earth themselves. Lu Aomei stood aloft in the void, her divine-slaying spear cleaving the air, shaking the very fabric of the spatial formation. Shatter. Saint-level power erupted from her core, obliterating the spatial ceiling formation in an instant, and she stepped forth unbound. The formation acted independently upon each individual. The other 4 children remained unaffected, still sealed within their own isolated realms. Lu Changsheng felt a sense of relief as he saw Lu Aomei being the first to emerge. Not bad, the big sister is the first to come out, he remarked, while Lu Aomei felt a vast and terrifying saintly cultivation within her, feeling quite satisfied with herself. Father, I have already cultivated the path of devouring to the 3rd level. Lu Changsheng affectionately ruffled Lu Aomei's hair, praising her. It is no surprise that you are my daughter. It's strange, it felt like we had spent a long time in that formation. Yet upon exiting it seems only a few months have passed. Lu Changsheng laughed, saying, indeed, this is the marvelous aspect of the space confinement formation. At that moment, the space confinement formation experienced another fluctuation. The 2nd and 3rd daughters simultaneously broke the formation and jumped out. Father, big sister, we have reached the early stage of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden. Lu Changsheng nodded. Following closely, the 4th and 5th daughters also emerged together. As the 5 of them appeared, the aura of 5 saints enveloped the entire estate. Had it not been for Lu Changsheng using the 3,000 laws to conceal the secrets of this estate, it would have likely attracted a terrifying thunder tribulation. Lu Aomei extended her divine sense, instantly covering the entire primal region. She could sense even the tiniest of beings, from an ant to any minute creature. She could even effortlessly probe into the underworld with her divine sense. There was no place in heaven or earth that they could not reach, nor was there anything they were unaware of. Fairy Yunxiao had just returned from Bio Palace. As she pushed open the gate to the front yard of the estate, she was immediately astonished by the overwhelming aura of saints. She looked up. This grand and powerful saintly aura, capable of overwhelming the world, was emanating from her 5 daughters. Fairy Yunxiao was momentarily stunned, needing some time to digest this. How long had she been gone? Had her 5 daughters really become saints upon her return? Was this a dream? After a long pause, Fairy Yunxiao finally turned to look at Lu Changsheng, who appeared calm. Husband, what is going on? Our daughters. Lu Changsheng smiled as he embraced Fairy Yunxiao, saying, indeed, our daughters are saints. The light-hearted statement struck Fairy Yunxiao like a thunderclap. Her head buzzed at that moment. It felt as if several thunderbolts were constantly crashing down upon her. What kind of existence was a saint? They looked down upon the primal world, disregarding all things, viewing everything below them as mere ants. Fairy Yunxiao stared at her 5 well-behaved and adorable daughters, utterly shocked. How could our daughters go from quasi-saints to saints in just a few months of seclusion? This is absolutely impossible. Throughout history, there has never been such a genius. Lu Changsheng chuckled, observing Fairy Yunxiao's cute, astonished expression. Our daughters are precisely that kind of genius. After a long period of calm, Fairy Yunxiao finally accepted this reality. All 5 of her daughters were saints in the early stage of Hunyuan Daluo Golden. 5 daughters in a single family, all 5 of them saints. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. Father, mother, we've been in seclusion for so long, we want to go out. Lu Sanyan acted cute. Lu Chan and Lu Iloa, the 2 little gluttons, immediately chimed in, We want to eat the seafood sashimi that father makes. All right, then you should let Ao Bing catch some seafood to bring back. Father, can I go with fifth sister to follow Ao Bing to catch fish? Lu Chan's voice was soft and sweet. The fourth and fifth daughters were the best at acting cute and were the most gluttonous. Lu Changsheng found it hard to refuse them. After all, they were already saints possessed chaotic treasures and had laws by their side. Even when encountering saints, they had no reason to be apprehensive. Go ahead. Lu Changsheng readily agreed. Thus Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo went to the backyard. Ao Bing, Lu Chan stood by the pond. During these past few months, Ao Bing had been immersed in the spiritual energy of the primordial green lotus in the pond, and with daily access to the roots, stems, flowers, and seeds of the lotus, he had progressed to the early stage of Daluo Jinxian despite not having the best talent. Upon hearing the call from the little master, Ao Bing flicked his tail and leaped out of the pond, transforming into his human form as he landed on the ground. Little master. Ao Bing was astonished to discover that after several months the little master had become a saint. Under the overwhelming saintly aura, he couldn't help but weaken directly kneeling before them. Lu Chan. Lu Ilu. What's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling all of a sudden? Ao Bing also wore an awkward expression at this moment. Little master, I just couldn't help myself. Lu Chan waved her hand, saying, We came to find you to go fishing in the East Sea, let's go. Ao Bing nodded, and with great effort managed to stand up after a while. With Lu Changsheng's permission, Lu Chan and the others found it easy to come and go from the estate without any hindrance. The three of them rode the clouds and soon reached the surface of the East Sea. As the third prince of the East Sea Dragon clan, Ao Bing immediately summoned the aquatic tribes. Before them, two towering water barriers rose up from the East Sea, each hundreds of feet high and stretching thousands of miles in length. Inside the barriers were various aquatic tribes. Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo felt extremely curious. Ao Bing promptly commanded, Bring forth all the aquatic species that have not yet awakened their intelligence for sacrifice. The aquatic races complied, and shortly after they saw a multitude of aquatic creatures swimming from a meter deep in the sea. There were large crabs, giant lobsters, and small crayfish. There were also various fish species such as big yellow croaker, sea blackfish, and eel. They all swam obediently to where Ao Bing was waiting to be caught. Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo found it exceedingly amusing. Ao Bing conjured a pearl from his hand. This pearl radiated endless brilliance, yet was only the size of a peach pit. Inside the pearl, various runes floated, shifting endlessly. This was the Chaos Destruction Pearl given to Ao Bing by Lu Changsheng. The pearl was versatile, excelling in both attack and defense. Ao Bing threw the pearl, channeling his magic into it. The aquatic creatures rushing from the sea were all sucked inside by the pearl. Little master, is this enough? Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo expressed their satisfaction, saying, This is enough, we can have many meals with this amount. Ao Bing nodded, following behind Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo. Meanwhile, at Yushu Palace, Yuan Tianzun was distributing the returned treasures to his disciples, facing a similar predicament as Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Yuan Tianzun appeared before his disciples, his forehead adorned with a turtle, a sight that was quite embarrassing. To obtain these treasures, he had personally sought out Lu Changsheng only to suffer a devastating loss. Just after he finished distributing the treasures, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras, vast and natural, shaking the three realms. It was the aura of saints. Moreover, there were two of them. How could there suddenly be two more saints in the three realms? Yuan Tianzun was incredulous. There were only 6 saint positions in total. Not only did the primordial heavenly venerable sense it, but even the master of the celestial church and the supreme old lord did. Additionally, the goddess Nuwa in the palace of the goddess Nuwa also felt the presence of those two saintly auras. However, just as they were about to investigate the two saintly auras, they suddenly vanished. The primordial heavenly venerable had just expanded his divine sense, trying to locate the source of the saintly auras. Yet in an instant the auras were entirely severed. The primordial heavenly venerable frowned. The 5 young girls in the manor were merely at the quasi-saint level. It couldn't possibly be them. Could there be hidden saints in the 3 realms? The primordial heavenly venerable calculated for a moment, but ultimately gave up. The heavenly secrets were obscured, he could deduce nothing. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo returned triumphantly with Ao Bing. Father, we brought back a lot of seafood. Lu Yiluo exclaimed joyfully, Quick, make us something delicious, father. Lu Changsheng was pulled into the kitchen by the 2 little ones. All right, I'll cook for you. You two go play for a while. At that moment, Fairy Yunxiao also entered the kitchen to help. Ao Bing took out the pearls, which contained enough seafood to fill 2 large barrels. While Yunxiao and Lu Changsheng were busy in the kitchen, Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo went to the study. At the same time, the eldest, second, and third siblings were also in the study. As soon as they returned, Lu Ao Mei said with a serious expression, Not good. The two demons from Xuanyuan's tomb are causing trouble for the Shang dynasty. King Zhou has been misled again. Lu Ao Mei had used her divine sense to probe and learned this. Lu Lingyu frowned and said in a low voice, "However, it is fortunate that Nezha has acted according to our instructions, nearly tarnishing the reputation of the Chan sect." Lu Senyin smiled and said, "That's right, the situation in the Shang dynasty can still be salvaged. We don't need to worry too much as long as those Chan sect disciples don't create a disturbance." Lu Ao Mei looked at the fourth and fifth siblings and immediately instructed, "You two stay here in the study to cover for us. We will go out now and return soon." Lu Chan and Lu Luo nodded. Lu Senyin quickly set up a formation and left the manor once again. They almost traversed 1,000 miles in a single step, swiftly arriving at the palace of the Shang dynasty. Above the palace, amidst the clouds, Lu Ao Mei and the others saw the entire palace shrouded in layers of demonic energy, rising high into the sky. The faint golden imperial aura that once covered the Shang dynasty had completely dissipated. At that time in Xiaoga, various demons were weaving in and out. Lu Ao Mei quickly found the palace where Emperor Xian resided. Beside him were 3 demons. One was a serpent spirit, and the other 2 were the jade peepa spirit and the 9-headed rooster spirit. Lu Senyin immediately recognized that these 2 demons from Xuanyuan's tomb had their memories erased. A hint of anger flickered in her eyes. It seems these individuals love to control others using memory erasure. It's truly tedious and despicable. Lu Lingyu was also very angry. These 2 demons were clearly fine, yet they were forced to commit evil. "Third sister, do you have a way to restore their memories?" Lu Senyin shook her head. This time is different from last time with Nezha. Nezha had merely had his memories sealed, and it could be broken by shattering the formation. However, the memories of these 2 demons from Xuanyuan's tomb have been forcibly destroyed and cannot be restored. Lu Ao Mei and Lu Lingyu were both extremely furious. "We must go down now." At that moment, Emperor Xian and the 3 demons were in the Palace of Longevity. The atmosphere within the Palace of Longevity was lively, yet the demonic energy was rampant, exuding an air of extravagance and stench. The dancing palace maids had long been replaced by other minor demons from Xuanyuan's tomb. At that time, the Palace of Longevity, where Emperor Xian was located, was entirely under the dominion of demons. But Emperor Xian, deeply immersed in his drunken stupor, was completely unaware of any anomaly. "Come drink with this lonely king. Eat meat." Ha ha ha. Lu Ao Mei's expression was calm and sharp as she walked towards Emperor Xian. The jade peepa spirit and the 9-headed rooster spirit exchanged glances, their expressions slightly tense. They were backed by the goddess Nuwa and were not afraid to the point of fleeing. "Who are you?" Lu Ao Mei maintained an indifferent and cold expression, exuding an imposing aura. "You are here on the orders of goddess Nuwa to deceive King Zhou, aren't you?" The 2 Hunyuan demons were taken aback. How did these girls know about such secret matters? Moreover, these girls' cultivation seemed to be on par with that of goddess Nuwa. It was truly terrifying. Furthermore, what kind of being was goddess Nuwa? They blurted out without a hint of respect. Yet despite their myriad questions facing such a powerful presence, the 2 Hunyuan demons could only obediently respond. "Yes, you suddenly barged into the palace. Oh, what exactly do you want?" The jade peepa spirit and the 9-headed rooster spirit remained undaunted. Lu Lingyu placed her hands on her hips, uninterested in wasting words with them. "You 2 fools have been played by goddess Nuwa." "What? See." The 2 Hunyuan demons widened their eyes in disbelief. "I ask you, what has goddess Nuwa promised you for deceiving King Zhou?" The 2 Hunyuan demons were overwhelmed by the aura of these girls. They thought carefully and replied, "The great calamity of divine sealing has begun. As long as we assist goddess Nuwa in creating chaos for Shangtang, we will gain merit and achieve immortality." Lu Senyin, upon hearing this, asked, "Did goddess Nuwa truly make such a promise? Or is this merely your own imagination?" The 2 Hunyuan demons recalled carefully. Goddess Nuwa only said to assist her, but had not promised them any benefits. Lu Senyin continued, "Not only did she not give you benefits, but the position you find yourselves in now is one of destroying Shangtang, deceiving King Zhou, and harming the common people. If King Wu attacks Zhou and the Shang dynasty perishes, how could you, the instigators of this calamity, sit back and enjoy the spoils?" After this admonition, the 2 Hunyuan demons felt they had been deceived. They were merely demons from Xuanyuan's tomb. When summoned by goddess Nuwa, they believed it without question and had not thought much about it. But now, upon reflection, they had been tricked. "You have been used as pawns," Lu Ao Mei said sternly. The 2 Hunyuan demons felt conflicted within. They couldn't understand why goddess Nuwa would do such a thing. "You are instigating King Zhou, causing him to lose his mind and become obsessed with sensual pleasures. This is a great sin." Lu Ao Mei's words were stern. The 2 Hunyuan demons grew increasingly fearful. "What should we do now?" King Zhou has already been influenced by us. The entire palace is filled with demonic energy, and we have brought over the demons from Xuanyuan's tomb. The situation is irreversible. Lu Xinyan looked at the two demons, realizing there was still hope for them. After all, they did not harbor malicious intent on purpose. There is a way to save you, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. Lu Xinyan spoke with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor fully not. The two demons of Hunyuan immediately knelt before her. We do not wish to bear the infamy of the ages. As long as it can absolve our sins, we are willing to do anything. The three little creatures exchanged glances. Lu Ao Mei, being the eldest, stepped forward. It's quite simple. From now on, you must cultivate a pure heart, shun men, and disregard matters of love. The more the better. Also assist King Zhou in regaining his original intentions, and support him in managing the affairs of the Shang dynasty, and then you can absolve your sins. The two demons of Hunyuan were at a loss at that moment. Cultivate a pure heart. But we are currently the consorts of King Zhou. How can we cultivate a pure heart? Seeing their expressions, Lu Xinyan immediately replied, that depends on you. We have said all we can. The two Hunyuan demons exchanged glances, already aware of the seriousness of the situation. Thus the two of them immediately bowed to Lu Ao Mei and the others, saying, thank you for the sage's guidance, oh, we will certainly remember it. Lu Ao Mei and the others nodded, and just as they were about to leave, Lu Xinyan suddenly looked in a certain direction. Not good, our sage's aura has been exposed. These guys will surely know it was us. Lu Lingyu urged immediately. Hurry, set up the formation. Lu Xinyan moved swiftly and immediately established the spatial confinement laws. The three of them vanished from the longevity palace in an instant. By the time the three pure ones arrived following the sage's aura, it had already been severed. Strange. They disappeared again. Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression grew increasingly grim. Taishang Laojun looked towards the direction of the palace. Could it be that there is indeed an existence in the primordial wilderness that we are unaware of? It is indeed a sage. Why must they evade us? Tongtian Jiaozhu was similarly filled with questions. This time 3 sage auras appeared simultaneously. Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a deep sense of threat. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu exchanged glances. Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu. The two saw the prominent turtle on each other's foreheads, and their expressions were difficult to describe. Thus they quickly averted their eyes. Taishang Laojun looked at the two peculiar individuals, puzzled. What is that? Turtle on your foreheads. Who drew it? It couldn't have been you two, could it? Is this a new trend? Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu. The expressions of the two darkened. Naturally, the two would not admit it was due to losing a game. It would seriously tarnish their images as adherents of the teachings. Thus they tacitly chose to remain silent. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke first. Since we cannot find the trace of that sage, I shall take my leave. Tongtian also addressed Taishang Laojuan. I shall leave as well. After they finished speaking, the two immediately vanished in a flash of light, leaving Taishang Laojun alone in the heavens filled with questions. Taishang Laojuan. Why does he feel suddenly isolated? Furthermore, did Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu actually have secrets? Were they not usually at odds? When did they suddenly become amicable? At that time, Taishang Laojun was filled with questions. However, all of this was merely his speculation. Below, disciples of the Jie sect flocked to various places in the Shang dynasty, beginning to recruit students extensively. The situation in the Shang dynasty had already undergone a silent change. At Jiuxian Mountain in the Peach Blossom Cave, Guang Chengzi rebuilt a cave dwelling for himself at the same site he had previously occupied. At that moment, Yunxiao was being held captive by Guang Chengzi in the cave. His arms and legs were bound by spells, rendering him unable to move. Are you still unwilling to kneel before me as your master? Guang Chengzi stood before Yunxiao, his bearing filled with pride and righteousness, clearly bemused. He was the chief disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint. How could he be looked down upon? Yunxiao at that moment looked at Guang Chengzi with disdain, shouting, You must be dreaming. How shameless of you to want to take me as your disciple. Pak. Guang Chengzi. Alas, Guang Chengzi had no choice but to transform the dual swords into Yunxiao's view. 2 sharp beams of energy emanated from the swords. The sword blades glimmered with a cold light, surrounded by a thin layer of celestial mist. The power exuded from the swords startled Yunxiao. Seeing Yunxiao's expression, Guang Chengzi said in a deep voice, This is the dual sword, a pair of feminine and masculine swords. Each one possesses immense power. If you are willing to kneel before me as your master, this treasure shall belong to you. Yunxiao looked at the dual sword and had to admit he was quite tempted. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to kneel before Guang Chengzi as his master. Yunxiao shouted, Get lost. Guang Chengzi could no longer endure. With his status, how could he tolerate being humiliated repeatedly by Yunxiao? stubborn, and unrepentant, utterly unforgivable. Guangqingzi finally lost his temper, the pressure of a quasi-saint pouring out to completely envelop Yunxiao. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not be able to bear the responsibility of punishing King Zhou. In the estate, Liu Ao Mei and the others had just returned from outside, but had been closely monitoring the three realms. At that moment, their divine sense spread out, knowing all of Guangqingzi's actions. The disciples of the Chan sect are indeed vicious. When soft methods fail, they resort to hard ones. They are truly despicable. The other sisters also quickly learned of Guangqingzi's deeds and looked down upon him. Elder sister, we cannot allow the Chan sect to bully others like this. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo immediately said. Liu Ao Mei nodded. That's right. Why don't we wait until father finishes cooking the seafood, and this time you can go out and teach them a good lesson. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo felt delighted at that thought. Wonderful. They had already made plans. At that moment, the voice of the fairy Yunxiao came through. It's time to eat, little ones. Upon hearing that the seafood was ready, Liu Ao Mei and the others rushed out of the study. Lu Changsheng was coming out of the kitchen with a large basin of seafood. The steaming seafood was neatly arranged on a large jade platter with a variety of flavors and dipping sauces. The five little ones ate very happily. Fairy Yunxiao looked at this different way of eating, quite surprised. Husband, what is this? Lu Changsheng explained. This is a dipping sauce I specially developed. Different flavors, different sauces, and you just dip the boiled seafood in these condiments, and you can eat it. Fairy Yunxiao had never tried this way of eating before. Lu Changsheng peeled a large lobster, dipped the tender white lobster meat in a tangy sauce, and then brought it to Fairy Yunxiao's mouth. Is it delicious, my wife? Fairy Yunxiao chewed a few bites, her eyes widening in delight. The dipping sauce was tangy and sweet, but had a hint of spiciness. The rich layers of flavor spread throughout her mouth, blending perfectly with the tender lobster meat. It was simply divine. Fairy Yunxiao looked at Lu Changsheng in admiration once again. Husband, how did you discover this? You managed to perfectly fuse sour, sweet, spicy, and salty flavors together. It's truly delicious. Lu Changsheng spoiled her, saying, if you like it, I will make it for you every day from now on. The five little ones who had been happily eating felt superfluous upon seeing the affectionate scene between Lu Changsheng and Fairy Yunxiao. Liu Ao jumped off the stool upon seeing this. Father, mother, we have finished eating. Lu Changsheng was carefully peeling lobster for the Fairy of Cloud. The Fairy of Cloud looked at Lu Changsheng with a starry-eyed gaze, completely captivated by his serious and charming demeanor. Neither of them heard what the five little ones were saying. Seeing this, Lu Lingyue sighed. Let's return to the study. The five little ones then headed straight back to the study. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo stood beside Lu Sanyan, saying, Third sister, hurry and set up the formation for us. We are going to teach those annoying Chan sect disciples a lesson. Guangqingzi suddenly sensed a strange saintly aura furrowing his brows as he immediately exited the cave. Upon coming out, he saw two little ones standing on the clouds. It's them again. Guangqingzi's heart skipped a beat. He had been tormented by them to the point of developing a shadow. Wait, a saintly aura. See, when did these two little ones ascend to the level of saints? At that moment, Guangqingzi said nothing and just wanted to escape. Beneath the saints, everyone else is but an ant. If he didn't escape now, he might lose his life. The Shang dynasty had not yet perished, and he feared he would be sent directly onto the divine list. Seeing Guangqingzi about to flee, Lu Chan and Lu Iluo exchanged glances, a hint of disdain in their eyes. Are the Chan sect disciples all turtles hiding their heads? What does it mean to run upon seeing us? I think it's a guilty conscience. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo took turns to humiliate the entire Chan sect. Lu Chan then threw down the ninefold chaos tower at Guangqingzi. A gigantic tower blocked Guangqingzi's way. At that moment, Guangqingzi was utterly devastated. What do you want from me? Why do you always oppose me? Lu Chan and Lu Iluo approached Guangqingzi, speaking calmly. We are not doing anything, we just want you to return Yunxiao. Guangqingzi, Yunxiao is a disciple of the Chan sect and must not fall into your hands. Guangqingzi struggled. Lu Chan stepped forward and the overwhelming pressure of a saint descended upon him. Guangqingzi felt a sudden difficulty in breathing as the void was continuously torn apart layer by layer and the ancient stars shattered in an instant. Yunxiao refused to worship you as a master. When did he become your Chan sect disciple? Guangqingzi, you truly are shameless. At that moment, Guangqingzi seemed like a powerless waste before the saint. Under the saints, everyone else is but an ant. This statement was not wrong. With just a thought, Lu Chan could send Guangqingzi onto the divine list. However, with major matters yet to be settled, Guangqingzi, as the main disciple of the Chan sect, was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Master, Guangqingzi sacrificed a treasure and immediately sent a message to Yuan Shitianzun. Lu Chan did not expect Guangqingzi to strike. First, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. You overestimate yourself. Boom. The fallen clock that Guan Qingzi sacrificed was instantly engulfed by the purgatorial sea of flames behind Lu Chan, the sea of fire surging and burning, covering the entire sky. The entire 9 heavens felt as if it was shrouded in purgatory. Such a scene was truly terrifying. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun sensed the saintly aura and received Guan Qingzi's plea for help rushing over swiftly. Little did he expect that the saintly aura was actually emanating from Lu Chan and Lu Ila. If that's the case, then those 5 little girls are the saints of this estate. Upon confirming this, the shock in Yuan Shi Tianzun's heart was beyond description. Just as Yuan Shi Tianzun was astonished by the promotion of these 5 little girls to saints. At that moment, Guan Qingzi was like a toy in the hands of Lu Chan and Lu Ila. Lu Chan stood to one side, while Lu Ila stood on the other. The major disciple of the Chan sect was tossed around like a ball kicked to the sky and then to the ground without any ability to fight back. While kicking Guan Qingzi, Lu Chan turned her head to look at Yuan Shi Tianzun. "It's you who wanted to kill us." She did not forget the words spoken by Yuan Shi Tianzun that day. This old man actually harbored murderous intent, and they naturally would not show mercy. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt his scalp tingle under Lu Chan's gaze, and he looked at his major disciple with a hint of pity. Their humiliation of Guan Qingzi was simply a slap in his face. "Master, save me." Guan Qingzi was already bruised and battered. His saintly body was severely damaged. Moreover, Lu Chan and Lu Ila showed no signs of holding back. With one punch, they shattered nearly a third of Guan Qingzi's cultivation. Yuan Shi Tianzun quickly intervened to stop them, his anger surging. "Stop." Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun trying to rescue him, Lu Chan kicked Guan Qingzi clear to the edge of the sky. Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer tolerate it, directly sacrificing his treasure. A 3-treasure jade ruby radiated with colorful light sweeping across the vast aura of merits, the 5-colored brilliance painting the world with rays of light, shining upon the mountains and rivers, showcasing the supreme aura of Huangui. This was transformed from the 36th grade pure world green lotus, one of the 3 innate treasures of merit. The vast power of merit surged forth, shaking the 3 realms. Countless beings felt that overwhelming pressure, all prostrating on the ground, trembling in fear. Lu Chan and Lu Ila were completely unafraid. Lu Chan hurled the 9-fold chaos tower, and the boundless chaos aura collided with the 3-treasure jade ruby. The 9 heavens trembled, the mountains and rivers shattered. The tremendous shock wave suddenly burst forth like a gigantic colorful lotus, rapidly engulfing the 3 realms in a destructive explosion. Both sides were fighting with all their might. However, it was evident that the 9-fold tower with its chaotic aura had the upper hand. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was filled with rage. How could it be another chaotic level supreme innate treasure? "Yuan Shi Tianzun, I didn't expect you to bully the weak with your might. Since you have harbored murderous intentions, don't blame me for annihilating your entire Chan sect. Didn't you want to send the GS sect disciples onto the divine list? Then let us send you on your way first." As soon as Lu Chan and Lu Ila finished speaking, both sides struck again. The immense scene of saints battling immediately alarmed all the other saints. Bayou Palace. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu could not fathom the heavenly secrets. Upon arriving, he saw the brutal scene of Yuan Shi Tianzun being beaten by 2 little girls from a distance, and he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This Yuan Shi Tianzun was a latest-stage Hunyuan Daluo Golden, and yet he was being beaten so badly. Not far away, Taishang Lao Jun also arrived to watch the battle. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu noticed Taishang Lao Jun and couldn't help but exchange glances, both acknowledging each other with a nod. Taishang Lao Jun could not help but ask, "Aren't you going to intervene and save him?" Tong Tian Jiao Zhu. At this moment, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's expression was awkward. "Please, senior brother, intervene to save him. These 2 little girls are my disciples' daughters. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to step in." Upon hearing this reasoning, Taishang Lao Jun could not refute it. His expression was troubled. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, he simply didn't dare. These 2 young girls are at the early stage of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal realm, yet they are effortlessly overpowering the latest stage Yuan Shi Tianzun. If Taishang Lao Jun recklessly approached and provoked these 2 girls, wouldn't he end up in a situation as dire as Yuan Shi Tianzun's? At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun had nearly sacrificed all his treasures. The Wujinghuang banner. This treasure possesses boundless power, with thousands of golden lotuses capable of shattering all, repelling all evils, and being impervious to all laws. Yet it was corroded and rendered useless by the chaotic purgatory behind Lu Chan, riddled with small holes. The celebration clouds of the heavens. They are transformed from the righteous energy in the heart of the Pangu great god. Within the celebration clouds, the primordial world is faintly visible, with the sun, moon, and stars illuminating the scene. Within the celebration clouds, 5 colored rays of light painted the heavens, while the celestial music echoed throughout the universe. Outside the celebration clouds, countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and jeweled ornaments fell from the clouds like incessant raindrops. A multitude of magical treasures were offered in sacrifice, shining brilliantly. Lu Chan and Lu Eloa each held a 9-story chaos tower and a great Dao chaos pearl respectively. Go! Break! As soon as the two spoke, their magical treasures plunged into the myriad of sacrificial treasures, and suddenly the sky changed dramatically. Dark clouds churned and a fierce wind surged. Within the great Dao chaos pearl, countless giant dragons roared as they flew out from the chaotic pearl. Roar! A dozen giant dragons swept in with the rolling dark clouds. Boom! Yuanshi Tianzuan watched the roaring dragons approaching, and his expression changed drastically. It's actually the great Dao chaos pearl. 9-story chaos tower. Within the great Dao chaos pearl, the 3,000 great Dao principles evolved and flourished, making it a top-tier chaotic treasure. And the 9-story chaos tower is even more exceptional. With these two attacking, the treasures that Yuanshi Tianzuan had sacrificed suddenly paled in comparison. Boom! The sound of explosions resounded. Yuanshi Tianzuan struggled to resist the dozen giant dragons that emerged from the transformation of the 3,000 great Dao principles using his power. At that moment, he sensed Tongtian Jiaozhu and Taishang Laozhu nearby. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately transmitted his voice. Aren't you going to take action? As fellow disciples under the same master, the incarnation of Pangu, have you been watching for so long without intervening? Yuanshi Tianzuan never expected that these two would come and simply watch the show. If he hadn't transmitted his voice, they probably wouldn't have shown themselves. At that moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu rushed over, followed closely by Taishang Laozhu. Both had subtle expressions. Ladies of the two masters, please hold on. Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke first. Lu Chan and Lu Eloa were right in the midst of their battle and felt displeased at the sudden interruption. You two step aside quickly. We are merely repaying tooth for tooth. Lu Eloa said sharply, indeed he has long harbored murderous intent against us. Yuanshi Tianzuan finally found a moment to catch his breath and argued. That was just in anger, merely words of anger. Lu Chan placed her hands on her hips and angrily retorted, words of anger. How ridiculous. Do you think we are 2-year-old children? Beside her, Lu Eloa raised 3 fingers looking serious as she said, we are already 3 years old now. Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, Taishang Laozhuan. At that moment, Tongtian and Taishang Laozhuan had stepped in, naturally wanting to stop this war. Tongtian Jiaozhu stepped forward and said, why not let this matter pass? If this continues, it might lead to chaos in the 3 realms. Lu Chan and Lu Eloa looked at him with disdain. They looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, their expressions haughty as they said, sure, if you want us to stop, you must admit that you are a defeated opponent. Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had never suffered such humiliation. To make him admit to being a defeated opponent, he might as well kill him directly. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's fighting spirit was completely ignited. You are simply too arrogant. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Yuanshi Tianzuan was enveloped in a chaotic whirlwind. His hair flew wildly, and his expression changed dramatically. Not good. Tongtian Jiaozhu realized that Yuanshi Tianzuan was going all out, and his face changed drastically. Immediately, the void trembled, and the river of time flowed slowly as Yuanshi Tianzuan continuously transformed. Countless spaces tore apart, and the terrifying cultivation of the saint enveloped the entire primordial chaos. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to take action, Lu Changsheng's voice suddenly echoed. At the same time the voice arrived, it seemed to carry an immense force of confinement, swallowing the previously terrifying power. All the released terrifying power vanished in an instant. Everyone, the children are being foolish, forgive them. Lu Changsheng's voice was calm. The 3 pure ones were shaken. How did this person arrive without anyone noticing? Moreover, he completely swallowed the power that Yuanshi Tianzuan had just released. Then Lu Changsheng spoke sternly, Chaner, Ilo, you two hurry back. Lu Chan and Lu Eloa sensed that Lu Changsheng was genuinely angry and dared not linger. Thus they had no choice but to return quickly to the manor. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan held a small sapling in his hand. The sapling was wrapped in primordial soil, filled with starlight, exuding a chaotic aura. This is a chaos ginseng tree, a token of apology. With primordial soil nurturing it, the 9,000 years of fruit bearing can be shortened to 1 year. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the small sapling in his hand, and his furious expression began to fade. This chaos ginseng fruit was already enough to make him covet. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng directly gifted him a tree. Moreover, it was a chaos ginseng fruit tree with primordial soil. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt no anger left in his heart. Tongtian Jiaozhu and Taishang Laozhu felt a mix of envy and disdain. They never expected that Yuanshi Tianzuan would be so easily appeased by a tree utterly humiliating his sect. Both left in advance. In the manor, Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo returned trembling and cautious. The two stood side by side in front of Lu Changsheng, heads bowed, looking as if they had done something wrong, truly endearing. They initially thought Lu Changsheng would severely punish them, but unexpectedly Lu Changsheng waved at them. "You two come sit here." Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo were surprised, glancing at each other before quickly sitting beside Lu Changsheng. Then Lu Changsheng slowly began to speak. "You are now at the cultivation level of saints, and the three pure ones along with other saints are no match for you." Lu Chan, Lu Yilu. Both girls did not understand Lu Changsheng's meaning. Listening to Lu Changsheng's tone, it seemed he was not blaming them. Now that the canonization is imminent, you must not be too ostentatious. A tall tree attracts the wind. You need to be low-key like your father, understand? Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo finally understood Lu Changsheng's meaning. The two smiled. "Got it, father, we will be low-key while effortlessly defeating Yuanshi Tianzuan in the future." Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo followed the teachings of Lu Changsheng. However, they wished to remain low-key, but their strength would not allow it. The two returned to the study lost in deep thought. Fifth sister, Yunxiao, has still not been rescued. What should we do now? Lu Chan asked, somewhat conflicted. Lu Yiluo whispered, "How about we sneak out again tonight?" Lu Chan nodded. As the night deepened, the entire estate was filled with a naturally occurring spiritual energy. The qi condensed into dewdrops, and with each breath, even in sleep, one could feel the spiritual energy slowly transforming into cultivation. Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo had not completed their task, and with the help of Lu Senyan managed to leave the estate. This time, to avoid attracting attention, they deliberately concealed their saintly aura. They once again arrived at the Jiuxian mountain, where Guangchengzi resided. The two landed before the entrance of the peach garden, exchanging glances before their overwhelming cultivation surged towards the cave. In the darkness, a massive light suddenly shone like daylight. Before Guangchengzi could brace himself, a wave of terrifying pressure enveloped him. In the next moment, Guangchengzi was engulfed in darkness, feeling as though his primordial spirit had lost control, his consciousness slipping into a deep coma. This time, Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo acted swiftly. They had already taught Guangchengzi a lesson during the day. This time, their main goal was to take away Yunxiao. The two transported Yunxiao from Jiuxian Mountain all the way to the palace. Throughout the journey, Yunxiao remained in a daze. "Thank you, deities, for rescuing me." Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo waved. "You are to return to the palace and assist King Zhou in managing the Shang dynasty." Yunxiao bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude to Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo until they left. Using the same method, Yunhong also returned to the palace. A few days later, the Shang dynasty gradually began to improve. The once polluted palace began to exhibit a faint imperial aura, slowly resonating with the grand atmosphere of Chaoga. However, none of the 12 golden immortals received a single disciple after descending to the mortal realm. Moreover, anyone who claimed to be a disciple of the Chan school would invite a barrage of scorn. At Hunyuan Mountain in the Golden Light Cave, Yun Zhongzi arrived from Shichi. Taiyi Zhenren was surprised, saying, "Yun Zhongzi, what brings you here?" Yun Zhongzi's face was troubled, as if a heavy dark cloud weighed upon him. "I have important matters to discuss with you. The situation in the Shang dynasty has undergone a significant change." As Yun Zhongzi said this, his expression became complex as he looked at Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi Zhenren frowned. His current situation was already dire. Was there more bad news? "Nezha is currently wreaking havoc against the Chan school, spreading the word that we are a rabble and convincing the people that the fall of the Shang dynasty is due to the machinations of the Chan disciples. Now the common folk are quite hostile towards the disciples of the Chan school." Hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren was furious. "Nezha. Again, it's Nezha. It seems the sudden decline in the Chan school's reputation is indeed the result of Nezha's mischief." Yun Zhongzi spoke solemnly. "I originally went to Shichi to accept Lei Jinzi as my disciple, but that Lei Jinzi, having listened to Nezha, refuses to come with me." He felt quite wrong saying this. At this moment, Taiyi Zhenren clenched his fists. Nezha, his disciple, committing such betrayal and disgrace to the Chan school was a humiliation for the entire sect. He could no longer regard him as a confidant and would have to slay him. In that case, he could simply find another disciple to block the calamity. Taiyi Zhenren had quickly made up his mind. "I understand. Please return to Chaoga first. I will handle it myself." Yun Zhongzi nodded and then left. After Yun Zhongzi departed, Taiyi Zhenren soared through the clouds, hastening towards Nezha's direction. Rebellious disciple. The moment Taiyi Zhenren saw Nezha's murderous intent surge within him, he immediately withdrew all the magical artifacts he had gifted to Nezha. Before him, the fire spear, the merging skies, silk, the Qian Kuan circle, and the wind and fire wheels all flew away from Nezha. Nezha suddenly turned and stepped onto the clouds. Seeing these magical artifacts being taken away, Nezha's anger surged. "Nezha, do you not confess your sins?" As a disciple of the Chan school, you dare to betray us. You are wreaking havoc against the Chan school. As your master, I cannot tolerate you. At this moment, Taiyi Xinren's expression had changed entirely, no longer resembling his former kindness. On the contrary, at that moment, he revealed his true self. His eyes glinted with cold light, his demeanor ominous. Fiery flames blazed beneath Taiyi Xinren's feet, and behind him a vast ocean of raging fire surged, creating waves of scorching flames. The space began to tremble violently. Half the sky was dyed red with flames, and the temperature around them rapidly rose. I have been patient, yet you pride yourself on your arrogance, truly a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. Taiyi Xinren shouted angrily, I shall cleanse the sect. Nezha suddenly grinned, saying, Taiyi, you have finally shown your true colors. I have waited a long time for this day. You used me to block the calamity, how despicable and hateful. Today I will send you to the investiture of the gods. Nezha roared, and then his primordial spirit began to wildly absorb the long-accumulated spiritual power within him. On that day, in the stunning place within the estate, he had consumed numerous chaotic spirit fruits containing fragments of the Tao, and had drank much innate Ren water daily. At that time, the spiritual power within him was immensely vast. However, he had not fully refined it beforehand. Now it was the perfect moment. Soon a gigantic vortex centered around Nezha began to rampage wildly. His cultivation was surging at a terrifying speed. The vast starry river trembled violently amidst this immense energy fluctuation. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, countless beings were all trembling in fear. Taiyi Xinren looked at the massive energy vortex, unable to attack. This. Impossible. Taiyi Xinren sensed Nezha's cultivation had surged directly from the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the midstage. The swirling winds became even more tumultuous, gradually forming a fiery cyclone around Nezha. Boom. High above the 9 heavens, a cyclone towering 1,000 feet high and 100 feet wide was roaring madly, sweeping through the void. Taiyi Xinren's pupils suddenly constricted, a hint of fear rising within him. Break. In an instant, the cyclone around Nezha was seemingly torn apart by a sharp magical artifact. Nezha was enveloped in flames, his eyes blazing with fire, clad in flames, wielding flames as his weapon. He held a long spear formed from condensed flames, completely overpowering Taiyi Xinren's peak Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, ready to annihilate the 3 realms. Taiyi Xinren could hardly believe it. You have actually reached peak cultivation. Nezha did not give Taiyi Xinren a chance to speak, angrily declaring, Taiyi, how could I respect and trust you, yet you harbor murderous intent against me? Do not blame me. Nezha decisively struck. Torrents of flames surged towards Taiyi Xinren, forming a giant flame dragon that completely engulfed him. The sky was torn and shattered by the flame dragon, and above the clouds the flame dragon rolled and surged. Taiyi Xinren threw out the Qiankuan circle, smashing it towards the dragon. Boom. The dragon transformed into an oceanic wave of flames, once again engulfing Taiyi Xinren. Annihilate. In an instant, the raging sea of fire covering millions of miles contracted into a lotus shape. The power of the peak Great Luo Golden Immortal instantly coalesced, striking precisely at Taiyi Xinren. That flame lotus carried the terrifying power to obliterate the entire 3 realms, piercing Taiyi Xinren's heart. Boom. Taiyi fell. A blinding pillar of light shot skyward. The primordial spirit of Taiyi Xinren had perished. Mount Kunlun Jade Emptiness Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan beheld that radiant beam and felt his heart lurch violently. His countenance paled instantly. Taiyi. He could not evade his fate after all. Worse still, how could he have ascended to the investiture of the gods list so prematurely? Of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, only 11 remained. Yuanshi Tianzuan was stricken with unbearable grief, yet utterly unable to discern through the karmic threads of Taiyi's demise who had slain him. The remaining 11 golden immortals too witnessed Taiyi Xinren's primordial spirit shatter, and a chill ran down each spine. The investiture of the gods' calamity had truly begun. Nezha, having gathered his full cultivation, stepped forth from the clouds, his bearing supremely aloof. Within his heart, he revered his 5 young masters with unshakable devotion. Had it not been for them, his cultivation would never have surged to such terrifying heights. At that moment, Jiuxian Mountain, Guangchengzi swiftly received Yuanshi Tianzuan's divine transmission. Guangchengzi, Taiyi has already ascended to the investiture of the gods list. The preordained course of the investiture calamity has shifted. All disciples of the Zhejiao sect have emerged from seclusion and entered the Shang dynasty. You must dispatch them to the list without delay. Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer afford passive inaction. His Yunxiao sect disciples were already few in number, and now before the Shang dynasty had even fallen, Taiyi had been forcibly consigned to the list. This humiliation was simply unforgivable. The sole recourse was to ignite the slaughter calamity without delay. Strike first. Send every Jiujiao disciple to the investiture of the gods list. Upon receiving the order, Guangchengzi was left profoundly shaken. His master, revered beyond measure, had issued a direct command to unleash mass slaughter. Yet upon reflection, if they delayed further, the Yujiao sect itself might be extinguished entirely. At that moment, the predestined course of the investiture calamity flickered chaotically, its karmic traces vanishing entirely impossible to trace. Within the manor, Changsheng remained untouched by the calamity's influence, with a mere expansion of his divine sense he perceived the celestial landscape in an instant. He already knew of Taiyi Zhenren's demise, and of Yuanshe Tianzuan's resolve to unleash slaughter. Yet not only had the Yujiao sect already lost one disciple, but even in open confrontation its disciples stood no chance against the Jiujiao sect. Still, Tongtian Jiaozhu was excessively upright and guileless. If Yuanshe Tianzuan schemed against him, the outcome remained uncertain. Changsheng, analyzing the situation, felt little genuine concern. He had already endured infinite calamities, the great war of the Wu and Yao clans. He had long grown indifferent to life and death. Meanwhile, within the study, the 5 children had already ascended to sagehood, and thus remained unaffected by the investiture calamity, fully aware that Nezha had sent Taiyi Zhenren to the list. Nezha acted rightly. Taiyi Zhenren harbored murderous intent first. Nezha's slaying of him was just and blameless. Luo Mei continued her analysis. The Yujiao sect disciples have already begun plotting against the Jiujiao sect. We too must act. Lu Lingwei solemnly nodded and declared at once, halt the Yujiao sect, protect the Jiujiao sect. Without another word, the 5 children departed the manor, once more via formation array. Changsheng, seated in the front courtyard, gazed helplessly toward the direction in which the 5 children vanished. Yujiao sect disciples, beware. With these 5 children taking action, it was all but certain the entire Hunyuan realm would be thrown into utter chaos. At that moment, Guangchengzi swiftly transmitted orders to the other 10 golden immortals, summoning them to Jiuxian Mountain. Only 11 of the 12 golden immortals remained. Each disciple's face burned with indignant fury. How dare the Yujiao sect be so shamelessly humiliated? Senior brother, we must avenge Taiyi Zhenren. Never shall our Yujiao sect be trampled upon so brazenly. Guangchengzi's expression darkened deeply. His own wrath flared uncontrollably. Quickly investigate who murdered Taiyi Zhenren. Then we shall deliberate how best to send the Jiujiao sect disciples to the investiture list. The disciples roared in unison, yes. At that moment, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Puxian Zhenren exchanged a glance, then their expressions grew, grave shadows deepening across their features. Just as the disciples prepared to depart Jiuxian Mountain to uncover the truth, a familiar aura suddenly descended upon the mountain once more. High above the 9 heavens, the 5 children had already formed a perfect circle, encircling all 11 remaining Kunlun golden immortals. The overwhelming aura of sages poured down like an endless torrent. It felt as though countless galaxies and stars tumbled ceaselessly from the heavens, spinning the sky, churning the earth, crushing all present beneath suffocating pressure. They stared in abject terror at those 5 tiny figures. Guangchengzi, already haunted by past encounters, instantly hardened his expression into grim severity. They've returned again. Senior brother, what do we do now? Will they seize our artifacts once more, eh? The others trembled uncontrollably, silently praying. To them, those 5 children were nothing short of chaos demons incarnate. Any encounter with them spelled inevitable misfortune. Guangchengzi, as senior brother, though fearful, still stepped forward resolutely. What do you intend this time? Luo Mei surveyed them with sovereign disdain and asked, are you preparing to massacre the Jiujiao sect disciples? Her sudden question drew a sharp collective gasp from Guangchengzi and his fellows. How? This order had come directly and secretly from their master. How could they possibly know? It made no sense whatsoever. A cold dread slithered down Guangchengzi's spine. All the disciples suddenly sensed death looming near. Luo Mei spoke coldly. My mother is a Jiujiao sect disciple. Thus the Jiujiao sect is bound to us by inseparable ties. So to slaughter its disciples is to declare war upon the 5 of us, sages. Guangchengzi. His disciples stood speechless, incapable of answering. If you seek someone to blame the Jade Emperor for perpetually opposing us. We merely wish to avoid ascending to the investiture list. Luo Mei nodded, then offered a faint chilling smile. Indeed. Rest assured, you will not escape. With that, she unsheathed the god-slaying spear. An infinite sage's aura surged forth, severing the river of time, severing primordial karmic bonds. Boom. Reality shattered. Hundreds of millions of miles of stars crumbled instantly into dust. The air boiled and exploded. Its thunderous reverberation sent the entire Hunyuan realm trembling with resonant droning hums. Then, each of the 11 Yujiao disciples had their 3 flowers of the crown severed. Their cultivation dissipated in an instant, returning them wholly to the primordial state of the Honghuang realm. Mournful wails echoed across the 9 heavens from Jiuxian Mountain. Lu Ao Mei rebuked sharply, "Cease your wailing. Reducing you to mortals is mercy. Do not dare harbor murderous intent again." Lu Lingyue watched the 11 former Yunxiao disciples, now ordinary mortals, with evident satisfaction and smiled. "Elder sister, this punishment surely torments them far more than death ever could. These scheming individuals are no paragons of virtue." Lu Ao Mei showed no hesitation. Thus they posed no further threat to the Jiujiao sect. After Lu Ao Mei and the others completed their tasks, they were in high spirits and quickly vanished in a flash of light. Only now did they feel at ease. This time, no matter how much chaos the Chan sect stirred up, not a single drop would splash onto the disciples of the Jie sect. At that moment, on 9 Immortals Mountain, the 11 disciples, including Guangcheng Zi, were all prostrated on the ground. Their cultivation had been completely drained, and their hearts were filled with boundless hatred. After enduring millions of years and finally achieving their current realm, they had been reduced to mere mortals. Who could bear such a fate? Especially Guangcheng Zi. He was a quasi-saint in cultivation. Yet, without a word, he had his cultivation directly drained by Lu Ao Mei's god-slaying spear. He felt aggrieved. He felt bitter. What kind of calamity was this to endure? Meanwhile, the concealment of heavenly secrets made it impossible for Yuan Shitian Zun to learn of his disciples' plight. At that time, Yuan Shitian Zun was continually refining the Genesis Qinglian obtained from Lu Changsheng, absorbing its spiritual power to transform his cultivation. And at that time, in the endless long night, Guangcheng Zi and the others sat on the ground, their expressions filled with grief and anger. "Senior brother, we must report this to our master and completely eradicate the 5 chaotic demons of this estate. They are simply a calamity for the Honghuang. Now we have all become mortals, losing our cultivation accumulated over countless years in a single moment. This enmity is a matter of life and death." Yuding Jinren sighed and slowly spoke. 9 Immortals Mountain is a full 100,000 kilometers away from our master's Kunlun Mountain, and the distance is a straight line of 100,000 kilometers. Now that we have all become mortals, if we want to see our master descending the mountain, we'll take a long journey. It would take at least 10 or 20 years to reach him. Upon hearing this, everyone felt even more despair. Are we to remain on 9 Immortals Mountain forever? Wen Shu Guang, Fa Tianzun, and Pu Xianjunren were the two with the most resentment. Guangcheng Zi looked at his restless junior brothers and sisters and said in a deep voice, "Our master will surely notice, so do not act rashly. Now that the Fengshun has begun, if they descend the mountain in confusion and are discovered to be mere mortals, won't they be wiped out in an instant?" Yet they spent night after night on 9 Immortals Mountain, almost becoming like the old hermits of the mountain. But Yuan Shitianzun still had not realized that his disciples had gone completely silent. Within the boundaries of Chaogo, Lu Ao Mei, accompanied by her 2nd and 3rd sisters, headed for the royal palace. Lu Sanyan specifically released the 9-tailed fox, allowing her to reunite with the 2 Hunyuan demons. The 3 Hunyuan demons gathered once again in the Xiaoxian palace. The jade stone Pipa spirit, the 9-headed rooster spirit, and the 9-tailed fox knelt before the 3 women, sincere and respectful. "We report to our master that we will no longer deceive King Zhou, and we have seen through matters of love. We wish to leave the royal palace," said the jade stone Pipa spirit cautiously. "We wish to follow our master." The 9-headed rooster spirit also said, "We are willing to be our master's attendants." Seeing this, Lu Ao Mei nodded and said, "Very well, then you can go to the Gathering Immortals Tower and work as attendants there." The 3 demons nodded, showing no hesitation. Thus Lu Ao Mei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Sanyan each took 1 demon and vanished in a flash. As soon as they left the royal palace, a serpent spirit hiding somewhere in the palace immediately soared into the clouds, heading toward the Huahuang Palace. At the Huahuang Palace, the serpent spirit knelt outside the palace gate, looking nervous and anxious. After a moment, the Kaiyun boy walked out. "Serpent demon, why are you here instead of in the royal palace?" The Kaiyun boy frowned, his tone stern. The serpent demon quickly knelt on the ground and said, "I have urgent matters to report to Lady Nuwa." Seeing this, the Kaiyun boy asked, "What is it? Speak quickly." The serpent demon immediately replied, "It's about those 2 Hunyuan demons. They did not follow Lady Nuwa's instructions to deceive King Zhou. Not only that, they have also left the royal palace." Hearing this, the Kaiyun boy immediately became furious. How could the 2 Hunyuan demons, clearly having their memories erased, still behave in such a way? "I understand now. You return to the royal palace first." After saying this, the Kaiyun boy immediately entered the Huahuang Palace to report everything to Lady Nuwa. Lady Nuwa opened her phoenix eyes and a hint of anger surfaced on her otherwise majestic and beautiful face. "Kaiyun, go and find those 2 Hunyuan demons." Make them quickly eliminate the Shang dynasty. The Kaiyun boy received the order. Chao Gu. Just as he arrived at Chao Gu, he sensed the aura of the three Hunyuan demons. This nine-tailed fox has actually appeared. Following the aura, the Kaiyun boy made his way to the Gathering Immortals Tower. The aura of the three demons was indeed emanating from the Gathering Immortals Tower. Damn it! These three demons are not fulfilling the task assigned by Lady Nuwa, and are instead indulging in eating, drinking, and having fun here. At that moment, inside the Gathering Immortals Tower's private room, the three Hunyuan demons had become the attendants of the Gathering Immortals Tower. The three of them changed into clean and tidy clothes, wore small hats, and looked fresh and clean, moving swiftly and nimbly. Esteemed guest, this is the fatty beef you ordered. This is the ice cola you requested. The three of them moved between the private rooms and various dining areas, smiling brightly and warmly serving the guests. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Su Daji? Isn't that Lady Wang? Isn't this the favored concubine, Hu Shimei of King Zhou?" A portion of the high-ranking officials and ministers at the Gathering Immortals Tower recognized the three of them. How could the favored concubine of King Zhou be working as an attendant at the Gathering Immortals Tower? Could it be an order from King Zhou? The three Hunyuan demons shook their heads and smiled, saying, "We are no longer the favored concubines of King Zhou, just ordinary attendants. Enjoy your meals, everyone." After saying this, they continued with their work. However, the guests were still quite shocked. They were all women of Dxin. How could they have fallen to this point? Even if they were expelled from the palace by Dxin, no one would dare to employ them. Who is the owner of the Gathering Immortals Tower to even dare to hire the women of Dxin as attendants? Everyone was discussing animatedly. At that moment, the Kaiyun boy standing outside the Gathering Immortals Tower attempted to enter several times, but could not. Not wanting to cause a huge uproar, he could only wait outside. Finally, by evening, the three Hunyuan demons finally emerged from the Gathering Immortals Tower. In front of them walked three young girls. They were Lu Ao Mei, Lu Ling Yue, and Lu Senyen. From now on, you will come to the Gathering Immortals Tower to work every day, and at the end of the month, you will each receive a 9,000-year peach as a token of gratitude. Do your best and work hard. The three Hunyuan demons were overjoyed. How precious is a 9,000-year peach? Even immortals have to wait for thousands of years to eat one. Yet now, by working as attendants at the Gathering Immortals Tower, they could receive one every month. This was simply too lavish. It was simply too enjoyable. Why should they go through so much effort to be historical sinners under Lady Nuwa's command? The spiritual power of a 9,000-year peach is equivalent to the cultivation they painstakingly accumulated over thousands of years. Even if they had to stay here for 10,000 years or 1,000,000 years, they would be willing. At that time, they chatted as they walked, completely oblivious to the Kaiyun boy following behind. The Kaiyun boy was shocked to hear their conversation. 9,000 years of the peach of immortality. Could it be referring to the innate spiritual root that bears fruit once every 9,000 years in the West Queen Mother's peach garden? The Kai Cloud boy felt a flicker of excitement. Nevertheless, the Kai Cloud boy sternly admonished them. Hunyuan Fen's three demons. The group turned their heads in unison. The three demons of Hunyuan Fen recognized the Kai Cloud boy, a servant of Nuwa, and their expressions shifted with a hint of wariness. You have quite the audacity. You dare to defy the will of Lady Nuwa and leave the palace without permission. Lu Aomei, Lu Lingyue, and Lu Sanyan stood before the three demons. The three of them displayed equally sharp expressions and imposing aura emanating from them. Are you one of Lady Nuwa's people? The Kai Cloud boy was taken aback, looking down to see three-year-old girls glaring fiercely at her, especially those eyes which seemed to penetrate through her very being. What amazed her even more was that she couldn't discern their origins. Moreover, their cultivation levels were unfathomable and beyond measure. The Kai Cloud boy stood frozen in shock, feeling a sense of disorientation. When did the human world become so terrifying? Even three-year-old girls made her a Taiyi Golden Immortal feel utterly incapable of seeing through them. This could only mean their cultivation far surpassed hers. The Kai Cloud boy then asked, "Who are you three little girls?" Lu Aomai's expression remained unchanged as she quickly replied, "We are the masters of the three demons of Hunyuan Fen." The Kai Cloud boy exclaimed, "Master? When did the three demons of Hunyuan Fen have a master? And how could these three monsters recognize three little girls as their masters? Absurd." The Kai Cloud boy frowned, saying, "You should quickly return to the palace and complete the task assigned to you by Lady Nuwa." The nine-tailed fox stepped forward, saying, "Please tell Lady Nuwa that we do not wish to be eternal sinners." The Jade Stone Peepa spirit and the nine-headed rooster spirit spoke in unison. "Please seek others for this task. We absolutely do not want to do it." Upon hearing this, the Kai Cloud boy's expression changed drastically. These demons dared to defy Lady Nuwa? How outrageous. After all, she is a sage. These mere little demons dare to go against a sage. Who gave them the courage? At that moment, Lu Aomei scrutinized the Kai Cloud boy with just a glance, completely seeing through her. Lu Aomei stepped forward, her tone calm, yet firm, saying, "You are merely a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even if you strike, you cannot defeat us. I advise you to return and truthfully relay our words." "You all." The Kai Cloud boy was so furious that her blood surged, leaving her at a loss for breath. Seeing that the Kai Cloud boy was merely an errand runner, Lu Sanyan stepped forward and waved her hand. "Kai Cloud boy." Lu Sanyan smiled slightly and waved again, saying, "You should squat down." The Kai Cloud boy. Seeing Lu Sanyan's chubby little face, she instinctively squatted down. Lu Sanyan draped an arm over the Kai Cloud boy's shoulder. "I know that you cannot accomplish your task if you return like this. You will inevitably face Lady Nuwa's punishment." The Kai Cloud boy's heart sank. Isn't this stating the obvious? What kind of trick are these little girls playing? Lu Sanyan continued, "Why not come with us to the gathering of Immortals Pavilion? Since you are here, let's enjoy a hot pot meal before you leave." The Kai Cloud boy looked puzzled. Hot pot? Before she could think further, she was already pushed into the gathering of Immortals Pavilion. Upon entering, she was mesmerized by the intricate building surrounded by ethereal mist, stunning to behold. This place was simply a scene of prosperity and celestial beauty. Upon entering the private room, Lu Aomei directly ordered a spicy hot pot with a 9-grid layout. The table was filled with fresh and tender slices of beef and lamb along with various ingredients for hot pot. Just the sight and scent had already completely captivated her with the spicy and fragrant delicacies. Unable to contain herself, Lu Aomei asked, "Kai Cloud boy, you've been serving in the Nuwa Palace for so long, don't you feel bored? There are so many delicious and fun things here. Enjoying life while cultivating without hindrance, isn't that a wonderful thing? Furthermore, you don't have to follow the commands of the sage. You are free to rely on your own labor, and you will reap the rewards. Isn't that better?" The Kai Cloud boy looked at the boiling beef hot pot, the spicy aroma wafting toward her. Nodding along, she thought, "What you say makes sense, but where can I find such good fortune?" Lu Linghua interjected, "Of course there is, as long as you are willing to work as a waiter in our gathering of Immortals Pavilion. You can also receive a 9,000-year peach of immortality as a reward each month, just like the 3 demons of Xianyuan Fun." Upon hearing this, the Kai Cloud boy immediately looked up. In that moment, she was actually a bit swayed. Even in the Nuwa Palace, such treatment with the 9,000-year peach was unheard of. In this gathering of Immortals Pavilion, could she truly obtain such a precious innate spiritual root? And it would be one every month. Lu Sanyan continued to entice her. "So what do you think? Have you considered it?" The Kai Cloud boy suddenly felt that these little girls seemed to be making a lot of sense. The reason she followed Lady Nuwa was merely to find a powerful backing. With the guidance of a sage, her cultivation would surely soar. Yet now her cultivation had not progressed as quickly as that of the 3 demons of Xianyuan Fun. The Jade Stone Peepa spirit and the 9-headed Rooster spirit, who were originally only at the initial stage of the Celestial Immortals, had now reached the same level as her. Could it be that these 3 little girls really have great opportunities? To tell you the truth, actually we are also sages, Lu Linghua said while eating a piece of tender beef. The Kai Cloud boy's eyes widened. "You are also sages?" Lu Linghua set down her chopsticks, saying, "You don't believe me." The Kai Cloud boy was at a loss for words. Should she believe it or not? Beside her, Lu Aomei said in a deep voice, "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, following Nuwa you won't achieve much." The Kai Cloud boy had not expected that these little girls would dare to directly address Lady Nuwa's name. Moreover, they even dared to criticize Lady Nuwa. Nuwa is the sage of virtue, the mother of earth, who created all things. Are these little girls courting death? Or is it that children speak without thinking? Regardless, the Kai Cloud boy felt her heart race with fear. But Lu Aomei was completely unfazed, continuing to calmly analyze, stating facts. Nuwa sent the 3 demons to wreak havoc on the Shang dynasty, making them eternal sinners. Can't you see what kind of person Nuwa is? The fact that even Nuwa could be schemed against, but letting others go out to become villains is still unacceptable. Therefore, don't follow Nuwa anymore. You don't need to return to the Nuwa Palace, just stay here at the gathering of Immortals Pavilion. All meals and lodging are covered, and you can eat hot pot freely. Lu Sanyan was very satisfied with this plan. She aimed to completely undermine these self-serving sages. She wanted all of these disciples and servants to come to the gathering of Immortals Pavilion and serve it. Only then would it truly be called the gathering of Immortals Pavilion. The face of the Kai Cloud child was flushed with excitement at that moment. Her heart was racing uncontrollably. "You really give me a 9,000-year peach every month?" The Kai Cloud child was not very sure. Seeing this, Lu Sanyan casually transformed. A 9,000-year peach lay quietly in her small hand. The 9,000-year peach had visible Tao patterns, was plump and juicy, and brimming with spiritual energy. Furthermore, a faint golden glow appeared on the Dao patterns. The three demons of Xianyuan tomb were drooling, their eyes fixated on the peach, almost letting their saliva drip. The Kai Cloud child was utterly conquered. These three little girls truly had remarkable identities. She had never heard that in this primordial realm there were actually other saints apart from the six supreme saints. Moreover, they were three little girls of about 3 years old. If they waited for these three girls to grow up at this speed of cultivation, wouldn't they be on par with Hongjun Laozu? Comparing thus being with them was indeed far better than following Yuan Yangyang. Thus the Kai Cloud child readily agreed. From now on, I will be the shopkeeper of the Gathering Immortals building. The three demons of Xianyuan tomb saw that the child beside Nuwa was swayed, and at that moment, everyone put aside past grievances like good sisters happily drinking cola and eating hot pot. You will officially start working tomorrow, and we will occasionally come by to check on you, Lu Ling were instructed. The four nodded. Thus the three little ones left the Gathering Immortals building. At the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa had been waiting for several days, but had not seen the Kai Cloud child return, and she sensed something was amiss. However, after the initiation of the function, it was all chaos and no causal threads could be discerned. Naturally, Nuwa did not know what had happened to the Kai Cloud child. Tsai, go down to the lower realm and see what has happened. Nuwa instructed. Thus the Tsai child immediately followed Nuwa Niangniang's command and went to Chaoga. Upon arriving in Chaoga, the Tsai child was able to sense the aura of the Kai Cloud child. She followed the aura all the way to the Gathering Immortals building. Standing at the entrance of the Gathering Immortals building, she was shocked by this place where spiritual energy converged. This place was even more abundant in spiritual energy than some immortal families' cultivation grounds. And it appeared in Chaoga. This was rather interesting. But how could the aura of the Kai Cloud child emanate from here? Just as the Tsai child was about to enter the Gathering Immortals building, she was blocked by a burly man at the door. This burly man exuded an aura of heavenly immortal cultivation, and his physique was strong with exceptional combat prowess. This vigorous power was cultivated through his physical body. The Tsai child, being a Taiyi Golden Immortal, could easily discern the cultivation level of this burly man. He was merely an ordinary mortal. How could his strength surpass that of a 1,000-year-old demon? And such a formidable being was merely a gatekeeper. The Tsai child conjured the worst possible outcome. Could it be that the Kai Cloud child was imprisoned here by the owner of the Gathering Immortals building? The Tsai child was anxious, immediately exclaiming, I need to go in and find someone. I'm sorry, the Gathering Immortals building is not open for free entry and exit. The Tsai child did not expect that even after releasing her Taiyi cultivation, this burly man was not afraid at all. Get out of the way. The Tsai child did not back down, coldly shouting, and struck towards the burly man. To her surprise, this burly man's body was as solid as a rock. She had just infused her magical power into her palm, and against the heavenly immortal burly man, it had no lethality whatsoever. If it were a typical heavenly immortal, they would have been sent flying 100 feet away. While the Tsai child was shocked, the burly man immediately retaliated. Boom! A fist the size of a sandbag without any technique came directly at her. The strength of that fist was so formidable that even a Taiyi Golden Immortal would be terrified. Bang! The Tsai child was directly knocked to the ground, landing in a very awkward position. She did not expect that an ordinary person with mere heavenly immortal cultivation could actually resist her Taiyi Golden Immortal. Truly strange. If you won't let me in, then don't blame me for being rude. The power of the Tsai child's Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation suddenly burst forth, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The entire Chaoga was swept up in a fierce wind, with pedestrians being blown about. However, the burly man guarding the door remained completely unfazed. He showed no expression. There was no sign that he intended to block her. It could be said that he entirely ignored the Tsai. The Tsai child felt a surge of anger. A mere mortal so arrogant. She gathered all her power into one palm, just as she was about to shatter the Gathering Immortals building completely. Suddenly, the plaque of the Gathering Immortals building emitted a powerful white light. Inside the white light, numerous formations swirled and transformed, directly blocking the Tsai child's palm. Boom! The Tsai child was immediately blasted away, landing sprawled on the street. The Tsai child showed a look of terror looking up at the plaque. She felt her mind tremble. On the plaque, the words Gathering Immortals building were carved vigorous and powerful, with a dragon and phoenix dance. But what astonished her were not these three words. Rather, it was the gemstones embedded around those words. The gems were something that Tsai child was all too familiar with. That aura, that shape. It was indeed the Tianyuan stone. The Tianyuan stone was one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. It had the power of resurrection. Fire burns without extinguishing, water flows without ending. Yet now it was embedded in a plaque. The Tsai child was immensely shocked. Upon further examination, this plaque was also extraordinary. It was made from the chaos tree. The Chaos Tree is a sacred tree that connects heaven, earth, and humanity. It features flying birds, running beasts, hovering dragons, and divine bells. Such a sacred tree long since extinct had become the plaque of this gathering immortals building in Chaoga. The turmoil within the Taiyi child was beyond words to describe. Finally, the disturbance that had just occurred caught the attention of the Kai Cloud child. She sensed the aura of the Taiyi child and found an opportune moment to come out of the gathering immortals building. Taiyi, why are you here? The Kai Cloud child, having spent a few days here, had become much more cheerful from interacting with others. Seeing the Kai Cloud child in the attire of a shopkeeper, the Taiyi child snapped out of her earlier shock and worriedly asked, "Are you okay? Is the owner of the Gathering Immortals building imprisoning you here? I am here to take you away from here." The Taiyi child thought that the plaque of the Gathering Immortals building, which gathered the Tianyuan stone and the Chaos Tree, indicated that its owner must have an extraordinary background, and thus she could not stay for long. The Kai Cloud child immediately grasped the Taiyi child's hand. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am not leaving." The Taiyi child looked bewildered, not quite understanding. "What do you mean you are not leaving? Yuan Yang specifically sent me to find you." The Kai Cloud child resolutely and mysteriously said, "I will no longer follow Yuan Yang. I want to follow the owner of the Gathering Immortals building." The Taiyi child was even more astonished. "You why?" The Kai Cloud child boldly echoed the words of the three little masters. "Following Yuan Yang has no future." The robed child trembled with terror. "Taiyi, how dare you speak so disrespectfully of Lady Nuwa?" Kaiyun pulled Taiyi aside and recounted every word the three young masters had spoken. Finally, Kaiyun enthusiastically invited her. "Taiyi, don't go back. This place truly is extraordinary." Taiyi stared in stunned silence. Kaiyun's face flushed with exhilaration. Her heart surged with fervent excitement. "Did you know? Every table and chair within this immortal gathering pavilion is carved from primordial chaos Jinmu wood. Even the potted rare flora cultivated here rank among the primordial spirit treasures. This pavilion surpasses the palace of Nuwa by thousands, no tens of thousands, of times." Taiyi stood utterly dumbfounded upon hearing these words. She had already been thunderstruck upon glimpsing the heaven-mending stone, and that plaque, crafted from primordial chaos Jinmu, alone would have sent tremors rippling across the entire Hongwang realm. Now she was told the tables and chairs themselves were made of primordial chaos Jinmu. This wood was none other than the world tree itself. When had it become so abundant? Taiyi felt her very sense of reality begin to waver. Seizing her momentary daze, Kaiyun promptly ushered her inside. As a junior attendant of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, she held just enough authority to do so. The instant Taiyi stepped across the threshold of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, even braced for awe, she was struck speechless, rendered mute by sheer magnificence. Her divine sense swept across the chamber, her gaze lifted, and there it was, every beam, every painted pillar, every screen, every ornament, crafted entirely from primordial chaos Jinmu wood. "At first I paid no special heed, so I never probed with my divine sense," Kaiyun exclaimed, radiant with delight. How could she have imagined that not only the furniture but the entire pavilion itself was built from primordial chaos Jinmu? Only after several days did I grow increasingly suspicious, so I finally dared to investigate with my divine sense, Kaiyun whispered, as though unearthing a celestial treasure trove. I nearly leapt in shock, and resolved on the spot never to leave. Taiyi now gazed upon the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, as if beholding the fabled vault of heaven itself. Why on earth would anyone ever depart? Such a peerless realm, overflowing with supreme primordial spirit treasures, and even chaos-level artifacts, was beyond compare. To merely behold them daily, to touch them, to inhale the surging spiritual energy they radiated, each encounter alone would profoundly accelerate one's cultivation. Only a fool would walk away. Taiyi immediately resolved to stay, but hesitated. Yet might the pavilion's master deem it presumptuous of me to simply arrive and serve as an attendant? Shall I instead pay a formal visit to seek permission? Kaiyun waved her hand dismissively. No need at all. The young masters told me they wished this Immortal Gathering Pavilion to become truly worthy of its name. Attendants like you are precisely whom they welcome. Taiyi's eyes widened in sudden revelation, and she gasped, "Who then is the sovereign of this Immortal Gathering Pavilion? To invite immortals themselves to serve as attendants? Yet, such grandeur is indeed befitting of their stature." Kaiyun leaned close, whispering softly into Taiyi's ear, "They are sovereigns, sages of the Tao." Taiyi's eyes bulged wide in disbelief. Sages? So that overwhelming aura of sagehood since days ago had emanated from the pavilion's masters. Taiyi nodded firmly. "Very well, I shall remain too." Thus both Kaiyun and Taiyi took up service at the Immortal Gathering Pavilion as attendants. Meanwhile, the three fox spirits of Hunyuan Mound attended to guests, serving tea, presenting delicacies, and tending to cleanliness. Several days passed. The palace of Nuwa. An uncanny stillness enveloped the entire palace. Nuwa sat alone within its halls, and sensed that both children had failed to return. Could the Fengshen heavenly calamity have begun, had both children fallen prey to karmic tribulation? A faint unease stirred within Nuwa's spirit, a premonition dark and disquieting. Kunlun Mountain Shilin Cliff, Jade Void Palace. After refining and absorbing all 100 lotus blossoms born of creation, Yuanshi Tianzuan's cultivation surged forward by 100 million years. His attainment as a supreme immortal of the Jade Void, already nearing the peak of the latest celestial sovereign realm, now showed subtle signs of loosening. Yet even so, to fully break through would require another 100 million years of profound Tao comprehension. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat upright upon his meditation cushion, index and middle fingers pressed together, releasing a razor-sharp aura from their tips. That aura cleaved the air above him, splitting open a rift in the void. Within the fissure flowed a boundless river of destiny, a luminous current bearing infinite transformations of the Tao, countless stars and galaxies swirling within its depths. The primordial Hunyuan expanse unfolded therein, radiant, auspicious omens blooming ceaselessly. This was the destiny vein of the Chan sect. Yet when Yuanshi Tianzuan perceived its unmistakable erosion, its vital fortune visibly draining, he turned grim, his countenance darkening like storm-racked heavens. With a sweep of his sleeve, he sealed the rift shut. Yuanshi Tianzuan then urgently transmitted his voice to Guangchengzi, seeking to ascertain the progress of the campaign to eliminate disciples of the Jia sect. Yet repeated transmissions yielded no reply. Guangchengzi. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression hardened. Chijingzi. Still no response. Yuanshi Tianzuan fell silent, then resumed transmission, one disciple after another. Dao Jinjuan. Yuding Jinren. Lingbao Dafa Sure. One by one, Yuanshi Tianzuan summoned all 12 golden immortals. Strangely, not a single one answered. Had his disciples risen in rebellion? Fury rose from the depths of Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart. Without delay, he strode forth from the Jade Void Palace and ascended 9 Immortals Mountain. 10,000 li of violet qi billowed toward the mountain. And the moment Yuanshi Tianzuan crossed its threshold, he beheld, before Peach Garden Cave, a row of disciples seated in perfect formation. The remaining 11 disciples. Yuanshi Tianzuan seethed with indignation. How dare these inept disciples sit idly in meditation, accomplishing nothing? With the Chan sect's destiny waning and the Jia sect's ascendancy accelerating, why had they not hastened to purge the Jia sect's disciples? Daring to shirk duty here, lazily loitering, when even his most cherished senior disciple Guangchengzi behaved thus. Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart clenched with grief and despair. He descended instantly from his auspicious cloud, yet before uttering a single rebuke, he froze in utter disbelief. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood transfixed, then staggered, stunned beyond measure. Guangchengzi and the others, spotting their master, nearly broke into tears. Master! Master! You have finally arrived. A chorus of desolate lamentation echoed across 9 Immortals Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan could never have imagined the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, his own brilliant protégés, had been reduced to mere mortals. Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice cracked with wrath. By whose hand were your cultivations stripped away? His fury erupted, unleashing a rage so absolute that vengeance would be merciless and devastating. In that instant, Yuanshi Tianzuan's wrath threatened to annihilate the entire Hunyuan realm. When a sage rages, the 3 realms tremble, and all sentient beings throughout the cosmos quiver in abject terror. Guangchengzi wept bitterly, voice choked with grievance. Master, it was those 5 unruly girls from the manor. Master, you must vindicate us. The Chan sect cannot suffer such humiliation. All 11 disciples sobbed uncontrollably, the scene descending into utter chaos. Yuanshi Tianzuan had not expected those 5 vexatious girls again. Yet regardless, his disciples' suffering demanded retribution, and retribution he would deliver. The primordial supreme being immediately instructed his 11 disciples, "You all stay here for now, I will certainly seek justice for you." At that moment, the primordial supreme being was filled with rage. He stepped forward and instantly arrived at the banks of the Qishui River. Zhuang Master. The primordial supreme being was thunderously enraged, bringing with him the sound of thunder and dark clouds of fury that enveloped the manor. His voice was deep and filled with anger. At that time, the killing intent surged and rage reached its peak. Boom! Thunderbolts rained down upon the manor, yet the manor remained completely unscathed. The primordial supreme being once again accused loudly, "Zhuang Master, your 5 daughters have dissipated my disciples' cultivation. Are you going to manage this or not?" Finally, just as the primordial supreme being's fury was rising, Changsheng finally emerged from the manor. He yawned, and upon seeing the primordial supreme being soared into the sky, I was wondering who was making such a ruckus outside. It turns out to be you. I just woke up, but what is it you want? The primordial supreme being felt extremely frustrated, his face turning almost the color of liver. Seeing the primordial supreme being's distressed appearance, Changsheng couldn't help but comment. Your liver fire is strong and your brow is dark. Be careful lately, or you may encounter many misfortunes. The primordial supreme being, his anger surged even more, completely losing his saintly demeanor, and couldn't help but roar. My 11 disciples were fine, yet your 5 daughters have reduced them to mortals. This is simply too much. If this continues, the entire primordial world will be thrown into chaos. Don't you fear being tainted by karmic retribution and punished by the heavenly Tao? The primordial supreme being spoke each word with sorrow and accusation. Changsheng remained calm, smiling. Your honor, please calm down. Getting angry harms your liver. This is all trivial. There's no need to get so worked up. The primordial supreme being, trivial. My disciples from the Chan sect have turned into mortals, their thousands of years of cultivation gone in an instant. How can I not be furious? If you don't give me an explanation today? The primordial supreme being was about to make a severe threat. He was determined to go all out. However, before he could finish, Changsheng immediately interrupted. If it was my daughters who did it, then calling me is of no use. The primordial supreme being was momentarily dumbfounded. What does this mean? It means he won't take responsibility. The primordial supreme being felt exhausted. He was truly worn out by the antics of this father-daughter duo in the manor. They'll go call them out. If you want to settle scores, you can find them. Changsheng waved his hand casually. The primordial supreme being was at a loss for words. Soon after Changsheng returned to the manor, Aomei and the others did indeed come out. They stood in a row staring at the primordial supreme being with formidable presence. A terrifying pressure from the saint descended. The primordial supreme being looked at these seemingly harmless 5 little girls and was momentarily at a loss. Could it be that he would truly teach these little ones a lesson on the manor's territory? Aomei spoke first. Aren't you looking to settle scores with us? Let's cut to the chase. Let's fight. Lingyue, filled with fighting spirit at that moment, declared, Old man, don't think we don't know you want to sneak attack the Chan sect disciples, you despicable villain. Today we shall end you. You delivered yourself right to our doorstep. The primordial supreme being was taken aback. These 5 little girls actually claimed they would end him. How absurd. The primordial supreme being could hardly bear such humiliation. You are simply beyond redemption. Even if I do not intervene, your interference in the Fengshen catastrophe will draw the heavenly Taoist wrath. Without further ado, the primordial supreme being let out a furious roar. This roar shattered mountains, plains, and rivers within tens of thousands of miles centered around the manor, causing a cataclysmic sound of destruction. Countless beings prostrated in fear under the terrifying pressure of the saint, trembling and lacking even the courage to flee. This was the first time the primordial supreme being truly unleashed such terrifying cultivation. Latest Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. In an instant, this surging saintly power as it was released seemed to weave countless lines through the 3 realms and 5 elements, reaching toward the primordial world and beyond into the stars and galaxies. They shattered one after another. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and dark clouds gathered. The frequency of the lightning flashes increased and the fierce winds turned day into night. The 5 girls stood in a row, their own killing intent surging. Facing off against each other, Aomei wielded the god-slaying spear, her eyes sparkling with profound mysteries. Break! The god-slaying spear was swung fiercely toward the primordial supreme being, creating an indestructible hurricane, as if a million sharp blades were simultaneously unleashed, engulfing the area with a murderous aura. Boom! The primordial supreme being waved his sleeves, his gaze filled with a chilling, killing intent. With his latest cultivation, could he not handle a few early-stage girls? Ridiculous. A bunch of unknowing little girls. To bully the Chan sect, this is your fate. The primordial supreme being roared, and countless magical artifacts surged toward the 5 little girls imbued with layers of murderous intent. Buzz! A long and disorienting collision sound rang out. The Tao Chaos Pearl thrown by Eluo blocked these magical artifacts. Simultaneously, she coldly shouted, Primordial Supreme being, do you dare to bring out these broken artifacts from the Chan sect? Simply laughable. The primordial supreme being's face turned even darker with rage. Rather than using words to gain the upper hand, it would be better to directly kill these 5 little girls. Only then could his heart's hatred be resolved. The primordial supreme being narrowed his eyes, slightly golden Tao symbols flickering around him, enveloping him entirely. The symbols flowed like a vast river spreading across the entire sky. Aomei's eyes revealed a glimmer of joy. She practiced the path of devouring. Now at the 3rd level, it was just right to use the primordial supreme being to hone her skills. She saw the terrifying golden symbols flowing like a river. Their terrifying power had already shaken the entire primordial realm. On Golden Ao Island at the Bo Palace, the Tongtian teacher was affected by the distant battle, feeling a tremor of the earth. Is the saint making a move? The Tongtian teacher felt embarrassed. Such power could destroy the entire primordial realm. He hurried to the scene. Meanwhile, the primordial supreme being was gathering endless saintly power, aiming to strike down these 5 little girls in one blow. These symbols formed a golden river that covered the entire sky, dazzling in brilliance. Boom! That golden river suddenly surged with monstrous waves, turning day into night, fiercely sweeping forward. Lu Almei soared through the clouds, charging directly into the tidal wave. The primordial supreme being was startled. Why were these little girls not only not fleeing, but also charging headlong into it? Before the primordial supreme being could react, Lu Almei had already plunged into the dense symbols. Devouring Law. 3rd level. As Lu Ao Mei's words fell, the originally dense and infinitely mysterious wave of runes that could directly annihilate the entire primordial chaos astonishingly came to a halt. Centered around Lu Ao Mei, these giant waves unexpectedly formed a whirlpool gathering towards her. The immense power of the whirlpool was capable of devouring everything. At that moment, Yuan Shitianzun had completely lost control, his face filled with terror. What kind of technique is this? Why had he never heard of it before? Could it be that someone could devour another's technique? Just as Yuan Shitianzun was still in shock, Lu Lingyu leaped up with a mischievous expression. Since it's come to this, I should try my Chaos Refining Sage Transformation Technique. The Chaos Refining Sage Transformation Technique, as the name implies, requires the refining of a sage. Lu Lingyu's eyes were sharp, akin to a pitch-black black hole, containing endless formations of galaxies capable of shattering anything with just a glance. Her primordial spirit activated the technique, and a terrifying power erupted from within her, surpassing that of even the sages. How is this possible? Yuan Shitianzun stared in disbelief at the techniques being practiced, all of which far exceeded his sage cultivation. It was simply unbelievable. These techniques were unheard of. Moreover, how could there exist a technique that transcended the sages? The most powerful technique in this primordial chaos was merely the Xiao Divine Thunder Manual of Daozu Hongjun. Yet the technique unleashed by Lu Lingyu had already surpassed the Xiao Divine Thunder Manual. Who on earth had created this? Was it truly one of the 3,000 paths beyond the heavenly Tao? Yuan Shitianzun was filled with doubts, but seeing Lu Lingyu charging towards him, he immediately activated his power to block. The confidence he had before had completely vanished upon seeing her astonishing techniques. Not only that, but Yuan Shitianzun now felt regret. Lu Lingyu showed no mercy. She activated her technique, and her eyes suddenly radiated a blinding cold light. It was clearly a sharp white light that pierced through the primordial spirit. It was the light of the heavenly Tao. Yuan Shitianzun let out a pained scream as his primordial spirit was burned and torn apart by that white light, repeatedly shredded and rejoined. No. Just as Yuan Shitianzun was screaming, Tong Tian Jiaozhu arrived. This terrifying scene, filled with immense pressure, left him too afraid to approach. He could only stand far away, watching from a distance of 10,000 miles, utterly stunned by the methods and techniques of these 5 little beings. Yuan Shitianzun's primordial spirit was continually refined by Lu Lingyu. Only after half of it was refined did Lu Lingyu stop. She turned her gaze, the cold light in her pupils fading, returning to their original state. The white light disappeared, and Yuan Shitianzun's face turned pale, as if he had just walked through an endless hell. Lu Lingyu fell into deep thought and couldn't help but exclaim, "This Chaos Refining Sage Transformation Technique is indeed powerful. Why not completely refine you?" Lu Lingyu pressed her advantage. Just after Lu Ao Mei had finished devouring those runes, she immediately flew in front of Lu Lingyu to block her. "Second sister, no. Father has instructed not to touch the Sanxing." Only then did Lu Lingyu withdraw her hand, feeling somewhat regretful. "This technique of mine needs a sage for the refining. There are only 6 sages in this primordial chaos, and if we can't touch the Sanxing, then there are hardly any left." Lu Lingyu felt a bit dejected. Lu Ao Mei said, "You can ask Father to give you another technique." 1,000 miles away above the 9 heavens, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, upon hearing the conversation of these girls, felt a great deal of emotional damage within. His pupils trembled slightly, and a chill rose from the depths of his heart. Just from witnessing the crushing battle scene between the girls and Yuan Shitianzun earlier, his face had turned slightly pale with fear. This is too formidable. A devouring technique capable of swallowing all power. A Chaos Refining Sage Transformation Technique. It actually requires the refining of sages. Tong Tian Jiaozhu was immensely relieved at this moment, glad that these girls were on the side of Jie Jiao, otherwise the outcome would have been disastrous. By then Yuan Shi Tianzun's primordial spirit had already been half refined. Now his primordial spirit was incomplete, and he was in a daze, his consciousness in a state of chaos. Lu Xinyan looked at the dazed Yuan Shi Tianzun and asked, "What should we do with him now?" Yuan Shi Tianzun is probably finished. Lu Aomei shrugged. "Then let's take him back to the manor and have him be a gatekeeper." The other sisters nodded, agreeing that this plan was quite good. Thus Lu Aomei and the others took the foolish Yuan Shi Tianzun back to the manor. Lu Changsheng was sitting in the front yard, having witnessed the entire battle. Therefore, seeing the foolish Yuan Shi Tianzun at this moment, he was not surprised. "Father, he is now foolish. You taking him back would be useless. Why not let him stay here as our gatekeeper?" Lu Aomei stepped forward and said. Lu Changsheng, reclining in a lounge chair leisurely holding a fan, replied, "As long as you are happy." After saying that, he closed his eyes again to take a nap. Thus Yuan Shi Tianzun truly became the gatekeeper outside the manor, standing there honestly. Meanwhile, above the 9 heavens, Tong Tianjiao Zhu was deeply shocked after watching the entire process. The Yuan Shi Tianzun who founded the Chan sect had actually perished. Did that not mean the Chan sect was doomed? While Tong Tianjiao Zhu was ecstatic, he was also deeply shocked by the master of this manor and those 5 little beings. These 2 techniques were more powerful than any technique in this primordial chaos. Even Daozu Hongjun could never have created such formidable techniques. If only he had the chance to learn even a fraction of it. Then Jiuxiao could stand firm in the entire primordial chaos. Tong Tianjiao Zhu had made up his mind and felt exceptionally excited and agitated at this moment. Thus, without saying a word, Tong Tianjiao Zhu directly arrived at the bank of the Qishui River. He hovered above the manor, smiling broadly. His attitude was respectful and humble. "Master of the manor, I am Tong Tianjiao Zhu, here to pay my respects." In the front yard, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. The fate of Jiuxiao had changed, and its luck was continuously rising. It was just the right time to allow his luck golden dragon to feast. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, lifting the restrictions on Tong Tianjiao Zhu, casually saying, "Come in." Tong Tianjiao Zhu received permission and immediately approached Lu Changsheng. At this moment, Tong Tianjiao Zhu lowered his posture even further, slightly bending his back, cupping his hands and "Greetings, master of the manor." Lu Changsheng glanced at Tong Tian, asking, "Do you have business?" Tong Tianjiao Zhu felt a bit embarrassed to speak, hesitatingly saying, "Master, I do have a matter to request." Lu Changsheng nodded. "Speak." Tong Tianjiao Zhu looked at Lu Changsheng with immense respect, saying, "Master, may I learn your techniques?" Lu Changsheng looked at Tong Tianjiao Zhu, the corners of his mouth rising. "Sure, you can become my disciple, and I will teach you my techniques." Tong Tianjiao Zhu appeared hesitant. "I have already taken Hongjun Dao Zhu as my master, so if master has other requests, I will certainly comply. But merely taking you as a master may not suffice." Lu Changsheng rose from the reclining chair, fanning himself casually, and said, "Then tell that Hongjun Laozu that you wish to change your master." Tong Tianjiao Zhu. Is he daring enough to say that? Isn't that an act of great rebellion? Lu Changsheng chuckled. "What? Can't do it." Tong Tianjiao Zhu looked troubled. "Master, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Could it be that this Hongjun Daozu would really kill you just because you want to change your master? If that were the case, then he would be too petty," Lu Changsheng said while continuing to fan himself. Tong Tianjiao Zhu was already drenched in cold sweat from such outrageous words. To actually say that Hongjun Daozu is petty? How grand must the background of this Xuanzhu be? Your master has tacitly allowed the destruction of the Zhejiao, and he is so biased towards the Changjiao. Do you still wish to acknowledge him?" Lu Changsheng asked again. Tong Tianjiao Zhu fell into silence. Indeed, Lu Changsheng was not wrong. The list on the function bang was approved by Hongjun Daozu. In other words, he was naturally aware of the small schemes that Changjiao had against Zhejiao. Yet Hongjun said nothing, not even a single reminder. Such a master. Should I still acknowledge him? Tong Tianjiao's heart was in turmoil. Moreover, because of this master, his senior brothers united against him, which made him feel heartbroken. He did not want to believe that his master would treat him like this. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry, smiling. "Think it over, and come find me at the manor once you've made up your mind." Tong Tianjiao Zhu had no choice but to temporarily leave the manor. Upon returning to Jinao Island Bayou Palace, he received a transmission from Hongjun Daozu of Xiao Palace. "Quickly send them to Xiao Palace to discuss the matter of the Fengshan calamity." In Xiao Palace, Tong Tianjiao Zhu and Taishang Laojun both arrived amidst the swirling celestial mist, with radiant colors filling the sky and stars adorning the palace. The 2 sat cross-legged on cushions. However, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was still delayed in arriving. At that moment, within the manor, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who had been rendered foolish, naturally heard the transmission from Hongjun Daozu. He pushed open the door to the courtyard, walked to Lu Changsheng's side, and said in a dazed tone, Master called for me. May I go? Seeing Yuanshi Tianzhen's foolish appearance, Lu Changsheng found him somewhat obedient. Moreover, he did not wish to directly expose Hongjun Daozu yet, so he nodded go ahead. Yuanshi Tianzuan soared into the sky, finally arriving late at Xiao Palace. Tongtian Jiaozhu was slightly surprised to see Yuanshi Tianzuan appear. However, they both noticed that Yuanshi Tianzuan seemed different from before. That demeanor, that posture, and the silly aura emanating from his entire being. Just as Hongjun was about to scold Yuanshi Tianzuan for being late, his gaze fell upon him, and he was filled with rage. That ancient, unchanging face at that moment was filled with wrath, for he discovered that Yuanshi Tianzhen's primordial spirit was actually incomplete. While Hongjun was furious, he was also immensely shocked. In the entire Hongwang, even he could not refine the primordial spirit of a sage. But Yuanshi Tianzhen's primordial spirit had indeed been refined by someone. Hongjun's expression was exceedingly complex, especially upon seeing Yuanshi Tianzhen's foolish appearance at that time. What has happened to Yuanshi Tianzuan? Does anyone know? Hongjun Daozu had not shown any emotions for countless years. At that moment, this sudden anger made the disciples tremble in fear. Taishang Laojun and Tongtian Jiaozhu exchanged glances, both with complex expressions, each with their own thoughts. However, this matter could not be concealed from Hongjun Daozu. Tongtian had no choice but to speak the truth. Reporting to Master Senior Brother has offended a hidden powerful figure in the Hongwang, which led to this. Hongjun's eyes filled with endless Dao intent tore through the fabric of time and space, unleashing anger. A hidden powerful figure. He knew everything about the entire Hongwang. If such a formidable being existed, how could he be unaware? Hongjun did not hesitate to activate his primordial spirit, pouring his vast cultivation into it, attempting to deduce who this hidden powerful figure was. Under the terrifying aura of rage, the amount of cultivation Hongjun poured in grew larger. He felt a bit strained. But in order to uncover the truth behind this powerful figure, Hongjun continued to deduce 5 elements: yin and yang, the reversal of heaven and earth. All things and laws were within Hongjun's thoughts. After a moment, beads of sweat appeared on Hongjun's forehead, and finally his face turned pale, leading him to give up. I can't even deduce this matter. This affair was of great importance, and Hongjun naturally would not let it go easily. However, given the circumstances, he decided to complete the main task first before avenging Yuanshi Tianzuan. Thus, Hongjun could only temporarily set this aside. Now that the Fengshen calamity has undergone a significant change, I have called you all here precisely for the matter of Fengshen. Hongjun waved his hand. The Fengshen bang immediately appeared. Tongtian Jiaozhu, upon seeing this Fengshen bang, thought of how he had been plotted against by his senior brothers, as well as his master, and his expression became exceedingly grim. Unexpectedly at this moment, Hongjun looked at Tongtian and said, "The names on the Fengshen bang have unexpectedly undergone changes, Tongtian. This matter needs to be discussed with you in detail, because all the names on the Fengshen bang belong to your disciples of Jiao." Upon hearing this, Tongtian felt as if struck by lightning, his head buzzing. At the same time, an overwhelming anger surged within him. Previously, while the Fengshen bang had indeed mostly featured disciples of Jiao, it was not all of them. How could it be that all Jiao disciples are now on the list? Hongjun continued, "The causality of the Fengshen bang is intricately connected to the entire Hongwang. This is fate." Tongtian Jiaozhu. The more Tongtian listened, the angrier he became. This was clearly Hongjun favoring Yuanshi Tianzuan intentionally. Zhuanzhu was indeed correct. How can such a master still be called a master? Tongtian Jiaozhu stood up angrily and said in a deep voice, "Master, I Tongtian do not acknowledge the names on the Fengshen bang. My Jiao disciples absolutely will not participate in the Fengshen. You may find whoever you wish to find." Taishang Laojun did not expect Tongtian Jiaozhu to suddenly change his temperament and dare to confront his master. "Junior brother, how can you speak to master like this? Fengshen is the predetermined fate of heaven. Now that the fate has changed with the fortunes of Changjiao declining and Jiao flourishing, if your disciples do not go on the list, should it be the disciples of Changjiao, then Changjiao would be eradicated." Tongtian Jiaozhu glared coldly at Taishang Laojun, who had been sitting quietly watching the show and stirring up trouble, unable to endure any longer. "Changjiao cannot be eradicated. Must my Jiao be eradicated? What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this?" Tongtian Jiaozhu was completely reckless. At that moment, Hongjun also did not expect that Tongtian, who had always been obedient, would suddenly become a different person today. "Tongtian, do not resist." Hongjun's voice was deep, rolling like thunder. Tongtian looked up at the towering Hongjun Daozu, laughing and shaking his head. Indeed, how did I not realize before that Hongjun favored Yuanshi Tianzuan so much? How foolish of him to have always respected him. Enough. Tongtian let out a long howl to the heavens, wielding his Qingping sword. The sword energy soared straight into the clouds. Tongtian, what do you intend to do? This is the Xiao Palace, do not act recklessly. Taishang Laojun immediately shouted in anger. Beside him, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat on the meditation cushion, looking utterly bewildered. The sword energy of Tongshan's Qingping sword surged like a tempest, manifesting the light of the saints, its power boundless. The sword intent pierced through the 33 heavens, carrying an unstoppable sharpness. In an instant, the void and all things were torn apart by the swing of the sword. Tongtian sliced off a corner of his robe and resolutely declared, "From this day forth, I am no longer a disciple of the Xiao Palace." Upon finishing, Tongtian cared not for others and directly vanished in a flash of light. Taishang Laojuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. Taishang Laojun was left dumbfounded, feeling a wave of disorientation. How could Tongtian dare to utter such rebellious words? Does this mean he no longer wishes to be a disciple of Hongjun Daozu? Crazy. Tongtian must have gone insane. There is no other explanation. At that moment, Taishang Laojun looked up cautiously at Hongjun Daozu. "Teacher, if my junior brother withdraws from the function list, how can this function continue?" Hongjun's expression changed continuously at this moment. Tongtian, what audacity. He actually proclaimed he would no longer be a disciple of the Xiao Palace. This was simply the greatest insult to him. Hongjun Daozu was now furious, his entire primordial spirit trembling with anger. Even though his wrath was overwhelming as a Daozu and as the embodiment of the heavenly path, he naturally could not reveal it easily. Otherwise, it would make him seem too petty. Thus, Hongjun maintained his dignified demeanor and said in a deep voice, "Even if Tongtian is no longer a disciple of the Xiao Palace, he cannot escape the calamity of the function. Now the calamity of function is constantly changing its predestined outcomes, all amidst chaos. I had just attempted to deduce it, but was obstructed by the heavenly path, unable to ascertain the causality." What Hongjun didn't say was that he had tried to predict the causality concerning Lu Changsheng, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to deduce anything, he was directly warned by the heavenly path that he must not leave the Xiao Palace. He knew nothing of the reasons behind it. He was fused with the heavenly path and could only be controlled by it. For now, he could only assist Yuanshi Tianzuan in repairing his primordial spirit as much as possible. Thus, Hongjun snapped his fingers, and a golden lotus sprang forth from his fingertips. The golden lotus radiated brilliance, condensing the vastness of the Tao. Though it was only the size of a fist, it was immensely profound. The golden lotus floated above Yuanshi Tianzan's head and soon fused into his primordial spirit. As Yuanshi Tianzan's primordial spirit was nourished by the golden lotus, it gradually began to heal. However, complete restoration was utterly impossible. Fortunately, this allowed Yuanshi Tianzuan to regain clarity in his eyes, finally returning to a normal state. Disciple, thank you, teacher. After regaining himself, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately knelt down in gratitude. Hongjun nodded and promptly advised, "You must remember not to provoke that person again." Yuanshi Tianzuan was taken aback. "Teacher, that person's 5 daughters possessed the cultivation of saints, having stripped my disciple of all his cultivation and turned him into an ordinary person. Should we just let this go?" Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan suffer such humiliation, Hongjun naturally would not let it rest easily. The heavenly path has its own predestined outcomes. Oh, wait a little longer. After finishing, Hongjun looked at Taishang Laojun and instructed, "The 9 golden pills on your side will aid the disciples of the Chan teaching in regaining their cultivation." Taishang Laojun lowered his head and calculated. 11 pills. These 11 golden pills took him millions of years to refine. To give them away so freely to the disciples of the Chan teaching. He rarely even shared them with his only disciple, Master Xuandu. Taishang Laojun felt a pang of heartache. But there was no way out. Since Hongjun had spoken, Taishang Laojun had to comply. "Yes, teacher." Taishang Laojun nodded slightly. Hongjun then waved his hand and said, "All right, you may all withdraw for now." After saying that, Hongjun's 100 golden body vanished into the clouds, and soon after his figure was gone. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun exited the Xiao Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan recalled that Tongtian had seemingly betrayed his teacher. He immediately asked, "Did Tongtian truly declare that he is no longer a disciple of the Xiao Palace?" Taishang Laojun nodded, still pained over his 11 golden pills. Yuanshi Tianzan's expression darkened. What madness has Tongtian succumbed to? But well, if he is no longer a disciple of the Xiao Palace, then do not blame me for being rude. However, at present the disciples of the Chan teaching are in decline, and their fortunes are continuously waning. To elevate the Jia teaching onto the function list would not be so easy. Yuanshi Tianzan's expression shifted, complexly burdened with thoughts. As they approached Kunlun Mountain, Taishang Laojun handed over a gourd distress, saying, "Here are 11 golden pills, take them." Yuanshi Tianzuan clasped his hands in thanks. With these 9-turn golden pills, though they cannot help the disciple return to his previous cultivation immediately, they can at least raise his starting point just a little. By the Qi River, outside the estate, the 3,000 laws continue to conceal the heavenly secrets. Even the heavenly path cannot penetrate this barrier. Tong Tian had just exited the Xiao palace and made his way directly here. Master, I am Tong Tian. Lu Changsheng had long sensed Tongshen's presence and waved his sleeve saying, come over. Tong Tian appeared again, his expression complex. What the master said was indeed without a single word missing. Teacher indeed favored the Chan teaching, sending all my Jie teaching disciples to the function list. In a fit of anger, I declared before the teacher that I would no longer be a disciple of the Xiao palace. Tong Tian spoke with some excitement after finishing this statement. One could see that even now, as he calmed down, he still felt a lingering fear. That was Hongjun, the heavenly path. To speak such rebellious words without being directly killed by Hongjun Daozu was already a stroke of luck. However, it might also be because the calamity of Fengshan was present, which is why Hongjun did not take action. Lu Changsheng nodded and smiled, saying, so now you. Tong Tian understood and immediately knelt respectfully before Lu Changsheng, his words sincere. Master, please accept my bow. After saying that, Tong Tian sincerely knocked his head 3 times before Lu Changsheng. Bang! 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 This was enough to show his sincerity. At this moment, the fairy Yunxiao was just coming out from the inner room. As soon as she stepped out, she witnessed her master kneeling and knocking his head repeatedly on the ground. Master! Fairy Yunxiao was shocked, her jaw nearly dropping. Was that still her lofty, dignified, and unsmiling master? Why was he kneeling before his disciple? Fairy Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Tong Tian also saw Fairy Yunxiao and felt somewhat awkward at that moment. So in this case, did his disciple become his own teacher's wife? Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Changsheng was unfazed, raising his hand and saying, get up, since you have already pledged yourself as my disciple, I shall call you Tong Tian. This name is truly embarrassing. But Tong Tian stood respectfully beside Lu Changsheng. As long as master is happy, it is all right. At this moment, the fairy Yunxiao heard their conversation and immediately stepped forward. Master, you. The master of Tong Tian explained awkwardly. Yunxiao, from now on the lord of the manor, is my master. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. She looked at the master of Tong Tian and then at Lu Changsheng. Isn't this chaotic? Moreover, wasn't the master of Tongshen's master, Hongjun Daozu? I am no longer a disciple of the Xiao palace, Tong Tian explained. Yunxiao seemed to have heard something extraordinary, and she was even more shocked. Master, how should we address you from now on? Yunxiao's expression was complex. Beside her, Lu Changsheng lay on a lounge chair, leisurely saying, Tong, from now on, Yunxiao is your master's wife. You must honor me and also honor your master's wife, understand? Tong Tian. The master of Tongshen's face turned red and white at this moment. What is going on? How could he face this? Yunxiao. Yunxiao was shocked inside, but felt a secret thrill. Call her, Lu Changsheng urged. This rule cannot be broken. Tong Tian. The master of Tong Tian took a deep breath. Looking at his disciple, he awkwardly called out, master's wife. Yunxiao. At this moment, Yunxiao's expression was beyond her control. This is simply too delightful. Yunxiao couldn't contain her radiant smile, shining brilliantly. Tong, from now on, learn well from your master and strengthen the Jie sect. Yunxiao struck a pose mimicking Lu Changsheng's usual demeanor. Tong Tian. The master of Tongshen's heart was in turmoil. But it was what it was, there was no way out. Thus the master of Tong Tian clasped his hands and replied, yes. Then you all practice well, I will head back to my room first. Yunxiao felt secretly pleased, eager to return to her room and laugh heartily. Once Yunxiao left, Tongshen's expression improved slightly. The master of Tong Tian immediately took the fan from Lu Changsheng's hand, particularly eager. Master, shall Tong fan you? Is it cooler? Lu Changsheng nodded, quite satisfied. You are quite clever. I indeed have many techniques here. Of course, these techniques were all provided by the system, enough to fill several boxes. Any single technique taken out could annihilate the entire primordial chaos. Some of these techniques even had no limits. As long as one continued to practice, challenging the heavenly Dao and breaking through the 3,000 Daos was not impossible. You are proficient in swordsmanship, so I will teach you a set of sword techniques. Once mastered, you can open up the heavens and the earth, turn the cosmos upside down, slice through the river of time, and sever the causal relationships of the world. What do you think? The master of Tong Tian respectfully fanned Lu Changsheng, his heart stirred and filled with excitement. Thank you, master. This technique is exactly what I want. Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and then transformed a pearl from his palm. In that case, pay the tuition. Tong Tian. The master of Tong Tian understood Lu Changsheng's meaning as soon as he saw the pearl. That meant to absorb his cultivation. What? You call me master and I should teach you for free. Do you think I am running a charity here? Tongtian, the master of Tongtian, obediently complied. He didn't even ask how much cultivation Lu Changsheng needed and placed his hand directly on. Lu Changsheng was quite pleased. After all, this cultivation merely strengthened the connection between Tongtian and the auspicious dragon linking the entire fate of the Jia sect. To Tongtian, this bit of cultivation meant nothing. Lu Changsheng's wrist moved slightly, and the pearl disappeared. Following that, Lu Changsheng brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together. Swish! Several wisps of profound Dao energy rapidly condensed in the void. Countless lines of longitude and latitude appeared before him. After a moment, a formation resembling a black hole filled with stars was formed. Lu Changsheng then grabbed Tongtian and directly entered the formation. This is a special time-space confinement formation. Here billions of years pass, but only a day passes outside. The master of Tongtian looked around. Everything was dark, but there was a light in the far distance. Such a time-space confinement formation is simply a miracle. The master of Tongtian was exceptionally excited at that moment. Thank you, master. Tongtian will definitely follow master from now on. I swear to follow you to the death. Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng immediately helped Tongtian up. All right, I will teach you 2 moves now. Pay close attention, I will only teach once. The master of Tongtian was highly tense, concentrating all his energy. He saw Lu Changsheng conjure a sword made of eternal ice that radiated coldness. This sword was created from ice that was 10,000 years old, chilling and piercing to the bone. First move, Sword of the Past. Lu Changsheng slashed, and the sword intent surged, instantly changing the scene before them. Phantoms appeared, and another Lu Changsheng and Tongtian inexplicably emerged. But soon the phantoms vanished. Tongtian was greatly shocked, utterly captivated by this Sword of the Past. Lu Changsheng explained, the Sword of the Past, as the name suggests, can reverse the flow of time, returning to the past and altering the course of events. The master of Tongtian was deeply shaken, wanting to worship Lu Changsheng with his whole body right then and there. Second move, Thousands of Sword Shadows. Lu Changsheng swept the ice sword in a certain direction, and in an instant countless sword shadows appeared, each carrying terrifying saint-level pressure. This sword struck as if thousands of swords pierced together. It was equivalent to the pressure of a saint suddenly multiplied by millions. Third move, Sword of Causality. As soon as Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he turned his body and wielded the sword with fluid motions, a sharp sword energy rolling and severing the causality. This causality is the fundamental basis connecting all beings in the primordial chaos and the 3 realms. Severing this causality meant cutting off the connection with the entire primordial chaos. After viewing these 3 moves, Tongtian was left speechless. Lu Changsheng sheathed his sword and patted Tongtian's shoulder. Just learn these 3 moves for now. You can come out whenever you have comprehended them. Tongtian. After saying this, Lu Changsheng first exited the formation. Tongtian remained inside the formation, feeling the time flow through him extremely slowly. Truly, the Lord of the Manor is impressive. Tongtian marveled inwardly, determined not to let the Lord of the Manor underestimate him. He wanted to become the Lord of the Manor's most favored disciple. 9 Immortal Mountains. After receiving the 9-turn golden pill, Yuan Shitian Zun hurried to the Peach Garden Cave. After the disciples consumed the 9-turn golden pill, they reached the celestial immortal realm according to their respective talents, while some could only reach the earth immortal realm. But fortunately, they were not mortals. Yuan Shitian Zun instructed, during this time, you should stay here and focus on your cultivation. Wait until the Feng Shun ends before coming out. Unexpectedly, the tides have turned, and there is a day when the Chan sect also has something to fear. Although all the names on the Investiture of the Gods belong to the disciples of the Jia sect, Yuan Shitian is worried that if he pushes the Tongtian cult master too hard, he might unleash a massacre. At present, the disciples of the Chuanjiao can be crushed in an instant. To reassure his disciples, Yuan Shitian even set up a barrier on Jiuxian Mountain to protect their safety. Guan Qingzi and the others felt extremely frustrated at the thought of having to cultivate again. Yuan Shitian left Jiuxian Mountain, and without realizing it, found himself inexplicably drawn to the banks of the Qishui River, as if compelled by some mission. Standing on a cloud, he hovered above a manor. Yuan Shitian was taken aback, recalling that after his primordial spirit was refined, he had unwittingly become the guardian of this manor. This command was deeply implanted in his mind. Yuan Shitian. A strange feeling arose in his heart. What exactly did the owner of this manor do to him? Why did he feel an uncontrollable urge to truly become the guardian here? At that moment, a voice suddenly called out. Yuan Shitian, what are you still dazed for? Hurry up and guard the gate, came the leisurely voice of Lu Changsheng. Yuan Shitian. Yuan Shitian indeed walked to the front of the manor, pushed open the courtyard gate, and was startled to see Lu Changsheng sleeping on a lounge chair. He felt a surge of hatred. You are now the guardian here, have you forgotten? Lu Changsheng looked up. Yuanshi Tianzuan was furious. Your 5 daughters have ruined my Chuanjiao, causing its fortunes to decline, and now you still want me to be the guardian. Yuanshi Tianzuan is the leader of the 3 Pure Ones, a direct disciple of Hunyuan Daluo. How could he endure such humiliation? Lu Changsheng glanced at Yuanshi Tianzuan and said, Hunyuan has repaired your primordial spirit, a little do you think you are capable. His light-hearted words made Yuanshi Tianzuan feel a deep sense of threat. Lu Changsheng appeared delicate and unassuming, yet he was truly terrifying. This is good, I don't want a fool guarding the gate. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Seeing how pitiful Yuanshi Tianzuan was, Lu Changsheng sympathetically said, how about this, if you willingly agree to guard the gate for me, I will help you restore that disciple's cultivation. How does that sound? The anger in Yuanshi Tianzuan's chest dissipated at that moment. Did he waver again? Yes, once again wavering. Once again slapping his own face. Yuanshi Tianzuan was indeed a greedy and competitive person. To achieve his goals, he could scheme against even his closest disciples. So what was this? At present, the disciples of Chuanjiao had all become celestial beings and earth immortals. This was simply not impressive. It would be even better if he could restore their cultivation. The owner of the manor must keep his word. Yuanshi Tianzuan's tone softened considerably. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded slowly, producing a small porcelain bottle from his hand. The slender-necked bottle glimmered with a jade-like sheen. Inside is a pill I refined using innate Ren water, which can repair your cultivation. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A pill refined with innate Ren water. How precious is this innate Ren water? How could it be so easily produced? Lu Changsheng chuckled. Since you've agreed, remember to come here every day to guard the gate. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan vanished in a flash, worrying tirelessly for his disciples. Jiuxian Mountain shrouded in celestial mist, rich in spiritual power. However, even so, cultivating here would take at least 5 million years to barely reach the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal. The strength of Chuanjiao was completely outmatched. Except for Yuanshi Tianzuan, who could resist, the disciples had all become mere decorations. At that time, Guanchengzi, as the eldest disciple, felt even more miserable. The other disciples also hung their heads in despair. Finally, Yuanshi Tianzuan returned to Jiuxian Mountain. The disciples were ashamed to face their master. Master! Guanchengzi looked dejected. At this moment, Chuanjiao was utterly doomed. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at his disciples, each one devoid of confidence, and immediately scolded them. Why are you all looking so down? Get your spirits up. After scolding, Yuanshi Tianzuan transformed the small porcelain bottle into his hand and handed it to Guanchengzi. There are pills inside, each of you take one quickly. Yuanshi Tianzuan was particularly irritable at this moment. He had sacrificed his dignity for Chuanjiao, paying such a heavy price. Yet these disciples, one after another, were completely disheartened, which truly disappointed him. Guanchengzi did not dare to delay and immediately followed his master's orders, quickly distributing the pills. The disciples each swallowed a pill. As soon as the pill entered their bodies, a gentle yet powerful warmth surged within. Immediately after, an endless stream of spiritual power erupted within them. Their bodies felt as if they were soaking in a vast ocean of spiritual power. This spiritual power instantly transformed into cultivation. Celestial beings, mystical immortals, golden immortals. On Jiuxian Mountain, the cultivation of the 11 disciples surged explosively, creating a glorious scene. The surging spiritual power gathered at the front of the Peach Garden Cave, forming a powerful vortex of spiritual power that enveloped the 11 disciples. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not expect such a pill to exist in this world. If a mortal were to consume one, wouldn't they be reborn and ascend to immortality? They wouldn't even need to cultivate. Yuanshi Tianzuan watched this spectacle and was deeply shocked. Especially Guanchengzi. He had previously been a quasi saint, and now his cultivation had surged even more. Taiyi Golden Immortal. Peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. Latest stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. Peak of Daluo Golden Immortal. Quasi saint. All at once, the speed was faster than riding a rocket. Yuanshi Tianzuan was left dumbfounded, truly frightened by this terrifying pill. If this pill were to circulate in the 3 realms, the situation in the primordial world would likely undergo a significant change. Yuanshi Tianzuan took a deep breath, inevitably feeling worried. The fate of Chuanjiao after this was at stake. At that moment, all 11 disciples had restored their original cultivation. Some even broke through, becoming even more powerful than before. Guanchengzi was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward, asking, Master, this pill is so powerful, could it be a gift from Hunyuan Daluo? Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened. No. Guanchengzi was surprised. If it wasn't from Hunyuan Daluo, then who else could it be? Hunyuan Daluo fused with the Tao of Heaven. He is the Tao of Heaven. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression was not good, Guan Qingzi suddenly thought. It must be that manor's owner. Guan Qingzi's tone was filled with anger. At that time, they hated the manor, the owner, and those 5 girls the most. Yuanshi Tianzhen acquiesced. The Jade Ding real person stepped forward and said solemnly, "How could this owner who favors the GS sect easily help us restore our cultivation?" Yuanshi Tianzhen. Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression grew even darker. "Master, did you agree to any conditions with that estate owner?" Guan Qingzi sensed something and immediately asked. The expression on Yuanshi Tianzhen's face darkened again, with dark lines appearing on his forehead. Finally, Yuanshi Tianzhen slowly spoke. Guan Qingzi, Jade Ding Zhenren. Both of them could tell from Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression and tone that his agreement was not made willingly. The disciples felt that Yuanshi Tianzhen had been wronged. At that moment, their inner resentment grew even stronger. "Master, since our cultivation has already recovered, why should we agree to them?" "That's right, Master. Let us invite Hongjun Daozu to eliminate that estate owner." Voices rose in unison, further embarrassing Yuanshi Tianzhen. "From now on, anything related to this estate, you are not to involve yourselves with. If you see those 5 girls, avoid them if possible. Conceal your strength and bide your time." Yuanshi Tianzhen spoke quietly, a hint of forbearance in his eyes. Guan Qingzi and the other disciples understood what Yuanshi Tianzhen meant. "We will follow Master's teachings." Yuanshi Tianzhen sighed and said, "Now the disciples of Xiao have already left seclusion and are heading to Shangtang. You should find opportunities. If you can kill, then kill. If you can avoid, then avoid." At that moment, the disciples' eyes were filled with flames of anger as they replied yes. Yuanshi Tianzhen had made his orders clear enough before he left Jiuxian Mountain. He stood above the 9 heavens, gazing at the location of the estate. The command in his mind was continuously pulling at him. Even though he was unwilling, his body was very honest. Soon Yuanshi Tianzhen arrived at the estate, dutifully acting as a doorman. The reason Lu Changsheng had Yuanshi Tianzhen act as a doorman so quickly was naturally due to the auspicious golden dragon. Now this auspicious golden dragon, after absorbing so much cultivation, had already formed radiating golden scales with 8 claws and dual wings. Once it had formed, it could stealthily extract Yuanshi Tianzhen's Jiajiao's auspicious energy little by little. The premise, of course, was that Yuanshi Tianzhen had to enter the estate. A few days later, within the time and space confinement array of the estate, Tong Tianjiao Master had spent billions of years and finally comprehended the first move taught by Lu Changsheng, the sword of the past. This sword directly caused the river of time in the Hong Huang to flow backward, thus reversing the heavenly mechanism. He took billions of years to grasp the profound mystery of this sword of the past. The sword of the past. Not only did it sever the river of time, but it also caused it to reverse flow. Such a technique could be considered at the level of the Tao. A single sword strike was enough to shock the entire Hong Huang. If Hong Jun saw this, he would surely be intimidated. At that moment, Tong Tianjiao Master was greatly satisfied and immediately exited the array. He had mastered this Tao level first move in just billions of years. Such talent was unprecedented across the entire Hong Huang. From ancient times to the present, none had appeared. Tong Tianjiao Master was filled with confidence. However, just as he emerged from the array, he found the courtyard empty. "Master! Master!" Just as Tong Tianjiao Master was about to enter, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence in the courtyard. Tong Tian turned his head to look. In front of the courtyard gate, Yuanshi Tianzhen stood upright. Tong Tianjiao Master. How could Yuanshi Tianzhen be here? At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzhen also noticed Tong Tianjiao Master. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" The two asked almost in unison. Yuanshi Tianzhen. Tong Tianjiao Master. Yuanshi Tianzhen was the first to speak. "Did you just call me master?" Tong Tianjiao Master replied somewhat proudly, "Indeed, this estate owner is my current master." Yuanshi Tianzhen. Yuanshi Tianzhen's eyes widened in shock. "You betrayed the Xiao palace." Tong Tianjiao Master nonchalantly replied, "What do you mean by betrayal? I had already severed ties with the Xiao palace and made it clear to Hongjun Daozu that I would no longer be a disciple of the Xiao palace." Yuanshi Tianzhen's heart was even more complicated at that moment. "What about you? What are you doing standing here?" Tong Tianjiao Master asked curiously. Yuanshi Tianzhen did not answer. His expression was extremely somber. The positions of these two were distinctly apparent within the estate. At that moment, Lu Aomei and the others came out of the study. "He is now the doorman of our estate." Lu Aomei placed her hands on her hips, finding it quite amusing. Tong Tianjiao Master. Yuanshi Tianzhen. Yuanshi Tianzhen felt incredibly embarrassed at that moment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Tong Tianjiao Master looked on in disbelief. the esteemed leader of the three clear ones willingly acting as a doorman here. However, upon further thought, to be a doorman for the estate owner could be considered a blessing. As the five little ones just came out, Changsheng also emerged from the inner room. He yawned and stretched. Tong Tian, you are out. How has your practice been? Tong Tian Zhao Master was now all smiles, his middle-aged appearance radiating a childlike eagerness for praise. Master, I have fully comprehended the first move, the sword of the past. Tong Tian Zhao Master was waiting for Changsheng's praise, and his expression was completely relaxed, filled with joy. Changsheng's expression immediately turned cold. Tong Tian Zhao Master felt a sudden unease in his heart. You're still grinning with those big teeth. A day outside the time and space confinement array is equivalent to 1 billion years inside. How many days have actually passed? You spent billions of years just to comprehend one move? What is there to be proud of? Grinning like that, how shameless. Tong Tian Zhao Master. Tong Tian Zhao Master's heart was filled with frustration. This technique was at the Dao level. To master one move in billions of years is already impressive, okay? At that moment, the expression on Tong Tian Zhao Master's face drooped. Lu Aomei and the others, seeing Tong Tian Zhao Master obediently standing aside being scolded by his father, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Huh. It turns out that mother's master is so foolish. He is not even as good as us little kids. Exactly. The words of the few 3-year-old girls were particularly piercing. Tong Tian Zhao Master had never felt so inferior in his life. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, witnessing Tong Tian Zhao Master's interaction with the estate owner, felt envy, jealousy, and hatred. Time and space confinement array. A day outside is 1 billion years inside. No wonder those little ones broke through to Saint so quickly. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tian Zun also had some thoughts. He cautiously walked over, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Estate owner, may I ask if you are still in need of disciples? Changsheng. Tong Tian Zhao Master looked at Yuan Shi Tian Zun with disdain. This guy had just said he betrayed his sect a moment ago. Now he was being slapped in the face again. Yuan Shi Tian Zun, seeing that Changsheng's expression remained unchanged, glanced at the little ones and shamelessly said, estate owner, it seems you are still lacking a son. Master Tongtian. Changsheng. At that moment, everyone was astonished by the shameless words of the primordial celestial lord. This guy actually wants to be Changsheng's godson, showing no respect for his elders. Changsheng naturally knew what the primordial celestial lord was plotting. He waved his hand and said, you should just stay as a gatekeeper. Upon hearing this, the primordial celestial lord realized it was hopeless. Master Tongtian also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Tongtian, continue your cultivation. Come out only after you have comprehended the other 2 moves, Changsheng instructed, waving his hand and sending Master Tongtian into the time-space confinement formation. The primordial celestial lord felt an intense envy in his heart. He immediately approached Changsheng and squatted down to massage his legs. Changsheng. Master, you can ask me to do anything. Changsheng chuckled and pointed to the front yard gate, saying, I want you to roll over there. The primordial celestial lord. Seeing Changsheng's continued attitude towards him, he could only give up. At that moment, Lu Aomei and her companions approached the primordial celestial lord and mocked. Do you think we are fools? You want to call daddy and learn the techniques? You disciples of the Chan sect are all a bunch of hypocrites. My father would never teach you. The primordial celestial lord's face darkened. He clasped his hands and then returned to the front yard entrance to continue guarding. Changsheng went back into the inner room to continue his affectionate interaction with the fairy Yunxiao. Meanwhile, Lu Aomei and her friends were quite bored. The little ones wanted to run out to play again. Big sister, let's go out. Yeah, we've been back for several days. So boring. The little ones were discussing where to go play this time. Upon hearing that these 5 little ones wanted to go out, the primordial celestial lord's expression changed dramatically. Once they went out, who knew who would be in trouble this time? But the current primordial celestial lord had neither the ability nor the authority to intervene. At this time, Lu Sanyan had already begun to form the array. Her technique became increasingly proficient, her fingertips tracing beautiful arcs in the void, revealing a spatial formation densely woven with longitudinal and latitudinal lines. This formation and Changsheng's time-space confinement formation were of the same origin. However, Lu Sanyan's control over the formation had not yet reached that level. The 5 of them instantly vanished from the manor, transferring to another location. Even though the primordial celestial lord was somewhat mentally prepared, seeing a small formation that could instantly send people to another place without consuming any cultivation energy was truly astonishing. It is known that even a sage stepping out 1,000 miles moves with lightning speed, which consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Moreover, the faster the speed and the greater the distance crossed, the more energy is required. However, the sage's cultivation energy reached a certain height, so it was negligible. But this formation's direct teleportation completely shattered the operational rules of the entire primordial era. This was simply too formidable. The most crucial point was that this formation could also carry others. Others did not need to expend any energy at all. Even a sage wanting to bring someone with them would instantly multiply the energy consumption. Yet this formation completely broke that rule. The primordial celestial lord felt an intense hatred in his heart. Offending those 5 little ones meant losing such a tremendous opportunity. Just as the primordial celestial lord was feeling gloomy, the 5 little ones had already arrived at another place using the spatial formation. Here the mountains are high and the sea is vast with the occasional sound of cranes. The sea and sky seem to connect and align. Looking out, it is a vast expanse of blue, the scenery magnificent. Lu Chan and Lu Yiluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this place is beautiful." Clouds and mist floated on the sea surface, and the rays of dawn projected onto the sea, creating brilliant golden beams of light, like countless stars in the sky. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Lu Aomei and her companions felt their spirits lifted. Lu Linghua looked at Lu Sanyan and asked, "Third sister, where have you brought us?" Lu Sanyan shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, I just picked it randomly. However, no one will disturb us here. We can play however we like." Lu Linghua excitedly stepped onto the surface of the sea. Ripples spread out in circles. Lu Aomei and her friends chased after her on the sea surface, their laughter ringing like silver bells, echoing with the distant sounds of cranes. At that moment, in the deep mountains, a pair of sharp and agile eyes suddenly opened. The moment those eyes opened, a beam of golden light burst forth, piercing the heavens. "Who disturbs my slumber here?" A voice that could pierce through clouds and shatter rocks suddenly resonated from the mountains, producing a series of rumbling echoes. In an instant, boulders began to roll on several high mountains. More than a dozen great mountains suddenly crumbled. Boom, boom. The mountains collapsed and rocks tumbled. The sky suddenly darkened, becoming pitch black. The 5 little ones looked up and saw a massive body covering half the sky, continually swirling with its wings spread wide, crossing thousands of miles, seemingly endless. At that moment, the sea churned with waves, and the Rocky Mountains trembled violently. The immense sound of thunder, carrying the power of a peak croissant, assaulted the surrounding treacherous mountains and countless living beings. "Who disturbs my slumber? Such noisy little brats. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths." This giant bird was none other than the legendary Kunpeng, who had slept for many years. The ancient demon court's demon master Kunpeng. Lu Linghua pointed at the distant Kunpeng, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Lu Sanyan looked at Kunpeng as if it were a pet, her eyes sparkling. How wonderful it would be to catch it and keep it as a pet. The Kunpeng flying towards these little ones felt even more furious upon hearing this conversation. "You little brats who know nothing of the heavens and earth. Do you know who I am?" Kunpeng let out another thunderous roar, and in an instant a gale rose and the waves surged, flying directly in front of the 5 little ones. He had been sleeping here for many years. To be suddenly awakened from his deep slumber was a serious offense. Moreover, they were just 5 little children, which piqued Kunpeng's curiosity. These 5 children could not possibly have the ability to break the barriers he had set. Furthermore, it was under circumstances where he had no prior sensing. This indicated that there must be a powerful figure here. Kunpeng dared not act rashly. Lu Linghua looked up at the immensely large bird, determined to make it theirs. "I don't care who you are, since you've been discovered by us, you now belong to us." The fierce look on Kunpeng's face suddenly darkened. "Belonging to you? When did the great Kunpeng master become a pet that can be owned by someone? These little girls truly deserve to die." Roar! A fierce wind carrying a chaotic killing force. Kunpeng spread his wings for thousands of miles, and within 1,000 miles all life was obliterated. Lu Linghua immediately soared into the air, wielding the Dao Zhu Xian sword, and slashed at the massive wing. With a single strike, the sword energy sharp, carrying the power of a sage that could crush croissant energy. Sword chi slashed through a rift in the void, causing the very air to boil. The overwhelming cultivation of a sage utterly crushed him. Upon sensing that sage-level power, Kunpeng's face paled, yet it was already too late. The sword chi grazed past his wing, and golden blood instantly gushed forth, leaking torrents of his immense cultivation. Only after the shock subsided did Kunpeng realize the weapon in Lu Linghua's hand was the heaven-slaying sword. And not just any heaven-slaying sword, but the Dao-embodied heaven-slaying sword. Dense, intricate Dao sigils shimmered beneath radiant auroras, while its blade pulsed with infinite Dao principles. To survive that single strike was nothing short of a miracle. Kunpeng instantly deflated, shrinking to ordinary size and landing helplessly in Lu Linghua's palm. His near-sage peak cultivation was sealed in an instant. How can this young maiden be a sage? And she wields the Dao-embodied heaven-slaying sword. How long have I slumbered? Has the primordial chaos truly transformed beyond recognition? Kunping's heart swelled with grievance. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyue strode forward, clutching the wounded Kunping toward her sisters. Caught him. They gathered around, fretting. He's injured. We must take him back at once for recovery. What a magnificent great bird. He can grow so colossal. Imagine raising several more like him. Lu Chan gently smoothed the feathers along Kunping's body as she spoke. Lu Yiluo tilted her small face upward, innocent and earnest. That's simple. We'll just capture a female bird, let them cultivate affection, and soon we'll hatch a flock of mighty birds. Her proposal instantly won enthusiastic approval from her elder sisters. Brilliant. A splendid plan. Meanwhile, the hapless Kunping, still dangling in Lu Lingyue's grip, looked utterly devastated. A female bird. He, the primordial ancestor of Kunping, reduced to forced courtship with some common avian. But then, what kind of bird should we even capture next? The little ones fell into puzzled silence once more. Lu Ao Mei promptly interjected, matching this plump bird with a mate cannot be done haphazardly, and besides, he's injured now. Let's postpone this matter. All her younger sisters nodded in agreement, and so Lu Ao Mei and her sisters cheerfully paraded their prize back to the manor. Within the manor grounds, they ascended the chaotic dark iron stairway, passed through a sea of flowers bathed in homing violet qi, and arrived before the grand front courtyard gate. Kunping, still clutched by Lu Lingyue, gaped in disbelief. Where was this place? Wasn't homing violet qi extinct? How could chaotic dark iron manifest in this age? Kunping staggered mentally. Who were these young maidens? How could they possibly attain sagehood at such tender ages? As Kunping reeled, dazed by the impossible sights, Lu Ao Mei's voice rang out clearly. She rapped sharply on the courtyard gate, commanding Yuanshi Tianzuan. Open up. Kunping jolted violently. Yuanshi Tianzuan, the embodiment of Pangu himself, first among the three pure ones, founder of the Jiao sect. Was this his domain? No wonder such relics existed here. Then, were these maidens his disciples? At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan, hearing the summons, dutifully appeared as a humble gatekeeper and swung open the door for the five girls. Lu Ao Mei couldn't resist a few barbs. Why so slow opening the gate? Yuanshi Tianzuan, are you slacking off? You can't even manage the duties of a mere gatekeeper. What else are you fit to do? Kunping. By then, Lu Ao Mei had already swept past the threshold into the courtyard, followed closely by Lu Lingyue. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze fell instantly upon Kunping, and Kunping met his eyes in return. Both recoiled in stunned silence. Kunping, however, was utterly shattered, his entire being trembling as if struck by celestial thunder, his worldview collapsing inward. What? Yuanshi Tianzuan wasn't the master of this place. He was merely its gatekeeper. And yet moments ago he'd endured scolding from those five girls without uttering a word of protest. This was a supreme immortal of the mixed origin, Great Luo realm. Kunping felt his existence unraveling. Yuanshi Tianzuan, meanwhile, cast a sidelong glance at Kunping, as if appraising a pitiable fool. Kunping. Lu Lingyue set him down and casually withdrew a small brocade pouch. With a flick of her wrist, she scattered ninefold refinement golden core pills across the ground like scattered beans. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Come eat. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Kunping. Was she treating him like a chicken, pecking at grain? Never in his existence had Kunping suffered such profound humiliation. He'd been peacefully asleep, then abruptly seized and dragged here, and slashed by the Tao-embodied heaven-slaying sword. Was there anyone more wretched than him? As Kunping stared at the beans scattered before him, no, not beans, he sensed the boundless spiritual energy radiating from them, the arcane profundity of their Tao resonance. These were ninefold refinement golden core pills. Kunping stood frozen. Gleaming gold light shimmered across the pills strewn everywhere, drawing him irresistibly. Dignity was forgotten. Peck like a chick. Fine, eat. Devour them all. And as he did, the wound on his wing healed visibly cell by cell. Lu Lingyue nodded approvingly. Excellent. We'll build you a proper enclosure later, so you won't wander off or leave. Deposits everywhere. Kunping. He, the primordial Kunping ancestor, accused of leaving deposits. How dare she? He would never commit such a disgraceful, undignified act. Seeing the plump bird now lively and spry, Lu Ao Mei turned to Yuanshi Tianzuan and instructed, from now on you're responsible for watching over this great bird. Confine him strictly to the front courtyard, no wandering. And if he leaves deposits, you clean them up. Yuanshi Tianzuan. His countenance darkened instantly. Could it be that the supreme sage of the three pure ones was now expected to scoop bird droppings for a Kunping? Meanwhile, Kunping lifted his head high, smirking triumphantly at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Such treatment indeed was rather splendid. Having played their fill, Lu Ao Mei and her sisters retired to the study to rest. Meanwhile, the Shang dynasty's celestial fortune surged steadily upward. Disciples of the Jiao sect remained idle during this time, while those of the Jie sect marched boldly along paths once reserved for the Jiao sect, leaving the latter with no avenue left to tread. In the palace of Nuwa, Within that serene, solemn, and majestic hall divine radiance bloomed. Nuwa gazed imperiously upon the rising celestial fortune of the Shang, her expression taut with suppressed fury. Kai Yi and Kai Yun had yet to return to the palace of Nuwa, robbing her of peace. As the mother of the earth, personal intervention in the capital of Zhaoga would gravely compromise her dignity. Having dwelled in exalted sovereignty across countless eons, Nuwa held her title as mother of the earth above all else. Yet if King Zhou ceased his decadence and disciples of other sects found no legitimate pretext to launch a righteous campaign against him. Reluctantly, after deep contemplation, Nuwa resolved to act herself. Zhaoga. At night, Xian finished reading the bamboo slips. Well past midnight. Candles in the imperial bedchamber flickered out, moonlight poured through the lattice windows, carrying with it a subtle, intoxicating fragrance. In the next breath, Xian sank swiftly into deep slumber. Nuwa stood beside his sleeping form, her slender wrist twisting ever so slightly as a coil of black, demonic qi pierced his brow. Having completed the deed, Nuwa vanished in a streak of divine light. The next day, Xian awoke from his bed feeling dizzy. A faint aura of demonic energy seeped from his brow, locking his 3 souls and 7 spirits, thus suppressing his imperial aura. A person's 3 souls and 7 spirits are divided into the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and life soul. The first spirit is the heavenly charge, the second spirit is the Ling Hui, the third spirit is the Qi, the fourth spirit is the strength, the fifth spirit is the central, the sixth spirit is the essence, and the seventh spirit is the hero. For an ordinary person, locking away even one soul or spirit could render them a useless shell, a walking corpse. But Xian, as the king of the Shang dynasty, was different from commoners. It requires an exceedingly strong aura of demonic energy to lock away the 3 souls and 7 spirits in order to suppress the imperial aura and cloud the emperor's heart. Once the imperial aura is suppressed, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are locked away. Zin's 7 orifices were all shrouded. He believed in slanderous words and disregarded the lives of the common people. The luck of the Shang dynasty was slowly descending, and everything was returning to normal. After leaving the palace, Nuwa did not immediately return to the Nuwa palace, but went to search for the 2 youths in colorful robes. They had accompanied her for an unknown number of years, and their sudden disappearance naturally surprised Nuwa. In Xiaoga, Nuwa walked through the bustling streets dressed in a plain white long robe, her fair complexion strikingly noticeable. This whiteness starkly contrasted with the faint blush that appeared on her otherwise expressionless face. Like a blooming night, blooming Sirius, her beauty was radiant and captivating. Finally, following the aura, Nuwa arrived at the entrance of the gathering Immortal Tower. She stood at the doorway, her sleeves billowing in the wind, hair flowing, exuding a cool demeanor. Her deep-set eyes swept across the signboard of the gathering Immortal Tower, which glimmered with a faint light, her long eyelashes shimmering like frozen frost. Is there a repairing heavenstone here? She had already used up the repairing heavenstone, with only one left in the ally kingdom. How could there be one here? Nuwa squinted, wanting to enter the gathering Immortal Tower. The burly man guarding the entrance immediately blocked her way, saying, "It's full, you cannot enter." Nuwa. She cast a sidelong glance at this mere celestial being and coldly commanded, "Step aside." The burly man remained unmoved. Nuwa's gaze turned sharp, carrying an aura of pressure. Oddly enough, the burly man, whose cultivation was merely celestial, was not intimidated by the aura she exuded. In fact, he appeared quite calm. Not to mention a celestial, even a quasi-saint standing before Nuwa at that moment would not be able to remain composed. Nuwa realized this burly man was not simple, and she was about to strike with her palm. At the moment she struck, the signboard of the gathering Immortal Tower emitted a white light, striking her abdomen and throwing her directly onto the street. Nuwa, her face flushed with anger, disbelief written all over her. How could she not enter the gathering Immortal Tower? What kind of place is this? At that moment, the burly man stepped forward and warned, "Miss, if you want to enter, you must make an appointment. That is the rule." Nuwa's expression darkened as her divine sense swept through the gathering Immortal Tower. When she noticed that there was a layer of profound array laws surrounding the gathering Immortal Tower, her expression darkened. This array was something she could not fathom even as a saint. Within the array, the 3,000 great paths transformed, allowing for both offense and defense. The earlier attack on her had originated from the array's laws. Left with no choice, Nuwa had to step back. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Very well, I will make an appointment." The burly man nodded and asked name. Nuwa thought for a moment and casually made up a name she knew. The burly man nodded and asked how many people. Nuwa. She took a deep breath and replied, "1 person." "All right, just wait at home. Come back in 3 months." Nuwa. 3 months. Nuwa could not believe it. Why did the gathering Immortal Tower require her to wait for 3 months? The burly man was unconcerned by the expression on Nuwa's face and explained the gathering Immortal Tower is overwhelmed with guests. You are just one person and can only sit at a communal table. Waiting 3 months is already very short. Some guests who booked private rooms have waited for half a year, even up to 2 years. Nuwa had no choice but to acquiesce. If she forcibly broke in, the array laws would certainly take action. She wanted to see what kind of existence an array could make a saint suffer. 3 months for her was merely the blink of an eye. She could wait. Thus Nuwa temporarily left Chaoga. In the manor Tong Tian had been cultivating in the time and space confinement array for a full 12 billion years. The river of time continuously washed over him. During this tedious and lengthy period of cultivation, he not only mastered the previously acquired sword of the past, but also thoroughly comprehended the myriad sword phantoms and the sword of causality. Tong Tian threw back his head and laughed heartily. Now the manor master should praise him right. These 3 moves were enough to place him at the pinnacle of the 3 purities, completely replacing Yuanshi Tianzuan in the highest position. Laughing heartily, Tong Tian jumped out of the array. He was full of vigor, his sword intent surging. The essence of the sword saint seemed to split heaven and earth, capable of reversing the universe and destroying the 5 elements and yin-yang. As soon as Tong Tian emerged from the array, he spotted a chicken in the front yard. He took a closer look. No, it wasn't a chicken. It was Kuanping. Kuanping, the ancestral master. Upon closer inspection, it really was Kuanping. Kuanping. Kuanping flapped his wings, looking quite dissatisfied. Tong Tian was somewhat astonished. Kuanping, how did you end up here? Kunping's cultivation was confined, and at that moment he could only flap his wings like a chicken, making clucking sounds. Tong Tian couldn't help but laugh. It seems you were caught by those 5 little guys. Very good, just stay here. This place is filled with opportunities. Kuanping. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Kuanping made another dissatisfied clucking sound. After teasing Kuanping a few times, Tong Tian went inside to look for Lu Changsheng. Master, I have comprehended. Tong Tian was in a good mood, searching everywhere, but could not find Lu Changsheng. In the front yard, Kuanping was taken aback upon hearing Tong Tian calling for his master. Wasn't his master Hongjun Daozu? Kunping's eyes widened in surprise. Since he arrived here, Lu Changsheng had taken the Yunxiao ferry out to travel, so he had never seen the manor master. Naturally, he assumed this place was under Hongjun Daozu's domain. This made all the logic fit together. However, wasn't Hongjun Daozu in the Xiao palace? Kuanping then recalled those 5 young girls, suddenly feeling as if he had stumbled upon a shocking truth. Could it be that these 5 girls were the illegitimate daughters of Hongjun Daozu? To prevent the world from knowing was this place then concealed? Kuanping felt as if he had discovered some truth, letting out a series of clucking sounds in shock. Cluck, 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 cluck. Yuanshi Tianzuan had been standing at the front yard door, feeling annoyed by the noise, and kicked out. Be quiet. The hen is laying eggs. What are you clucking about? Kuanping. Kuanping was very unconvinced, flapping his wings and charging towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. We are all living under someone else's roof. Why are you being so arrogant? The master of the heavenly path searched all around, but found Lu Changsheng absent from the estate, so he had to return to the Bio Palace. Inside the palace, the 2 indulged in song, dance, and feasting, no longer paying attention to state affairs. The palace was filled with demonic energy and the stench of blood. My king beheading is really not entertaining at all. It serves no deterrent purpose. The serpent spirit leaned against Emperor Xian, whispering in his ear. Her task was to make Emperor Xian a tyrant reviled by all. Whatever is cruel, let it come. At that moment, the demonic energy surged at the center of Emperor Zin's forehead as his royal aura faded, his eyes filled with treachery. What good ideas do you have, my beloved? The serpent spirit with a charming demeanor leaned beside Emperor Xian and said softly, My king, how about we dig a deep well and turn it into a venom pit? This venom pit would be filled with countless poisonous snakes. These snakes flicked their tongues, coiling and writhing, making one's scalp tingle. Upon hearing of this torture method, Emperor Xian burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha! My beloved is indeed clever to think of such a good idea. Seeing Emperor Zin's approval, the serpent spirit couldn't wait. In less than half a day, the venom pit was completed. It was a massive pit several hundred steps wide and 5 zhang deep, right in front of the Star Picker Tower. Then they tossed in various venomous creatures. Standing beside Emperor Xian, the serpent spirit looked down into the pit and couldn't help but feel delighted. My king, this venom pit will surely instill fear in the hearts of others. From now on, no one in the court or the harem will dare to defy your orders. The serpent spirit's voice was enchanting. Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction, saying, Ha, my beloved is thoughtful. My king, how about we send a palace maid down to test it out? The serpent spirit glanced at the palace maids on either side, her serpent-like eyes radiating coldness. The maids immediately fell to their knees in fear. My king, spare us. Your Highness, spare us. The cries for mercy from the weak instantly delighted the serpent spirit. My king, may I have the honor of selecting the first person to enter the venom pit? Emperor Xian nodded but suddenly felt dizzy and in great pain. However, the pain quickly faded. At that moment, the serpent spirit was already selecting the first maid to enter the venom pit. You all lift your heads. The serpent spirit carefully selected the most outstanding maid among them. It's you. The maid, pale and weeping, exclaimed, Your Highness, spare me. Your beauty is a privilege, being chosen is your honor. The serpent spirit directly commanded the guard beside her, throw her in. In an instant the pit echoed with heart-wrenching cries. The wails were heartrending and sorrowful. Emperor Xian rubbed his head, saying solemnly, My beloved, I am feeling unwell, I must return to rest. The serpent spirit immediately smiled and bowed, saying, Yes, my king, you'll take care of the rest. At that moment the palace was filled with piercing screams. The entire palace was shrouded in a toxic atmosphere. At the Gathering Immortals Tower, Lu Aomei and the others returned once again. Inside the private room, the nine-tailed fox, the nine-headed rooster spirit, the jade peepus spirit Seiyun, and Taiyi stood neatly in a row. Today was the day they had eagerly awaited. Lu Aomei looked at them and said, You all performed very well, so it's time to reward you as promised. The reward I promised you before is 1 Ninetha-sandy-year-old peach each month. The three demons of Hunyuan Grave and Taiyi and Kaiyun were extremely excited. Lu Aomei waved her hand, and a small basket appeared on the table. Inside the basket lay 5 plump, juicy peaches adorned with glowing patterns and shimmering golden light. And these were indeed Ninetha-sandy-year-old peaches. Just the scent was enough to drive them wild. 1 for each of you. Lu Aomei placed the peaches in their hands. Without hesitation, the three demons of Hunyuan Grave immediately opened their mouths and devoured the peaches. With each bite it felt as if they were consuming the purest spiritual power and cultivation. All 5 were thoroughly satisfied. This Ninetha-sandy-year-old peach is the best thing I've ever tasted. Kaiyun and Taiyi looked as if they were still yearning for more. The three demons of Hunyuan Grave nodded vigorously. Even the Queen Mother of the West could not afford to indulge in one every month. Yet here at the Gathering Immortals Tower, they could enjoy this luxury by following their 5 young masters. Such treatment was enough to make them want to stay here forever. Lu Aomei encouraged them, saying, Work hard, cultivate well, and I will reward you again next month. Yes, Master. They all replied in unison, their spirits high. As Lu Aomei and the others exited the Gathering Immortals Tower, they looked up towards the palace, their brows furrowed together. Lu Lingyue said with a frown, Why is there such overwhelming demonic energy in the palace again? It's that serpent spirit, I almost forgot about her. Lu Sanyin reminded them. However, the serpent spirit's cultivation was too low and shouldn't be able to corrupt Emperor Xian. So at first they didn't pay much attention. Besides, the demonic energy they sensed from the palace should not cause such a large stir just from one serpent spirit. Lu Aomei's expression turned serious, her calm eyes revealing a solemnity beyond her years. We should still go into the palace and take a look. Thus the 5 little ones flew directly into the palace. They witnessed the serpent spirit throwing a maid into the venom pit, which was simply wicked beyond measure. Stop! Lu Lingyue, impatient, immediately drew the grand sword of extermination. The serpent spirit had no chance to retaliate, not even a scream escaped her lips before she was cleaved into ashes by the extermination sword. With a heart as venomous as a scorpion, she is indeed a poisonous woman. Lu Lingyue retracted her sword, intent, her face filled with fury. Lu Sanyin scanned the area and said, Let's hurry and find King Zhou. The 5 quickly entered Emperor Zin's sleeping quarters. At that moment he was suffering from a severe headache, as if countless souls were colliding within him, causing a painful sensation of being torn apart. The 5 quickly realized the reason behind it. Not good. King Zhou's 3 souls and 7 spirits are locked by an extremely pure, demonic energy. No wonder. Lu Aomei was even more furious upon seeing this. There's no need to think about it, it must be Nuwa's doing. Since we have turned the 3 demons of Hunyuan Grave to our side and her boy servant, as well, Nuwa will definitely take action herself. To go so far as to lock King Zhou's 3 souls and 7 spirits, what is the difference between this and a demoness? While furious, Lu Aomei's fingertips flickered with golden light. The demonic energy was instantly surrounded by that golden light. Lu Aomei shouted, Way of devouring. The golden light continuously devoured the pure demonic energy until Emperor Xian was completely liberated from it. Emperor Xian awakened drenched in cold sweat. Lu Chan and Lu Iluo approached with concerned expressions, their voices tender and youthful. Are you all right? At this moment Di Zin's eyes regained clarity and the aura of a sovereign gradually emerged. His expression was one of pain as he looked at the 5 little children before him, instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. You have saved this lonely king. However, it is too late now. Xian covered his face, appearing utterly exhausted. After being locked away by Nuwa's spell, although he was not under control and committed many acts against his true, while beneath the 3 souls and 7 spirits bound by demonic energy, Di Xin's heart of a sovereign lay hidden. He looked at himself being led astray by the serpent spirit, committing acts that harmed the Shang dynasty and its people, feeling immense pain. Today, the cauldron of poisonous insects further stimulated his desire to break free from the chains of demonic energy. This resulted in a backlash, causing him to feel as if his body were being torn apart. If it weren't for Lu Aomei and the others' appearance, he did not know how long he would remain trapped. Di Xian watched helplessly as his palace transformed into a place filled with rampant demonic energy, shrouded in a foul atmosphere. He saw his loyal ministers leaving one by one, filled with disappointment. He witnessed the common people's loud complaints. Unable to contain himself, Di Xian covered his face and exclaimed, "Who could it be? Why must they harm this lonely king? If there is dissatisfaction with me, let it be punished upon myself alone. Why must the common people suffer for the lonely king's sake?" Lu Aomei and the others exchanged glances, hesitating on whether or not to reveal the truth to Di Xian. Finally, Lu Sanyan stepped forward with a sympathetic expression and said, "Your Majesty, indeed there are those who wish to harm you." Di Xin's eyes were bloodshot, filled with the fury of a sovereign. "Who is it? Tell me, who is it?" Lu Sanyan replied, "All of this is due to the Fengshen calamity. The Jade Emperor wishes to bestow godhood, and Hongjun sent 6 of his direct disciples to orchestrate the Fengshen calamity. And you, Di Xian, are the beginning of all this. Your territory, your people, even you are merely pawns on this chessboard." After Lu Sanyan finished speaking, Di Xian finally understood. A nearly insane smile crept across his face as he looked up at the sky, his expression deep and profound. What a heavenly court! What a Jade Emperor! Can the heavens act as they please, treating the mortal realm as mere fodder? Di Xian would naturally not submit. He looked at the 5 little girls, disregarding the majesty of a king, and immediately knelt down, speaking resolutely. "I beseech the 5 little deities to accept me as your disciple." At that moment, Di Xian did not refer to himself as lonely, but humbly as I. "The way of heaven is unjust. As the monarch of the Shang dynasty, I cannot allow anyone, even the heavens, to harm my people." Di Xian spoke fervently and passionately. The 5 little ones were deeply moved. Lu Aomei stepped forward and nodded. "Very well. We 5 shall accept you as our disciple." Di Xian felt greatly touched. The 5 little girls exuded an extraordinary presence, surrounded by a vast spiritual force, making it impossible to see through them. As a king, Di Xian could naturally perceive some mysteries at a glance. This time he was not mistaken. "I will diligently follow the teachings of my 5 masters." Di Xian could not wait a moment longer and immediately said, "I beseech my masters to teach me powerful techniques so I can directly strike at the heavenly court. To beat that damned Jade Emperor until he can't find his teeth." Lu Aomei and the others did not expect that Di Xian would have such ambition. A king from the mortal realm wants to fight the king of the heavens. The 5 little ones had long harbored disdain for the stinking immortals above, naturally supporting Di Xian. Lu Aomei casually handed Di Xian a bag of 9 turned golden pills. These golden pills consumed them all. Di Xian received them, gazing at the dazzling pills, and without a second thought swallowed them all. As the 9 turned golden pills entered his body, a terrifying spiritual power surged within Di Xian, converging in his dantian, directly connecting his upper, middle, and lower dantians. His entire body's meridians and bones underwent a baptism, becoming even more transparent. Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Profound Immortal. Di Xian consumed over 59 turned golden pills, and with the aura of a sovereign propelling him, he surged directly to the level of a profound immortal. The demonic energy within the entire palace dissipated in an instant. Under the overwhelming cultivation and sovereign aura in Chaoga, all things revived, bursting with vitality. Di Xian felt that his body was now extraordinarily transparent. He could even sense every blood vessel, every inch of skin, and the breathing of his pores. He turned the universe around him, converting spiritual energy into cultivation. Di Xian clenched his fist and smashed it down towards the ground. Merely relying on the cultivation of a profound immortal, he created a massive pit in the ground. Di Xian was overjoyed and once again expressed his gratitude to his 5 masters, saying, "Thank you, masters. If you wish to confront the Jade Emperor, this level of cultivation is far from enough." Lu Aomei spoke sternly. "Remember, do not underestimate your opponent. The Jade Emperor has experienced calamities for over tens of thousands of years and has endured countless tribulations to ascend to his position. You are currently merely a profound immortal, any random powerful monster outside could easily crush you." Hearing Lu Aomei's words, Di Xian finally calmed his mind. His previous smile vanished, and his gaze became extremely serious. What he desired was undoubtedly far beyond his current state. Lu Aomei nodded in satisfaction and said, If you wish to rapidly increase your cultivation, you must come back with us. Xian furrowed his brow and asked, May I ask masters, where are we going? Lu Lingyue explained, Naturally to our territory. Lu Sanyan reminded, He is a king and must manage state affairs. If he goes with us, who will manage the affairs? Lu Chan and Lu Ilua suddenly thought of something and had a bright idea. Right, we can use the puppet technique that the third sister used on the king of Zhou before. We can find someone to act as his proxy for state affairs, and then we can help manage it right. Lu Aomei, Lu Lingyue, Lu Sanyan, Lu Chan and Lu Ilua realized their mistake as they saw the expressions on the three elder sisters' faces. Xian, seeing this, suddenly understood, so it was you who gave the orders to distribute the treasury to the common people and dismantle the harem. The others felt a bit awkward. At first we just wanted to turn the situation around and help you win the people's hearts, Lu Sanyan explained. Xian clasped his hands, fully understanding the good intentions of the five little deities. Only blame myself for allowing others to take advantage of the situation. I sincerely hope to follow my five masters in diligent cultivation so I may avenge my people. Xian spoke earnestly and resolutely. The five little ones were deeply moved by Xian. After arranging everything, they immediately brought the king of Zhou back to the manor. In the front courtyard stood only the gatekeeper, the primordial heavenly sovereign, and a bird resembling a chicken, which was actually a kunping. As Xian followed the five masters into the manor, he felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowing through him, with every breath continuously transforming into cultivation. The spiritual energy here was trillions of times more potent compared to that of the palace. This place was truly a sublime paradise for cultivation.